exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Is this where you want to be next year? Oh, I would love to be in Houston, man. There's no doubt about that. Like, I loved my time. Like, again, special organization, special quarterback. Love the scheme, love the coaches. I've loved everything about Houston. So I'm confident that we can find some common ground.
And you did, Dalton Schultz. You and the Texans found common ground yesterday. Yesterday, late morning, we got the news. Dalton Schultz, who, Seth, you had thought there was a puncher's chance there could be a franchise tag on him.
I said better than 50%,
yep.
So I win.
Yep,
yeah.
yep. So
I didn't say how much better. In my mind, I was thinking like 97%.
Right.
So I really won big. Yeah.
Right. So no franchise tag for Schultz, but he does get a deal done. And I'm willing to bet that the presence of the franchise tag may have played a role in getting the deal done. Certainly the numbers, 3 years, $36 million, $12 million a year. That's right about where the franchise tag is on an annual average value basis. So bottom line, Dalton Schultz will be a Houston Texan. He signs a 3-year deal, $36 million, $23.5 million guaranteed as we welcome you in on a Wednesday here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Sean Pendergast, and he is a jubilant Seth Payne.
I'm jubilant.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder, I was trying to figure this out because I saw one of my Twitter people, X.com people, said something along the lines of they were sitting in their auto lube shop. They heard they were listening to Move the Sticks podcast, and they heard that Sengun had franchised or had signed a new deal.
Schultz.
What did I say?
Sengun.
I'd tag him right now too.
I would too. I'd give him $12 million a year in a heartbeat.
I am so happy.
It's going to be that kind of day.
Yeah.
So they look kind of alike. So Dalton Schultz. So this listener had said that he heard that Dalton Schultz had re-upped, and he jumped up in jubilation, and everybody looked at him like, "What the hell is he doing?" Mm-hmm. I feel like this is an emphatic checking off of a box that allows you to move forward without having to necessarily worry or press to fill a hole at tight end. Or to use the franchise tag if you didn't want to. I think they probably would have used the franchise tag just because Nick had said last week that a lot of times when you put the tag on somebody, it kind of sets the baseline expectation for that player. All right, the franchise tag was about $12 million, and this ends up being $12 million a year for 3 years. And that probably a compromise that both sides felt good about. If the baseline starts at $12 million per year, I'm sure Schultz was asking for $13, $14 million a year, whatever. And the Texans said, no, we're super not comfortable with that. How about 3? And they said, cool. Let's see.
I'm guessing at some point the franchise tag entered the chat, as the kids like to say, like that it became a factor in all this in getting it done. The things I like about this deal, I'm fine with the money. I'm cool with it. It doesn't make him one of the highest paid. It's not like the Titus Howard deal from last year where all of a sudden Titus Howard is like the 4th highest paid right. Dalton Schultz is, I don't think this even puts him in the top 10 on average annual value for tight ends. If it does, it puts him on the fringe. So I'm cool with that. If you ask me, is Dalton Schultz, and I know there's holes in his game. He's not a great blocker. He's a willing blocker, all that stuff. If you ask me, is Dalton Schultz like somewhere around like the 9th through 12th best tight end in football? I can get with that. And the bottom line is, how good is he for the Texans? And I think this is a big theme for DeMeco Ryans this offseason has been the continuity that they've been able to sustain for CJ Stroud heading into year 2 with Bobby Slowick coming back, with Gerard Johnson coming back, the offensive line getting healthy, hopefully. We'll talk about that more a little later in the show. Nico and Tank both coming back next year. This is a big, what I'll call a brick in the wall of continuity for CJ Stroud. Dalton Schultz coming back. I love that part of it.
And you can build on that wall. If we're going to extend that metaphor, look, if you had started over with a rookie, hey, even if it was a really good rookie or if you brought in another free agent, you're going to have to start building that wall all over again. Mm-hmm. And you're not starting from scratch completely because CJ's got experience now. But those two, Dalton Schultz and CJ Stroud, multiple times this year that we know of, that CJ has talked about, they improvised, they adjusted, they made adjustments on the sideline, they made adjustments within plays. There were times where Dalton Schultz got the ball and he was the fourth option on the play. There's a level of comfort there, and there's that security blanket aspect that I don't think you can quite put a number on. As far as the actual number, though, Sean, tight end.
13th.
So
I can live with
exactly
that.
Right.
Yeah.
So amongst starting tight ends, out of 32 tight ends, half of whom the league doesn't feel good about, that's
right.
actually very, very reasonable on an average per year basis. And that's going to be, by the end of this free agency period, that might be he might be 14th or 15th, because guys get paid inordinate amounts once they hit the market.
They do. And the Texans have the money to do it too. Like, to me, that's what having all this cap space does, is like, okay, if I don't know what their value inside the building was on Dalton Schultz before the whole process started. I'm cool with $12 million a year. I love the video that you did, by the way, Seth, of illustrating visually what you just talked about, because you had that. Well, you had that Atlanta play in there, which I think is exactly the play at the end of the Atlanta game that could have been the game-winning touchdown if the defense could have gotten a stop. And that was in Week 5. You know what I mean? Like, that was early in the season, and the relationship between the two only got better. I'll say the other positive about this deal is that the timing of it is really perfect, because you've got free agency starting next week. And I do think when the Texans sit down with some of these guys who are in that class of free agent that Dalton Schultz was last year, the guys who are that one-year deal kind of guy, maybe looking to prove it on a one-year deal, this is another illustration. I think Malik Collins last year is another one, but Dalton Schultz now, where the Texans can sit across from these guys and say, hey, look, if you come in and perform, and you come in and you really ingratiate yourself to the locker room, and you become part of the tapestry of this football team, man, we're going to do everything we can to take care of you and get that deal that multi-year deal that you're telling us that you want now at that stage. There's a lot there. Well, there are several examples of Nick Caserio as the GM taking care of guys who he feels have performed well as Houston Texans. I'm forming an image in my mind of the tapestry of the culture guys in there. Man.
Nick Caserio, quilt maker. That's what he is to me.
Embroider.
He's not a king maker. He's the
Afghan knitter,
head embroiderer in charge. The HEIC. That's right.
It's a tapestry, baby.
So tapestry guy. The interesting thing about that is I would look at John Grenard as a tapestry guy. Mm-hmm. I feel like he's exactly the kind of guy you want, and yet because of his injury history and because of his overall production over the course of 4 years, I don't think the Texans probably look at him as maybe the guy who's going to go out. They don't want to pay him what he's going to go out and get in free agency.
Right. That's a big thing. Yeah, someone's going to pay him.
So tapestry has a price.
It does.
You can play your way out of the tapestry.
It's not unconditional. It's the tapestry. There are conditions attached to the tapestry for sure. By the way,
I stepped on you. What were you saying? Afghan rug maker? I like that.
Afghan knitter, rug maker, embroider, tapestry. Nick Caserio is a versatile individual for sure.
I tell you, you ever go to some of these rug stores in town? Because it's always amazing. You always feel like I always feel like, man, I just want to believe the story this guy's telling me, and I'm going to buy this rug. It was probably made in Taiwan like 3 weeks ago, but man,
of course.
This thing.
Of course. No, that flip the thing over and you see the price. I'm like, I got to spend this much on a rug. Oh. I will say this too. You know that I have been a card-carrying member of the if Brock Bowers falls to XYZ spot in the draft, go get him.
Yeah.
I'm not getting off that train, man. The Dalton Schultz, I said it before Dalton Schultz signed. I said, even if Dalton Schultz signs here, I think Brock Bowers is that crucial a playmaker. I would still stand on that soapbox, man. If he starts dipping down to 17 or 18 in the draft, I'd still do it.
I want Brock Bowers specifically just so we can ask him in the press conference, hey, Nick Caserio comes from New England where they had a couple of really good tight ends at one point.
Yeah.
So what are you? Are you a Gronk or a Hernandez?
Are you a goofball or a murderer?
See if he passes the test of NFL history.
Yeah. Are you a party rocker or are you a killer? Which are you?
I wonder if Brock Bowers is probably at an age in a lot of these guys' rookie years, like they really wouldn't even, they might not necessarily even know about the whole Aaron Hernandez deal.
Well, you watch episode 6 of The Dynasty, you'll get all caught up on it. It was
how long ago was there? When was that? Was that like 2013?
It was 13.
2013, yeah.
It was 2013.
So a lot of these guys were like 10, 11 years old. Their parents
knew.
might not have even let them watch the Aaron Hernandez
or the news.
You know?
Yeah.
Or they just didn't care about it.
Maybe.
So they've heard reference to it, but they didn't live through it.
Yeah.
You know? It's like these kids. I've done like 3 different projects where friends of mine, like either my own child or friends of mine, their children asked me questions for a report they were doing on 9/11 and what it was like to live through it.
Yeah.
Which is just weird because it's just, I mean, that's ancient history to kids that are now
they weren't around.
10, 11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Any concerns about Dalton Schultz? We got all rose-colored
No,
glasses
he wasn't
here.
involved in 9/11.
No,
I think
no.
he's clean. No, he was. I'm pretty sure he's clean.
It was an awkward segue for 9/11. And man, are we sure Dalton Schultz isn't Al-Qaeda? Are we sure?
I think they cleared that before. They learned their lesson from Aaron Hernandez, Sean. They're not just gonna go willy-nilly and do an extension like this. They gave Aaron Hernandez that extension, knowing full well that the dude had issues.
That's true.
The only issue Dalton Schultz has really is that he doesn't like Tex-Mex, which still it's astounding to me. 2 things. Doesn't like Tex-Mex, drops in the playoffs.
Yep, that's
both of those. I think might be indications that he's got a little too much Dallas in him right now.
I think that a
little too much of the Dallas Cowboys. He can't perform in the playoffs, and he hates Tex-Mex, actual authentic Tex-Mex.
People get so protective of Tex-Mex. I almost feel like Texan fans would be like okay with like 3 or 4 bad drops this year if he came out and said he all of a sudden loves Tex-Mex. Like, oh, that's cool. Like, you had 2 drops in the playoffs, but you're a big fan of, fajita night over at Papacitos or whatever.
I wonder if he doesn't like Tex-Mex or if he's just not as enthusiastic about Tex-Mex.
Tex-Mex?
I don't know if I've ever met anybody that doesn't like a taco.
Well, it's a pretty versatile food genre, too. You know, there's degrees of Tex-Mex to where if you're a super gringo, you can find something on there that you like, I would think. You know,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even at this point. Let's not get into the discussion about authentic versus inauthentic, but like it's a taco.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I swear, have you ever met anybody that was like, tacos? Maybe if they've got a gluten intolerance or something. But no, there's other corn taco shells.
Yeah.
No excuse. No excuse for not liking tacos.
I like it. All right, we're off and running on.
Now I hate the contract. Now I hate it. This guy's not part of the tapestry. Tapestry
Not a
of
tapestry
BS
guy.
is what it is. This is a tapestry made of dung. So what happened to what happened? You got excited.
My headphones. I had to get my
off.
copy. I had to read. I have my prize picks read. I had to get my copy. And
I thought you were angry at me.
No, not at all. No, my headphones.
I interrupted you.
No, stop it. No. My headphones fell out. My plug fell out. So I was
You
like,
went all Sengun on your headphones.
I did.
Sengun on Wembanyama.
Good setup,
Hey,
Seth.
take this, Frenchie.
Good setup, Seth. Speaking of which, we got another great rivalry on the landscape now. This was fun last night, man. And the replay is on in the studio right now. This is going to be a fun little rivalry over the next few years, and we got a nice taste of it. We got a Rockets successful taste of it last night. We'll get into the summary of the franchise tag also. There's a few in here that affect the Texans as we head into free agency. So we got a lot to get to today here on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Stay there. I mentioned prize picks, and I mentioned we kind of alluded
Health. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I love this text. This is about the Rockets game last night. Rockets beat the Spurs 114-101. More importantly, Alperen Sengun beat Victor Wembanyama like a drum. Last night, text message 7949. Good job. Last night we saw the difference between Western Europe and Eastern Europe. Got that right. Take that.
NATO has softened you.
Take that, Wemby. That's beautiful. Alperen Sengun last night, man, 45 points, 16 rebounds, 19 of 32 from the floor. And he just and the numbers don't begin to do justice of just how dominant he was in the paint against Wembanyama and everybody else they threw at him. Not just, man, he's doing Sengun things, distributing the basketball.
Yeah.
He's a really good player. Here's Alperen Sengun following the game on his tactics, his strategy against Victor Wembanyama.
He's so tall, really. He's really tall, but he's not that strong yet, So I was going his chest and put him under the rim. So, like I said, they didn't double me tonight that much, so I work and under the rim.
Yeah, that was a big thing.
You know what he did?
What's that? What did he do?
He finished what Brittany's career started. Wemby needed his security detail to take a 5'1" pop singer off of him, and basically Sengun was like, "I got your back,
That's
Brittany."
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Sengun.
I defend you in your odd English accent in that moment.
Sengun. I'm here for Brittany's English accent. Sengun did it for two people last night. Brittany, maybe.
Yes.
But definitely Tari Eason.
I'm sending this game for Tari Eason. I love him. He's going to come back more stronger. We need him, this team, and next year is going to be easier. All
right, so there you go. Did it for Tari. Do it for Tari, boys. Sengun touched on something in the first cut there, Seth, about going against Wemby. Like, the Spurs didn't double-team him last night. A lot of teams lately have been going with the head of the snake strategy. Like, all right, if we shut down Sengun, this is not a really good shooting team. So if we just throw bodies galore at Alperen Sengun,
right.
Then we can shut down the Rockets. And it's been an adjustment. Sengun was really good in the first half of the season. He struggled at times here in the second half, but they didn't double-team him last night, and what he's taking for double teams moving forward.
Right, yeah. I mean, that'll be the big challenge for him this offseason, right? And now he kind of sees the yin and the yang of all of it, and exactly, he knows what the challenges are going to be moving forward if he wants to become a genuine and bona fide stud in the NBA.
Yep.
But also, if you can build the rest of the team to the point where it's not so easy to isolate one dude, you're going to see more of this out of him.
Yep. They need shooters, or they need the guys that can shoot to shoot better, for sure.
You know why this happened last night, Sean? I know that you think it was because he was playing for Tari Eason.
Yeah.
I actually think it's because I started in on Adam Sandler's movie Hustle, where he plays a 76ers basketball scout and coach.
Okay.
Have you seen it?
No.
It's a good movie.
Is it old? Is it new?
It's only a couple years old.
Okay.
It's one of these things now when Sandler isn't doing a goofy comedy, he's doing like a drama that is the most tense and aggravating movie ever, like Uncut Gems.
Dude.
It's a milder version of Uncut Gems. I had to tell Brandy, we cut it off like 45 minutes into it because I'm like, I'm not going to, just when you start to sense like, okay, somebody's about to get screwed over here, and it's like a Sengun type character.
Yeah.
It's this big European basketball player that Adam Sandler discovers. But this kid, like, he's out. Sandler discovers him while he's playing basketball in construction boots on his way home from work in France, ironically enough. But he, it's tense.
Yeah.
I can tell it's about to get tense and somebody's going to get screwed over. So I had to stop watching. So I'm happy that Sengun came and turned it into a happy evening.
A happier evening for, for basketball genre. Okay, so, dude, Uncut Gems is my immediate go-to when people say, what's the movie you were most stressed out watching? Like, the movie you've experienced the most anxiety watching? Dude, Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler. And maybe part of it is, too, like, it's so jarring having Adam Sandler in a movie like that because it's been Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison for all these years.
He's done quite a few little independent movies, like going by like Punch Drunk Love and stuff that are a little bit more artsy or more dramatic. And yeah, when he goes out of his his typecast, he goes big. Yeah. That one was, I haven't finished that movie yet. I couldn't, I was doing 10-minute spurts. It was so stressful. Yeah. He just had so many things piling down on top of him.
It was crazy.
It was unbelievable. I was just I was hoping for his sake that he was going to have a stroke or something. No. Just get a few days in the hospital. My God.
Just to ease up. Kevin Garnett, underrated athlete performance in that movie, I would say. Garnett was pretty good.
He was part of the stressful part.
He was. No, he was.
Him and his crew, they were talking too much all at once.
They were.
It was too much.
He was playing himself. So this
No. That was it was like everybody was playing 10 times.
Well, no. But it wasn't Kevin Garnett as Rufus Jones or something like that. Like he was Kevin Garnett.
I got you.
Yeah. Sengun and Wemby, man. This is last night gets me gassed up for so that'll be fun watching that come back around. Sengun versus Wemby. We got Stroud versus Lawrence in the AFC South. We've got Astros versus Rangers really right now as a whole. This is fun, man. We got some rivalries on the landscape now for our squads. Franchise tag deadline was yesterday. There were more of these handed out than I had forecasted. You and I were talking this through earlier this week. I'm like, we may only get 4 of these. Nope.
Right.
We got 8 of them, and we even got a transition tag for Kyle Duggar in New England. So there were 8 total. I'll rattle the names off. I think there's a few that impact the Texans here. And there's one name that's not on here that I know there's some really interesting stuff going on that we're going to get to, Chris Jones.
Right.
T. Higgins, Cincinnati, L'Jarius Sneed, Kansas City. We knew about those 2. But yesterday we got 6 more franchise tags. Brian Burns, that happened while we were on the air, defensive end Carolina. Justin Madubuike, defensive tackle Baltimore. No surprise there. Jalen Johnson, cornerback Chicago. Antoine Winfield, safety Tampa Bay. Michael Pittman Jr., in Indianapolis, and Josh Allen, defensive end Indianapolis, all get the franchise tag. I mentioned Duggar in New England gets a transition tag. The ones that impact the Texans, Seth, obviously the 2 in the division, Michael Pittman and Josh Allen, because those are teams in the division. I think the biggest 2 that impact the Texans in the near term here are actually Brian Burns and Josh Allen, because that impacts the Jonathan Grenard market.
Exactly. I mean, it moves Jonathan Grenard up into perhaps on some people's boards, maybe the 2nd or 3rd highest rated pass rusher that's available right now. I don't know how people feel about it. Is always going to be intriguing, and he's just a physical specimen, but people just aren't quite sure what they're going to get out of Chase Young, especially if they pay him a big contract. But Bryce Huff, Danielle Hunter, and that might be the 2 guys that I would put emphatically above Jonathan Grenard right now, and some teams might have Jonathan Grenard better than those 2 depending on what they value. So that made it a lot harder for the Texans to bring back John Grenard. There's some team out there that's going to be willing to pay a premium. They've got cap space, and they just need an edge rush of some sort. And right now the Texans have Will Anderson at least. There's other teams out there that don't really have anybody they like on the edge. So Grenard's worth that premium somebody's willing to pay.
Yeah, supply and demand. Basically, 2 of the defensive ends went off the market yesterday because you can't get Brian Burns or Josh Allen unless you want to trade draft picks to either of those teams, and then that increases the price for those guys, though, because you got to trade a draft pick for the right to pay them a $28 million a year contract or whatever it is for those guys. I would say the other Texans angles on this, Seth, would be Justin Madubuike getting taken off the market if you're somebody who wants a defensive tackle.
Yeah, so and everybody anticipated that. This is something that Ravens fans were almost indignant. I brought it up randomly in regard to the Texans. Maybe it was during that week in the playoffs, and I talked about maybe yoinking Madubuike away from them. And Ravens fans came at me in force on YouTube.
They like him.
Which is usually a pretty nice and pleasant place.
Shows how hot your take was.
Felt like Twitter for a bit.
Yeah.
And I'd been drinking too, so I don't know how I phrased it. I may have gotten kind of graphic, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
Civility people. And they were like, no, they've worked out a deal. Honestly, they were a little bit delusional at the time because they thought that Madubuike and the Ravens already had a deal in place. But the Ravens aren't a team that like use the franchise tag willy-nilly, but they really like Madubuike. I think like the Ravens are a team that has a certain type of guy that they have on their team, and that's how they always end up having very respectable defenses. Like they just take blue-collar studs, like blue-collar plus. Like they've got the attitude of a blue-collar player, but they also have that world-class athleticism. That's what Madubuike falls into, and I think there's just no way in hell they're going to let him walk out the door.
Yeah, I guess the ripple effect from that, if we're just looking at Baltimore, is if you're a Texan fan who wants the Texans to kick tires on Patrick Queen, he didn't get the franchise tag. So there's that.
And it also it leaves Chris Jones out there it leaves Chris Jones out there as
to tweet
probably the number one. And again, everybody's board is different. I think there's some teams out there that might really not want to touch Chris Jones because his play is very inconsistent. Like his production comes in very, very big moments, but then he kind of cruises at other times. And I think there's some GMs out there that are going to be like, okay, I can see the appeal, especially if you're a team like the Chiefs, perhaps, but not on our team, not right now. But physically, yeah, he's the best guy out there.
Yeah. He's also getting people a little worked up on social media, right? The Chris Jones.
So James Palmer and Mike Garofalo were talking on the NFL Network about what might potentially happen in the AFC West. And Garofalo made some kind of little hint about how there might be another team in the AFC West that would want to go after Chris Jones. And then he eventually said, okay, don't make me say the Raiders, but he's hinting that it might be the Raiders that are interested in Chris Jones. So a Chiefs fan responded to that with some kind of, it's behind a paywall right now. It was some kind of threat towards Chris Jones, basically like you better not let this happen or else. And Chris Jones responded to that veiled threat with a handshake emoji.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that means that, okay, I'll fight you if I end up going out there, or like a handshake and that like, yeah, don't worry, bro, I'm not going to go to the Raiders.
Yeah. The Twitter/X user was somebody named @GameDayGourmet.
Yeah.
And the tweeted a story about Garofalo's comments and tagged Jones, and he said, quote, "You do this, and you're dead to us," @StoneColdJones. Oh, Chris Jones's Twitter handle is Stone Cold Jones?
It's not bad.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I don't worry about his inconsistent play now. Let's just go ahead and I'll
sign
him
him
up because of his Twitter handle.
I think he's a wrestling fan, probably. That's what that tells me. You do this, and you're dead to us. Boy, fans are fun, huh? You do this and you're dead to us. What the hell? You guys won 3 Super Bowls.
There's a potential, like a rekindling of a Raiders-Chiefs hatred. I like it.
I do too. No, I'm here for any rivalry. So a handshake emoji. I bet they're dissecting that today in Kansas.
Well, yes. Like, I mean, the two big things would either be like, okay, that's fine. If I'm dead to you, I'm dead to you. Or it could be like, yeah, I get it. Don't worry, man. I'm not gonna do that to you. Handshake emoji.
That's how I read it. Chris Jones seems like a fairly fun-loving guy. I think he was like, yeah, don't worry about it, man. I'm gonna be a Chief. It's all good.
It could also mean, yeah, it's more likely that it's the second one, and also if it is the second one, like, don't worry, I'll be a Chief. Maybe the handshake emoji means that they've got he's already got an agreement.
I like that.
In theory,
I like
they've got until next Wednesday to do it.
Text message. Yeah, that's true. He won't hit the market. Well, teams can start talking to him on Monday, but technically won't hit the market till Wednesday. Azeez Al-Shahir would be much cheaper and a better fit than Patrick Queen, right? That's a text message. He definitely cheaper. And I'm throwing Patrick Queen's name out there. I've thrown Queen's name out there as a player I would like, but I'm not like standing on the table. Like Christian Wilkins, I really, really want badly for the Texans. If they sign Patrick Queen, then I'll go, okay, well, what's the money? And if he's on the Texans, then awesome. But Al-Shahir is a name that we're hearing a lot for the Texans the last few days.
I think Luvu and Al-Shahir are two guys that are probably, they're not big names like Patrick Queen. They don't have the fanfare and what have you, but are equally enticing. I think with Luvu, I know he's not regarded as a great cover guy, but as our listeners pointed out, I didn't really spot any issues when the Texans played the Panthers with his coverage or anybody's pretty bad for the Texans passing offense.
Yeah.
So I think, don't get overly fixated on Queen. The one thing with Queen is that in Baltimore, they found that he played better when he wasn't the green dot guy, when he didn't have the speaker in his helmet and being the play caller, where he could just line up and play. And I think the Texans probably feel the same way about Christian Harris. Christian Harris, I think, still needs another year of seasoning. I mean, DeMeco said last year was like his rookie year. I don't know if I think they probably feel better. And I felt like on games where Christian Harris looked like he was doing the play calling, I felt better about him when he wasn't. So that's where Patrick Queen might not be the best fit right now. Al Shahir or Luvu might be a better guy there.
All right, headlines. We got a bunch of them to get to. Dalton Schultz, we'll circle back to the Rockets. We got news on Justin Verlander, a whole lot of stuff going on. Busy day here on the show here on Sports Radio 610, so we'll get to headlines coming up next. Headline in our house was when we purchased a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus.
Center.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines here and start with Dalton Schultz. He will be back with your Houston Rockets. This is what he wanted. He told The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley back at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas about a month ago that he would love to come back to Houston.
Is this where you want to be next year?
Oh, I would love to be in Houston, man. There's no doubt about that. Like, I loved my time. Like, again, special organization, special quarterback. Love the scheme, love the coaches. I've loved everything about Houston. So I'm confident that we can find some
Can I tell you something that I think maybe we've already started taking for granted? Everybody just sit back wherever you are right now and close your eyes, including if you're driving. I don't care if you're driving. Close your eyes. Can I get sued for that? Don't close your eyes if you're driving.
Don't do it. Yeah.
So, but otherwise, if you have the opportunity, think about the fact that Dalton Schultz just called it a special organization.
I was just going to say the same thing. How am I just noticing this?
Like, do you realize like the 180 they've pulled?
It's incredible.
In terms of discourse, and you and I at the Super Bowl, like every single damn person we talked to would have like a glint in their eyes when they would ask about DeMeco or what the organization was like and the direction they were moving. Certainly when they were talking about Stroud, it was just a completely different reception than the last few years where, frankly, I was glad that we weren't going to the Super Bowl for Radio Row.
No, you're right. They would have just stopped and looked at us like circus freaks. Like
they would have stuck us in a broom closet somewhere. Yeah. Like, look at those pandering fools.
It is wild, man.
Racists, the both of them.
I was thinking the same, not the racist part. I was thinking the same thing. But just listening to Schultz, like, yeah. Can you imagine someone saying that about the Texans? You know, maybe even like a year ago, even like after in between hiring DeMeco and drafting CJ Stroud in that time frame, you know?
Honestly, man, like so much of it is just all about getting a coach and a GM that are A, decent people, and B, work well together.
Yeah.
And like, it's a helps. That goes a long way. I don't know if there wouldn't quite be the glow without CJ Stroud.
No.
So that's all you need.
Yeah.
All you need is a GM, a head coach, and a quarterback.
Piece of cake.
It's simple.
I don't know
why more people don't do it.
Yeah. What are all these 31 other teams flailing around right now?
Stupid is what it is.
Except Kansas City. You guys are doing pretty good. Details on Dalton Schultz, because some of you just getting into your car may not have them. 3 years, $36 million. $23.5 million guaranteed. If you're wondering, okay, is that relatively speaking a lot of money? Seth, you said you looked it up and it puts him 13th average annual value among tight ends.
13th average annual value right now. And I know, like I'm not going to get all
a million ways to measure a contract.
Yeah,
right?
Sometimes that's a little janky, but whatever. It's not one of the top tight end contracts in the league.
Yeah, I'm cool.
And after this year's free agency, he might be even lower ranked, and then certainly after next year, because that's the way it works, it'll be even lower still. So I think that this was a 100% a situation in which Dalton Schultz was more valuable to the Texans than he probably would be to anybody else because of his relationship with CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
And because of that, also, the Texans were more valuable to Dalton Schultz, who, sat out there in free agency last year, didn't get the deal he was probably expecting, came to the Texans on a one-year deal when they had yet to draft a quarterback. They didn't know who the quarterback was going to be. All that bad PR about the Texans was still out there.
Yep.
They were still a laughing stock in a lot of regards. So if you can think about maybe the emotional state he was in last year compared to where he feels pretty good about, like, all right, this is respectable money, and I'm going to be able to build and be in a place I like with a quarterback that's still getting better.
And everything they promised me, and I don't know what the exact promises that were made. If they made any promises, maybe they just promised him an opportunity. But
the moon and stars is what I heard, Sean. The moon and the stars.
But all the things that he was thinking this could be in his head, like what's the best possible scenario? I have to imagine it might have exceeded that. When you consider what C.J. Stroud wound up being, Well,
even honestly, think about where, like, being in Dallas, and I'm not trying to, poop on Dallas or anything. I think Dallas Cowboys fans would agree with me right now. He might have felt he probably feels better about C.J. Stroud and the prospects of everything they could become right now than certainly he would have felt like in his last year at Dallas, where he was going to be on his way out and everything. Yeah, it's just the whole fit The whole fit probably feels a lot better right now.
That's great.
CJ's not going to be making $50 million a year until a couple years from now.
Not for a little bit. We'll hear from Dalton Schultz top of the hour on CJ Stroud. And you can tell, like, the other, one of the big reasons why he's excited to be back. Last night, Rockets beat the Spurs 114-101. This was a fun game. Alperen Sengun and Victor Wembanyama. I don't know where people had this potential rivalry on their power rankings here in the city of Houston, but last night certainly added a lot of spice to it. Alperen Sengun, who's been, borderline all-star play for most of the year. Victor Wembanyama is the next big thing. Sengun took him to the woodshed last night to the tune of 45 points and 16 rebounds and some real highlight plays down the stretch in this game. Away with this thing towards the end of the game. Wemby had 10 points on 4 of 10 shooting. So it was a complete mismatch. Wembanyama was a little banged up coming into the game, but still, Sengun was awesome. Here was Sengun on what his strategy was coming into the game.
He's so tall, really. He's really tall, but he's not that strong yet, So I was going his chest and put him under the rim. So, like I said, they didn't double me tonight that much, so I work and under the rim.
So there you go. Yeah, not a lot of double teams for Sengun, which is it's kind of a departure from what he's been seeing lately.
The only thing I'd say is that there's a certain, from different cultures, there's like sometimes way more frankness than is customary in America. And I don't know if like Turkey is that way or not, but like Russia's that way. They're very, very honest, blunt, to the point where they're not trying to talk trash or anything. They're just saying like, wow, you look really ugly today. And they mean it, They're not like just trying to get under your skin. So I don't know what. The tone that Sengun said that was kind of matter of fact, he's just not that strong. Which you don't need to be a physiology major to look at Wembanyama and think like, yeah, he's probably not that strong. He doesn't even look wiry strong or anything. I think he was just matter-of-factly saying like he's not that strong, and I just bulldozed him.
Yeah, I don't think Sengun's at the nuanced stage of his English yet either. He's only like a year or two into. You know what I mean? Like when you're just new to the language, you're probably inherently more blunt, and you're not.
I was kind of hoping that he was just actually. Yeah. The only thing I wonder is, at some point, is Wembanyama, is he going to bulk up? Is he going to gain like 30 pounds?
Can he on that frame? What the hell?
I don't know. Yeah,
he just might.
30 pounds sounds like a lot, but on that frame, that's spread out.
It is. It is stretchy. Yes. So 114-101, Rockets beat the Spurs last night.
He was just so happy not to come to the Rockets. It's nice to be able to get to that point again where we can, at least for one evening, be like, yeah, stupid. Cold takes exposed. Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with that website, Wembanyama?
Yeah. What's the French version of Cold Takes Exposed?
Sacre bleu.
Les takes froid.
We invented the French fry. That's what they say. They're very upset over there about us taking the pommes frites from them.
James Harden comes back to Toyota Center tonight. Fun 24 hours, huh? Wemby on Tuesday, and the Clippers coming to town on a back-to-back tonight. Early start, 6:30 tip tonight over at Toyota Center.
I've got that was the one thing, Leatu Leitu, the edge rusher, from UCLA.
Yeah,
he's got kind of a Euro chop, but it's like the Euro step equivalent in football of pass rushing. He learned it by watching James Harden.
Are you being funny right now, or did he really?
No, it's 100% true. It was in an article in The Athletic. He and his coach used to kind of actually Danton Lennon is his coach, who used to be a coach here a couple years ago.
Yeah.
But they were like going over film of watching James Harden and like incorporating the Euro step into his pass rush arsenal.
I like the creativity.
Oh, no. Dude, this kid, he's so polished.
Yeah.
It's crazy how skilled he is. Yeah.
Okay.
I like him, but he scares me.
Okay.
It's I don't think he's a good fit for the Texans.
Okay, save it. We'll get to him. Save it. We'll get to him.
I love him,
but
I don't think he's a good fit. I just want to be friends, is what I'm saying.
I got you. Great personality.
It's not a fit. Yeah.
Right. Okay, Payne and Pendergast with you. By the way, Justin Verlander will open the season on the IL. I think we touched on that at the end yesterday, but in case you didn't know, he will open the season. The earliest Justin Verlander will be able to pitch this season will be on April the 11th at Kansas City. When he goes on the injured list. A whole lot more to get to on the show. Let's circle back to Dalton Schultz. One big reason we didn't touch on in headlines that I love this signing, especially given the time of year we're on right now, and also the remaining in-house free agents. which are the ones we feel most strongly about are going to follow Dalton Schultz back into the building? We will get to that here on Payne and Pendergast coming up next. Seth, you got to talk about trees right now, baby.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Dalton Schultz remains a Houston Texan, and if you want to know one of the big reasons why, just listen to Dalton Schultz at the Super Bowl on with the guys in the afternoon, the drive, Stoerner and Hughley, talking about when he knew CJ Stroud.
When you can stack game performances back to back to back to back the ways that he did, like when you're down a touchdown and you can just will your team to get the go-ahead score versus Tampa Bay, and like, dude, you go back and you watch those throws on the final drive and like tell me that's not a top 5 quarterback. Like tell me that kid is like not one of the best in the league. Like he does that. He does that week in and week out. And it seems like to me, playing with him, it's like when the lights come on, like when it's game day, when you need him to perform is like when he's at his most calm and when he performs the best. Dude's just stone cold. Like he's a killer, man.
Yeah. This thing worked out for Dalton Schultz, I would say probably even better than he could have possibly imagined. You know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially with a rookie quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
Never know.
Yeah, like the rookie quarterback turned into this, you know?
Look, when rookie quarterbacks perform well these days, as often as not, probably more often than not, it's with a whole lot of running as well. It's when a quarterback can come in and use his legs really well to either improvise, extend, get himself out of trouble when he can't make his way through the progressions. And with CJ Stroud, it was just the opposite. He used his legs to extend and did a good job of it at times, but it was mostly just about how cerebral he was with it. And I don't think you can ever anticipate that out of any rookie quarterback. Andrew Luck was a brilliant prospect, went on to become a very, very good NFL quarterback. But in his first year, he threw a boatload of interceptions. He just, it took things up. CJ's stretch of no interceptions might be the most impressive part of all of that, because he was doing it while also averaging almost 8 yards per attempt. It wasn't a lot of rookie quarterbacks. If they come in, they don't throw interceptions. Well, what are they doing? Like Mac Jones up in New England, a lot of dinking and dunking. Yeah. Let's just take a college game. We'll take a college offense and try to adapt it to the NFL a little bit. And it wasn't like that at all. So, yeah, that part of it. And then CJ stringing games together, like Dalton mentioned. I think the comparison that I was really hesitant to make at the time that I kind of forgot about, but I'll return to it now and like double down on it, is a lot of CJ's rookie season felt a lot like Jordan's rookie season, where you're waiting for the opponents to make their adjustments now that they've got film on him, and then see how either Jordan or CJ does in adjusting to the adjustment. And it's really cool to watch, because Jordan did it brilliantly his first year. CJ did it like almost in I would give him about a 2-week window where he would face obstacles and then figure it out and overcome the obstacle, and then it would be on to the next obstacle. But in diagnosing blitz, some of the disguised coverages, all of these various things that rookies struggle with, he just kind of took it all in and understood what the challenge was. I would say even when he adjusted to the pass rush and he wasn't getting sacked, he realized that, you know what? I got to take it every now and then. I can't be so fixated on getting rid of the ball quickly, because people are going to start to game it. So, all right, yeah, I'm going to get sacked every now and then, but we just got to find the right balance.
Just to back up your point about CJ and making teams adjusting to him and then him making counter adjustments, you highlighted the stretch. I think it was 192 passes, something like 191, 192, something like that he didn't throw an interception to begin his career. Finally threw one against New Orleans in week 6, I think it was. He didn't throw an interception after week 11. His 5 interceptions all came within like a 5-week period. He threw one against the Saints. He threw that one at the end of the game against the Bengals and almost cost them the game. Then he had 3 against Arizona in a game that they won. Every game he threw an interception, they actually won. They were 3-0 in games where he threw interceptions. He had just as long a streak after throwing his 5 interceptions of interceptionless football as he did coming into the league. So yeah, he's remarkable, man.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm having fun that this Dalton Schultz thing has actually turned into reflecting on CJ Stroud, because it also reminds me of Will Anderson just in the way he kind of adapted and adjusted as the season went on. I think for both those guys, you really saw the benefit of all the intangibles, like their personalities, their work ethics, all of that. Is that Will Anderson was like, he wasn't listening to anybody that wanted to act like, well, no, he's winning the pass rushes and he's getting double teamed, so it's no big deal that he's not actually getting the quarterback down. Will was like, screw that. No, it's about getting the quarterback down. And he adjusted and changed his game so that, yeah, it's not enough to win a clean, and you got to finish at the quarterback.
Yeah.
And Will understood that, and some of the changes and tweaks he made along the way really showed up in the second half of the season. So yeah, the growth and development of both those guys is something that I don't think that Dalton Schultz would have anticipated from CJ Stroud, nor like I said, with any rookie, you can never really predict it because you just don't know until they face the challenge.
Yeah, I would guess that maybe Dalton Schultz, and this is probably, obviously it's a question for Dalton Schultz, if you know, when the media gets a chance to talk to him about all this, like his thoughts about what this might be probably had more to do with him individually just because of the contract. You know, like, okay, yeah, I think I'd go there and get 60 catches or 65 catches. In his wildest dreams, I don't think he thought they'd be 10-7, win the division, and he'd be playing with a quarterback who's the next big thing. You know,
honestly, he may have been thinking, yeah, you know what? And their receivers, look, they got a rookie who's like 132 pounds, and they've got a guy who's always banged up, so I'll probably get a lot of targets. Maybe. If you had told him beforehand, hey, Nico and Tank are actually going to be really good this year, I don't know if he would have chosen the Texans.
Maybe
like,
not.
regardless of anything else, he might have thought, oh, okay. No, I needed to go somewhere where I knew I was going to be a focal point.
Yeah. I think this is a huge brick in the continuity, the CJ Stroud continuity wall. Dalton Schultz coming back. And I think, too, like you look at it, Seth, Slowik coming back, Gerard Johnson coming back, Nico and Tank are here, obviously. The offensive line is same cast of characters, hopefully healthier, and a year in the system. That'll be better. Dalton Schultz coming back. The areas that there are going to be changes, I actually think are going to be upgrades. So, you know, where you go like, all right, well, no, so the third receiver, you know, it's not going to be Noah Brown, Robert Woods. No, it'll probably be somebody better that they get in free agency. We've got names we'll get to later in the show, maybe. Running back. I think it's going to be a better running back room. I think if they bring back Devin Singletary, and I think they're going to go get somebody else, maybe a DeAndre Swift type, maybe Derrick Henry, to supplement that. Oftentimes when the bricks get knocked out of the continuity wall for a quarterback at any stage of their growth, like, think about Patrick Mahomes. Like, the things Patrick Mahomes has to deal with when there's not continuity is having to take things that are really downgrades and make them better. You know, like CJ, it's all going to be it's all going to be either the same guys or more talented guys than the ones that were there last year, theoretically.
And this is all part of a 2 or 3 year transition, too, with any young quarterback, where you want to get him to the point where after you've paid him, he's the guy that makes guys around him better. You know, he's already at the point where you don't have to trade for a Tyreek Hill to find out what you have in him. You know, you don't have to be making excuses or actually making up entirely new criteria like, oh, he throws a catchable ball or any of that nonsense. Like, you can actually look at him and say, all right, we got 2 more years on his rookie contract, and by the time we get to the end of those 2 years, well, 2 years before they renegotiate his rookie contract, by the time we get to the end of that, and you know, 3 years, after 3 years, the cap figure will go up. We want to be sure that we can say goodbye to a receiver that maybe is getting high, making too much money, and CJ can turn a substandard tight end into a really good tight end, all of those things. And you can focus the money on defense or running back or whatever else it might be.
Yep. Here is DeMeco Ryans. If you're wondering, okay, the Dalton Schultz signing just happened. If you're trying to kind of handicap this thing, I think there's 7 or 8 more guys that are in-house free agents that are on the board at least to come back as Houston Texans. But, I mean, DeMeco Ryans kind of put his cards on the table when it comes to his approach, what he feels the right way to look at free agency is.
When you talk about free agents, when you have that firsthand look of the guys who you've spent day after day with, you know them. You know their strengths, you know their weaknesses, right? You know everything about the player. You know how they are when things get hot and heavy, like how do they handle it. So I think there is an advantage to, man, I know exactly who this guy is. I know exactly how he will respond, as opposed to reaching for someone you may on another team that you may not have much info about. So that's, I mean, that's
That's it right there. Like that's Dalton Schultz is the first of what I think are going to be a few of these guys. I think a handful that DeMeco definitely wants back. I think at least a couple of them will be back with the Texans.
I like to know how a guy's going to respond when it gets hot and heavy too.
Yeah,
you just never know. That's the you don't want him to reach. That's for sure. Singletary, Cashman, Steven Nelson, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Kaimi Fairbairn, and Cam Johnson.
Those are the big ones.
Those are the starters who are also free agents.
Yeah.
And I guess we could throw in there Denver linebacker. It wasn't even with Cashman, I don't feel like that was ever like a written in pen spot on the depth chart or anything. Of those guys, like who are the fabric guys, the guys that are most emblematic of what you think DeMeco's trying to build?
Well, I think he's already said with Singletary. I think he all but without using the word fabric or tapestry, called Singletary that last week. So I think Singletary is. I think he likes all these guys. Let me just be clear about that.
And with that doesn't mean that Singletary is the bell cow or anything.
No.
But it's like he really epitomizes like the type of personality, the type of guy they want on the team.
Yeah, and I think they're going to address that running back room so that Singletary's not in a bell cow role. He's in a role. Who do you think?
I think that Cashman could be if it weren't in terms of in spirit and all of that. But the biggest issue with him is that he's just been injured a lot, and I don't think they can go into a season expecting him. He's kind of like he's like a budget version of Giancarlo Stanton. Like you go into a season and if he's a starter, like you can't count on even 15 or 16 games out of him. Yeah. So I don't know if I would call him a fabric guy. Steven Nelson, I don't think can ever attain fabric status just because of the whole social media incident.
Ironically, tweeting a picture of something that had fabric in it, a vest.
Yes. I think Jonathan Grenard is totally a fabric guy.
Yes.
I think Jonathan Grenard is just going to get priced out of this quilt that we're weaving, and it's unfortunate, but you can't. You got to make compromises. Johnson, Kaimi Fairbairn. I'd say those guys, fabric guys.
They are. I guess it just comes down to, do you feel like, because they're both, you're getting probably close to $5-6 million for each of those guys if people feel like they're the best at what they do. I'll be honest with you, like the other positions, like the regular positions, it's easy to kind of go around the league and say, all right, well, we know this team's going to be looking for a Grenard. We know this team's going to be looking for a Cashman. I haven't really scoured the kicker and punter situations for the 32 teams to know exactly what the market's going to be for Fairbairn and Johnson. I'll say this about both guys. I would love to have both of them back, and those are probably positions where it makes sense to not penny pinch. And I say that, look, of all positions as Texan fans, those two positions should be ones that we should feel acutely inclined to pay for, because we had to live through the first month of the season with Ty Zentner instead of Cam Johnston. That was terrible. And then
what a waste of a great name.
I know, it's a really good name. And then we had to live through the Matt Amendola era, where every kick was an adventure when Kaimi Fairbairn was out. So in some ways, like the Texans, honestly, in some ways, the injuries to Cam Johnston and Kaimi Fairbairn last year might have been the best thing to ever happen to him, because it gave the Texans a chance to taste what it was like to not have either of those guys. And I will say this, not fun. Not fun at all.
The Texans last year, I want to double check myself. Last year, they were the second highest spenders on specialists. Between the kicker, second only the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
There's an arms race in the AFC West. Chiefs number 1, Raiders number 3 in specialist spending. So it's not territory that the Texans haven't been in, and it's one thing that kept the Texans from being, down in Browns terror. Like when the Browns were really bad and they were winless in a season, I think the special teams kept the Texans from being that bad in those seasons.
Yeah.
For whatever that's worth.
Yeah.
If the specialists hadn't been good in 2022, Sean, who knows? The Texans might have had the number 1 overall pick and drafted Bryce Young. I don't know. Who knows?
See, having good specialists kept them at number 2, and they drafted CJ Stroud. So sign him. Fairbairn. To answer your question, I go Singletary, Cashman, Grenard, for sure fabric guys. I'm going to put the specialists aside just because the swarm ethos doesn't really click for kickers and punters with me.
Yeah, I guess. Well, yeah, but Cam Johnston played Australian rules football.
Fair enough. I'll put Cam in there because of that. That's a good point. Singletary, Cashman, Grenard. Those are the three. I think they like Nelson and Rankins. I just think Rankins feels expendable to me. I feel like of all the positions, that's one they're looking to upgrade is interior of the defensive line.
Well, you know when Bill O'Brien had that one quote the 1 year, which I think it was controversial. I liked it. I can't remember where he said hey, the starting running back might not be on the roster right now, and he said that in July, I think, and which is true. I think that they very much looked at running back hey, you can go out and find a Singletary or somebody like that at any given time. I can't remember which running back it was at the time.
It was Carlos Hyde. They went and traded for. He went training camp in 2019, and then he traded for Carlos Hyde and immediately anointed him as starting running back.
Look at you with your steel trap memory.
Yeah, man.
And I shouldn't be that impressed by you remembering something from 4 or 5 years ago, but still, Sean, it's impressive.
I appreciate it.
So I think likewise, I think they feel that way about maybe a Sheldon Rankins. Yeah. The guys that you get on a 1 year deal that are that were already veterans. They were out there in free agency. They were veterans. Unless they really blow you away, which is, kind of like Dalton Schultz. I think Dalton Schultz and forming that relationship with CJ Stroud, that was huge for him because when they signed Dalton Schultz, in their mind, they're thinking, okay, we can go find another Dalton Schultz next year if we have to. Mm-hmm. So, he had to earn his way into getting that contract. And I think Rankins, maybe he did earn his way into them trying to get him before free agency begins, or maybe they're thinking, all right, we can go find another Rankins if we have to.
Yep. A measurement of the star power of CJ Stroud, and Seth is both excited and terrified about what the Texans do in this latest mock draft that we've unearthed. We will get to that coming up next.
In the Loop.
I don't want to bury the lead.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so you want to get a gauge on the star power of your Houston Texans and their quarterback and their Rookie of the Year defensive end. Here was Laiatu Latu, defensive end for UCLA. We'll get to him in just a second, but he was on with Mike Florio and Chris Sims at the Combine, and Florio asked him, is there going to be somebody, like when you're out there on the field next year, you're going to be a little starstruck by?
Who's the player in the NFL now that when you're there and you're on the field with him, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that guy's out there?
I mean, it's going to be crazy. It's like so many people. I mean, you see here CJ Stroud and stuff like that, and then I got to meet him a little bit at the Lombardi, and then, I mean, shoot, if I ever see Max Crosby, even on the sideline on the other, I'm going to be like, oh my gosh.
Fanboy over
like,
here.
No, for real. Like, it's going to be hard not to.
Yeah, so
like
he
2 for 3.
Yeah, Latu had said, I watched the interview. It was a good interview.
Yeah.
I watched the interview. Max Crosby is his, like, that's who he. They asked him who you model your game after. That's why Max Crosby's name dips in there. But how about that? Like, who are you going to be starstruck by? First 2 names pop up. CJ Stroud.
I wasn't
Will
offended
Anderson.
that he said Max Crosby.
No.
anything. I didn't need him to be purely all Texans or anything like that.
Blake Cashman. Oh man,
a little blood in that egg. What the hell's going on? Yeah, I think that this is a problem. There's a problem with Latu, who I absolutely love, because this kid, if you watch him, I mean, like, he is an artist. He is an absolute artist when it comes to rushing the passer, in a way that very few college kids are. And a lot of the reason that he came to look and play the way that he does was that in 2021, when he was at Washington, he had a really bad neck injury.
Mm-hmm.
And to the point where he thought he might not be able to play football again. He actually considered he was close to accepting a deal with the Seattle Pro Rugby team to go play rugby.
Really?
And that wasn't like some promotional thing. He's a genuinely good rugby player. I talked to my brother about him. My brother was huge in rugby, and he was like identified as one of the young up and coming guys that hopefully would go pro someday if he didn't make it in the NFL.
Oh, no kidding.
And, yeah. And I'll give you a little bit more on that later. Sport rugby is, in some respects, it's easier on your neck and head,
sure,
because you're not wearing helmets.
You're not leading with your neck and head.
Yes, everybody's much more upright all the time. There's no blocking. Like, there's not as much total contact in rugby, or at least collisions. So that was the reason. But suffice it to say, it was a serious neck injury, and there was a chance he wasn't going to play football at all again. That was 2021. So as he's waiting to get cleared to play, he just, something switched in him, and he just went full bore into obsessive compulsive preparation and learning how to rush the passer, dissecting film, picked up a Euro step from James Harden. Like, literally, I'm not joking about that. He actually, watching James Harden, he decided to incorporate the Euro step into his arsenal. And he's just got a really, really good sense for how to set offensive linemen up. He understands setting a rush up and how to counter if you have to counter, but you don't have to plan on countering. Like, all this next level stuff, he just does it. And he just kind of, when you watch him, he glides past guys. Like, it looks like something out of a martial arts movie, like where like the target disappears. Like, it's like trying to punch a ball of water in space. There's nothing to hit. And it's kind of freaky to watch, and it's beautiful. Like, it's artistic because he's so good at it. And yet, he's not a physical guy. He plays really upright, and at times he loses the power because of that. And I don't know if it's because he's trying to protect his neck. Supposed to play these days, but I get, maybe this is the old school meathead in me, and I think in DeMeco too, that you want guys that are going to stick their neck in there and and be literal head bashers. So I don't know if on this offense, I don't know if this is the place for him, because there's not a physicality to his play. Against the run, he's okay, and he knows how to place his hands. He's got good technique, but he doesn't have explosiveness or genuine power. And he's just got this long, lean frame where I feel like a 3-4, where he'd be more of a traditional outside linebacker in a 3-4, might be a better scenario for him. I'd be surprised if the Texans take him because of their emphasis on the physical side of things. And I just don't know if Leitu's that guy.
You sound very conflicted if they were to take him because you really like him.
I love him. I love the kid. Like, he came back from a neck injury, so he's got the gonads to actually still want to play football after having a really serious neck injury.
Good point.
And I'm telling you, it's so obvious that it's just grooved in him. Like with JJ. Like JJ didn't have a huge arsenal of pass rush moves.
No.
But he drilled it so much that it was just grooved into him. Like it's hardwired into your circuitry. And it just looks different when you hit these moves because you've just spent more time doing it. That's what it looks like with Leitu. So when you look at some of these other guys, and I get really frustrated with pass rushers these days, when you like a guy like Darius Robinson, for instance, he's a physical freak, built like a brick poop house and all that. But like very little technique or an arsenal of moves or anything like that. So he's got all the power that he could be working with, and he doesn't even approach what Leitu has done and figured out. And yet, like, I can see Darius Robinson adapting to the physical side of the game. I just don't know with Leitu if he's going to withstand it physically. The way I'll put it this way, Sean, like, his technique is so good that if you take J.J. Watt when he's 55 years old. When J.J. Watt is 55 years old, and as long as he's kept himself in good shape, and I presume he will be, he could step on to like any Division I campus and beat the snot out of any offensive tackle on any of those campuses in a pass rush.
With that technique.
Because his technique is so good and his timing, it's just automatic.
Yep.
It's like at that scene in $1 Million Baby where Morgan Freeman takes on the young punk boxer. But JJ's not, at the age of 55, going to be able to step onto an NFL practice field and win with that technique.
Yeah.
It's just he's not going to have the power and speed and everything. And you notice I talk a lot of smack about a 55-year-old J.J. Watt.
You do.
I'm pretty cocky when I'm talking about 55-year-old J.J. Watt.
I feel like we're building to something here.
So, like, that's how I kind of look at Leitu right now. He's just got this brilliant technique, but I don't know if he has the power, or really the speed. Like, he's not. He doesn't look absurdly fast or athletic or explosive on film, and then the measurables back that up. So I just don't know what he's going to be in the NFL, and I don't think he's going to be a traditional 4-3 defensive end like the Texans want.
It's in the Athletics' latest mock draft. That's the one we hit on yesterday.
Yeah.
In the CBS dropped one yesterday that if it plays out like this, you might have an angry Sean Pendergast the next day. And I'll tell you why in a second. Let's tell you first who the Texans are taking in this one. With the 23rd pick, the Houston Texans select Johnny Newton, or Jerzon Newton, who's going who's going by Johnny Newton for draft purposes these days. He's the Illinois defensive tackle who has been mocked to the Texans in quite a few places. 6'2", 295. So that's who CBS. The thing that would have me irritated, not Newton. If they draft Newton, I'm willing to roll with that. It's a position that I think they should be looking hard at, defensive line. In this particular one, Seth, Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia, who I think is one of the best playmakers in this draft, and I'm not alone. He falls all the way to 21 to the Dolphins in this mock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
If he gets to, if Brock Bowers is
21, yeah.
You're still sitting there at 20 or 21? Come on,
load up, Nick.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
That's tempting, man, because especially nothing helps out a young tight end more than having another tight end on the other side of you.
Yeah.
And like Bowers, if you develop his blocking ability too, and you start to put teams in a bind as to what personnel groupings they're going to have out there. When you can have two tight ends out on the field and we know that Dalton Schultz is not a great run blocker whatsoever.
Yeah.
He is willing. That's what makes it even more frustrating. I guess willing to.
Yeah.
But they just don't get it done. So they're willing. They want to. They try. They just don't get it done.
Yeah.
But if Brock Bowers can develop into a credible blocker in the NFL, then you really put offenses in a bind with the two guys out there.
I don't think it happens. This is me dreaming a little bit, but
It's Sean. Weird stuff happens in the draft every year.
Yep.
And guys who are like, even every team in the league might think that Brock Bowers should go in the top 15, and yet because of their specific needs and because of like positional value and all that, and because there's so many good offensive tackles and wide receivers,
yes,
there's a I wouldn't say there's a very good chance he falls that far, but it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility.
That's the prospect. When I brought that up earlier this week, I think it was yesterday, because I played Peter Schrager talking about all the offensive. Peter Schrager's like, there's 12 offensive linemen who could go in the first round. We know there won't be 12. But there's going to be a lot, and there's going to be a lot that go before the Texans pick at 23. There's going to be a lot of quarterbacks that go before the Texans pick at 23. The Texans, I don't think, are in the market for either of those position groups, for sure not quarterback. And that might be the guy, like when we talk about guys getting pushed down to the Texans because they're just not in the market for some of these positions, and these are positions that are elite in this draft, Brock Bowers might be the guy that gets pushed down. I just envision in my head, man, like them trotting out an offense with Nico Collins on one side, Tank Dell on the other, and Bowers and Schultz out there as tight ends, and I go, holy smokes. Like that is CJ and shotgun back there with a running back standing next to him and those four guys out there.
The one thing, and this isn't fair, I'm divulging what's in my gut here, and I recognize and understand that it's not fair, okay? Everybody, so just, I'm going to be a hypocrite here a little bit.
Okay.
There's a part of me, just like some people might say, like, well, there's never been a good quarterback out of Ohio State before. Like, as of late, like that Georgia, like as awesome as Georgia has been, it hasn't been like they've got this unfettered string of successes coming out of Georgia into the pro ranks. They've had a few disappointments here and there. So I just it's not like I'm anti-Georgia. Obviously, some of the dudes, like the Philadelphia defensive line, for instance, some of them done very well. But I'm just like, all right, look, there's a Trayvon Walker out there. There's a Nakobe Dean. There's it's not just a slam dunk guarantee because they were awesome at Georgia that all transfers to the NFL.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a bias that I have, or at least a reality check. Like, all right, let me separate Bowers from the school a little bit here.
Okay, I got you. Boy, if he gets to 21. If he starts getting into the late teens and you're sitting with me at the draft party, you're going to be sitting next to one antsy mofo right there. If Brock Bowers is slipping like that into the late teens.
Yeah, and when it comes to a lot of the stuff he does too, like if you separate him from the offense that he's in, like the run after the catch and breaking tackles and all that stuff, it's not like the scheme is helping him do that. No. He's breaking tackles.
He's a freak, man. He's an absolute freak, no question.
All right, I'm off my anti-Georgia bias.
No, that's okay. You can be on it, but there can be exceptions, and maybe Brock Bowers is an exception. So we'll see.
So I want to look at you.
Take a victory
every day
lap.
And like have to just know that you're living with that, that you screwed the team forever.
I got a long list of things I've been wrong on. Just throw it on the fire, man.
Yeah.
Latest log on the fire, baby. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we'll get to a pretty heavy headline day here. We got a Rockets win last night that was fun. Dalton Schultz is re-signed. One huge reason for optimism for the Texans in 2024. I know we've listed the reasons why it could be a whole lot harder in 2024, but there is one thing for the Texans that should get your optimism level way, way up based on what happened in 2023. We'll tell you what that is next. I want to tell you about soda weight loss. If you're watching on the YouTube, watch.
SportsRadio.com/free.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. One huge reason for optimism for the Texans. This found its way onto my timeline yesterday. The website, it's a FTNFantasy.com. I think that's where the DVOA stat lives now. It's not on Football Outsiders anymore. I think it lives on FTN Fantasy now.
Real quick, that's Aaron Schatz who invented DVOA, and he's the one guy who didn't vote for Lamar Jackson for MVP. And remember, Stephen A. Smith acted like that must be a Buffalo writer who's afraid to go into the locker room. Really solid data as to why he didn't vote for Lamar Jackson. Like, he went at it and he explained it, and I got angry on his behalf, even though I'm not obviously as into the stat nerdy stuff as he is. Like, he had it all laid out as to like exactly why and how low Lamar Jackson ranked in various metrics and everything compared to other quarterbacks. But Stephen A. was just convinced. Stephen A. shouted on television, on national television, about how it was just some stupid writer who was afraid of Josh Allen.
Well, obviously not knowing who it was. Yeah, that's what made it so funny. Yeah, like so that's Aaron Schatz's website. He's got a stat in there called adjusted games lost for teams. How many games you lose to injury during a season?
Right, yeah.
And the Texans, I think we all felt it during the season. Like, we all felt it. The injury report, by the end of the year, that was the theme of the last segment of our show. It felt like every Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday was, well, today's an injury report day. We'll see if so-and-so is at least limited at practice. It was that way at the end of the year. The offensive line was a circus. They used 7 or 8 different combinations of offensive linemen throughout the season, the Texans did, and they were losing guys left and right. They've quantified it on this website, and the Texans were far and away the leader in adjusted games lost for a team last year. Like, their injury luck was horrible. They lost 159 games, player games, due to injury. The next closest was New England at 128. So the gap is the Texans and the Pats. Just a couple more here. On offense, the Texans lost nearly 107 games worth of players due to injury. The next closest was the Jets with 73. The Texans on the offensive line set the record for this century with number of games lost on the offensive line, with 82 on the offensive line.
This century?
This century. The next closest was last year's, or 2 years ago, 2022, Rams with 71. So they had 11 more games lost on the offensive line. So those are numbers that back up probably how you felt as a Texan, and this is why I say one huge reason for optimism for the Texans. I know the schedule is what it is. The schedule is way harder this year. There's no way that the injury luck can be in the neighborhood of this bad for the Texans.
And I can already hear what people are saying, Sean. When you say there's no way it can be as bad this year, I think there's a perception that it's always been this bad and ever will be for the future. It was like you pointed out last year, that bastard Lovie Smith kept them healthy enough that they were middle of the pack. That kept them out of the first overall pick, just screwing the Texans left and right.
Yep.
Trying to win football games, keeping the players healthy.
Sing it.
I tell you what. But no, they were relatively just standard last year. But I know this, and it's a valid concern, or at least it's fair for people to worry about it, perhaps. A lot of people, the 49ers in 2022 were really banged up a lot and had injuries and what have you. Is that something we have to worry about with DeMeco, because he puts such a emphasis on physicality? Whereas it's not just DeMeco when he was in San Francisco. That's Kyle Shanahan's whole deal. Kyle Shanahan wants guys he wants his team to be bullies. He wants them to run the hell out of the football. That's what he's about. Don't let his skinny little mopey face distract you. He's a savage, damn it. The 49ers this year were the 4th healthiest team in the league. So their focus on running the ball and all of that, it was not an issue this year. So it's just random dumb luck sometimes.
Yeah.
I've been through this so many times because I've been on teams where there's a rash of injuries and people start wanting fire the athletic trainer, what have you. I told you, Kevin Bastine, who was the first head athletic trainer for the Texans back in the expansion years, I can remember I think one year they wanted to give him athletic trainer of the year or some award like that, and Kevin was like, respectfully, no, because I know how this works. Because I know exactly how this works. We had a good stretch this year where we got lucky and nobody got injured. Next year, when all of a sudden we get dinged with 3 ACLs or something, they start pointing at the athletic trainers or the strength staff or somebody like that.
That's a smart guy.
Some of it's just random dumb chance.
That's a smart guy right there. That's someone who thinks spatially. He goes, okay, for this, it would stand to reason that I will get criticism when this thing that I have virtually zero control over.
It's tough, man.
Goes the other way.
It's tough for the athletic trainers and the strength coaches because there's so many experts out there, like air quote experts.
Right.
There's so many that know exactly why you're getting so many hamstring injuries or anything. Yeah, Kevin was awesome. Kevin was like one of the most even-keeled people alive. But I could tell you stories about some of the people in the organization that made him angry. So, Kevin, I know you listen sometimes. Text me if I was wrong on that story.
82 games on the offensive line alone for the Texans last year.
And that was the most this century?
That was the most
keeping track of it?
This century, yeah.
And that is another reason for optimism here, too, is that I fall victim to this myself. You got to appreciate just how banged up the offensive line was. That there were times where they weren't just playing with 4 backup offensive linemen. They were playing with 4 third-string offensive linemen.
Yeah.
At the end of the year, they still were playing with 3 backup offensive linemen, and a couple of those guys were the third option or fourth option at their positions. So I think there's a tendency to think, okay, this is what the offensive line was at the end of the year, and it's never going to get any better than that because they've spent all this money on these guys or what have you. I think there's objective reasons to be optimistic that it's unlikely that they'll have that much bad luck with injuries at the offensive line again. And in this offense, in any offense, really, but I think the cohesion between those offensive linemen really matters, and time in the system really matters. We can talk to Wade Smith the next time we have him on about just like how much reps and understanding of the offense in total matter in this type of offense because he lived it, obviously.
Yeah, they went through the whole season with backup plan Bs at 3 of the 5 positions. Right? I mean, they when they drew up the offensive line after the draft, I think in their minds they said it's going to go left to right. Laramie Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. Titus Howard didn't take a snap at right tackle. Juice Scruggs didn't take a snap at center. Kenyon Green didn't take a snap at left guard all year.
You know what people send me every now and then is a screenshot of Titus Howard's Twitter profile where it says right tackle only. And he did that like a year, headed into last season.
He did.
Was when he first did it and anybody noticed. And I don't know if he takes it off sometimes and puts it back on, but or people are just noticing it every now and then for the first time.
Yeah.
It is interesting that he played left guard last year despite having proclaimed himself right tackle only and gotten paid to be a right tackle.
Yeah, there were people acting like that was the first time he'd done that. It was not the first time he declared himself a right tackle on social media.
Yeah, I don't know if it stayed up there continuously or not, but it's and all these mock drafts. Listen, if you do a mock draft and you have the Texans take a right tackle, okay, I'm willing to hear you out. But if you do that and then don't even address that the Texans have a high-paid right tackle on the roster right now in your blurb, as you said last week, you have to cancel that guy. Mel Kiper did it. Mel Kiper drafted a right tackle, which, okay, fine, whatever, But you got to mention the fact that Titus Howard is there.
Yes.
My God.
Yeah, I felt bad. Like you cancel, of all the people to cancel, I had to cancel the godfather of the mock draft. But his mock draft is canceled on this show till next season. Maybe he learns a little something about football.
Maybe you'll figure out how to make it in this business.
Right.
Mel Kiper.
Get canceled by Payne and Pendergast.
You're never going to make it with that kind of prep.
Text message from 9108. I don't know why y'all think DeAndre Swift is an upgrade. Here's why. We mentioned DeAndre Swift as a possibility alongside Devin Singletary. So if we're to bring back Devin Singletary, he is, Devin Singletary is Devin Singletary, so he's back. Then you go, okay, well, who is DeAndre Swift an upgrade over? Well, that would be Dameon Pierce, who couldn't get on the field at the end of the year because he didn't understand or couldn't adapt to the system. So why do we think he's an upgrade? Because quite honestly, there's nowhere to go but up for the Texans running back room.
Yeah, if you are sitting at home thinking that Devin Singletary is going to be your bell cow back for the entire year, I feel like you might have an argument with Devin Singletary on your hands. I'm not sure if Devin Singletary thinks that, I should be the guy that's going to get 20 snaps a game.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think he's that guy, and I don't think the Texans think he's that guy either. Frankly, hardly anybody thinks anybody is that guy anymore. There's like 5 actual bell cows in the league. So the upgrade would be, next on the roster. If they sign DeAndre Swift, they're certainly not going to look at him as the only guy that's going to get carries all year. So whether it's Devin Singletary, if they signed DeAndre Swift, it would either be in conjunction with Devin Singletary or somebody else out there.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday.
Or they have Dare Ogunbowale just spend all offseason training for both kicking and running back.
Yeah.
And he becomes your...
It's one way to keep from spending $6 million on a kicker.
People always ask, how come punters can't be kickers also and vice versa? When the real question is, how come running backs can't just be your kickers?
I know. Running backs have played soccer. Running backs have played soccer at one point or another.
Yeah, they've got the strongest legs pound for pound on the team usually. The running backs do. That's got to transfer somehow.
True story. Hey, Ben, we got a couple minutes here before we get to the 8 at 8. Do we got the Deion Sanders? We got a couple crumbs from the Combine left over. Big deal was made about how Caleb Williams didn't provide any medicals to the 32 teams at the Combine. I actually thought Caleb Williams made a great point on this where he said, look, why should I provide medicals to all 32 teams when there's really probably maybe a sample space of 5-6 teams that could be like if they I'm including teams that could trade up
that are realistically going to trade up or why would he spend time providing medicals? Because at the Combine you go to like 6 different stations where they've got 5 or 6 doctors a piece at each of these stations, and you do the same physical and you answer the same questions all those times.
It sucks, right? It sucks.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And also not a competitive advantage there for whatever, just as a matter of policy. Like, I'm not going to give these future competitors any information I don't want them to have.
I agree with that. I don't agree with everything Caleb Williams is doing in terms of handling his business heading into the NFL. There's nothing that makes me super angry. I just don't necessarily agree with everything. This is one where I totally agree, and I think Deion Sanders back in 1989 kind of laid it out perfectly. Here's Deion today telling the story of his Combine back in 1989.
And it happened to be the Giants room. And they sat me down and gave me like a thick book. I mean, this thing was thicker than a phone book. I said, what's this? They said, this is our test that we give all the players. And all the guys was put their head up. I said, excuse me, what pick do you have in the draft? They said, I think 10th. I said, I'll be gone before then. I see y'all later. I ain't got time for this.
And you
That's the true story. That's the true story.
You left that room.
And anybody who followed Deion back in 1989 knows that is verbatim probably what he said to the New York Giants.
No, that was a notorious test that the Giants used to do. Yeah. It was a personality profile, and they kind of like cross-referenced it with great players from their past. So it was a 500-question personality profile.
Oh, jeez.
And the whole theory is that, like, okay, you get to the guys to the point where they're not thinking, they're not trying to game the test. Yeah. They're just answering because they want to get through it so you get a better indication of it. It was bogus. It was really, and I think other teams hated it too. They're like, why? Like, you're soaking up these guys for however long it takes to just even if you're not paying attention, to fill out all those bubbles. And I remember one of my Bernie DePalma, my college athletic trainer, kind of pulled me aside because somebody interviewed me about some of the Combine stuff. And I'm just this kid from Cornell, didn't know what the hell I was doing or anything there. I was lucky to be invited to the Combine. Somebody had asked me about that, and I kind of gave like a scathing assessment of personality profiles in general, and specifically the Giants one. And Bernie was like, hey, Seth, I don't know if you're really in a position to be, pulling a Deion here. You might want to be careful about looking like the lone dissenter while you're trying to get drafted out of Cornell University. Yeah.
Oh, man, I don't know. I'd be like, somebody's going to draft me. I take this test. Okay. So now my sample space is down to 31 teams that could draft.
It was, you know what it was? There was a lot of questions. It was like, I prefer poetry or auto mechanics. And you're like, all right, well, like I'm pretty sure I know what you're going for here, but also I don't like either. Like, what the hell? Like, I know what you're going for, and I know you want me to answer auto mechanics, but I also feel like, shouldn't I be telling the truth? So the test didn't sit well with me.
Do you think it was position specific? Do you think like there were some positions that they would have they would have liked poetry to be the answer?
Yeah, like for punters or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they probably cross-referenced it against a lot of the. I mean, they've taken it. They did it for decades. Honestly, they probably got some value out of it because all these other psychological profiles are done on big groups of people, or it's a group of like white housewives from Minnesota or something. The cross section of people that you're actually trying to learn about. So when you have that, you give that test year after year after year to the same group of prospective NFL players, and then you can see how those guys perform. They probably had some pretty good data in it.
Yep.
So.
All right, 888.
Boy, I probably should have paid more attention to that.
It all worked out for you. You did just fine.
Yes.
You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station, the 888, the Ocho, 8 stories. Here we go.
One.
Big one today, Dalton Schultz signing with the Houston Texans. 3 years, $36 million, $23.5 million guaranteed. Dalton Schultz is a very wealthy man. He already was, but now he's even wealthier today. Here was Dalton Schultz back in early February on The Drive, expressing his desire to be back in Houston.
Is this where you want to be next year?
Oh, I would love to be in Houston, man. There's no doubt about that. Like, I loved my time. Like, again, special organization, special quarterback. Love the scheme, love the coaches. I've loved everything about Houston. So I'm confident that we can find some common ground.
And it happened. It worked out. Dalton Schultz is a Houston Texan. I love this, Seth, for the continued continuity on offense for CJ Stroud. I love what this does to the sales pitch that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio have for free agents to kind of fall into that one-year class of free agent, the prove-it guys. I think they've got some great stories for prove-it guys now that who, if they prove it, have gotten. Malik Collins was one last year. He got a 2-year, $23 million extension kind of out of nowhere. Of an Indiana, and they rewarded him for that. Dalton Schultz played well last year. They've rewarded him for that.
You know what? I feel like this might be the indicator, though, too, when you frame it that way, that, man, it shows that they can be the prove-it place. I feel like when Steven Nelson first signed with the Texans, he felt like he was on a little bit of a prove-it because he felt like he was underpaid eventually and everything. I wonder if Dalton Schultz getting paid the way he did, and then, he basically said that it was the Malik Collins contract that set him off last year when he ended up being disgruntled because they took care of a player at the end of minicamp, and that was Malik Collins. I wonder if Dalton Schultz, if anything, pushes him out the door because he's like, oh, well, this is the ultimate disrespect. I've proven my worth, damn it.
Yeah, he may get a wake-up call when he hits the market. We'll see. I love the Schultz signing here. I have no problem with the money. The average annual value, I think, is the easiest thing for radio purposes to do the comparison with. And Dalton Schultz, the average annual value of this, he falls outside of the top 10. He's 13th, I think, is what you had said earlier in the show, Seth, for average annual value on a contract. If you ask me, is Dalton Schultz in that, 8 or 9 to 12 or 13 range of tight ends, I would say, yeah, absolutely. I know, he can do some things better, but the most important thing he does is move the chains and have chemistry with your young rookie quarterback, or soon to be second-year quarterback.
And look, he was, he was set to enter a free agency market where there's really not a lot of, certainly not great tight ends out there, and not even that many. He was probably going to get a pretty competitive deal this year, unlike last year. Mm-hmm. And this is a classic scenario of these guys are both more valuable to each other than they are to anybody else. Like the Texans have more reason to like Dalton Schultz than other teams, mostly because CJ Stroud has a really good relationship with him. And like a next level football relationship in terms of their ability to improvise and adapt, both in the game and on the sideline. Multiple instances this year. in just multiple ones that they've talked about. There are more that they haven't talked about where they've tweaked their routes and tweaked some of the play calling based on those two really having a good feel for being on the same page.
I think any team with a young quarterback was going to be in on Dalton Schultz based on the year he had with CJ Stroud. And I know that there's way more that goes into the year CJ had than just Dalton Schultz. But I think Dalton Schultz was going to have a pretty good sales pitch to these teams that have young quarterbacks that, hey, man, I can be that security blanket for your guy to move the chain. So good for Dalton Schultz.
2.
All right, Rockets beat the Spurs last night, 114-100. Fun game last night because if we're looking for what rivalries could look like, individual rivalries for the Rockets. Victor Wembanyama is going to be in this division for a long, long time. I think the hope is that Alperen Sengun is going to be a Rocket for a long, long time. Alperen Sengun took Victor Wembanyama to the woodshed last night. 45 points, 16 rebounds. He bullied him. In the second half of this game, he scored 30 points in the second half, Sengun did. He was bullying Victor Wembanyama by the end of this game. Wemby had 10 points in this game. Sengun, as I mentioned, had how he lit up Victor Wembanyama.
He's so tall, really. He's really tall, but he's not that strong yet, So I was going his chest and put him under the rim. So, like I said, it didn't double me tonight that much, so I work and under the rim.
Wemby's
a beanpole right now.
What was the last little 3 words that he said?
I don't know.
And I win? Is that what he said? Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
Wembanyama still had 7 blocks last night.
Yeah.
It's he's got. It's hard to get past that wingspan.
Yeah, he still did some good things, no doubt.
You're right. I mean, it's not like he was facing Wembanyama with the flu or anything. That's my point. It was just a matter of, okay, you unleash Sengun where he's not seeing all these double teams, and let these 2 youngsters go at it. And Sengun got the better of him to an extreme degree.
It was fun too. This was the 3rd straight game where the Rockets have gotten into a scuffle with the other team. Yeah, Amen Thompson got tripped by the Sochan kid, the kid from Baylor. Kind of a dirty play, kind of tripped him as they were running back on defense, turned into a shoving match. Thompson got a good shove in on him, too, for a young player. It was a 1-point game at that point. It was 66-65. Rockets go on to win by 13, man. Don't mess with the Rockets.
So what he had said was, he said, so I was going at his chest and put him under the rim.
Okay.
Under the rim.
Okay, which he did. Bullied him, man. Rockets have the Clippers coming into town tonight, James Harden.
3.
Justin Verlander will open the season on the injured list. This is the 2nd straight year. Astro fans may not realize that because open season as a New York Met, but this is 2 straight years now that Justin Verlander in his 40s will be opening the season on the IL. If he goes on the IL on opening day, Seth, March 28th, the earliest he could return would be April the 11th at Kansas City. According to an article by Chandler Rome in The Athletic. So be without Verlander for the first couple weeks of the season. Ronel Blanco, it sounds like, would take his spot in the rotation. He was good yesterday. 3 shutout innings, 4 strikeouts for Ronel Blanco. Yeah. There's no Justin Verlander.
I just love how, every year you swear you're not going to pay attention to stats in spring training, and then just earlier this week you're wetting your pants over Framber having a rough outing.
No, that's not true. That's okay. I know you're joking, but that's
you wet your pants.
You
literally wet your pants.
People are going to hear you say, well, not the wet your pants part. I was not worried about Framber. Now, do I take positive stats and when they help my mental health with the Astros, use them in spring training? Guilty as charged. I'm
not ready to replace Verlander with Blanco just yet.
Not yet.
Don't worry about it. Blanco's on the case.
I'm not there either. Let's move on.
0 runs in 3 innings. That's a Verlander-esque performance right there. Hey, Verlander gives up a lot in the first inning. Not Blanco.
Seth, you've been doing the show with me long enough to know what I think the sexiest part of this Ronel Blanco line score is.
The strikeouts.
The 4 strikeouts in 3 innings, baby. Oh, yeah. That's 12 per 9 innings, if you need to do the math. Ben wants us to move along. Micah Parsons.
Shut up, Ben.
Micah Parsons. That's right. We're going to 4 strikeout you in 3 innings, Ben. Micah Parsons is going to get his 5th-year option, but a familiar story here. He's going to get optioned as a defensive end by the Dallas Cowboys because that's where he lined up more often than not this past season. Not a linebacker, which is what he's listed as in the program. This would save the Cowboys $2.7 million if it were to come to a 5th-year option with Micah Parsons. I guess that's the upshot of all this is people expect the deal to be done way before the fifth-year option becomes a thing for Micah Parsons. But
that the whole thing is the team designates it, but then the NFL Management Council can deliver a ruling on whether or not you get the linebacker tag or the defensive end tag, and they base it on, I guess, where you line up, but also how often you drop into coverage, all that stuff. The funny thing about it with Clowney was that when Clowney was franchise tagged as an outside linebacker, he was angry. He was upset that he wasn't classified as a defensive end because back then defensive ends made more than linebackers. Mm-hmm. This is all just an indication of how stupid the position names have become. There's edge. These guys are edge rushers, and that's what they are. You can't. And they're close enough now that they're almost indistinguishable a lot of the time.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm guessing the Cowboys, if it does get to that, will do kind of what the Texans did with Clowney, which was you split the difference or do something to kind of make it up a little bit.
Yeah, they met in the middle on it.
5.
Joe Flacco would like to return to Cleveland next year. He has had talks with the Browns about returning, and I think it's all within the framework of, hey, man, I'll be the backup. It's cool. I know this is Deshaun's team. But, Seth, I need this to happen because we know at the first sign of Deshaun Watson playing poorly, and let's remind everybody, Deshaun is coming off surgery on his throwing shoulder. And let's remind everybody that prior to hurting his throwing shoulder, he had not played good football since late in the 2020 season. It's been a long time since Deshaun Watson has strung Sundays of good football together. I am here for Deshaun Watson struggling early in the year and Joe Flacco becoming the mayor of Cleveland by week 4.
I almost just don't want that for Cleveland because if there's one thing about Joe Flacco, and let's even put aside how he looked the very last time he took the field. No, we can't put it because it's integral to what I'm talking about. The interceptions. He's just as bad, and I tried to stick up for him. As a way of getting ready for the Browns, I tried to kind of undersell Joe Flacco's interceptions because a couple of them genuinely weren't his fault. But by the time we watched that playoff game, the Texans gamed Joe Flacco. Both those interceptions that set up scores were them showing one look, showing one coverage, and then rotating to another, and they just completely gamed Joe Flacco. He's still got the same issue ever he has. So I for the Browns' sake and their sanity, if they end up losing Deshaun Watson again or just flat out benching him, they can't go to Flacco. It'll end ugly. It'll end ugly, man. I don't want.
Are you not with me, though, involving Deshaun Watson being a whole lot of fun? We have no reason to watch.
Yes. No. I like that. I just wish it weren't Joe Flacco for the sake of the Browns fans. I feel bad for him.
I got you, but he is by far the most popular backup quarterback for Browns fans out there. I'll tell you what, Seth, that I am happy about, as long as we're talking about this. This will be the first year in a few years where I really don't care how the Browns do every Sunday. The last 3 years or 2 years, we've been watching them with the idea that, oh man, if they lose, that's 4 spots in the draft. That kind of thing. I'm done. I'm kind of glad we're done with that. I'm glad our football team is good too. Let me mention that.
Just real quick, I wonder how Amari Cooper feels about it, given that in his last 2 games of the regular season this year, he did have 374 yards rushing or receiving in 2 games with Joe Flacco throwing him the ball.
Yeah. D'Angelo Ross covering him. Yeah.
In the regular season, the playoffs was
different story.
Different, yeah.
All right, Cortland Sutton, wide receiver Broncos, has scrubbed his social media of all things Bronco. This is going to get very interesting now. I don't think that was a statement. If I had to guess, I don't know. I don't know that was a statement about Russell Wilson getting cut by the team finally. That would be a departure for guys sticking up for Russell Wilson on teams that he's been on. I do think it is indicative, if you're DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, probably more of a Nick thing, that if you're starting to look at teams where you might be able to cherry pick some assets off of, garage sale style, the Broncos do feel like here of kind of stripping things down a little bit, depending on what direction they're going at quarterback.
They might. They're taking such a huge hit at quarterback, and they might figure, all right, there's going to be a 2-year pill we have to swallow. Let's just go ahead and reset as much as possible, convert players to picks and what have you.
Yeah.
And that I don't want. It wouldn't be a fire sale necessarily. Maybe it will be. I think that, like we talked about yesterday, Sean Payton went into that situation wanting a 10-year contract, not just for the guaranteed money, but also with the understanding that, look, rich people who just bought this team, I'm going to lay it out for you. This might be a pretty vast undertaking. The trade that you spent to get me might have been like the final death blow to this chance, the chance of this team ever doing anything good in the next 2 years. But we'll give it a go with Russell and see what happens. But it might have been a 3-year process in Peyton's mind before they could really turn the corner.
Yep. So we'll see. Cortland Sutton may want out. Maybe you can go cherry pick some things out of the Broncos' yard.
7.
Seattle made some moves yesterday. They cut Jamal Adams. They cut Quandre Diggs, safety, so they're moving on there. They save a bunch of money on the cap. Quandre Diggs, Seth, I want to sign just based solely on his sense of humor. He tweeted yesterday after he got cut a GIF of Ice Cube kind of like shrugging his shoulders and being like, damn. And it says, got fired on my day off. Damn.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty funny. Yeah. For Friday, liked it. It doesn't sound like you're as sold on Quandre Diggs' sense of humor as I am.
Sorry, he did the Friday gift. Yeah. He got fired on his day off.
Yeah. I like that he's got a good outlook on things. You know, So Quandre Diggs. I do think that if they may need to shop for some safety help, and I think that would be a recyclable I would kick tires on right there if I were Nick Caserio.
8.
How old is he now?
Quandre Diggs?
Be like in his 10th year, isn't he?
Yeah, he's older.
Yeah, like he had a little bit of a drop-off last year that I felt at the time. It seemed like he was too young to have that drop-off, but he is getting up there. He's in his 30s.
How did I miss this Braylon Edwards story? Did you see this Braylon Edwards story about how he rescued some 80-year-old dude that was getting beat up at the Y?
I saw something about him being a hero, and I'm kind of soured on the last, the Mark Andrews hero story, where it may have been trumped up a little bit. His role in heroism was basically like, I've got a blood glucose monitor. I'm gonna. Yeah. Well,
Can I give you the details?
Judge of whether he was heroic.
Can I run this through your hero filter, Mr.
Yes.
Hero Filter guy?
Mark Andrews was not a hero, and he said as much himself.
Okay.
But the headlines were Mark Andrews, hero.
Let me run this.
Let me hear this.
Let me run this through your hero filter, judge, jury, and executioner. There's an 80-year-old dude, nameless, in this article, who was getting beat up in a YMCA locker room in the Detroit area. Braylon Edwards happened to be in the locker room. He heard a commotion on the other side of the lockers, and there was a 20-year-old man by the name of Malik Ali Smith, and the altercation seemed to start over a being too loud. Somebody's music being too loud.
I'm guessing the 80-year-old was the one complaining about the music. I don't mean to stereotype or anything.
Right. Well,
he might have been blasting the Lawrence Welk.
Connie Francis.
I don't know.
Who knows? But there was an argument, and this Malik Ali Smith was going to work on the 80-year-old dude, and he was getting ready to slam his head into a counter, and Braylon Edwards stepped in just in time, subdued Smith. Police came and got him. Now Smith's lawyer is saying that he may have mental health issues and whatnot. But the people who were there said that it could have gotten really bad for this 80-year-old guy. This guy might have died if Braylon Edwards
must be a big dude that nobody else had stepped in by that point.
Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe Braylon Edwards is the only other one in there. Who knows?
Maybe the 80-year-old's kind of a pain in the ass. You never know. Like he might be complaining about everything all the time.
Okay,
so they're kind of like, well, I'm not going to step in on this.
So knowing that we may not know exactly what the personality types were of the two people involved in the fight, does this qualify for you based on the description of the events? Is Braylon
I'm going to have to find out what the
80-year-old
said.
You need more information.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to have to find out what he said. 80-year-olds can be grading, man. They can be grading.
They can. I respect that you want all the information before you give out the all-important hero designation. Because hero is used a little too often.
I'm on Team Malik until I find out what this 80-year-old said.
All right, we need more info.
No, that's good of Braylon Edwards.
It is noble of him, yeah.
Yeah, that is. Honestly, that is knowing when to it's easy.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to. Sometimes you can make it more physical than it's going to be. People might be having a disagreement or something. Or obviously this one had progressed further on.
Yep.
Is the 80-year-old okay?
He's in stable condition. He's in stable condition. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now I feel bad.
Okay. I don't think it's going to get back to him, so I don't think you need to worry about it.
I'm sure he'd let me know about it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, and then hold up his iPhone and jam some Connie Francis in your ear.
Ebenezer won't shut up when it comes to the
Ebenezer. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the 8 at 8. Up next, the Mike Evans ship has sailed. I know that there's some of you out there that are very disappointed in that. There's some interesting names out there on the wide receiver market, though. Who are the best fits for the Houston Texans? A couple interesting names that we will get to and see what you think. That's next. I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Appreciate you tuning in. So the Mike Evans ship has sailed. I don't think it's a big surprise. Yeah, he's gonna.
It's a surprise to me, Sean.
He signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Seth. So you can take your number 13 Texans jersey that you just had made with Evans on the back, and you can.
Thought that was all a fever dream that I had.
Nope.
I woke up this morning and my nightmare was over. But nope, it begins anew.
There's a few of these mid-tier level wide receivers though that I'm hoping. I think probably in that 8 to 10, $12 million range. I think we're going to get one of these guys on the roster this year.
I know who you're thinking of.
Yeah.
I think it was on your free agency wish list. Mm-hmm. And I thought you had a very reasonable wish list. You were like, if you were my child, if I had 3 kids, you'd be my favorite because you'd have the reasonable wish list at Christmas.
Yeah.
Like, oh, look at this. He wants mittens. My God, look at this kid.
Mittens. Levante David was Mittens. Mittens. If he comes here, that's his new nickname. He's Mittens.
So the top receivers that in this one list on CBS, I'll tell you, for a year where there's so many potential great prospects in the draft.
Yeah.
You look at the list of wide receivers available in free agency now that Michael Pittman's out of it, especially, and it's like, okay, on this list, number 2, Calvin Ridley. All right. Hey, Marquise Brown. Maybe it's just been a mismatch. Gabe Davis. Woo! Promise and potential, production out of all those guys, but it's nothing that knocks your socks off.
No, Gabe
or
Davis.
Your mittens.
Yeah, my mittens that I got for Christmas from Seth. Gabe Davis is 4th. Yeah, the list that Seth's talking about is on CBSSports.com, and it's got a handful of names here I think the Texans are going to be in on because I think they need to upgrade the depth at wide receiver. I never felt like they needed to upgrade the tippy top of the wide receiver room because I feel like Nico Collins, Tank Dell, I'll throw Dalton Schultz in there too. Like as far as pass catchers go, that's a nice trio. Where they had issues was when those guys would get hurt or they'd be down 1 or 2 of those guys. Mechie enters the chat, or Xavier Hutchinson, or Robert Woods can't make it 8 weeks without getting injured. Now you got a bunch of guys that just couldn't get open. And
everybody wants to address the tip. You got to get a little bit further down.
Yes.
And that's where that's where you're thinking of.
The iceberg.
The zone that,
Yes. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
So, you mentioned Tyler Boyd, and
he's 6th on this list.
I think Tyler Boyd is perfect for a lot of reasons, Sean. Both reasons that matter and the reasons that don't.
Okay.
I do think that, man, he is that short and intermediate range target that can line up in the slot, but is a big body, or a bigger body by slot standards, and he's willing to run block. So that checks off that box. Okay, willing to be physical, even though he's a slot receiver. But you can have the other guys. You can have Nico and Tank Dell stretch the field and do all that fun stuff. But he reads coverages. He sits down in soft spots. He creates separation. He doesn't have the physical measurables. I think when DeMeco said that they look for separation, people immediately think, okay, who's the fastest? Like, no, there's other ways to create separation. And by reading zone, but then when you're in man, running your routes really well and everything, Tyler Boyd does all of that. And then I think the other side of it, the other reason that shouldn't really matter but kind of does, is the fan base will be placated a little bit because he's a name. He's still enough of a name because he's been on a prolific offense. People know who Tyler Boyd is. That they're like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, that's a good sign. That's a younger Robert Woods, and I'm okay with that. Yes.
Yep, younger Robert Woods, and I also bring him in and not asking him to do anything he wasn't doing in Cincinnati. He was the third wheel to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Here, he would be the third wheel to Nico Collins and a healthy Tank Dell.
He can be our tiny Bosch.
He can, the third wheel, a much shorter version of Bosch. Here's the Spot Rack's market value for Tyler Boyd: 3 years, $26 million. I would do that in a second. That's under $9 million a year for a third receiver.
Right.
A third receiver where you've still got the other 2 guys for now on rookie deals in Nico and Tank Dell.
I mean, frankly, it all sounds absurd these days, but that actually sounds reasonable.
It does. Like, $9 million.
I've turned into such an old man. These last couple of years have really turned me into an old man. The amount that just average everyday starters,
it's wild.
Sometimes backups are making it is crazy.
Yep, timing's everything.
He was 12th among receivers last year in target separation.
Okay.
So where is he? Where is Tyler Boyd? Average of 1.95 yards of separation at the target.
Okay.
Boom.
That matches the eye test. I watched him this year. I said, that's about one. He gets about 1.85 yards of separation. It's 1.95, you said?
1.95.
Okay, it looked like 1.85 to me, but 1.95.
Looks like you're off a little bit. 1.85.
A little bit, yeah.
I wouldn't even let that guy ride in my back seat. 1.85. My God, no. 1.95. And you know what? This is what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say this, Sean. This is one thing about Tyler Boyd. I'm watching him, and frankly, just catching things left, right, up, down, all over the place. CJ Stroud standards, Joe Burrow is kind of spraying it. Kind of like Tyler Boyd having to reach up to grab a pass that was thrown at Mach 3 speed that was errant. He just plucks it out of the air and off he goes. I feel like he might do even better with CJ Stroud level accuracy.
I don't think it's an exaggeration. I think some of these guys are going to be climbing over each other to play with CJ Stroud. Some of these receivers. Yeah. I really do. I think CJ Stroud is such a huge selling point. The one name on this list that they actually put the Texans as one of the best fits is not Tyler Boyd. It's Curtis Samuel from Washington. 3 years, $34.6 million, so about $11 million a year. I like Curtis Samuel. I think Curtis Samuel, he's been playing in a Washington offense the last few years, so it's been tough. But what they say about him here relative to the Texans is they could use more explosion in their receiving core after Nico and Tank, and Samuel could certainly provide it in the slot or lining up outside. He'd be an upgrade over an aging Robert Woods, and his presence would take some pressure off of Dell in his return from a season-ending leg injury. Tank's leg injury doesn't factor into me in terms of making signings and whatnot. Like, you know what? This guy will really take pressure off of Tank as his fully healed leg, I guess, mentally stresses him or something like that. I don't know.
Curtis, I almost would want Curtis Samuel just to see how happy he would be after leaving that situation. It feels like they've been in the NFL years, Washington. They've just kind of been off on their own. Even when they do good things, nobody really acknowledges it.
Yep.
They have Washington, which has one of the biggest fan bases and biggest stadiums, everything like that. One of the most storied franchises in the NFL. They've been treated kind of the way New Orleans gets treated these last couple of years, where it's like I don't feel like they get the actual credit that they should when they do things well. It's just too easy to forget about
them. They keep changing their name. That's the problem. Like, there's no identity there.
They were the Washington football team for 1 year.
Or two. Yeah.
It's completely gone from my consciousness.
Yep.
I liked the Washington football team. I wish they would have stuck with that.
Yeah, I was cool with it. Aaron Wilson just tweeted this, so let's see if this moves the needle at all. Sources.
Move my needle, Aaron.
Sources. Texans kicker Kaimi Fairbairn holding pivotal active negotiations for their standout kicker with some optimism of reaching a deal. Fairbairn was 9th among kickers with a $4.4 million average salary last season on his expiring deal. So this is a tweet kind of out of nowhere about 15 minutes ago that the two sides are holding active negotiations. Seth, so do we pump up the percentage chance here that we get a Kaimi Fairbairn report in the next day or two?
This is a little bit different than some of Aaron's other reports, because Aaron's reports with a lot of these guys have been that both sides are interested. This would hint that there's actually been progress along those lines.
How I
so
read
yeah,
it.
I'm optimistic about it. And honestly, I think you're kicking your punter if you don't have to.
No,
I think Texans have already established that they're willing to pay those guys. I think Nick is very much a guy that cares about special teams. It's been the one very, very respectable aspect of this team since Nick got here. They've had very good special teams. Like in general, defensive coaches seem to care more about special teams than offensive coaches for whatever reason. That's not 100%, but like DeMeco strikes me as a guy that cares about special teams.
Yeah.
So I think that they're probably going to come to something with both those guys.
I think so. I hope so. If you're somebody who is skeptical or maybe thinks like, I don't know, like you can draft a kicker and the punter in the 7th round. Just go get the best ones from college and have them be your punter and kicker. And I suppose without knowing who those people are, because I don't follow kickers and punters in college. But I would say this, just using the Texans last year as sort of the litmus test, I'll give you 2 names, Ty Zentner, Matt Amendola. Do we not remember the Ty Zentner and Matt Amendola eras at punter and kicker, respectively? When Cam Johnston was out for the first month of the season, punting was a miserable experience for this football team. When Kaimi Fairbairn was out for several games in the middle of the season, that was not fun having Matt Amendola come in and place kick for this team.
Matt Amendola was bad enough that you didn't even want to say anything bad about Matt Amendola.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's one of those things where I'm almost like, okay, when the freshman gets pressed into duty on your high school team, on the basketball team for whatever reason, you're not like, all right, I'm not going to barely got any curly ones yet, and he's out there playing against full-grown men.
Yeah.
That's how I felt with Matt Amendola. The only thing, too, is that there was also a little bit of, even though he doesn't even spell the name the same way, there was always a part of me that was like, okay, maybe I'll hold off on saying anything about Matt Amendola a little bit because Danny Amendola's family is up in the Woodlands. And I almost felt like I didn't want to insult the family.
Spelled different.
Even though they're not even related. Yeah.
Spelled different, actually.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It's not even,
Yeah.
And, which, by the way, Curtis Samuel and Deebo Samuel, I just double-checked this. I didn't think they were related, but not related.
Not related. Okay.
I just had to double-check to be sure they weren't cousins.
Before Deebo became really, really good, I used to get those two confused all the time. And then Deebo became one of the best receivers in football, and then it never happened again.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday here. A question: if you're on track to be a Hall of Famer, can you play your way out of the Hall of Fame before the end of your career? Because I think that we've got a test case here for this. That is next. Men's T Clinic, mensteclinic.com.
Presented by Pfizer.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Right, so if you play in a place for 10 years, like Russell Wilson did in Seattle, he played there 10 seasons, and I think he certainly has a good argument for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I don't know that he's a first ballot guy like some guys are going to be down the road, but he checks off some important boxes. You know, he won a Super Bowl. He went to another Super Bowl. The teams he played on in the regular season, like the worst team he played on was a 9-win team. He routinely won between 10 and 13 games every year. Answered the bell all the time, like never missed games. He started missing games when he was getting benched in Denver. So I think if he had just hung it up at the end of his time in Seattle, I think there's maybe not certainly not like a Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers argument for the Hall of Fame, but there's certainly a better, in my mind, like a better than Eli Manning argument for the Hall of Fame, because Russell Wilson was a legitimately really good to great regular season quarterback. He made the Pro Bowl, and I know the Pro Bowl is what it is, but he made it 9 out of 10 years in Seattle. That's pretty good. So I think there's certainly an argument to be made if he had just retired at the end in Seattle that he would be a Hall of Famer down the road. Does his 2 years in Denver and the record carnage that he leaves behind in dead money with the salary cap, the amount that just how big a failure that trade was, that he went 11-19, that he couldn't get it done with a Hall of Fame coach in Sean Payton, all those things. Can you play your way out of a Hall of Fame conversation, Seth?
I don't know. I don't think you can play your way out of it. If it ends up taking down like some of the averages for his career stats and what have you, then I suppose then you've got an argument there. It's harder now with guys like Russell Wilson. I wish, for one, I wish to just combine passing and rushing touchdowns. And some of the like I feel like Lamar Jackson has done a disservice in some respects because people love pulling up his passing stats and comparing him to others, like other guys, especially quarterbacks who aren't even running quarterbacks, and trying to act like that's an apples to apples comparison. But he's had, how many seasons has he played? Is it 12 now?
12 total, yeah.
12 seasons. Take a guess how many times he's thrown for more than 4,000 yards.
3.
4.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, like in this day and age,
I mean, you're asking made me put a low number out there.
Yeah,
I'll be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
right, exactly. I don't know, like in the modern passing era, I don't put a whole lot of emphasis on passing yardage in total because different offenses, et cetera. I try not to, I don't really usually care about who the passing leader is, but it's notable when somebody's way lower than another class of modern quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And that's where Russell Wilson is. I think on a year-by-year basis, if you look at the scoring offenses in Seattle, and I like to judge quarterbacks by their offenses in total more so than even their passing stats or anything like that, because a quarterback is the offense. If you're that good of a quarterback, then damn it, you better have an awesome offense pretty frequently. I mean, he was inside of the top 5 in points scored. Never. They were never top 5.
2015, it looks like.
2015, they were 4th. Oh, yeah, 4th. Yeah, 4th. That was the only time he was 4th in points allowed. Passing touchdowns. You know, he had that one stretch from 2018 to 2020 when he was insisting on cooking.
On let Russ cook.
He wanted to let Russ cook. Yeah. That was his best stretch, really, and it wasn't when the team was necessarily at its best or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, he had become more complete but even then, you know, the highest they were in points scored on offense was 6th. They were 9th. They were 8th. He was in the top 3 or 4 in touchdowns in those years, but that was a 3-year stretch. I just have never felt like there was enough of a dominant stretch of when he was supposed to be in his prime as a quarterback that he would be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I feel like if you feel like Kurt Warner is a Hall of Famer, then the answer, I'm not saying if you feel like Kurt Warner's a Hall of Famer, then Russell Wilson is, but if you feel like Kurt Warner is a Hall of Famer, then you are not somebody who feels like you can play your way out of the Hall of Fame, because Kurt Warner sucked in New York for the Giants after he left the Rams. He was terrible. I mean, they drafted Eli because Kurt Warner couldn't play. And then even when he got to Arizona, he was the backup to Matt Leinart. What got Kurt Warner into the Hall of Fame was he made another Super Bowl towards the end of his career.
Yeah, that's where I think, anytime anybody talks about, a guy should retire because he's hurting his legacy, it's always nonsense. There's almost nothing you can do other than maybe what Russell Wilson's doing right now. I guess that's more notable, Sean. Is he in the Hall of Fame of actually staining his legacy? Because, Jerry Rice, very few people even remember that he played in Seattle.
Yeah.
Joe Montana actually did play out, but still wasn't the same guy. Very few people even care or remember those last few years when you weren't that good. I feel like Russell Wilson, this has been such a spectacular fall from grace that if there were people who were on the fence about him being in the Hall of Fame, because he's very, very, very much on the fence.
Yeah.
I think leaning off of it.
Yeah.
But this would just Humpty Dumpty his ass right off of it.
This will affect some voters for sure. As far as my opinion goes on this, I don't think you can. And the reason I bring up Kurt Warner is he had some really, really bad years, right in the heart of his career. Russell Wilson's really, really bad years are coming at the end of his career. And so that's where the whole, is he playing his way out of it thing? It's more of a chronological thing. I don't care when the bad years took place. If they took place at the end, they took place at the end. If they took place in the middle, they took place at the middle. I'm cool with giving mulligans for bad years because my whole criteria for the Hall of Fame is, were you one of the truly tippy-top, very best for not even that extended a period of time? For me, it's 5 years. That's why I think Terrell Davis is undoubtedly a Hall of Famer. That's why I thought the whole debating Andre Johnson was so silly to me, because there's clearly a period of time for about 7 years where there were not 4 wide receivers on the planet better than Andre Johnson. That to me is the bigger argument against Russell Wilson. Was there ever a point in Russell Wilson's career? He's really good. Was there ever a point in his career, forget about the last 2 years in Denver, I'm talking about the 10 in Seattle, was there ever a point where I felt like, man, I'm watching for a 5-year period, let's say, that I'm watching greatness here with Russell Wilson.
I think is the fact that he never, ever, ever received a single MVP vote. Yeah. It's not just that he didn't win MVPs, because there aren't. There were more quarterbacks in the modern passing era that didn't win an MVP than I expected. I went back and looked at it, and I figured over the guys who played in the last 40 years when the passing game really took off, starting in, say, the 80s, really like the class of 83. Mm-hmm. Troy Aikman never won an MVP. Dan Fouts never won an MVP. Jim Kelly and Warren Moon. So those are the 4 guys from the last several decades that were in the Hall of Fame but never won an MVP.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson never received a single vote for MVP.
Yeah.
Ben Roethlisberger never received a vote for MVP, nor did Eli Manning. This goes back to when, before last year, you only got 1 vote.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you either got a vote or you didn't. Those 3 guys have never. I was a little bit surprised that Roethlisberger never got one.
Never got one. Never got one. A single vote. Yeah. You get literally the writers would just put one name on a piece of paper and send it in. Now they do 1 through 5. So it's easier to get CJ Stroud got a few 4th or 5th place votes this year. CJ Stroud has more MVP votes in his lifetime than Russell Wilson does.
That's
yep,
right.
Yep.
Nobody voted for Russ this year?
No.
You sure RG3 didn't or something if he had a vote? It wasn't...
Oh, thank you for the reminder, Seth. Yeah, RG3. RG3 was up in his feelings cussing about the Russell Wilson situation on Get Up yesterday. Here's RG3 yesterday.
I don't think that Greeny is making excuses for Russell Wilson. I think the bottom line is when you bring in a quarterback to that him, you have to fully cater it to him, not put him in an offense with a first-time head coach, a first-time play caller, a first-time GM, and a young team, and expect him to make chicken out of chicken. That's the bottom line. So that's not.
We're going to find out.
Wilson. It's the truth of his situation.
I guess, after 2022. I got confused a little bit when he was talking about a first-time play caller. Does he not know Sean Payton's history?
Yeah.
I guess. Okay, yeah. Sean Payton tailored the hell out of it for Russell Wilson this year. Mm-hmm. The reason that people are bringing up, he was 9th in passing touchdowns, and ignoring the fact that he also got sacked more than he's ever gotten in his career. His average yards per pass play was the worst it's ever been because he took so many sacks. He's a broken shell of himself when it comes to actually really being able to avoid danger. and like consistently produce and not kill drives. So yeah, he can still pull a highlight out of his butt here and there, and that's why I think between some of the box score stats and some of the highlights, I think people outside of Denver have a skewed perception of how he actually played this year.
Yeah. I don't think you can play your way out of the Hall of Fame, but man, Russell Wilson is going to put it to the test. $85 million in dead money left behind.
Who are the all-time? Deshaun Watson was never in the conversation. I guess Deshaun may have he might be one of the most egregious examples of a guy who very much could have been on a path to the Hall of Fame. The team was going to have to, but nobody would have laughed at you for thinking that it was a possibility.
Sure.
To where now I think it's highly, highly, highly unlikely.
No, I mean, look, I think with quarterbacks, if you're a good quarterback who winds up winning a couple of Super Bowls and you give yourself a puncher's chance, I just don't know that I just don't see that happening with Deshaun. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, let's circle back. The Dalton Schultz news. What do we expect to be the next big news to drop with the Texans? How good is this group of Texans free agents that they have? Like, how crucial is it that they either do bring some of these guys back or that they find suitable replacements? Because, man, there's a lot of work to do in the next week for the Houston Texans. That is coming up next.
Contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, some good stuff. Let's get to Dalton Schultz. If you're wondering why Dalton Schultz is back, well, I'm sure he'll answer the question at some point, but several reasons. 3 years, $36 million. Those are good reasons, I would say. $23.5 million guaranteed. His family's a whole lot richer today. But why are the Texans such a good fit? And you can just tell this dude loves CJ Stroud.
Dude, when you can stack game performances back to back to back to back the ways that he did, like when you're down a touchdown and you can just will your team to get the go-ahead score versus Tampa Bay, and like, dude, you go back and you watch those throws on the final drive, and like, tell me that's not a top 5 quarterback. Like, tell me, like, one of the best in the league. Like, he's just, he does that. He does that week in and week out. And it seems like, to me, playing with him, it's like when the lights come on, like when it's game day, when you need him to perform is like, one, when he's at his most calm and when he performs the best. Dude's just stone cold. Like, he's a killer, man.
Yeah, there's a chemistry there. And there was before they even took the field together. You know, you go back and you watch that documentary of CJ's offseason where he spent a lot of time in California with Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz. You know, you could see the connection there with those guys.
Yeah, Dalton, those guys, Dalton and Tank. And who was that other random white guy that was out there in that documentary?
I don't know. I have to go back and look.
We got to ask CJ Stroud, hey, who was the random white guy? I was trying to grab some clips from that yesterday, and it was annoying because this white guy kept showing up.
I'll find out.
Not
you know
that
what?
White guy. Get the other white guy.
I'm doing that event with CJ in a couple of weeks where I'm doing a sit-down with him. I won't ask him during the sit-down, but I'll ask him.
Do it.
No, I'm sure. I know I'm not going to.
CJ, the question the world's dying
They
to
want to know.
Yeah.
Who was the other white guy that was in that documentary? No, I'll ask him when we're hanging out backstage. I'll find out for you who that was.
Okay.
Yeah. So Dalton Schultz. I love this. The wall of continuity for CJ Stroud maintains yet another brick, and that brick's name is Dalton Schultz. Bobby Slowick, Gerard Johnson, Nico Tank, the offensive line. I honestly, Seth, one of my emotions in getting this news yesterday was relief. Because if they didn't sign Dalton Schultz, man, tight end all of a sudden became a position that is like, all due respect to Brevin Jordan and Tegan Cotoriano. So if the team were a dashboard in a car, tight end all of a sudden becomes one of these flashing red lights. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think, and we had a question on the text line that you pointed out, and I'm glad you did, because I think it's a really good one, and I'll use it to illustrate something about the Texans not having a viable starting tight end on the roster versus not, or versus having one. So, Seth, one question I would like you to opine about. When you look at Dalton Schultz and see he makes $12 million, and given his position, it feels okay, but $12 million for a running back seems high. Do you honestly think that Dalton Schultz matters to the team's success than a Saquon Barkley? In other words, instead of defining value relative to position, why don't we define value relative to team success? The short answer is yes. Dalton Schultz, specifically on this team this year, given where they were, especially with if they had lost Dalton Schultz in free agency, Dalton Schultz would do more because he plays tight end. And that's just the drop-off between viable tight end and non-viable tight end as your number one starter is just way bigger than the drop-off between Saquon Barkley and, say, Devin Singletary. It's just, I mean, that's just the nature of the way the game has evolved. You don't get as much bang for the buck out of running backs, even the really good ones. And even if you do, people just don't trust that they're going to stay healthy. And I know Saquon Barkley hasn't missed a whole bunch of games. I kind of wish he had for his own benefit, because now he had for long stretches of time. When he's trying to play through injuries, like he just has long stretches where he's not a very good running back. Like his health, you can't tell me for a single moment that his health hasn't been an issue. It's either that or he's just not that good at running back. Mm-hmm. So it's one of those two things. Either way, it's not what you necessarily want to pay a whole bunch of money to. If you think about it like in basketball, okay, most of the best athletes in the world on a pound-for-pound, inch-for-inch basis are probably like 6'2" point guards and shooting guards in the NBA. And yet, there are a bunch of inferior athletes who are 6'10", who make more money than a boatload of those 6'2" point guards. It's just harder to find it. And likewise, it's harder to find viable tight ends than it is to find viable running backs. It's harder to find viable offensive guards than it is to find viable running backs. And that's why guards will make more. That's why how many guards are going to make more than Saquon Barkley this year? Like 30?
A lot. So it's, I understand the question, but like it's a really tricky thing to remove because it's so relevant to the conversation. Is right. The value Seth and I aren't the ones defining these values. These are values that are clearly defined by the league, and you can't divorce position from it. That's how the franchise tag is a position-based thing, like it's really hard to remove that. Like that's the reason why that dynamic exists is because those positions are viewed as more valuable or less replaceable than Saquon Barkley. Yeah.
So, and I guess the answer is like it really is. Almost every team in the league thinks that there are multiple positions on a team that are worth paying more than running backs, no matter who the running back is.
Yep. It's a good question. It's a really good question. So Dalton Schultz coming back. I think it also sends a great message to guys that are looking at the Texans in the next week or so that might be in a Dalton Schultz type situation. Like, hey, I'm looking for 1 year. That might be the type of receiver the Texans get. The Texans might get a better receiver than you think because maybe he comes here for 1 year on a deal and wants to play with CJ Stroud and put up some numbers for a year. Who knows? But I think I think the message is good. The Texans, I haven't looked at all the other 31 teams in the league to see where they are on retaining guys and valuing the information that you get on guys being in your building for however long they're in your building. I'm comfortable in saying that I think the Texans skew way towards the end of them valuing the predictability that comes with knowledge of what a guy is like.
I do really like your point that you've made, Sean, about the Texans now over the course of the last couple of years have shown that you can come to the Texans on a prove-it contract and make it pay off. Mm-hmm. Like the Texans defense was doing that for a little while back when Romeo's defenses were still very good defenses, despite however we felt about the team in general. And Tyrann Mathieu came here on a 1 year prove-it deal, got paid off in Kansas City. That yields dividends over time because you can get these guys that are coming off of injury or just were in a bad scheme or system. And I think Nick probably is banking on a lot of that, and some of his guys will come and some of them will go, but there will be perhaps a Brandon Brooks here or there. Brandon Brooks was a really good young guard for the Texans. For whatever reason, Bill O'Brien and he didn't seem to be on the same page, and Brandon Brooks goes off to Philadelphia and ends up being one of the best guards in the league for a few years. Now that was the nature of that was more personal. I don't think it'll get personal with Nick Caserio like that, but I don't know if. I guess this year it would be Jonathan Grenard. Jonathan Grenard would be the guy that you could see going off and being a Brandon Brooks. Mm-hmm. Like you're watching him from afar and thinking like, he got 19 sacks. What the hell?
Yeah. I think I put Cashman in there too. The potential and Cashman might even fit it more than Brandon Brooks because Grenard's season made a lot of people sit up and take notice. I don't know that anybody saw that coming from Brandon Brooks. Like, Brandon Brooks became an all-pro guard, He was the thing about Brandon Brooks was he was already really good. He was just underappreciated, I think. And maybe partly because Bill O'Brien, I guess, just didn't like him, whatever the deal was. Yeah. So, like, he was very good when he was here. It was under better circumstances when he was in Philadelphia. I think with Cashman, though, I would get it. If Cashman goes somewhere else, like he's been banged up a lot. He's been injured a lot. As has Grenard, but Grenard's a pass rusher. If Grenard goes elsewhere, I'd give Nick a pass based on the injury history. Mm-hmm. But it'd be really tough to give that pass if Grenard 16 sack seasons in a row or something. Well, and I think a lot of people are going to say, okay, he's gone. What do you replace him with? That's going to factor into what people feel too.
And that's, I guess, maybe that's one of the bigger stories about right now is that three of your top four defensive ends in terms of pass rushing ability are all free agents right now. Mm-hmm. And Jerry Hughes I think he's turning 36 this year.
Yeah, he's old.
We've gotten no official word, but I don't know if he's planning on playing or not. Yeah. He might be a guy that's stays healthy. If I were Jerry Hughes, my advice to him would be to just don't plan on playing football until November. Just bide your time.
Yeah.
Stay in shape. Yeah.
Guys are doing that now. I think he would be, if he still wants to play. If he still wants to play, that might be the approach. And he lives here in Houston, so it'd be easy access for him to just head on over to NRG Stadium.
Just ride his bike to the facility.
He could. Schultz is a great example of, hey, if you come here on a 1-year prove-it deal, we take care of guys like that. But I think even the 1-year guys, Seth, that even if they don't stay here, like, let's pretend Singletary doesn't stay here. Like, he was given every opportunity to max out his 1 season in Houston. Sheldon Rankins was given every opportunity to max out his 1 season in Houston. Steven Nelson was on a 2-year deal, but like he maxed out his opportunity here. I think there's a message too to guys like, hey, look, if you come here, you're getting dropped into a really good environment to thrive and succeed. And if we're able to come to an agreement where you want to stay here and we find a good number, we are not afraid to do that. And we're not afraid to do it at any time on the calendar in June during training camp. Dalton Schultz gets his done a week before free agency. Nick Caserio said, we'll do a contract anytime. This isn't the Rick Smith world we live in where the week 1 rolls around and then we don't do contracts for 5 months.
It's a good point.
We'll do it at any time. So, man, it could come at any time. But even these guys who don't stay were put in great positions to succeed this year,
Feels a little bit like a dating reality show when you lay it out that way.
That's right.
Anything could happen at any time. We're going to take a look at you, and we're going to figure out what happens.
Yeah.
I saw Love is Blind, like a few little snippets of it for the first time, and I was under the impression that it was like actually blind people dating or something. I think it's because I had seen like Love on the Spectrum, and I figured Love is Blind or something. Like I figured it was something like that. But it turns out they just can't see each other, huh? They just don't know what they look like.
Behind a curtain, yeah.
Have there been some pretty egregious examples of people seeing the other one for the first time and you're like, nope.
I don't know if it's ever been that extreme where they go, nope. But I've told you that one of Amy's coworkers was on season 5 of Love is Blind.
Yeah,
and we almost spoiled it on the air.
Blind.
Yeah. No, she wasn't. She's a teacher. Not that you can't be.
Blind people can't be teachers. Apparently.
Well, dude. I would be hesitant. I would be hesitant to plug a blind person in some of these classes at Amy's school. Let me just put it that way.
You got to be dodging projectiles.
Yeah.
Can you dodge a brick?
This is not a statement about disabilities or anything like that. It's for their own safety. Okay. But she was on. Her name's Taylor, real cool, pretty girl. She's awesome. We love Taylor. She was on there, got engaged.
You're kind of blowing the whole Love is Blind.
Got engaged, and they peeled back the curtain, literally, and it was not an immediate love connection between the two. And the guy who had asked her to marry him, who had been super nice when there was the curtain in between them, but then when the curtain got removed, he kind of like toned it way down, and then ultimately just went in on her about like how much makeup she was wearing and how fake she looked and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So she has now turned that into a brand called Caked Up, which she is selling on her Instagram account.
This sounds. Then it turned into one of these things I see on the internet where it's just some dude like making women feel bad about themselves as he interviews like OnlyFans girls or something. He just sits there like, your parents should be ashamed of you.
Your parents should be
I don't know.
ashamed.
That's what the algorithm's been sending me these days.
Your parents should be ashamed of you. That's how you're spending your time, shaming OnlyFans models.
It's weird. It's like these guys like trying to make themselves look super intelligent by making like women who aren't that bright look dumb. You're loading the deck a little bit.
Yeah, man. You know? Yeah. So to answer your question, that's the only season of Love is Blind that I've watched because they've all played in my living room while I've been doing things on my computer because Amy watches every single season of it.
Okay.
But that was the closest I've seen to like, oh, okay, this isn't what I was expecting.
I understand you might not know the answer. What does proposal entail? Is there, I mean, like, how real of a proposal is it?
It's real.
Is there some, like, if you break it, are you penalized somehow?
Oh, no. That, like, their engagement didn't last. And I don't,
okay.
No, Taylor has been penalized by now having 167,000 Instagram followers. That was the penalty.
Nice.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking.
Why is she wasting time with teaching?
She's
making money off of that Insta.
She is making, I think, some money off the Insta. You got to, as long as you got time, you got to keep your plan B in place. You never know how. This is a very new world of all these, reality stars selling thing on, with these big Instagram accounts. You don't know.
Yeah, you never know when the
shelf life is. Right.
So did he just flat out say you wear too much makeup?
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. It was pretty mean.
Is he a fundamentalist or something?
I don't remember his profile. I'm not sure.
Do you feel like she wears too much makeup?
No, I don't. I think she's really pretty. I mean, she wears makeup like any other girl does, but no, I think she's really pretty. No, Taylor's awesome. Yeah.
Because sometimes guys don't have a good...
No, this guy was... He was punching up. Like, he was like...
Yeah.
He outkicked his coverage.
Like,
he was no big prize himself, this guy.
Really?
Yeah.
It's probably the first time he'd ever seen a woman in person, and he didn't realize they wear makeup. He's like, I just want a nice, natural beauty. And, like, meanwhile, he's got, like, pictures of super filtered, photoshopped women and everything.
Yes.
Like a natural lady.
Wait a second. I didn't realize that there's a residue that created that look. Huh.
I like women whose pubic hair is naturally symmetrical.
Okay.
That just happens naturally.
On all these websites.
What are you, shaved? Wearing makeup and shaving?
I'm out. Out of the contest. So, yeah, that's weird. Like,
How come you don't know those naturally 2-inch long eyelashes the way that dames in my magazines do?
I just like that she leaned into the whole thing and has now created a brand over it. I think that's what you do.
She should create an account where they do nothing but bash that dude. Now I hate him.
Yeah,
I hate that guy.
I'll text Amy during the break and find out.
Tell her to send me his information. I'm gonna have a talk to him.
You would intimidate the hell out of him. I'll tell you that, little worm. All right.
I'm gonna show up in full makeup too.
Big red
psycho
lips.
Clown.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear a psycho clown makeup.
What do you think of this?
Either that or just lipstick smeared all over my face. Hey, Jim.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we are gonna play. We played a little game of Would You yesterday with the Alex Bregman contract. There are Framber numbers out now, so we will play the little game of Would You with Framber. Would you? Framber, next.
In the Loop.
I don't want to bury the
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle over to the Astros for a minute, because as much as we're talking about these contracts that Houston Texans are getting over these next couple of weeks, there is contract talk in Astros camp as well. We talked about Alex Bregman. The projection for him on The Athletic was 7 years, $210 million. I'd do that deal for Alex Bregman, I think. I'd kind of stress and swallow hard a little bit, but I would do that deal. This Framber deal, Seth, on The Athletic. We've got a Kyle Tucker projection as well. The Framber one is a more interesting conversation, I think, because I think there's zero chance that the Astros do the proposed Tucker deal. We'll get to it. I was surprised. Number's a little low, I thought, the projection for Framber Valdez on here. And he is the face of this article. The article is Extension Week Part 2, how much for Framber Valdez and other pitchers in their arbitration years right now. So he's the big name. Keep in mind, coming off a few months of baseball at the end of last year where he was not the best version of him. 5 years, and this would be a contract he would sign before the season starts this year. 5 years, $105 million.
Ooh.
So you'd be buying out this year and next year of arbitration, and then his first 3 years of free agency.
Yeah.
5 years, 105.
I would do it.
I would too.
I would do that.
That felt low to me.
Did it feel low?
Well, it felt low to me because I think Framber he's gonna bounce back this year.
Yeah, we're sitting here in the white hot after effects of him falling apart in the second half of last season, and then just falling apart in the playoffs. It left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And we have also experienced the previous version of Framber before his incredible breakout, where Frambering was a bad thing. Like, oh, he's Frambering, he's falling apart, he's melting down. And I still got some of that in me, Sean. There's a part of me that just thinks, man,
understandable.
Is it going to be 5 years of up and down?
Yeah.
If you had to commit to this right now, it would make me a little bit nervous. You've got another year where you can play with it. If this ends up being the number after this season, he's looked more like he did in 2022, I'll be A-okay with that number.
I just can't shake Garrett Cole getting $36 million a year. I can't shake Zach Wheeler getting $42 million a year. I can't shake Justin Verlander getting $43 million a year. Here you're talking about $21 million a year for a guy who to ignore what the second half of last season looked like. But from the beginning of 2022 through the All-Star game, which he should have started, you can make an argument that he was one of the 2 or 3 best pitchers in all of baseball for a year and a half. Like, that's a long period of time. So, and he was good before that too. Like, it was a gradual build for him to get to that. He didn't just burst onto the scene and all of a sudden be this phenom. I would do it because, honestly, even if he develops and settles into being above average, and I understand there's a possibility he could bottom out and it's a bad contract. Man, if you're getting him, it turns into the pitcher's. If he's above average, this is almost like the pitcher's version of the Yordan contract that you have right now. They're paying Yordan Alvarez like $20 million a year through like 2028. It is one of the most ridiculously cheap contracts if Yordan remains what he is in the history of the sport.
No, regardless, like, given the times and everything, at the very least, even if he ends up being injured like Giancarlo Stanton, at least he's not tied to this exorbitant free agency type of contract.
Yeah.
It just makes a lot of sense for the organization, given what his upside is. And if you're going to pay based on upside, Framber has earned that. I guess there's always a part of me, even though he's been gone a couple of years now, that I always worry a little bit of, like, okay, what if the residue of the Brent Strom effect was still holding holding everybody through 2022.
Yep.
You know, because his first Brent Stroud 22, and that was when Framber was just so incredibly consistent. But what if maybe some of the changes and shifts in the organization and the lack of Brent Strom is part of this? That's the one thing that haunts me.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really good point. I think the two pitching coaches, Miller and Murphy, caught very little heat last year in a situation that might have been begging for a little bit of heat, at least, given the regression of some of these guys.
I mean, some of it's tied to clearly to injuries, like with Lance and Luis Garcia.
Yeah.
Some of it's tied to weight issues. Optimistically, we're just assuming that's what it was with Javier, not to mention is the fact that he had to be a full-time starter for the first time. I mean, Framber's the tough nut to crack, because if it was a pitch clock issue catching up with him, or if it's pitch calm or anything like that, I don't know. That's the part that makes me nervous. That's why I get nervous about him wearing the second pitch comm.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm 100% with you on that. Like if it's a
Petey was tipping pitches.
Yeah. If it's a pitch clock issue with Framber, I'm okay with that. I think that's something you can adjust to. You know, you just get used to it. You figure it out. Kyle Tucker, 9 years, $211 million. I think there's a 0% chance that the Astros do a 9-year deal with anybody, including Kyle Tucker. I just don't think it's happening.
Yeah.
9 years, $211 million. Now, he's 27 years old, so that would take him through age 36. He is a rock. He plays every day. He plays a position that should age pretty well. He's a right fielder. You know, it's not a taxing position. Yet I still think that Jim Crane probably doesn't have the appetite to be paying a guy into his mid-30s like that. Now, 9 years, $211 is what? That's 20 – I'm going to say that. That's like 20, 23, 24 million a year.
The NFL had a huge increase in their salary cap this year, some $30 million or so.
Yeah.
The revenue was up. It hasn't been felt that way in baseball, even though revenue was at record levels this last year. Their competitive balance tax only went up by $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I wonder, though, if in future years with revenue increasing and everything, if they're anticipating the CBT to go up enough that maybe Jim Crane looks at both Bregman and Tucker and thinks, all right, well, we'll inflate our way out of this a little bit. And because there are no more, as of right now, there really aren't any more Bregmans or Tuckers that we have to worry about paying imminently. Now, Pena theoretically, but that's still a ways off. But I feel that, by the time Pena's ready to get paid, Altuve, very good chance he might be on his way out.
Yeah.
So I think that I'm still thinking that maybe Crane bends or changes his policy just because the composition of the pipeline has changed so much, and because the CBT will start to go.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. I think if there's an exception to the long-term rule, it's Kyle Tucker. My take is I don't think he's going to do it. If he did it, if we got a tweet today that they signed Kyle Tucker to 9 years, $211 million. I'm trying to do this math on the fly here. It's between $23 and $24 million a year for a guy who's super consistent. We had a texter yesterday say he has a relative that works for an MLB team in their analytics group that says that Kyle Tucker's the second best player in baseball behind Shohei Ohtani, which, look, Gold Glove caliber right fielder when he's trying his hardest out there.
Well, when you say last year was a weird year for him defensively,
I feel like he's protesting.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. There's still kind of a lopey nature about him.
Let this one sail over my head. I don't know.
I don't. There's some. Remember when Tucker first came up and his whole demeanor was kind of an issue?
Yeah.
With A.J. Hinch.
Hinch called him out,
The urgency. He called him out for his urgency. They needed to have the same level of urgency as the other guys. And it kind of took him a little while to figure that all out. I can't shake that. I can't shake it. There's just something about his chin or his manner of running.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not getting a jump on the ball the way he used to. That bothers. Even though it makes more sense to pay him than Bregman, at the very least, I know Bregman would physically assault people if it helped him get better as a baseball player. Bregman would do everything that it took to get better as a baseball player, and I just don't have that same feeling about Tucker.
It's a great question. Would you rather pay Kyle Tucker for the next 9 years or Alex Bregman for the next 7 years? It's an interesting question. Larry in Stafford wants in. He's come on, line one. Ben, can you pump up line one? There we go. I'm working on rotary dial phone here, Larry. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, son. Them rotary dials are those cordless phones that used to be in our house, man. They act up
the antenna?
man.
Yeah.
So, look here, man, on a couple things before I get to the Texans. Framber Valdez calling his own plays is the equivalent to watching Brad Lidge pitch to Albert Pujols, man. No, Framber is not mentally strong enough to be able to do that. And for anybody that's thinking that that's a knock on Framber, giving him more things to do now that he ain't got a haircut, I know that's a big deal for him, but no. You let the catcher, Yanair Diaz, call the damn game like he's supposed to, and let Framber get up there and try to figure out how he can get that sinker or that slider to work. I'm not trying to watch Framber go out there on the mound and give up gopher balls because his ass had melted down in front of 43,000 folks, man. Let Framber pitch and let Yanair call the damn game. Now, let's talk about Dalton Schultz. As Son has already indicated, I'm okay with the money and the fact that they bringing him back. The issue that I have with Dalton is that Dalton and Brevin Jordan can't block nobody. So now how they go about getting somebody else over there to block to be able to make sure that we have the kind of offense that we think that Bobby Slowick and CJ is going to run this year, that's going to be the key to it. And the key to it, like I told Clint yesterday, it's not just the tight end that we got to worry about. We better figure out real quick to put Titus Howard ass back at right tackle. And so the offensive line can go into the season exactly the way that we thought they would go into it last season with Laramie Thompson and Kenyon Green. We got to settle that offensive line down. And as much money as the Texans have, man, in free agency and things like that, there is absolutely no reason on this earth that you can't fix that run game by going out there and making a splash at running back in this free agent market. I know how everybody feels about Saquon. I don't give a damn if it's from Saquon to Derrick Henry to Josh Jacobs. That's how you fix this run game, because everybody's going to be loading up to try to figure out how to make CJ Stroud play a different type of game than he played as a rookie. And when you have somebody in that backfield that has garnered the respect like a Saquon or Derrick Henry has garnered, that changes the whole dynamic. I'm excited about this, Sean, because here's the thing. If you think back just 2 years ago, we were sitting here scratching our head about David Culley making any kind of decisions over there on Kirby. And now that we got DeMeco and Nick over there and everything just seems to be smooth sailing right now, this is the time that you apply all your trades that you learned up there in New England, Nick. Go out there and attack this thing, man, because I'm not talking window. I'm talking about us getting our ass to the Super Bowl, because we got a legitimate number one that can play against anybody, and I'm willing to spend whatever we can spend to get it done, fellas, and I'll holler.
Appreciate you, Larry. The funny thing is, the last part there about Nick and taking and applying all the Godfather that he learned in New England, I don't think there's – and Larry mentioned Saquon and others at the running back position.
Yeah.
There's a 0% chance that the New England Patriots of 2001 through 2019 would have signed Saquon Barkley for $12 million a year.
No, they were the team that pawned off all of their running backs on dumber teams like the Texans or the Titans or whomever else. They would take a Stephen Ridley or something.
Deion Lewis.
We could get 45 catches up there, and people think that it was just as simple as just doing it down here.
Yep.
So I don't know if that would be the answer. It is a weird year for running backs in that there are so many actual viable guys out there.
There's never been more name power on the market. It's like star power.
And so and honestly, I think the best spend. And again, it comes down to bang for your buck and exactly what are you getting for the guy. Unfortunately, because of the era we're in, Saquon Barkley, even at his prime, doesn't necessarily give you as much bang for the buck as some of the mid-tier guys or the slightly lesser names. But there is at the very least, I think the Texans are going to bring somebody in, and the guys that they have to choose from this year are a lot different than, frankly, just when Devin Singletary was the best guy available out there.
No doubt.
A different year in free agency.
Well, and it's a different year for the Texans to be the one doing the selling to these guys, because I don't think it'll be a hard sell. I think they're going to get somebody who's done some things in the NFL before, because I think guys are going to want to come play here. They know they're going to get the ball. I mean, the Texans want to run the football. They know that.
As far as the one thing about Schultz is, because I've told you, he's a willing blocker. He's just not so great at it. At least part of that is some familiarity with the scheme, and I think it'll get better this year. When he was in Dallas, actually, his last year up in Dallas, I didn't think he did a bad job blocking. There were times this year where I think he was off enough that he was trying to block, but he missed him badly, almost because of either a misalignment or a little bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah.
And at the very least, some of those bad instances aren't going to be either won't be they won't be as bad.
Yep.
They won't be him just getting completely skirted for nothing, like no effort whatsoever.
All right. I think DeMeco Ryans.
Like a pretty tepid endorsement right there.
I think DeMeco Ryans and Ime Udoka have a lot of
Ready
things.
for 3 inches of pain. That's what I just said.
A lot of things in common. I found another thing that they have in common. I think I did last night. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
I'll tell you what you've got in common with Mo.
Live from the Twins Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Real quick answer to a question here that somebody's asked a couple times now, because we were talking about Love is Blind a couple segments ago, and I was talking about a coworker of Amy's that was on there. As some of you who listen know, tonight is episode 2 of Survivor, season 46, in which Charlie, my daughter's boyfriend, is part of Team Sega on Survivor tonight.
He made it out. One of the dumbest people I've ever seen in any walk of life was
not Charlie.
No. Yeah, the timing on that was imperfect. My comma was way too long. One of the dumbest people I've ever seen in any walk of life. I was trying to think of the guy's name.
Jelinski.
He was ejected off. Jelinski. Dude, I don't. Whoa. That guy didn't make any sense at all. I don't understand how. I guess they bring in a couple patsies.
Yeah, they must.
That are doomed, right? He had zero he had zero concept of the way the game is played.
Yeah.
And you and I haven't watched this show in 20 years.
Right.
And I dropped back in, and I remember okay, well, clearly you don't act the way Jelinski's acting. Jelinski's worried that the other tribes aren't going to respect him if he lies.
Yeah.
What the fuck? He put his own tribe in danger because he wanted the respect of the competing tribes.
Yeah. Like I'd never watched the show before, and I'm like, there's no way this guy survives. And sure enough, he didn't. The question is, how do you know? Someone saying, Sean, how do you know so many people on reality shows? This is a coincidence. I tend to hang out with interesting people, I think. I like hanging out with interesting people. But I think this is just timing and coincidence. I don't think it's anything where I'd have to go through my Rolodex and see. I'm sure I've got maybe one or two other people in there who've been on a reality show of some sort before, but coincidence. Yeah, no secret. There's a secret formula to start hanging out with reality TV stars.
No, that's interesting though. Yeah, if a certain I just think about when we go down and hang out with either the Bull or Mega or any of the music stations.
Mix.
Or Mix, yeah, sorry. Those are the FM DJs. Those are interesting people.
Very.
They've got personality out the wazoo.
Yep.
Not just a bunch of box score information like us yahoos.
No, and they're dropped down in a lot of situations where they get around people like reality TV people and musicians and things like that.
Yeah,
that's available to
but
them.
I think, but those people all love you. So I think I think you attract. I think extroverted people are attracted to you in some way, not sexually.
No,
I mean sure sometimes, but also platonically. You know, I'm just trying not to get you in trouble.
That's
here,
okay.
No. Your dalliances.
Amy knows
with all
I'm a
these
beast.
FM DJs.
She knows what she married, Seth. All right, she knows.
It's like a rock station in 1978 when Sean's around the music station.
That's right. Back in the day, where the DJs at the FM station were the biggest stars in town.
They had groupies back in the day.
They did. So there's an interesting interview. Kelly Iko of The Athletic did a pretty wide-ranging sit down with, if you're a Rocks fan especially, really good read. Talks about individual players and what the plan is for each of them, and Jalen Green. That stuff is obviously of interest to a lot of Rocket fans. Jalen's been playing a whole lot better lately than he had been. The money quote in this article, I thought, was when he was asked about coaching Cam Whitmore and Amen Thompson, the two rookies, the two first-round picks from this year. So these are his two guys. These two guys, keep in mind, have not had any of the poison of the 2 years of complete and utter losing under Steven Silas injected into their veins, like Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, Tari Eason, and Jabari Smith had. Here's a quote from Ime Udoka on coaching Cam Whitmore and Amen Thompson. And I'm going to draw an analogy and a comparison here to DeMeco Ryans in just a second. said, we love what they are, and I'm probably coaching them as hard or harder than anybody because I want them to avoid some of the pitfalls and things that our younger guys went through a few years ago, trying to instill those habits and not build bad ones. To which I say Steven Silas probably reads that quote and throws his shot glass right at his computer like, hey, man, all these bad habits they developed the last few years in the building with me, the pitfalls, if you will.
I think that over time with the Rockets, I just get the sense that because you could operate a certain way when you had mega star power in the building, because you kind of, when you've got a Dwight Howard and a James Harden, not to mention either a Chandler Parsons or whomever else, just like some of the various, I think there's some things about the culture perhaps that don't need to be strictly defined. And I think there's some parts of the culture in the James Harden era that wouldn't have flown on a lot of teams, but the fact of the matter was it was working because of the talent you had assembled and because James Harden was so good. But there was nothing whatsoever like a Pat Riley type of environment that you hear about with the Miami Heat, where there's a certain like specifically defined standard and a way of conducting yourself and everything else like that that almost seems out of place in the modern sports. Like it was whatever the opposite of that is, it was damn near close to it. So I don't know how much a guy like Silas can come in and defy all of that residual culture that's left behind. There just hadn't been standards. There just hadn't been standards kind of set. So with Udoka, he's just a much stronger personality.
Big time.
And I think maybe when you want to turn a culture around, you gotta break a lot of habits. You gotta have hard conversations with people. And I think just Udoka's just way better suited for that than Silas. Silas, like if Silas were thrust into a Miami Heat situation, and you got Pat Riley standing behind you with a big yardstick to spank you with.
Yeah,
like that's different. Like Spoelstra had that force behind him, where I don't think Silas had that force behind him.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And then you just kind of let LeBron. You had strong personalities that really wanted to win in LeBron James and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
Well, right. Yeah, I don't mean to take anything away from them, but like that's how Riley didn't mind pissing off LeBron.
Right.
Like. It was, you got so many guys. You had players who were super driven on the court. You have a GM who's maniacal in a lot of ways and has super high expectations. That was not the culture for the Rockets, even when they were really good.
No, but I'm here for Tillman Fertitta volunteering to be that person. If it were a couple years ago, like, hey, listen, I'll be the bad cop here, Silas. You do your thing, and if I need to yell at these guys, I'm going to yell at these guys. That's what I'm going to do. Jalen! LP!
I don't know, man. Fertitta's, look, he's in the restaurant business. You don't make it in the restaurant business without having a certain, like if he ever decided to run the team like he runs his restaurants, I'm guessing, I have no idea like how he is, but you got to be pretty damn, you got to be tight with things to have multiple restaurants. Like you're keeping an eye on the P&L. If he ever decided to turn his full force of attention to the Rockets, it might be interesting. It might be really
$1 billion buyer Tillman showing up as the tour de force behind the scenes with the Rockets is a show I am here for. Sure.
See, I never watched the show.
He's awesome on that show. Yeah.
Does he kind of give him like the Gordon Ramsay treatment?
He gives.
Does he go off on people?
Not go off. Sometimes you can tell when he gets super frustrated. Again, these aren't his employees. These are people that are trying to do business with him.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
So it's not like Undercover Boss where he's it's his employees. I mean, there are some of his employees that are part of his entourage. That are part of his think tank there. But it's people trying to sell their products to Landry's, to his corporation, whether it's hotel or whatever. It's a really fun watch. I think it's especially fun watch if you're Houstonian because Houston pops up a lot in there,
So it's kind of like Shark Tank, except specifically like they're trying to sell to your business.
To one guy,
And it's a small vendor. Like if you get that contract with him, that's your whole business at that point.
It's life-changing. Okay. Yeah, it's life-changing. So it's
Is
good.
he looking for a ketchup or anything? I'd like to disrupt the ketchup industry.
We should have
like Heinz has been our overlord for far too long. I'm ready to shake things up.
Ready for some...
Quite literally. Huh? How about if you shake the bottle, you actually feel like you get something out of it.
Okay, yeah. You might be getting a death stare from Tillman right now with your sales approach.
Here's the thing, Tillman. Tired of people Don't you get tired of walking through your restaurants and see people furiously pounding the bottom of the ketchup bottle? How'd you like them to get a squirt when they get
But that's that's how they sell some of them. You know what I mean? Like, so let's paint a picture. Have you ever, some of them get very salesy. It's pretty fun.
If there's one thing I've learned about rolling out a new product, Sean, is trying to build a better mousetrap these days on various videos I've watched while wasting time. It is to read the comment. Like you go to Amazon, a product you like, and find out what's the chief complaint on in the comments and everything. Okay, that's the itch I need to scratch.
Yeah. It's good research.
That's what I'm going to do with Heinz this afternoon. I'm going to find out what the biggest complaint.
To-do list. I got my to-do list
Frankly,
here.
57 varieties of tomato. Yeah. Too many. People can't. 3. You can only focus on 3 things.
Narrow it down. You've done the research. Yeah, my to-do list is text that person, make this appointment. Seth's to-do list, disrupt ketchup industry. That's your to-do for today, is to disrupt. Hey, real quick, because I want to play this, just to tie this up with Udoka. When I read that quote about the young players avoiding the pitfalls of previous years, younger guys went through these things a few years ago, trying to instill habits, I immediately thought of this cut from DeMeco at the Combine last week.
No, sky's the limit for Christian. Christian is one of the fastest linebackers that I've had a chance to work with. Very explosive, instinctive player, so I'm excited. I see last year is Christian's rookie year. That was his first year, and I'm excited to see him build off of what he did
That's
last year.
That's right there. Last year's his rookie year. This past year under me was his rookie year. Remember that year he had under Lovey? Neither do I.
That was his redshirt rookie year.
That's right.
That's what he's calling that one.
Right.
Or he transferred. Under NIL rules, he was allowed to transfer into the Houston Texans, varsity squad.
That's right.
He was in the G League last year, or 2 years ago.
That was his double secret rookie year back in 2022. Last year was his real one. Yep.
All right, I am gonna watch Tillman's show. I feel bad. I feel like it's kind of like how it took me too long to watch the Nolan Ryan documentary. It almost felt like an assignment. And I hated myself after I watched it because I was like, oh, this was so good. And I was just almost like the immature sophomore in high school in me kept me from watching it. So likewise with Tillman's show, I think $1 Million Boss or Billion Dollar Boss?
Billion Dollar Buyer. Billion dollar buyer.
Gotcha.
Yeah, why? Seth's going to end up coming in tomorrow with a review of $1 Million Baby. I know it.
Do I write out in front of billions?
Oh, good question. I think it was spelled out. I'll tell you what. You were probably just going to go pick a couple random episodes. Do you know Yuval from Texas Mattress Makers? Yuval Michler?
Oh, do I? I'm terrified of him.
He was a contestant on the show.
He was?
Yes. Find that one.
I cannot imagine him pandering or anything. I feel like he would have gotten up and told Tillman everything that was wrong with his business.
It didn't get like that, but he definitely didn't pander.
Yuval's a badass, man.
Yeah. No, it's a good episode.
Yeah, I don't mean to paint this in a negative way, I'm afraid of him. He's just you meet him and you're like, oh, this guy knows how to take care of business.
This is a dude.
This guy's a badass.
This is a dude. Yeah. So he was a contestant on there to sell mattresses to some of the Golden Nugget hotels. So yeah, if you find one, find that one if you're gonna watch it. But it's a good show. John Lopez is here. Hey, John, did you ever watch $1 Billion Buyer with Tillman Fertitta?
I did a couple, just out of curiosity.
I loved it. It was must-see TV for me and Amy, but we're huge Tillman fans. That's why.
Yeah, and all his restaurants.
Yeah, restaurants and hotels, and casinos, and my Rockets basketball
It was just curiosity.
And my Toyota Center.
Does. I'll tell you what, his restaurants do have a very good, when it comes to allergens and stuff like that, very good. They're very thorough with their menus and everything.
Buttoned down.
Yeah.
Yep.
I have somebody in my family who has a lot of issues, and it's cool. Yeah.
That's cool.
I took my granddaughter to the aquarium 2 weekends ago.
The downtown aquarium?
Yeah.
A Tillman property?
Yes, it is.
Did you go on the Ferris wheel with her?
Of course we did.
Okay,
and we did the train and all the whole 9 yards.
Such a good grandfather. Hey, right in the middle of your show yesterday.
Smack in the middle of the show.
Yeah. So I wasn't. I was listening to your show, but I wasn't listening when the news came down about Dalton.
Oh,
Schultz.
it was wild, man.
Yeah. So how did you feel about it?
Well, we had just gotten. We were literally talking about Dalton Schultz, arguing about should you tag him?
Yeah.
Should you give?
I have to move on.
You don't want to give him a big contract. We'll actually revisit that today because it was pretty funny. And then Landry was looking at the Twitter and at the Twitter machine.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Oh, speak of the devil."
It's almost like they decided to do it just to counter.
They were listening to us.
Yeah, they were listening to you guys. Like, you know what? Now's the time to drop the Schultz bomb here. That's what we're going to do. Yeah.
You know what? We forgot to bring this up on the show, but Landry texted you and I, Sean, something that it's got me thinking about the fact that Kaimi Fairbairn has missed, one more game over the last several years than Saquon Barkley.
What's the number, Landry?
Fairbairn's missed 9 games, and we're not counting the Tampa game where Dare had to kick. So, I mean, you can say 10, whatever. But he's missed one more game than Saquon the last 3 years.
And you know what? It would be one thing if it was one stretch of an IR or something. But
the other thing about it, and this might just be me watching Texans games like as close as you guys do, but there have been times, no matter the coach, where they're like on the fringe of like 52 or 55, and sometimes they'll kick it, and sometimes they won't, even indoors, and it's usually like after he's been hobbled up. So I wonder if that factors in too, to where sometimes he says I'm good from 52 and other times he's not because he's so hobbled up.
Ooh, that feels
all right.
That feels like a training camp question for In the Loop when you sit down with Kaimi Fairbairn.
If it comes to something that, like, all right, if Kaimi Fairbairn isn't signed, that it's you don't have to. There might be reason to not be too distraught over that.
Yes.
Later, now I got to go do research. I got to watch $1 Billion Buyer, and I got to go do deep dive research on Kaimi Fairbairn's various injuries.
Why did $1 Billion Buyer go away?
I don't know.
It was pretty good.
You liked it too?
Yeah, I liked it.
I liked
it. Pretty good.
Seth, you forgot disrupt the ketchup industry. Did you write that down? You got to do that.
Well, that's part
today.
of $1 Billion Buyer.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'll be taking notes with that in mind.
Okay, cool.
And I got to finish Hustle. Landry, did you like Hustle?
Hustle
the Adam
was
Sandler
great.
basketball movie?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
I had to stop. Landry, I stopped 45 minutes into it, right when they get back to America, and you get the sense like, oh, okay, this isn't going to go all that smooth. I was like, Brandy, we got to stop right now. I'm not going to be able to sleep. If I'm going to get too stressed out. If we stop halfway through this movie, I'm going to be so stressed out so it's a good enough movie in that regard. You guys have a great show. Antibodies.
Definitely should watch
Antibodies
that.
to you as well, Seth. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
It's definitely a must-watch, for sure. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So we had the first big move of the offseason, Dalton Schultz. He's back. We were
Why are you clearing his
discussing it, and then he came back.
Can I read something into that?
No, it's fine. I'm fine with Dalton Schultz. It is what it is. I look at Dalton Schultz. I mean, the worst-case scenario is not that bad.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
It's not like if you sign Christian Wilkins and that goes bad, or you goes bad, or worst case scenario is not that bad. You're going to have a serviceable tight end. Best case scenario, you build on what you did last year. I look at it a lot like running back. It's not
same price.
You're not talking about the $20 million range. So that's kind of how I look at it. But it was amusing. This was yesterday. This was as we were cussing and discussing whether or not Dalton Schultz should be here, and here is what it sounded like. Dalton Schultz, I don't see how Dalton Schultz gets better at blocking, and the receiving is what it is, which is really, really good. Really good.
Yeah.
But is it great? Like, it's...
Oh, no, that's where I'm prioritizing everything
like
right
it's
now.
not there's not much explosiveness to it. It's always seems like he's just open. Maybe that's a skill. I guess Travis Kelce has that same skill. I don't know. Why am I so out on Dalton Schultz? What happened?
No, that's what I've been saying.
No, I'm serious. Like, I get it. I think I'm out on Dalton Schultz because now all of a sudden he's becoming overrated.
Maybe.
$12 million? Mm-hmm. Travis Kelce makes $14 million.
I don't mind the $12 million.
Travis Kelce makes $14 million.
Okay, but that's a longer-term deal. $12 million for 1 year versus $36 or $37 million for 3 years. That's where I keep coming back to. That's what I keep coming back to.
All right, we'll see what happens. Tag deadline today. I don't anticipate Dalton Schultz being franchise tagged, but stranger things have happened. Speaking of tags, I want you and Figgy to play this game for me. Good tag, bad tag.
Okay.
I'm going to throw a list of tags, and I want you to tell me if this is a good tag or a bad tag.
Okay.
Toll tag.
Oh, love it. Man, that saved me so much time over the years.
I got like an ongoing beef with the toe tag people, man.
Wow. You got to go.
And that's a scam too, man.
Yeah.
Because I tried to go to pay it, and the website was down.
Okay.
Dang.
By the way, right on cue. Mm-hmm. Hit the damn breaking sound. This is perfect right here. There you go.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Well, I just moved on from him. Looks like Dalton Schultz is going to stay. 3 years, $36 million.
That's what I just said.
$23.5 million fully guaranteed. Dalton Schultz stays with the Houston Texans. All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just sneaks
Falls
up
in
on
your
you.
lap.
Look, it's not the worst thing in the world, and I think the market is what it is with tight ends.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to partake in it. They didn't like any of these projects. The draft, it's not stacked like it was last year with Dalton Schultz. So you get a core piece back. I thought it was interesting to see the players' reaction. Jimmy Ward, CJ Stroud, among others. Pretty pleased with it. So Dalton Schultz, one of our bros, by the way. We'll relive the interaction we had with Dalton Schultz at camp in the noon hour. But there you go, Dalton Schultz. 2-year, really a 2-year deal. It's really a 2-year
23.5 guaranteed.
Kind of a compromise between being franchise tagged and a long-term deal. So not a high-risk type of situation.
No, and you're set at the position with the exception of maybe you're set at the position with the exception of maybe a draftable a tight end you draft that could maybe fill in and maybe even surprise you.
Or sign.
Maybe or sign somebody or be a blocker or something like that. No, I liked the deal's about what I thought it would be, as you heard there. I would have still preferred the tag, but I get it because you put it right. It's kind of a compromise. 2 years. We heard Nick Caserio talking about 2-year increments. Well, there you go. There's the first sign of it. It's the first contract he's given to a free agent of more than 2 years. So clearly they're in.
Yep. So we'll see how that goes. Dalton Schultz, he is back with the Houston Texans. There's news that Aaron Wilson says that they're talking to Kaimi Fairbairn. How he worded it was interesting.
It was kind of up and down. Like not heated, but ongoing or something like that.
Here's how Aaron Wilson worded it. Sources, Kaimi Fairbairn holding pivotal, active negotiation.
That's it.
With the Texans, with some optimism of reaching a deal. Fairbairn ranked 9th among kickers with $4.4 million average last season on his expiring deal. Pivotal. As in, is that his word, or do they consider it pivotal? That's what I was a little bit awkward there. What does that mean?
Well, it's crucial, pivotal, that it's going to be important.
Why is it so pivotal?
Because it's Kaimi Fairbairn, brother. It's a guy that's been consistent, except for his health.
He's hurt a lot for a kicker, man.
Yeah, he is.
Like the equivalent, he's missed one more game than Saquon Barkley, and that's not counting the Tampa Bay game, which I would consider a missed game.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they had to kick.
I mean,
they had to.
Gumbawale was kicking.
Yeah, they had to go for it on fourth a lot.
Yeah.
He is hurt.
He is.
I would have no problem bringing him back. I'm just saying.
You remember yesterday I was ranking, all the in order the Texans free agents of protecting their own, bringing back their own. I had him 8th.
Yeah,
I had him 8th on that list. Kind of cool to bring him back.
Yeah, run it back,
but not essential. Not essential by any stretch. Number 3 on the list was Dalton Schultz, and they signed him. 1 and 2, I think we should expect to be signed as well. That's Devin Singletary and Blake Cashman. Blake Cashman might cash in.
He's not.
Try to cash in.
He's not. Well, hell, DJ Bieneme yesterday after the franchise tag deadline said Blake Cashman hits the market as if they were going to give him $20 million a year or something.
Now that might be a bit much, but he's never really gotten a big contract, and he's coming off a big year. Someone somewhere.
How big was it?
Well, for him, the best of his career.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a huge year.
I mean, he was wasn't he player of the month one month or something like that? Defensive player of the month.
I don't know about that.
He was something along those lines.
Yeah.
But for him, it was the best year of his career.
It was good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he gave you 14 games, and he's clearly one of your best guys. I want Cashman back.
Defensive player of the week.
Week. Yeah,
he was defensive player of the week.
Difference there, sir.
Yeah, well, I looked it up. Get off my back, man.
Hey,
man, come on.
Adam Spillane.
Just awful.
I didn't say awful. I just said, a little different.
Oh, that was bad.
A little different.
What's wrong with you?
Wasn't he MVP? No.
Player of the week.
Player of the month. Oh, something like that.
106 tackles.
Yeah, it was good.
9 tackles for losses.
You don't have to sell me on Cashman.
2 sacks. No, what I'm saying is he's never gotten a big contract, and he might just.
He's not going to get one.
Big for him.
You don't see him getting one from another team?
No.
That's probably overpaying?
No. No, I think he.
All right.
I think he kind of is what he is.
No, I want the Texans to bring him back. I'm saying it might be man, he's only made $3.8 million in 5 years.
Yeah, he hasn't. I mean, he hasn't even been a
4.7
the last
with
2
bonuses.
years. He hasn't even really played on consistent defense. He's made pretty good bread.
He's made 4.7 in his career with bonuses. He might make 4.7 a year.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about that.
I want him back. All I'm saying is I think there's going to be some suitors.
I don't.
Okay.
I think he's going to be here. By the way, DJ Bieneme also saying there's some mutual interest between the Texans and Pro Bowl linebacker Patrick Queen. No thanks.
I'm not high on
that. Is a lot of money, man.
Can I give you
a lot of bread? I don't want Patrick Queen and I don't want Wilkins. I'll just say that those two big names.
You don't want them for that price?
I don't want them for what their price point is going to be and what they've earned in this type of market. I want to focus on positions where the max value is not consequential, much like tight end, running back, maybe safety.
It's one of my confessions today. You can read it for yourself. It's right here in front of me. I'm just not feeling Christian Wilkins and Patrick Queen.
No, I'm not feeling Christian Wilkins at all. I don't feel good about it.
I'm not saying they're not good. I'm not saying they couldn't be great, in this system. We know what DeMeco Ryans does. I'm just not feeling it. And maybe it's because of what you said. Maybe it's because
the money.
Yeah, the money and where the value is, with some of these other players that are out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. They shouldn't have to pay top notch for these guys, though, man.
Not that level.
This is a good team, man.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play for a sorry team and get all the money you can from them, then go ahead. But this ain't that team, so I wouldn't pay that much for them.
No, I don't think so either. But we'll see. I mean, I don't think too many people would be upset with Queen and Wilkins. I just don't think that's.
No, and I wouldn't be upset.
I don't think that's smart.
I'm just not feeling it as a go-to, as a priority.
I think you get Cashman at a bargain.
I'm a little worried about that, as I just mentioned, but I do think they're going to bring him back. My number 1 and 2 are Singletary and Cashman, and then
I think
Schultz.
he's going to be team friendly. I don't think people are dying to have Blake Cashman. I don't think they're dying to have him.
It's a business, Landry.
What does that mean?
Like he's going to try to maybe get a good payday for the first time in his career.
It's a business.
He has a say in this. And I
don't think the market's going to be dying for Blake Cashman. I think it's going to be enough to where I think his value here might be higher than other places. I don't think you're going to have to break bread for Cashman.
Yeah, we'll see. Because like I said, if I were in his place, I'd okay.
No, he's got to do what he's got to do.
I've been in this league a long time, 5 years. Somebody might offer me $4.5 a year for 3 years. I'm going to take it. I love the Texans, but I'm going to take that. I got to worry about my future.
We'll see. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Let's talk standards. What's the standard around here? This was Dalton Schultz. He talked to Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley a few weeks ago. Here was Dalton Schultz talking about the standard round here.
For a team that's got such a young core, that experience is going to be so valuable going forward. The Houston Texans should be in that striking distance of the playoffs every single year. That's the standard now, and that standard's been set. If we said that last year in the offseason, everybody would be looking at us like we're nuts. And so I'm excited to see just that fruition, because I think it's going to be a good time for football in the city of Houston.
All right, there you go. So there's the standard. Standard make the playoffs.
I mean, he's right.
Is that a good standard?
No, it's a good standard.
We need to up the standard, or that's where we're at?
No, that's a good standard, and I think he's right. That's why we're having these discussions about players that normally wouldn't have given the Texans the time of day. I mean, think about the players we're talking about. Christian Wilkins, Patrick Queen, mutual interest, all this stuff. Dude, do you think any of these cats would want to have anything to do with the Texans a year ago, or even much less 2 years ago?
No, a lot of
standard and a different attraction here.
A lot has changed. A hell of a lot has changed.
Yeah.
Enjoying it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoying it very much. Astros, we already got the news that Justin Verlander, he's going to start out on the injured list. I want to know what Adam Spillane has to say about it. Is he going to have anything to say, or are we going to get a no comment?
We got to ask Adam about his What Burr got in his saddle?
With Bajani?
with Sean Bajani.
I don't know.
I have no comment.
That's an old saying.
Is he going to give us no comment on Verlander?
No, we got to get comment.
I have no comment.
What about Framber Valdez's struggles?
I have no comment.
What about Jordan in the two-hole?
I have no comment.
What about the Astros running their A lineup out there the other day and not scoring a run?
I have no comment.
Come on, Spo. You got to give us something.
Now, this is going to be riveting.
I have no comment.
Okay. This will be riveting. What about Bregman versus Tucker?
I have no comment.
What was that?
Didn't you hear the boys this morning?
I heard them. I think they were debating. I think the question that Sean asked, I was in the lab, was, I thought this was a no-brainer. Would you rather pay Bregman for 7 years or Tucker for 9?
Tucker for 9 all day.
I didn't even. That's a no-brainer for me.
All day long. All day. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, let's ask our boy Spo about that.
Spo. I have no comment.
Come on, Spo.
I have no comment.
You got to give us something, Spo. It's a little something.
What about Alpi versus Wembanyama?
I have no comment.
Well, I'll bet he has a comment on that.
Oh, he definitely does.
I'll bet he'll.
Internet was going nuts yesterday.
Dude.
Wemby got taken to the shed, man.
Yeah, he did.
He got big donged. There is no other way to put it. Yeah,
he did.
I mean, he's skinny as hell. We knew that, but man, I guarantee you,
he was doubtful to even play, but he played, so no excuses.
I mean, 45. I don't care.
Yeah. But I just
45. Don't try to minimize that. 45 on the defensive player of the year. I don't give a damn if he's doubtful or not.
No.
He got big donged.
No, he did. There's no question he did.
Yeah.
It's just pretty funny when you see the reaction.
What was the reaction?
Oh, you saw it.
I didn't see it. I saw that it was a good game. What was the reaction? I mean, it should get a good reaction. What do you want him to do? What do you want him to do? Say, 45.
I seen him spelling Wemby name with an L.
Deserved it, man.
Yeah. No, hey,
him.
All credit.
But it's also an interesting thing. Like, there's not a lot of guys who are just going to try to go down there and work like that as a big. So I don't even know that Wemby's going to have to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some are like, oh, this is the sign you got to get in the weight room. I don't know about that.
No, it isn't. No, it is a sign of that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like the '90s or something like that. Where
you're not.
People were saying that about Kevin Durant.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
You're
all
not
the time.
facing, Patrick Ewing down there.
People are putting 45 on Durant, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Damn near went for 50, man. All on him, man.
Yeah.
Just boom.
It was.
Pretty impressive, to say the least. So I heard something interesting this morning. We'll get into it a little later on in the show. There's a crush. There is an off-season crush that I did not anticipate being alive here at Sports Radio 610, but it is definitely alive. But coming up next, let's give some thanks. Let's count our blessings. And let's do a little around the NFL I don't want your life exercise. There are 6 groups of teams in the NFL, and the Texans should be looking down at every single one of them next.
All right, guys, look, man.
Texans. Get that big fitness energy.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's do the I don't want your life exercise. Let's count our blessings. We're talking a lot about other positions, but we know the quarterback position is the most important. I've put together 6 groups of teams around the NFL with quarterback situations. And in the spirit of RC Blues, I'm just going to simply say, I don't want y'all's life. Start with group 1, being in the rookie game. Looking at rookies, we were in it last year. Ended up working out perfectly. I am so glad that especially in that number 2 range, where you don't really have full control of things. Chicago Bears, New England Patriots, Washington, whatever the hell you call yourselves. I don't want your life.
I don't want your life.
Now we move on to no man's land. You don't even have a quarterback right now. You can't get a good young quarterback. You're talking about Kirk Cousins. You're talking about Justin Fields, all that. Atlanta Falcons, Pittsburgh Steelers, Minnesota Vikings, Las Vegas Raiders, Denver Broncos.
I don't want your life.
By the balls group.
Wait, what?
By the balls.
Okay.
A quarterback has you by the balls. Now, it could end up going well. I'm not dismissing the possibility of these guys flipping the switch, but a quarterback has you by the balls. Browns with Deshaun Watson, Jets with Aaron Rodgers, and the Dallas Cowboys with Dak Prescott.
I don't want your life.
Stuck with meh.
Yeah.
Saints with Derek Carr, New York Giants with Daniel Jones.
I don't want your life.
And then the Tennessee Titans and the Indianapolis Colts. Y'all's quarterbacks ain't him. Y'all can convince yourselves that you might be looking at something. Y'all's quarterbacks ain't him. Tennessee, Indianapolis.
I don't want your life.
And then you have this one. And this one might be the most helpless of all. Because it's going to, in more times than not, it's going to carry on for a while. You can surround the quarterback with as good a talent as possible. He's good, but he's not him. The good but not him area. Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence. The Dolphins with Tua. The Buccaneers with maybe Baker Mayfield. And then the Seahawks with Geno Smith.
I don't want your life.
It's all about the quarterback, man.
Yeah, I think the 2 toughest ones are, you as you put it, by the balls and good, but not him. Like you look at those teams you just mentioned: Jags, Dolphins, Bucks, Seahawks. You what's the ceiling? You know, the ceiling is limited. You know, and like some of the okay. First of all, I don't feel sorry for any of these teams. I don't feel sorry for any of them because the Texans have kind of been a little bit of all these at some point or another over the years. So I don't feel sorry for them. We've done our time, so to speak. But you kind of look at like Tua and Trevor Lawrence, and you're like, there's a ceiling, you know?
Yeah, they're good enough to where you have to keep them around. Mm-hmm. The market is going to be such to where you're going to pay them. And Trevor Lawrence is going to be among the highest paid quarterbacks in the league, right?
Yeah, absolutely. He has to be.
You have to do it.
Yeah.
But you're kind of in no man's land.
And then the Cleveland, Dallas, and the Jets, like it affects the entire roster that you're paying these guys, that you have, limited resources to go elsewhere. That's the other one that I would not want to be. The interesting one to me is you got to believe that the ones counting on a rookie are kind of feeling pretty good. I mean, it was exciting last year for us to kind of speculate and kick it around. But, man, I feel like at the top of this draft, even more so than last year, like there were not a lot of questions. There was a contrived question about CJ Stroud. There was the question of size with Bryce Young. I feel like the questions are more daunting with the guys, with the quarterbacks at the top of this draft.
Doesn't this feel kind of like 2021, like in an interesting way, where you had Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance go?
Like legitimate questions that you're like, oof, there's no avoiding it. Caleb Williams is a spectacular talent, but then you have what is he?
Can he play within the system
in a pro offense? Yeah, in a pro offense. Drake May might be the best one in terms of fewest questions, and I'm not real high on him.
He's getting dissected too, though.
Yeah. Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix Jr., they all have legitimate questions. It's not it looks like it's going to be an impressive quarterbacks class, but I think there's more questions with these guys than last year. I really do.
Well, luckily we don't have to partake in this.
Yeah.
More quarterbacks, the better. So we'll see how that goes. The no man's land thing's interesting. I look at that. I don't respect their quarterback situations. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So the Jags yesterday, they franchise tagged Josh Allen. And Calvin Ridley immediately put up the peace sign, which I don't know what that means. Does that mean you're out? Does that mean you're testing free agency? Like I don't know what.
What,
the
he
peace
thought
sign
he's getting
means.
franchise tag or something?
Is he playing dice? Is he saying two? Like what? I don't know what the two means for Calvin Ridley, but maybe he's saying goodbye. Maybe he's going to find a spot. That's interesting with Calvin Ridley. What are we looking at there? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what Calvin Ridley is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is he a $20+ million receiver? I mean, he looked good last year
at times.
Is he less than that? Does the fact that there's a lot of good receivers in the draft, does that kind of factor in and kind of lower what he thinks he's going to get? I don't know. I think it's an intriguing situation. I will say it would be nice if he went somewhere else, because no matter what you think he is, Trevor Lawrence relied on him in a lot of big games last year. So if they have to go back to the drawing board there, I think that would be a good thing. I also think, and I heard Seth and Sean talking today, and I got in the whip, and I heard them talking about a receiver and how awesome he was and how perfect he fit and all that. And I was like, damn, man, who are we talking about here?
Did we miss somebody?
I was thinking draft, talking about Adonai Mitchell. I thought we were talking about like maybe someone in the draft, and I'll be damned, they're talking about Tyler Boyd from Cincinnati. Tyler Boyd. And I think the number that they put out, I don't want to misquote, was 3 years, $27 million for Tyler Boyd. And it was a no-brainer. I'm not misquoting. It was a no-brainer.
For Tyler Boyd.
Tyler Boyd.
I'm not going to bash him. I think he's been good. But I think Tyler Boyd is – if you sign Tyler Boyd, you still don't know who your number one receiver is. You know, if you sign him, I think he's been a number 2 or number 3 almost his entire career. Early on in Cincinnati, he was a number 1, and then they drafted over him and brought in other guys.
Yeah, I don't hate Tyler Boyd.
Yeah.
This was the breakdown on Payne and Pendergast this morning on Sports Radio 610.
Can line up in the slot, but is a big body. So or a bigger body by slot standards, and he's willing to run block. So that checks off that box. Okay, willing to be physical, even though he's a slot receiver. But you can have the other guys. You can have Nico and Tank Dell stretch the field and do all that fun stuff. But he reads coverages. He sits down in soft spots. He creates separation. You know, he doesn't have the physical measurables. I think when DeMeco said that they look for separation, people immediately think, okay, who's the fastest? Like, no, there's other ways to create separation. And by reading zone, but then when you're in man, running your routes really well and everything, Tyler Boyd does all of that.
You're also bringing him in and not asking him to do anything he wasn't doing in Cincinnati. He was the third wheel to Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And the third wheel to Nico Collins and a healthy Tank Dell.
Yeah, see that
Spot Rack's market value for Tyler Boyd, 3 years, $26 million. I would do that in a second. That's under $9 million a year.
Okay.
See, that's where, okay, I get it now, why they're saying that. You have to assume that Nico Collins and or Tank Dell are going to have number 1 receiver qualities. And I'm just not in a place where I can assume that's going to happen. I feel better about Tank being a number 1. But if you bring him in as a number 3, number 2 or 3, okay. But that's not kind of where I'm looking. You know, I'm looking at another big-time receiver that could be a number 1.
Where are we Dude, is there just such a distaste for the running back position to where it's just disgusts them? Because no, I'm asking, and I like the case for Tyler Boyd. I will say this: I actually think last year the projection for Dalton Schultz, I know this because we were following it, was I think 330, and there was a good tight end draft, and the tight end market was I think a little bit stronger last year than it was this year.
Yeah.
And the market ended up speaking to him. I could see that happening with Tyler Boyd, where he perhaps becomes a bargain. Same thing with, they mentioned Curtis Samuel, which I could see that happening. I don't know what Hollywood Brown's going to get. I don't think people are going to be dying to pay him a lot. But, I mean, I don't get how 3 years, 26 for Tyler Boyd is a no-brainer. And I'm bringing it back to it, but like
I think
$10 million a year for Saquon Barkley is in the world to where we're asking if he would take a pay cut.
No,
based on the impact either one of those guys can make.
I'm with you. In fact, I will. I will guarantee you that the Texans are going to sign a free agent running back. Guaranteed.
Yeah, that's true.
That's guaranteed.
And they might get a receiver, but I think the market's going to speak to where
they'll get one of these
figure
guys.
something out.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Now the receiver, I kind of think they might be looking more toward the draft.
I mean, they could do both.
Yeah.
They could do both. I like Tyler Boyd, though. I thought they laid out a pretty strong case, but when I heard 326, and I was like, oh, what a deal. Okay. Let's go, I guess. Whatever
Get at the Barkley, man.
Whatever you want to say. I would like to. I would like to. Coming up next, Justin Verlander is going to miss the start of the season. Is Adam Spillane actually going to say something about it, or is he going to have no comment? That's next. First, I want to talk about Orchard. The
09.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610. Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, Texans have re-signed Ka'imi Fairbairn.
All right.
He's missed 9 games the last 3 years. Not a big deal, though. Nothing to see here. All good. Best kicker in franchise history, Ka'imi Fairbairn.
I feel like every time y'all talk about somebody, they end up getting re-signed.
Well, we're 2 for 2. Part of the story.
Yeah.
DJ Bieneme broke the news, and credit to him.
Yeah.
Credit to him.
Good job, DJ.
DJ Bieneme, ESPN. The Texans have re-signed Ka'imi Fairbairn per.
That makes 2 of my top 10.
DJ
on the priority list signed. He goes to blue.
Check.
Yeah.
It off the list.
He goes to blue on the list.
Now there's one question I do have right now.
And that is?
Who they want.
Who they want. Who they want. Who they want. Who they want. Who they want. Baseball spo. Baseball spo. Baseball spo. Baseball
Adam Spillane in the building. Justin Verlander not starting the season on the active roster. Much about nothing or cause for concern?
I mean, it's something to watch, but it's not like he's not throwing right now. Like, if he weren't throwing right now, it would be different. But he's basically just going through his spring training. It just is kind of starting a couple of weeks late. So, like, this isn't last year where he had to be shut down at the start of the year. But when you're 41 years old, you've got to be a little careful, and things are going to, I think, it'll be interesting to watch, like, because he's got that the option in his contract vest if he gets to 140 innings. I don't think it's a lock that he gets there. I mean, I think he was at like 162
last year.
Yeah, so like that's with missing a month. So like I don't think that it's totally out of the question that he gets there, but it is something to keep an eye on, and I think that probably means more for the Mets than it does for the Astros, because the Mets are on the hook for half of that salary in 2025, and they get to keep the prospects even if it doesn't exercise.
Now, it's a minimum of 2 weeks of the season, right?
Yeah, it's 15 days from opening day. So you're looking at, I mean, he could start the 16th day of the season, which is
so 2 starts minimum.
Yeah. Which, whatever. It's not like he was going to make.
Whatever.
It's not like he's going to. It's not like he was going to make 34 starts this season. I mean, the Astros do have a little bit of depth, at least at this point. I mean, you basically just go with your 5 starters that you started last season with, except now you've got kind of JP France in that mix, and you've got a couple other guys that are in the mix. So it's not. You'd rather have it happen in March than you would rather have it in September.
Yeah. All right. So I got a bone to pick with you, Spo.
About what?
There's always bone to pick.
Let's.
I have many with you.
Yes,
by the way.
Well, that's fine. But we've got to put an end to something, man.
Yeah,
we've got to put an end to this, please. I'm begging you, Spo. Every time Framber Valdez struggles or Christian Javier struggles, I don't need your ass putting a picture of Maldi on Twitter to try to make some sort of point, okay? It's just Framber in the fetal position last year with Maldi catching them at times at the end of the season. So we've got to put an end to this Maldi bit that you got going right now.
First of all, it's a good picture.
I feel like you're doing that specifically for Landry, and specifically Landry and I.
Probably, yeah. There's some truth to that. It's enjoyable. We're having fun here. We like to have fun here.
Are we? Are we? That's the real question. So what is the rotation going to look like now? They've said that they're not going to be on the market for anyone. What are we looking at to start off this season? Obviously, Framber's going to be your opening day starter.
Then you have Javier. Then you have Jose Urquidy is obviously in that mix. Hunter Brown, and we'll see about the 5th guy. I could be missing someone that's just not that I'm just missing. It could be maybe Ronel Blanco, who's been starting games during spring training. Maybe Spencer Arrighetti gets a chance to start the year. I kind of doubt that. We'll see what happens with JP France. JP France is facing hitters now in West Palm Beach, so maybe he'll be ready for that 5th game of the season. But they will need, and they did talk about possibly needing a sixth starter to start the season because they have very few off days at the start of the year. Normally, when you start the season on opening day, you'll get a day off right after, but obviously they don't need to have a day off after opening day because they have a roof. And then one of the teams that they open with on the road is Texas. Texas has a roof also, so you don't really get those extra built-in off days. So they might have to piece it together at least at the end of the rotation early on. But the guys that they need to produce are the guys that you would expect: the Frombers, Javier's, or Keaties, and he's not somebody that gets talked about a lot because we spend all this time talking about Fromber, who's due for an extension after next season. Yeah. Urquidy's in that same boat, and Urquidy's got to prove that A, he's healthy, and B, he can get through a season and he can be effective. Because if he can, then he's looking at a big payday also.
Isn't Hunter Brown in that same category?
Not quite, just because he's got 5 years left of club control.
I'm talking just production.
But no, he's more trying to prove that he can be a really good. He can prove the prospect status that he had when he debuted in 2022. So it's a big year for him too because he was just so up and down last season.
Yeah, Adam Spillane joining us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. When the hell is Montgomery and Blake Snell going to sign? When is this happening?
When a team gives them what they want. That's the one thing with Boris, especially when it comes to starting pitchers, because at some point, and you've seen it already this spring, starting pitchers are going to get hurt, and that means that teams will start to realize, hey, we need to go pay these guys, and we need to go make something happen. We're going to be a little bit desperate, and you've seen the thing that Boris has done with a couple of his guys. They've done that Correa contract where you sign kind of the big deal, the 3-year deal with the opt-outs after the first 2. I think that you might see Boris go ahead and do that with Snell and with Montgomery. Yeah. But with pitchers, especially because they get hurt so often, I'm sure that he would like to get some sort of long-term deal done with them as soon as he can, or just get a long-term deal done with them so they don't have to worry about it. I'm surprised Texas hasn't re-signed Jordan Montgomery. He was so instrumental to what they did at the end of last. Boris is going to do what he wants to do.
By the way, Aaron Wilson reporting that the Texans have re-signed Kaimi Fairbairn per league source, but he does have money. 3 years, $15.9 million.
6th highest paid kicker in the league.
$5.3 million average.
That puts him at 6th
on the contract.
Yeah. So
yeah,
there he is.
Sorry, just wanted.
Do you have a take on that? Yeah. Do you want to say something about Kaimi Fairbairn making all that money?
It's good for him.
Come on, that's not what we're looking for.
It's good for him.
That's not what we're looking for.
It's different
it's not my money.
No, but it's different in a salary cap league because it actually does matter.
Yeah, I'd still like to hear you say it, man.
Well, I can't do it every single time because then it loses its impact.
Now, the people want to know this. What was up with you and Bajani?
That's what I thought you were going to say earlier.
What was going on there?
What happened?
You calling my guy out for?
I mean, he made a pretty blatant mistake. He called himself John Lopez. Right, Fig? Is that what he did?
He did. He did it by mistake.
Didn't you say you're having a bad day?
You said, damn, that was bad.
I mean, calling yourself John Lopez is not ideal.
Everybody wants to be John Lopez.
Clearly that was the plan. I was more disappointed in John because he hadn't ever seen The Sopranos. He hadn't seen any of these good HBO shows.
Oh, he hadn't seen Sopranos, huh?
No. But actually, one of the listeners did send him a box set of The Sopranos.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, wow. He got literally, he mailed it on Friday. Sean got it on Monday.
Oh, wow.
So,
that's nice.
That's very nice.
That's very nice.
Hopefully he'll watch it because it's a very good show. I don't know how I've missed a lot of stuff, but Sopranos, I think we look forward to speaking to you next week. We'll be 2 weeks away from baseball season.
I'll be at the Pac-12 tournament next time we speak.
Are you not going to the Big West or the Atlantic 10 or?
No, it's the last Pac-12 tournament. It's history.
Wait, you're just going to?
I'm covering it too.
Okay.
There's some work. There's some work involved.
Okay, thank you.
But it's in Vegas.
No, he's
oh
covering
wow,
it
that's right.
Okay. Oh, he's going to Vegas. Okay, cool.
Okay.
It's in Vegas. It's Pac-12, last Pac-12 tournament, and as you know, I love conference tournaments.
You need to hit Herbs and Rye this time.
I'm going to be at the arena the entire time.
Oh come on, you got to eat.
It's open till 5.
Free at the arena.
It's
one
open.
Meal.
No, it's half price. Trust me. Just go to Herbs and Rye.
We'll see. Again, it's conference tournaments. Best. I would pick conference tournaments over the NCAA tournament. The A-Sun last night was just outstanding. Just
awful.
the two. You had an overtime game. You had the crazy buzzer beaters with Lipscomb in North Alabama. I don't know how you don't get into this. You love basketball. And you don't get into
I like
it.
relevance. It means nothing. It's the most irrelevant
It's competition.
thing in the world. It's not competition.
It is competition.
It's competition without relevance is not competition.
Disagree.
It's a waste of time.
Disagree vehemently.
Who's going to win the A-Sun? I mean, the A10.
Who's going to win the Astros?
The A10
Who's going to win the Astros game tomorrow?
Atlantic Sun.
Who's going to? Are you posted up for the Astros game tomorrow?
What?
The Astros spring training game?
No.
It's about the same damn thing.
No, it's not.
Means as much. Means about as much as that. Spo, we appreciate you, even despite your weird taste. Coming up next, the Texans have made two men need to focus on. Fix the offense. I got 5 reasons why that should be the focus next.
I have no comment.
Sean's got a defense.
first. He's going to be the 6th highest paid kicker in the league. Also, by the way, Dalton Schultz. He's coming back as well. 3-year deal for Dalton Schultz. So chalk 2 off the list. If you're someone that was concerned as to whether or not the Texans could fill some holes before free agency, there's 2 right there.
Yeah,
2 guys.
And they're all important, but 2 very important ones. I don't mind the Fairbairn thing.
That's fine. It's whatever.
I don't mind it.
It's all good. He does miss a lot of games.
He misses
for
games.
a kicker.
It's something to keep an eye on.
One more than Saquon Barkley last 3 years.
He's made some big kicks, and he's been pretty dang accurate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But, missing games only matters if you play running back. What
are you trying to say?
I'm just saying. Like that, I'm catching on to the rules around here.
Yeah.
That seems to be the rule. If kickers miss.
Saquon's missed 8 games.
He's missed 8 games the last 3 years. He's been banged up.
So is Miami.
We're not counting the Tampa game, by the way, where he had to leave.
So is he considered injury prone?
I don't know.
Well, let's just say it. He missed that game. So it's 10, really.
No, it's 9 because I've heard that, even when Saquon's on the field, there's impact on it. I've heard that.
So even with Fairbairn on the field on the sideline.
There
was an impact.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good one.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What a great impact.
Unless you're a running back, it does not matter, at least around here. At least in some areas. Some
morning. And I went, dang, that Landry Locker had a really good perspective on this.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
No, it is. It's good perspective.
Well, the other thing about Fairbairn that kind of makes it interesting for me, and I'm glad Fairbairn's back when he's there. He's great. Yeah, but there were times going back to Coley. We're not trying to get too sticks in the sticks on kickers, but there were times where, like with Coley, Lovie Smith, even B.O.B., where there would be like a 52-yard attempt that they would pass up on to punt. And it would be like, sometimes it might be when Fairbairn was maybe like nicked up or something like that. And then there'd be times where 54 or something like that, they attempted. I remember one time.
It was a crucial game, too.
Brother, I remember one time against the Jets, they kicked 150 going into the rain.
No, one
they
passed on is the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, they passed on one against the Colts. That was one of the tight, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and I was really confused by it. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with Fairbairn. Old Faithful, hopefully he can stay on the field because God, it sucked without him last year. It was not fun. So we'll see what the Texans do, but they filled 2 holes. And at this point, I think that on the YouTube, comparing a kicker to a running back makes no sense. A kicker missing 9 games in 2 years makes no sense. It's actually even crazier. So that's what makes it crazy is that a kicker has missed more games than what an injury-prone running back.
Just in general, guys getting hit a lot, etc.
That's my point. My point is he's missed more games than a running back that you consider injured at kicker.
Yeah. No, I get the point about the running back getting hit a lot, and you can't compare him that way. But here's the other part of that. Most of Fairbairn's injuries have been a series, not just like one stretch of
soft tissues. All that, yeah,
not just a stretch of missing 5 games. It's been a series of various soft tissue injuries.
Yeah,
it's different but the same. You
don't see kickers missing 9 games in 3 years very often.
Right,
doesn't happen often, especially when you talk about 2 decent chunks.
Yeah.
In a 3-year,
they usually get cut.
Yeah, it's wild. So the comparison does make sense if you look at it from how rare it is for kickers to miss games compared to a running back that one of the biggest knocks appears to be he was injury prone because he had an injury 4 seasons ago or whatever, which kind of just happens in football. So hopefully that makes sense for you, Zach. On the YouTube, the offense. Fix the offense.
Well, look who you're talking to.
Top priority for me. I like the defense, but I have 5 reasons why offense should be the top priority for the Houston Texans and Nick Caserio. And we'll start with number 1.
Número 1.
So yesterday I was on the stream and I was talking about CJ Stroud. And this was an interesting comment, but I think it's kind of symbolic of a mistake, maybe on a much lower scale, that teams make when someone said something along the lines of, Well, you don't need great receivers because you have CJ Stroud, and CJ Stroud can make them better. And my thing is, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that is a dangerous mindset. So reason number one is the Andrew Luck lesson. Don't let a quarterback allow you to ignore improving his surroundings on his side of the ball, whether it's the O-line, whether it's the receiving, whether it's the run game, which the Colts kind of prolonged. Like, don't let the effectiveness of a quarterback impact improving the stuff around him.
I not only think that that's a dangerous mindset, that's a loser mindset. That's a what you all say about Deshaun?
Save all butts.
That's a save all butts mindset.
And that's something you don't have to think about until when you actually pay CJ. Then you can start doing stuff like that.
The Texans have to do the exact opposite of that. Like what that person said, the other thing.
They got a chance.
Opposite of that.
They got a chance to surround him with everything.
Yes.
Do it now.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you can't do it in 5 years.
Yeah.
Number two.
Número dos.
The wide receiver depth issue. We saw it last year. It was on display a lot. Robert Woods, he's getting older. You don't know if you can rely on him over the course of a season. Noah Brown, he missed a lot of time. Tank Dell missed 8 games. The wide receiver depth, I would argue, is perhaps when it comes to the depth of a position group, it's significant. So reason number two. Reason number one was the Andrew Luck lesson. Mm-hmm. Reason number two, the wide receiver depth issue.
Yeah, and I think it ties in with number one. Yes, offensive line would be the most important. Your hands are kind of tied there with the offensive line contracts and draft equity that you've invested, but you can do a lot at the wide receiver position. You can absolutely bring a lot of guys in, draft, all that.
Número tres.
The running back opportunity. I know it's a polarizing position, but this is the deepest free agent market for a running back in NFL history. Running backs are as devalued as they've been in a long time, which means there's an opportunity to improve the running back position based on the market. Like, there's opportunities at other positions, but whether it's Wilkins at DT, whether it's Queen at linebacker, whatever, they're going to be more expensive. Running backs are cheap, and this is a very heavy market, and you're going to need multiple backs. You don't believe me, just listen to Bobby Slowick, listen to DeMeco Ryans. So that's reason number three, the market. Because it's easy to generalize and say they need this more than this, but the market itself, it tells you where the Texans are.
It's saturated. And that is good for buyers. It's a buyer's market for the running back position. So, yeah, I mean, anything that tied in with your number one, which was, talking about what they're doing there.
Número cuatro.
The upside of the defensive studs and natural improvement that comes with it. Like, if you just look at this roster with where it is right now, we really don't know what this offensive line is going to be. There's reason for optimism. I don't think there's reason for significant optimism. The wide receivers, you feel good about Nico. You feel good about Tank. Can they stay on the field? Mm-hmm. Can you improve the depth? You feel great about CJ. Yeah. That speaks for itself. But as far as arrow pointing up, reason for ultimate optimism, Derek Stingley, Christian Harris, Will Anderson, there's natural improvement there that you can expect just by running it back with those guys. You don't necessarily have that much on offense. Now, the most important guy you have it with in CJ,
sure,
but it goes back to taking his surroundings for granted. The upside of some of the pieces that you have on defense. By the way, you've spent 2 top 3 picks on guys at premium positions, and you feel good about those
and it's
guys.
paid off.
Very much so.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the first-round pick this year is maybe another defensive guy, whether it's an edge rusher or a cornerback, and then all of a sudden you got another young piece right there that you can build with.
Number 5.
Number 5.
The CJ Pup contract. We talk about that a lot. CJ Stroud being on his rookie deal, and because of that, you have the opportunity to perhaps, for lack of a better term, quote, overpay for guys on offense. But I also think we need to talk about
the Bobby Bubble.
The Bobby Bubble. You don't know how long you're going to have Bobby Slowick around. We know that Bobby Slowick's a good offensive coordinator. We don't know if Gerard Johnson's going to be as good at an OC. We have no idea. We've never seen him do that. He might be. He might not be. But the Bobby Bubble, you don't know how long you're going to have this guy calling plays. So much like you take advantage of the opportunity you have to be able to allocate your resources with CJ on a rookie deal, you got Bobby Slowick too. You don't know how much longer you're going to have Bobby Slowick. So give him the best weapons possible.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's even more reason to strike now on the offensive side of the ball, because you know what you're getting with Bobby Slowick, and I think he's going to get better. So you have him. You have the consistency. Him coming back another year. You know he's been good. Probably going to get better. That's more reason than ever. More reason than ever to bolster the wide receiver position, to bolster the running back position. All of that.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Who's the next guy you would like to see them sign? We've got Fairbairn sign. We've got Dalton Schultz sign. Who's the next guy that you would like to see the Texans sign?
Their own or outside?
Their own, before free agency starts. Like, lock this guy up.
I'm going to say Blake Cashman.
Okay.
Or Devin Singletary, but I just think they're going to sign Devin Singletary. Could be wrong. I think Cashman has thrived here. Had 106 tackles, I think, last year. I would love to see him coming back. And part of it is the draft. Like, I think they're going to prioritize wide receiver and cornerback, and we may get into that here in a little bit as well. One of those two positions. If not that, maybe an edge rusher. Well, none of those are linebackers. So just any linebacker help you can get, even if from your own house, I think is going to be important. And it's not the best. There's some studs at the top, but it's not the best draft class for linebackers either.
So last year we had the uniform controversy with CJ Stroud and Kaimi Fair. It wasn't really a controversy. Kaimi stepped off 7 pretty quickly, pretty adamantly, despite easily. The fact he'd had it for a long time. Mike Florio was on the McAfee show yesterday. I don't know if you saw this.
What was it?
Florio said something really interesting about Kirk Cousins and Kyle Pitts. First of all, he says he has it on authority that Kirk Cousins is going to Atlanta.
He's moving to Atlanta. So there's going to be a number with Kyle Pitts?
Yeah, Kyle Pitts wears number 8. And Kirk Cousins has worn number 8 for a while. This was what Florio said on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN, to add to that he had credible sources saying that Kirk Cousins was going to move his family to Atlanta.
Whenever you're breaking news on the internet, especially in this modern day, there's a lot of people that go, what the hell does this guy know? Yeah, right.
He doesn't know.
Right. They forget that although you're Italian and you age wonderfully, you have been doing this a very long time. The big news that I saw this reaction to was whenever you put out a tweet, and I assume a post on ProFootballTalk.com or NBCSports.com, now Pro Football Talk, where picking up Kirk Cousins, planning a potential move of his family from Minnesota to Atlanta. Obviously, that is massive because Kirk Cousins, free agent quarterback. Atlanta potentially looking for a quarterback, need a quarterback. So everybody puts 1 and 2 things together. Kirk Cousins got the Atlanta Falcons. They're going to pay him very good money. Now, we are acting as if what you were saying, because we know you very well, and we acknowledge your, being in the, we acknowledge the Mike Florio information and connection in this entire thing. Is this real? How real is this? And what does that mean whenever you put that tweet out? Because I'm putting Russell Wilson in Minnesota now because Kirk is in Atlanta. That's what happens whenever one of those tweets take place. You need to know that with a rambunctious Irish 0.01% Italian man who has a daily show who follows along with your Twitter account, pal. And I'm not the only one.
And look, I'll peel back the curtain a little bit. When you do this 23 years, you get to know a lot of people, both in and out of the business. We get emails, we get tips, we get clues, we get things all the time. And a lot of times what happens is you get a tip from somebody and it seems credible. You run it by somebody you know in an effort to see whether or not it's real or whether or not it's BS. And you start to build a sense and an indication. And
look at this
we
guy.
wrote yesterday, and I spoke a little bit more about it on our morning show, PFT Live. I mean, you got things coming back to me that I confirm from people who would know
that there's
an effort to look for maybe school, house for the family, up to and including, I haven't confirmed this part yet, but it's just one of those little things that makes sense. You know, talking to the guy who currently wears number 8, Kyle Pitts, about getting number 8 before any of this stuff is done.
So when you're hearing this, you're...
All right, so
Come on, man.
Kyle Pitts replied to this and said, "This is actually funny." And he put 4 laughing emojis. You guys come up with anything. But here's my thing with here. Like, even when Florio is tooting his own horn, why would Kirk Cousins, if he's a free agent, not look into every school possible? Like, from Atlanta all the way to everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Like, why would you not do that? Why would you not inquire about
What's
neighborhoods
the housing
and all
market
that?
look like in Atlanta?
If you're Kirk Cousins and you've seen how much of a family guy he is, like on that quarterback thing, whether you're going to sign there or not, like, do you think Kirk Cousins, with where he is in his life, and he's handled the football side of business better than anyone, do you think Kirk Cousins is just going to say, all right, I'm going to wherever the hell, let's look into the schools now? Or do you think he's going to do that before?
We'll figure it out when we get there. No, and he's rich, so he can do all
right,
these
I'm
things.
going to Detroit. I wonder how the schools are there.
Yeah. Well,
what neighborhood I'm going to?
Here's the question I have. Why is Mike Florio a monster aggregator and newsbreaker? He does it all.
Yeah.
Why is he so insecure?
I don't know. And he has no shame when it comes to the level
whatever
in which
you want to
he'll go.
call it.
And he'll be selectively dumb for clicks.
For sure.
Yeah, like especially on like some of the legal stuff he talks about. It's like, bro, you know how this works. You know what's going on here. And he'll word it in a way. I don't know, man. I just know I know people who've worked for him. He's just a workaholic, crazy ass, like.
Yeah,
loon.
he's a legend already.
He's a loon.
Yes, but why is he thin-skinned, insecure?
You don't have to tell us what you do, bro.
Yeah.
Following it for a while.
Exactly.
Shout out to you. I'm not one of these like, oh, screw Florio. I'm amused by that.
Yeah.
But Kyle Pitts is saying, no, I don't know about that,
I
but
haven't talked about the number yet.
Yeah, I haven't talked about the number, but there you go. Coming up, John Lopez has a dream.
I do have a dream.
It might be your nightmare. That's next.
In the Loop.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
All right, Texans have signed Ka'imi Fairbairn. They've signed Dalton Schultz, 2 3-year deals, 2 areas of need as the offseason approaches. Free agency begins next week. John Lopez says the dream is alive. Now, oftentimes Lopez's dream is the nightmare of others.
What?
But we'll let him lay it out. We'll let you decide for yourself.
Hold on.
We'll let you decide for yourself.
I've been on something of a roll the last few months with my dreams and predictions and such.
Oh, I don't care about your predictions. I'm talking about your dream, man.
I have a dream.
Your dream might not be the same
I
as
think you have the same dream.
others. We'll see.
I think you have the same dream.
We'll see.
So what happened yesterday? It was it was tag day. A lot of players were tagged. Players that have been mentioned with the Texans were tagged. And you kind of you sort of take a step back afterwards, and you're right. All right, rub your hands together like Landry Locker does, and says, "What's still out there? What still might fit the Texans?" Landry, everything is still out there that the Texans could use. Like when we started this process, I often mentioned Josh Jacobs and Saquon Barkley, still out there. I mentioned re-signing, and you did. I'm just saying, Devin Singletary. Still out there. I've been high on Gabe Davis.
God, your love for him is crazy.
I have love for Gabe Davis. We also mentioned an edge defender that could come on the cheap. Chase Young. Still out there. Dude.
Of course they're still out there. Free agency unstarted, though.
Well, I'm just saying none of these guys could have been tagged, Saquon in particular, not the others. But I'm saying, like, all the pieces that are there, that were there when we started this conversation, are still out there. But here's the best part. It could cost you no more than $10.5, maybe $11 million for Saquon Barkley. Maybe $10.5, $11 for Jacobs. Maybe $5.5 for Singletary. Gabe Davis, $13, which is a bargain for a wide receiver that has his amount of pedigree. And Chase Young, $13 million. Dude, they have the money, and these guys, you talk about value? These are all value picks. Here's the best part. 2-year increments. Build for the next 2 or 3 years so you can sign CJ Stroud and you won't feel a big hit on the salary cap. Only one of those players I just mentioned, let me mention them again. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Devin Singletary, Gabriel Davis, Chase Young. Only one of them is older than 26, and that's Saquon, and he's 27. Davis and Chase Young, 24. There is a path to get all these positions covered, and it's not going to cost you a lot of money. They're still out there, and it'll still save you on this.
And for me, I think it's nuts.
Why?
I just don't think it's.
I
don't think it's smart.
He is a stretch the field guy from the day he gets off from the time he gets off the bus.
I just don't. I'm not into him. I'm not into him like you. I mean, I'm intrigued, but I'm just not as into him.
All he does is score touchdowns?
I guess. And I know he put out all his stats. That's just I like the draft. I like the receivers too much. I like some of these other guys. Curtis Samuel is a guy that I'm intrigued by. I think Curtis Samuel has been in hell.
Well, you've said
the last
both.
5 years. Curtis Samuel's been in absolute hell.
How about both? How about Gabriel Davis and draft?
I would rather have Curtis Samuel than Gabe Davis, just based on what I think both of them will be looking for. I think Gabe Davis might think he's a number one guy, which I think is funny.
Does he?
I don't know. He's putting out like 8 pages of stats, and
yeah, that's what turned you off, isn't it?
His target share and all that.
Yeah, when he put that out. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and stump for Gabe Davis. I'm saying
you've been doing it. You've been close to it.
I like him. I'm not gonna pound the table, but I like him a lot, and I think he'd be a great fit here, man. Red zone with Schultz and Tank and Davis.
Is Gabe Davis red zone? He's more of like a deep threat, though.
Well, either way, he's averaging like 7 touchdowns on 48 catches. Like, that's huge. 48, I think 58 catches, but still, that's huge. Scoring that many touchdowns in that few catches, and he's still 24. My bigger point is these guys are enough, and they're there. They're still there.
Free agency begins next week. Right now, the Texans are a significant betting favorites for Saquon Barkley.
Yeah. Like it's
minus 200.
Yeah, I think I saw something like that.
Minus 200, which means you'd have to bet $200 just to win 100.
Mm-hmm. And all the other ones are plus money. All the other teams.
Now, I don't know if this is just because there's been a little bit of smoke. I don't know if there's something that people know, but the Saquon Barkley smoke it's piling up.
I have a question for you. How do you feel about Xavier McKinney? He was not tagged by the Giants. Another young guy, cornerback, and really good friends with Saquon Barkley. That's what you got me thinking about.
Xavier McKinney?
Mm-hmm.
He's from Alabama. They like Alabama guys.
Mm-hmm.
He would help at safety.
I mean, safety. I said cornerback. Yeah.
Safety is also a position where you don't, like, if you pay a lot, like if you're paying the max value for a safety, it's not like paying the max value for a D tackle or a linebacker, specifically like a Queen or Wilkins. Like you're shopping at the top, and I think the franchise tag of a safety was $11 million, Winfield. So you're probably going to be in that range instead of like the 18 mil or the 20+ mil with Christian Wilkins.
Really hard hitting guy. He was captain. I just didn't know this until I saw it.
All right, B.O.B.
on the defense. No, I'm talking about
you are turning into B.O.B., sir.
No.
He's a great teammate.
Listen to me here. Like he is
got voted team captain
twice the last 2 years.
Okay,
look, I think at the end of the day, it's still a league about winning, right? It's all about winning.
Let me finish. Like he's got Texan written all over him, is what I'm saying. Like a real hard hitting guy, swarm guy,
tough,
swarm,
smart,
swarm,
dependable,
swarm,
tough, smart, dependable,
and like a
guys.
real high character guy. Like fun to talk with. I listened to a couple of his interviews on YouTube. He's like really, really popular, really candid, fun guy to be around. But boy, he's a tough guy. He hits real hard. Figgy, you don't have to help with this. I'm just saying he's got Texan written all over him. Like he really does. Like Texan type of player. What's the matter with you?
I just feel like as time goes on, you're turning into B.O.B.
I would kill myself if I turned into Bill O'Brien.
Don't do that.
As you know, I'm passionate about performance.
Where'd that come from?
I did not know that one of your sales pitches would be, well, he was a team captain.
No, I'm saying he's a Texan kind of guy.
Remember how much B.O.B. was obsessed with Tyrann Mathieu being team captain?
Yeah.
We voted him for a captain.
Yeah.
With the C on his chest.
Same but different.
Do you think that they're comfortable at safety?
I'm not.
But are they? I mean, I don't know. Like, some would say, well, you wiped the slate clean with Jalen Petrie. Dude, he benched him.
Yeah. Safety. It could make me
I think there's a lot of people, whether it's on the text line, whether it's on the YouTube, that don't feel comfortable at safety. Whether it be Jimmy Ward and the inability to consistently be on the field, along with the natural obstacles that come with Father Time, or Jalen Petrie with just the beyond disappointing sophomore year,
or
year.
Short of expectations. Yeah, I think I've thought safety for a while now. I don't know if they might say you're stupid. I mean, we're good, but someone like McKinney, obviously Antoine Winfield's off the board. I think that would help the defense an awful lot. You got the cornerback, you got the defensive lineman, you got the young linebacker. Get me a safety.
He's expensive for a safety.
Yeah,
but expensive for a safety, a tight end, or a running back is different than being expensive. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about some of these receivers that are being thrown out there on the YouTube. Tyler Boyd's coming up.
$14 million for him?
No, like eight. And I actually think I think the market value is going to drop on these guys. I think the market's going to speak to them much like it did Dalton Schultz last year. But those are more expensive. Like you're talking about Tyler Boyd for it. If we're just going based off projections, like a few less million than Xavier McKinney.
Yeah.
So who knows? It's expensive for a safety is a lot different than expensive for some of these other positions that we're speaking
Well, all
of.
these positions that I mentioned, they're values. That's another big check mark for Quantum Jacobs for $10 million. Come on, what are we thinking? Do it.
Thinking a lot about the running back position.
Yeah.
I don't know where you've been. There's been a lot of discussion about these running backs.
I'm saying
they get disrespected.
Do it. Do it.
They get disrespected.
Yeah.
Significantly disrespected. Coming up, Dalton Schultz. He's going to sell you, not that you need to be sold, but he's going to speak on CJ Stroud and how good he thinks he is. And the Texans, they make a big move, plus perhaps the best performance of the year by a local athlete next.
website. Call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right. Dalton Schultz signed, Ka'imi Fairbairn signed, perhaps the best performance by a Houston athlete of the year. Let's play the hits here on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Dalton Schultz, he signs a 3-year deal. How good does he think CJ Stroud is? He was at Radio Row with The Drive guys. This is what he had to say about CJ.
Dude, when you can stack game performances back to back to back to back the ways that he did, when you're down a touchdown and you can just will your team to get the go-ahead and score versus Tampa Bay, and like, dude, you go back and you watch those throws on the final drive and like, tell me that's not a top 5 quarterback. Like, tell me that kid is like not one of the best in the league. Playing with him, it's like when the lights come on, like when it's game day, when you need him to perform, is like one, when he's at his most calm and when he performs the best. Dude's just stone cold. Like he's a killer, man.
He's a killer. Stone
Top
cold.
5 quarterback? I mean, is that where we're at? I saw the graphic was going out yesterday, and the question was asked. And I know you can talk about how he performed last year, but like moving forward, like if you're power ranking quarterbacks and you're trying to project what they're going to do, season, combining everything you know before, CJ Stroud is a blank quarterback. I think PFF put this out there. Where would you put him?
Would you
Top
even
what?
Okay, so clearly you're asking, but for me, I don't even blink.
What are you saying?
He's a top 5 quarterback.
Okay.
Me.
Okay.
Like from what I've seen.
Okay.
Well, let's put names on it.
I think 10. I think 10's fair. I don't think that's bad. There's a lot of good
10
quarterbacks.
Is no question.
10 is comfortable.
10 is no question, yeah.
I think top 10. That's where I feel comfortable saying CJ Stroud is.
Yeah.
Will that change next year? Maybe. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at 1 year, though. Tougher schedule, perhaps better weapons around him.
Yeah.
Right makeup. I'll say top 10 comfortably. Mm-hmm. I won't say top 5 comfortably.
Give me your top 5. I'm just curious.
Mahomes, no particular order.
Yeah. Just because I think this is a good exercise.
Mahomes, Josh Allen.
Lamar.
I would say Lamar's the MVP. Burrow. And Herbert's on the fringe of being up there. I know that's a polarizing guy in Justin Herbert, but I mean that's really where I'm at on that.
See, 4 is easy, and that's why once you get past that, I think you could mention him.
Yeah,
but I'm not questioning your list. I'm just saying
Burrow's obviously going to be better.
Yeah.
And then you start to wonder, like, could Jalen Hurts outplay
him? Then you could
him?
argue.
Could
Brock
then you could
Purdy
argue. Outplay him?
Yeah.
All that. But, yeah, I'd say 5-10. I can't go wrong with that. I mean, he's definitely top 10.
Oh, for sure. That's not a question.
You feel good about that.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. I mean, just the fact that that's even being discussed, I mean, that tells you how far we've come in a long time.
Yeah.
Ka'imi Fairbairn, he's been here for a long time. He's going to be here for a little bit longer. 3-year deal. Ka'imi Fairbairn and the Houston Texans signed the deal. DJ Bieneme broke the news. Aaron Wilson says that the deal is going to be, I think, $5.3 million is going to be the number, the annual, $15.9 million. Mm-hmm. So how does that make you feel?
It actually makes me feel good in this way. Now, you can talk about kicker. It's not a sexy thing to talk about. What I like about this whole thing these last 2 days with Dalton Schultz and Ka'imi Fairbairn, I think the Texans are showing us that they're not afraid to spend a little more, to maybe be a little more generous to protect their own and bring back their own. Because we had this discussion.
Now, we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, won't the Grenards and Cashmans kind of show that a little bit more?
A little bit more, but we're getting – I mean, these are the 2 early signs. These are the only 2 signs we have. Dalton Schultz, we were literally having a discussion, and I believe you said something along the lines of 12? And I'm not saying you were necessarily like, what a horrible opinion, but it was 12. That you questioned it and I questioned a 3-year contract, which it also ended up being, but tells you they went to 12. They're a little. This is more about what the Texans are doing than the players they signed.
It seems like they're trying to look out for their guys.
Yeah. See, I don't know. I don't know. I get y'all's side of it, and you could be right over time. I look at signing Dalton Schultz and signing Kaimi Fairbairn. I don't know if this is going to make sense to y'all, but I look at it like avoiding a clearance center. Like I like Dillard's clearance center out there, and I like going to Ross every once in a while or TJ Maxx.
Mm-hmm.
But more times than not, you're not going to find something great.
Yeah.
And if you are going to find something great, you have to really do some digging. I just look at it as they didn't want to mess with the tight end market, and they didn't want to mess with the kicker market.
But how do you fix that? By maybe spending a little more on your own guys. So it's like, yes, you could be right. I think we're right too.
But I think if they go to I'm not going
to go to Ross. I'm going to spend a little more.
But I think if they go to Nordstrom
Rack
and Nordstrom Rack, man, you can get there.
That's big time.
But if they go to Nordstrom and Jonathan Grenard is there and there's some other options, I feel like they're willing to shop at Nordstrom and shop around in the defensive end market. But when it comes to kickers and tight ends and the slim pickings and the uncertainty, I think they just avoided going to Ross.
But yes, but I think by avoiding going to Ross, they were willing to spend more. Like $12 million, let's be honest, you were right. Like, that's a lot of money for a Dalton Schultz type of tight end. For 3 years, 23.5 guaranteed, but still track. And by the way, $5.3 million for kicker, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money for a kicker. But I don't mind it because I think it's showing us the Texans are like, we're a contender, which we've been talked about this whole offseason. We're going to spend a little more to make sure we keep these guys. And maybe that means they're going to spend a little more to make sure they get guys like Saquon or Josh Jacobs.
I just like the way Caserio shops. I don't know, like, the way that Caserio shops and his lack of impulsiveness, I just really admire.
Mm-hmm.
I respect because, we don't know the tendencies of Caserio, but if you just look at like the biggest decisions he's made where he's kind of had to shop, holding off as long as he did on the Deshaun Watson trade, it paid off. And he didn't even have the leverage that he would have liked to have had because of the no trade clause and the fact that they negotiated the contract behind the Texans' back.
Yeah.
They're not going to convince me different of that. That's probably why that draft equity got tweaked. But between the 2-year Steven Nelson deal where I think he maximized everything you could expect out of him, Dalton Schultz last year, kind of letting him fall in your lap. Like I like Caserio's pace and the way that he just keeps his head on a swivel and the way that he shops around.
Yeah, I think Caserio's had a really good year and a half. He's really had a good year and a half.
He's had a good 3 years though. I mean, I didn't have a problem with.
Oh well, I think his first 2 years people were misjudging him, and
until you get rid of that it's hard to fully trust you.
I don't think people really saw him working. Like we talked about it. I saw him working.
I never cared about the coaches.
I didn't care about the players he was signing.
But it was amusing.
All I cared about was what was he doing for the cap. Well, he was really helping the cap by bringing in those guys. Then he started working about a year and a half ago. And I think he's had a good stretch. He really has.
Real good stretch.
Yeah.
Speaking of good stretch, my goodness, the Rockets yesterday. They beat the Spurs 114-101. Alperen Sengun, just complete dominance of Wemby, 45-16. Here was Sengun talking about his career performance against one of the best prospects we've ever seen, and perhaps even the defensive player of the year.
He's so tall, really. He's really tall, but he's not that strong yet, So I was going his chest and put him under the rim. So, like I said, they didn't double me tonight that much, so I work.
They did, one thing
that double me, so I worked.
I like that. Sengun has been my favorite Rocket this year, and going back to last year. And he did put him to work. I did like from the San Antonio's perspective, Pop was just saying, hey, you're on your own. Weight room. That's what he was telling Wemby. Like, he's, just learning every step of the way.
There's no reason to double. Like, the lesson is more valuable than blaming Sengun.
Exactly.
And with where the Spurs are?
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely, we've made fun of Caserio for saying it's definitely process over results, right?
That's all they're doing right now with Wemby. And but you know what? Don't take anything away from that performance. That was big time. That was big time.
45, man.
Yeah.
Putting in that work. Mm-hmm. Wemby. Polarizing guy. I saw there were some, I guess when he was excited that he didn't go to the Rockets, that graphic was making the rounds yesterday.
Yeah. To be expected. Let me ask you this, Rockets Twitter. Would you trade Sengun for Wembanyama straight up?
Come on.
Nope.
You would get some no's.
Nope.
No, you would not.
You would get some
you would
no's.
not. You would have to really search for that.
On Rockets Twitter.
On
no,
Rockets
you would
Twitter.
Not. No, you would not.
We ain't talking about the normal world. We talking about Rockets Twitter.
No, you would not.
Yeah.
No, you would not.
713-572-4610.
No, you would not.
I guarantee.
You would have to dig really deep for someone to do that.
You would not have to dig at all. You would not have. You know I'm right on that.
They wouldn't trade Jabari Smith for Wemby.
Nah, there's no way.
Straight up.
You don't have to dig that deep.
Alpy for Wemby.
You would have to get out some serious shovels for that.
Why don't you tweet a poll?
No, I'm not doing that. I've actually been a little bit disappointed in some of that. It's been there've been too many hills died on, and no adjusting to it. From Kevin Porter Jr. to now the Jalen Green type of situation. I just kind of try to stay out of that mix. lot of rat poison being fed to these players online. Lots, man. DeMeco Ryans would lose his mind.
Oh, big time.
If you perform like that and you still get jocked.
Look at this, the first 3 texts.
That's a lie. He's not being serious. Look at the text
board.
A bot.
They're coming in.
That's a bot.
They're coming in.
They're
like
joking.
Crazy.
They're joking.
I would not trade Alpy. I'm keeping Sengun. I would not trade for Wemby. He's got a lanky behind. All right, whatever.
All right, this is not true. This is just an example. You can find anything you want to find.
Dude, I didn't look. It just came to me.
No, but they're kidding. They're kidding. No one thinks that.
Alpy for Wemby straight
Nobody
up.
thinks that.
Nope.
You talking about Rockets Twitter, man.
Sengun over Wemby.
They might trade Jalen Green for him.
Yeah.
I'm
they
so disappointed in those young men on Rockets Twitter, though. God, it's been hard to watch. It's been hard to watch. A lot of them.
This is awesome.
How you go from that?
Don't need that guy. Don't need him.
We good.
We're good. We got Alpy.
Come on. We're just kidding. Let's be serious. They're joking.
Dude. All of them are joking?
They're all kidding.
All of them?
Yes, they're kidding.
25-30 already.
They're kidding.
Okay.
That was big, though, man.
No, it's huge.
Yeah, I don't think you can minimize that performance.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, you got to get what you can get with these kids. So between Jalen Green having perhaps his best game against the Suns and Alfie having the best game of his career, there you go. Do your thing, Udoka.
Dude, this is
You're
hilarious.
Crazy as hell.
It's on the YouTube, too. It's all everybody's just talking. Nope.
They're kidding.
Nope.
They're joking. Coming up, the next step for Nick Caserio, and was a hand tipped by what the Texans have done. Also, a little bro time with Dalton Schultz coming up at 12:35. You don't want to miss that.
access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dalton Schultz, lock him up. Bro time with Dalton Schultz coming up at 12:35. Remembering our first words with Dalton Schultz. Also, Ka'imi Fairbairn, 3-year contract. How about that?
How about that?
What are you giggling about, man?
Figgy knows.
What is it?
Figgy, why am I giggling?
Something you can't relate to, man.
Yeah, you can't relate to it.
We might as well not even bring it up.
Okay.
What are we talking about? I don't know.
Music.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
My era, man.
About the bump music.
No,
break it down for me, man.
You asked. I didn't
break
say
it down
anything.
for me. Here is Dalton Schultz talking about the new standard for the Houston Texans. This was him visiting with Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley in Super Bowl week.
For a team that's got such a young core, that experience is going to be so valuable going forward. The Houston Texans should be in that striking distance of the playoffs every single year. That's the standard now, and that standard's been set. If we said that last year in the offseason, everybody would be looking at us like we're nuts. And so I'm excited to see just that fruition, because I think it's going to be a good time for football in the city of Houston.
Great time for football in the city of Houston.
Great time. By the way, Ka'imi Fairbairn, maybe I didn't give it enough attention.
How so?
Sean Pendergast yesterday he had 4 thoughts on Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, man.
The signing.
We played it.
Maybe I don't respect the kicking position enough, because he's got 4 thoughts on Ka'imi Fairbairn's signing too.
Are there 4 thoughts?
I think so. Give me your 4 thoughts. Right off the dome. Go ahead. Give me 4 thoughts. Let's do it.
Well, we just mentioned one of them. My biggest thought is this is a reflection of the Texans. Like they're ready to spend a little more to keep their own.
There's one.
Second thought, I'm good with it.
All right. That's 2.
3 might have to be about bumper music.
He's a good guy.
Give me 4 thoughts. Go, Figgy, on Ka'imi Fairbairn signing.
He been pretty good with the Houston Texans.
I said that.
All right, that's 1. All right, that's 2.
He's a loyal guy.
That's 3.
And he's a cool dude, man.
You said that twice. You said that twice. Give me yours.
I think this is a good thing for the Texans, because kicking's obviously important, and we saw what life was like without him.
Mm-hmm.
That's thought 1. Thought 2, though, we've been without him for 9 games the last 3 years, so I wonder if he's kind of injury-prone by kicking standards. Number 3, sometimes we see kickers late in their career get the yips and kind of fall off sooner rather than later. Hopefully he's not there. And 4, this is probably the type of move you make when the cap does increase. Don't necessarily think the cap increase
came through.
Makes you.
Look at
you came through.
I don't think it
You're
makes
the same
you
level as Sean Pendergast.
Well, I don't know.
Well, now I got to hear.
I don't know. I want to hear Pendergast's 4 thoughts on Ka'imi Fairbairn.
And just a note on this video is actually longer than the Dalton Schultz video.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So he had
more.
This one's a minute 58. The Dalton Schultz was around
I got to hear
minute
this.
40.
Yeah, okay.
I got to hear this.
The Texans are busy. Nick Caserio getting the job done, signing guys. We've got another one. It was Dalton Schultz yesterday. Ka'imi Fairbairn, kicker, re-signing with the Texans on a 3-year, $15.9 million deal today. Quick thoughts. 4 thoughts on the signing of Ka'imi Fairbairn. First, the important one. Am I cool with the money? Are we cool with the signing? I am. Ka'imi Fairbairn has statistically been one of the best kickers in football. 17, he's been among the elite kickers in football statistically since 2020. He's got the 4th highest salary, average annual value among kickers now. I'm totally cool with that. Number 2, the concern, I guess, with Ka'imi Fairbairn would be injuries. He's missed 9 games in the last 3 seasons, including 5 games with a quad injury this past season, one of which forced Daria Agumbawale, easy for me to say, to kick a field goal in the win over Tampa Bay. Ironically, I think that injury for Fairbairn might have helped him get this deal done, because the Matt Amendola experience replacing Ka'imi Fairbairn was a harrowing, nerve-wracking experience. So you pay for certainty, or as close as you can get to certainty,
And that may have helped Kaimi Fairbairn, ironically, but he's got to stay healthy. Number 3, special teams is clearly a priority for the Houston Texans. They've had among the best special teams in football the last few years. Spending a kicker is a logical thing to do for a team that prioritizes special teams. And finally, I think Dalton Schultz yesterday, Kaimi Fairbairn today. We'll see who's next, but there's clearly a love the one you're with strategy going on with the Houston Texans. DeMeco Ryans said it last week. They place a heavy value on knowing exactly how guys fit into the locker room, knowing how they respond to adversity, when times are good, when times are bad. So the Kaimi Fairbairn signing makes sense, and I think we'll see at least a couple more between now and the beginning of next week. Those are my thoughts. Appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Payne and Pendergast Sports.
All right, there you go. All right. There you go. He did a good job of that.
That was solid, man.
He broke that down.
That was solid.
Love some Fairbairn. Can y'all tell me what y'all were talking about with this bumper music? It's just like funky. You're funky guy or what?
You know that.
Nah, it was just a good song. And he looked at me like, boy, what you know about this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, you playing this. Okay.
Okay.
Late 70s through early 80s funk.
Mm-hmm.
I got you covered.
Oh, do you?
I got you covered.
Oh, okay.
Little Earth, Wind, and Fire.
A little Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Do you?
Yeah.
By the way, is this an old drink? This, like, of all the options, cran grape. I feel like the cran grape, if you're on the YouTube, you can see I got the Ocean Spray cran grape.
Mm-hmm.
Very much enjoying it. Is that a...
it's good for you, man.
Is that a good thing or
It's been around
thing?
forever.
No, I know. I'm a fan. I don't feel like it gets the credit it deserves, cran grape.
Grape juice in general doesn't.
Is that a straw man?
No, it's mostly kids. Kids, like you love grape juice when you're a kid and then you just grow out of it.
But don't you think like the perfect... Like, if there's ever something you mix, it's cran and grape, because too much cran, it's like, Like, vodka almost, like, provides you with, like, the right kick with the cran. Grape, just grape,
No.
I want that,
No, I'm talking about, like, non-alcoholic. Cran grape and strawberry banana. Those are the two.
Strawberry banana, like, smoothies, or strawberry and banana, like, juice?
Juice, smoothies, anything. God, that's good. I love strawberry.
But I think strawberry and banana are good by themselves. Do you like cranberry juice just by itself? Isn't that usually just... Yeah.
Nah.
I do.
Need a little grape in
I
it.
don't even drink a lot
How
of
often
juice.
you drinking cranberry
All
juice?
the time.
That's in your fridge all the time.
That's my go-to.
Like without alcohol.
Yeah, without the alcohol.
See, I can't do that.
Cranberries in your fridge right
It got to
now.
be, well, not right now because I drank it, but every time we go to the grocery store, I get some cranberry juice.
Straight out the bottle or what?
The Simply cranberry
Straight
juice.
out the bottle or you...
Nah. Put some ice in there.
I don't drink enough juice. I don't drink orange juice.
I think I'm going to start, man. I think this is the start of something special. I think I'm on the cran grape.
But Simply
Are there
Orange
any
is
negatives here?
The Simply cranberry is good.
Simply
man.
Orange.
That's the go-to.
Yeah.
Are there any negatives here?
Probably sugar would be the only one. How much sugar does it have?
I don't even know what it... sugar...
Yeah.
32 grams?
Is that high? I forget.
I don't know. Whenever someone says grams of protein...
What's the percentage of your daily allowance? This is important stuff, by the way.
I think it says 54%.
That's a lot.
Too much.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
And that little bottle.
That would be the only down.
And that little bottle.
You know what I hate about those?
Yeah, that's terrible.
When you get, and it's not just juice.
Trash, man.
Whenever you buy something.
100% of your vitamin C, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's good. I need to drink more. Like, whenever you buy, like, even chips or crackers or whatever in a small bag, they have the calories on there, but it'll say 2 servings. Yeah. I'm like, come on,
Since when
man.
is a bag of chips 2 servings?
Yeah, exactly.
That's like 4
exactly
chips.
What's going on there? It's a little whack.
Yeah.
That place was popping downstairs, the cafe.
That's where you got that.
Yeah, and I kind of had like a weird, I don't know if this is a weird vision, like a request I kind of had as I was going up the elevator as I was leaving that cafeteria.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can make this happen or not. This might be the weirdest thing I've ever said.
Let me hear it. That's saying something by itself.
Yeah.
So I walked in. I saw this one guy. You could tell that he wasn't the cool guy in the office.
Mm-hmm.
Because he were 2 guys having the time of their life, socializing, having a fun time, eating. You could tell that they've had their food for a little bit.
Yeah.
And the guy puts his arms up like, what the heck? You guys went to lunch without me. Like, they have their arms up. They're like, you can tell it was a bad acting job. He's like, oh, what? We thought,
yeah.
Fake. So the guy's like, whatever. Yeah. So he's going to order his food, and you can tell that those guys, they've already eaten, and the guy just got kind of ditched.
Come in and ask me to come down here.
So I started thinking, like, about old school cafeteria days.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just the
tables?
Just all the elements of, like, going to the cafeteria.
Separate. Yeah. How the groups separate.
And I started, like, for some reason, as I was thinking that, I got my cran grape, and I walked out, and I was like, man, I sure could go for, like, some square pizza right now from the cafeteria.
Oh, that's not the craziest thing you've said.
Well, I started thinking to myself, we've got to have some loopholes who have, like, some sort of access to, like, Lamar High School or one of the schools close to here.
You got a lot of teacher loopholes?
Loopholes or parents of
Put some
students
aside
or something.
for us.
No, is there any way that on Friday y'all could bring me some
square pizza?
Just tell me what they're
Cafeteria
serving
pizza.
at the cafeteria. Bring me a few pieces of that square pizza and maybe some of those
mac and cheese.
So some mashed potatoes and gravy or something like that. And just bring it up here. I just want to see what the kids are working with these days in the cafeteria. I would go myself. I think that'd be too creepy though.
That would be too creepy. You'd have to have a badge. You'd have to get
just
a badge.
walk in. Hey,
I'm just here for the
I'm
pizza.
just here to eat. I'm just here to eat. It's pizza day. I just want to. You think they're working with like better?
It's not going to be long when they're going to have Daddy-Daughter Day at the school, and you can order it.
Oh, I'm gonna be there all the time.
You can order it.
Hey,
You'll come in. Hey, I'm dropping off Avery. What's for lunch?
Yeah. What we working with? Oh, we got the nuggets. Okay.
Yeah.
2 orders of chicken nuggets, mashed potatoes, gravy. 2 rolls, please. Thank you very much.
Wednesday is enchilada day, man.
We had enchilada day every day. We had a Mexican line.
Yeah. Well, I didn't go to a fancy school.
I mean, it was just a normal foray. We had a Mexican line, home style, all that.
Mm-hmm.
But you always got the square pizza. Even, we had some Papa John's too, but put that to the side.
Man, I should have went to your school,
Chick-fil-A
man.
Chick-fil-A sandwiches, nuggets, salad bar.
The heck were
Yeah, man.
Chicken tender baskets.
I ain't had Chick-fil-A until I was a
bro.
grown-ass man.
6 lines, bro.
We had one
I had to go to
line.
the mall for that one.
We had one line.
There was, and then we found out where the Chick-fil-A truck was, so we just like fill our backpacks.
We had one line, one menu.
Yes.
If you ain't like what they had, you out of luck.
We had a few. Public school system, man.
I was one too.
Someone hooked me up with that square pizza, though.
That would be
Seriously.
a good idea.
7135.
You just had to leave for lunch.
All right, someone says on the 281, I work at a school. Pizza days are on Wednesday, and the kids get stuffed crust.
Oh, wow.
I don't want that, though. I can get stuffed crust like when I order pizza.
I want
square
school pizza.
Yeah, the square ass, eat the cheese,
Somebody
fold it
said,
up type of thing.
well, actually, guy said it's rectangle.
It could be square if you cut it in half.
Yeah.
Rectangle. Mm-hmm. You gotta really be actually to throw that out.
It's
there.
rectangle, Landry.
It's rectangle pizza.
Yeah.
Rolls off the tongue perfect,
Do
don't
you
it?
think that in his day, Nick Caserio, by the way, 2 3-year deals, do you think at least early in his life, like he enjoyed like the school cafeteria? Like at what, you think it was when he got in the
When did
NFL?
he turn into this
Probably
guy?
when he went to New England.
No.
You think before that?
College.
You think, I bet in college he'd eat a pizza or something.
No, I bet you in college
on.
he was because he was trying to make it, man. He was, wasn't he a quarterback?
He was at a private college.
Receiver.
It was a smaller college, too.
Yeah, he was trying to, set the exam. He was a leader, Landry. He was trying to set the exam. I bet you in college when he went, full grains and salads and all that. So I bet you high school he had some.
Did you like school burgers?
Not really. I mean, I ate them. Didn't have. I took my lunch a lot to school all the way through high school. I took my lunch a lot, but high school I probably ate in the cafeteria more than that ever.
The burger didn't do it for me. Chicken patty sandwich. So, whoo-wee.
Yeah.
You give me that chicken patty on a bun and get down.
Salisbury steak was off the chain.
Man, I
Off
don't even
the
know if that
chain.
was in our rotate.
That was on a Monday or Tuesday. Wednesday was enchiladas. That was great. And then Friday was square pizza.
Just like the cheap-ass tortilla. Probably just threw some queso on the enchiladas.
Dude.
By the way, speaking of enchiladas.
No. Our enchiladas were like awesome.
Speaking of enchiladas earlier this week, it needs to be revisited.
Okay.
I think we browsed over it too easily.
And that is?
Well, we'll talk about it in confessions because it's really been on my mind. I've brought it up, no lie, to 6 different people.
Get out of here.
Swear to God. Like just in random passing conversations. Just like, man, someone texted in the other day.
And
because I don't care. I don't like texting in, cuss at us, whatever. It's all fun back. But this is the worst text we've ever got. And it actually
That's saying a lot.
No. It actually annoys me to the point where I've brought it up with 6 people, and all 6 of them have said that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Really?
The dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I hope that texter is still there because I really want them to explain themselves.
I think what it is.
Yeah, I am too.
Dude, it might not bother y'all as much as it does me, but it annoys the crap out of me. Worst text we've ever got.
All right.
Not even a close second.
All right.
Not even a close second. I absolute ridiculousness. See, now people are wanting. Someone said they got turkey gumbo at school. That's crazy.
Damn.
Turkey gumbo.
That's too much, man. They're doing too much. I don't trust that. If you're going to get soup at school, it's got to be the grilled cheese with the tomato soup. Mm-hmm. Dip it in there.
Dude, look at this that a texter just sent us. You can order school cafeteria food online.
Where? Where?
Man.
Right here.
Where?
Look at that. You can order pizza, the nuggets.
Oh, and they send it to you?
Yeah.
They should make a restaurant like that, man.
Yeah.
But part of the experience is interacting with the workers.
The breakfast tacos.
I like interacting with the cafeteria ladies, though.
Like our cafeteria ladies were all
They should have a
Hispanic.
restaurant like that with the real cafeteria ladies and serving it school food.
But this is why our enchiladas were so good. It was our cafeteria ladies were all Hispanic, all older, all made enchiladas there, and they just added their little man, they were good.
Text line, the 409 says it's just the cheap Totino's pizza from Walmart. How about it? No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Because it's got to be made on that big tray.
Yeah, they put the big tray. They put the bread.
Tray.
They throw the sauce on there, and then they have those little sausages or those little ass square pepperonis. I think it's square. Is it rectangle? Whatever the hell it is. They put those on there, or they have the cheese.
Yeah,
and then they cut it. And it's always like the perfect sign.
Crumbled hamburger on top.
They get it.
It wasn't Italian sausage.
Man, they got the super donut on that site, too.
Look at that. The sweet treats. Look at that. Dude, they got those powder donuts. They got the French toast sticks.
Oh, man. Those used to go in, man.
Those used to go in big time.
They should invent like a restaurant where it's like cafeteria style, like elementary school, and then they have all the old recess games that don't get played anymore.
Dude, they even have the
back.
breakfast pizza. Did your school have breakfast pizza?
Yes.
Ours did. Look at this, Figgy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the square breakfast pizza.
The chicken rings.
Man, I would go to first period just hunched over.
Yeah.
2 pieces of.
They got the little Tony's pizza.
Yeah, they got the Tony's.
The thing about me is that early, and she worked at the school by me because she's a teacher. So sometimes she'd have bus duty, but she'd get there at 6. So she's dropping our ass off
when she gets there
early. So we're definitely eating breakfast.
Dude, they have fish sticks.
Man,
dude, they got it all.
Fish sticks, dude. Those don't get the love they deserve.
They don't.
Fish sticks don't get the love they deserve.
They do not.
There you go. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Is there a wide receiver that perhaps we should be paying closer attention to? Plus, I promise you this. I'm not overselling this. This has bothered me for pretty much 68 hours now. The worst text that we've ever gotten on the text line. I'm not overselling this. Lunchtime confessions next.
All right, ability.
fitness energy.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. The worst text that we've ever gotten that I've brought up to 6 different people coming up shortly. But in the meantime, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm not even worried about running back anymore for the Texans.
Because you know they're going to do something?
Yeah, for me, it's done. Given what they've done already, who's out there, the market being saturated, the draft, it's not going to be a priority. It's not a matter of if, it's just who. I mean, I hope it's going to be Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley, but you've gone through the list. I mean, don't even worry about running back. The Texans are going to sign at least 1, maybe 2 running backs, including Devin Singletary. Like, of all the things that I got to worry about or thinking about or talking about going into the draft and free agency, they're getting a running back, man. They're getting a running back.
Maybe 2.
A big-time running back, maybe 2. Yeah.
Maybe 2.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Could they be getting a receiver, too? I was listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning. They threw this out there. Got to confess. Got my brain flowing a little bit. This is the breakdown of Tyler Boyd from Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne this morning.
Can line up in the slot, so or a bigger body by slot standards, and he's willing to run block. So that checks off that box. Okay, willing to be physical, even though he's a slot receiver. But you can have the other guys. You can have Nico and Tank Dell stretch the field and do all that fun stuff. But he reads coverages. He sits down in soft spots. He creates separation. You know, he doesn't have the physical measurables. I think when DeMeco said that they look for separation, people immediately think, okay, who's the fastest? Like, no, there's other ways to create separation. And by reading zone, but then when you're in man, running your routes really well and everything, Tyler Boyd does all of that.
You're also bringing him in and not asking him to do anything he wasn't doing in Cincinnati. He was the third wheel to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Here, he would be the third wheel to Nico Collins and a healthy Tank Dell. Spot Rack's market value for Tyler Boyd, 3 years, $26 million. I would do that in a second. That's under $9 million a year.
It's interesting. I think the market might actually push that number down, but they lay out a good case. I confess I'm intrigued. Kind of like Curtis Samuel a little bit better, but they lay out an interesting case. It is interesting, though. Mm-hmm. That's Saquon money, man. Would you rather have?
No, that's the yeah.
Would you rather have Tyler Boyd or Saquon?
Give me a break.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know, you see things like sometimes in succession, and it's just weird. So, a couple of days ago,
did you ever watch Succession?
Nah,
he ain't
really.
gonna watch it.
I didn't really watch it. I've heard about it. Like,
It's too deep for you.
Yeah, sure, it's too deep for me, but it's plenty, but not for you.
You prefer Seinfeld, and
might be too boring for you.
I'm very superficial.
Yeah,
I don't give things very much thought.
Yeah. Like I Love Lucy.
They don't sleep on I Love Lucy.
Dick Van Dyke Show.
Yeah.
Frasier.
Yeah.
You like Frasier?
Love Frasier.
Shocker.
Love.
All right.
Love.
Moving on. Shocker.
Love Frasier.
Shocker.
All right, so.
But Succession's too slow?
Whatever.
Whatever, dude.
So you know how you see something and you're like, well, that's weird.
Yeah. And then you see it again.
And then you see it again. So a couple of days ago, and I forget where I was, I saw a woman, I don't know if it was her friend or whatever, scratching another woman's back. Like scratching her back. Like she had an itch. Okay?
No, that's not unique, man. We're in different times, okay?
Hold on.
Were they holding hands too?
No, she was just scratching her back. So I was in the hallway this morning, and I saw one of our mixed morning hosts getting her back scratched by a woman who's a sales rep, a sales executive, scratching her back.
Okay.
And I started thinking to myself, there is no scenario, none, outside of life or death, in which I would scratch another man's back. Women do that, but men just don't do that.
Some do.
Scratch my back. Will you scratch my back real quick?
No, I would have to reach. The only time I would even ask someone to scratch my back would be, honey, hey.
Yeah, no,
I got
opposite sex.
Yeah.
Like this woman was scratching another woman's back.
Or would you ask another man around the office, can you scratch my back real quick?
There is no scenario in which I would scratch another man's back.
Okay.
0.
All right.
Would you?
Me, no. But
Figgy?
If you want another man to scratch your back, I understand.
Figgy?
Nah. I never asked nobody to scratch I can scratch my own back.
your wife or your daughter or something like that.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah.
For sure. Even your son. Like, if my son said I have an itch, I'd scratch my son's back, he'd scratch mine. But like another dude, there is 0 scenarios in which I would scratch another guy's back.
No, I don't.
But women do it.
Yeah.
It's weird.
They do a lot. They do each other's hair and stuff, too.
But scratching each other's backs?
I don't know.
It's just weird. It's hit me because I saw that was the second time I've seen it in 3 days.
Is it something wrong? Or is
no,
it just
I'm just saying it's weird.
Like that?
Women do that and men don't.
It's interesting.
Right?
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting observations from the OG John Lopez.
Thank you.
Watch this.
All right, the worst text I've ever seen, and I got to confess, maybe I'm taking this too serious. I've no lie brought it up to 6 different people. Like everyone that I've talked on the phone with, I'm bringing this up because it's so ridiculous. And shout out to all the loopholes. Shout out to all the listeners. If you listen, you are a loophole. There's a lot of back and forth that comes with sports talk, and that's kind of the beauty of it, and I love it. And we say some asinine things. People say asinine things. People get passionate about it. I get it. Mm-hmm. Radio show, so we'll talk about other stuff in life. It bothers me so much.
I got to hear this.
So the other day I was talking about enchiladas, cheese enchiladas, and I said that I thought El Gallo had perhaps the best enchiladas I've ever had on Gessner. I think it's the homemade enchiladas.
Oh, I think I know where you're going
off
with
the chain, off the hook. And by the way, 5 loopholes have texted me and said, you know what? It was really, really, really great. Someone even said it's the best rice they've ever had, and they were Hispanic.
All right.
Anyway, when I said that these were the best enchiladas that I've had, and I'm a big cheese enchilada guy. I think, of all the types
that's the go-to
types of enchiladas you can get, I think cheese enchiladas are the way to go. Someone texted in after I said this and said, making enchiladas is like steaming broccoli. It's that easy. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. Yeah. I'm sorry. That is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. I don't think that I've ever had. There's some that are similar, but to say that making enchiladas is like steaming broccoli, I brought this up to my dad. I brought this up to friend. That is the dumbest text we will ever get. There will never be a dumber text than that. And I don't know what that is. Is that a hardo trying to act like?
No, I said it in passing at the time. I'm like, have you ever made enchiladas? Like, you have to heat the oil to just the right temperature, by the way, because you don't want to fry the tortilla too much. Get some nice pliable corn tortillas, put them in the oil, set them aside. They cool off.
Ratio.
Then you got to make the sauce. However you want to make it, unless you're going to open a can. But if you want to make enchiladas, it certainly isn't steaming broccoli. Then you got to fill the enchilada. Then you got to roll them just right so they don't break, and they can do it at the right time.
And
then
do you do it too big? Do you do it too small?
Exactly.
Do you do it like, is the cheese oozing out? Did you use enough cheese? Did you put the right sauce? Did you season the cheese? Did you come on, man?
How it's so easy to steam broccoli, man.
Yeah, I know.
It's harder to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
It is, but enchiladas, man. It's a process.
It's that damn easy?
Yeah.
Steaming broccoli, huh? Mm-hmm. Like, what are we doing here? It really offended me.
Well, it's dumb. It's dumb. Like, tell me you've never made enchiladas. Like, but
it's not even like it all tastes the same. Like, there's probably some places where you can
it's not.
But there's some things where some foods where people say like enchiladas aren't even like it all tastes the same item.
No, not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close. Like, but I'm talking about just like cheese enchilada. Then you got to cut the onions, but the sauce is hard to make. You got to do that the right way. Like I said, unless you open a can and then you're Still harder than steaming broccoli.
I'm telling you, man.
Like steaming broccoli,
I was
man.
so offended by that.
Still harder than steaming broccoli.
I was so offended, man.
You should have been. You should have been.
Up in my feels on this.
I could be totally wrong on this, and I'll probably, be excited if this happens, but I'm not really feeling Christian Wilkins and Patrick Queen.
I'm really not either.
I think it's like there is so much value in the players that I think they can get and should get versus overvaluing, particularly at their ages and their positions for Christian Wilkins and Patrick Queen. I'm just not. Again, bring them in. I'll be happy, I guess. I'll be excited to see what they do. But I'm not feeling it right now. I'd much rather them go in other directions.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't want to minimize the accomplishment because I think it's significant and it could end up being very significant in the long term, and in the short term, it's easily the best performance of the season. But Alperen Sengun going for 45 on Wembanyama.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing some of the reaction, and again, I'm not minimizing. I think it's a great performance. I like Alfie a lot. Do I have to hate Wemby though?
Yeah.
Like, are we to the point where, like, do I have to, like, is that a necessary thing where I gotta hate Wemby?
No, it's not necessary.
Because it seems like there's a lot of like talk about this guy's dude. My confession is I can't make myself hate Wemby. I like Wemby. I think Wemby's really good. So as happy as I am for Alfie, I don't need like to celebrate the accomplishments that I root for by having this corny like desire to need to bash the other guy type of situation. So my confession is I can't bring myself to hate Wemby. I apologize.
Well, I'll hit another confession that's tied into that real quick.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I knew it. As soon as Alpie, to his credit, like we're both, just an incredible performance. I knew Rockets Twitter would do what you're talking about. First, but somewhat understandable. He's a Spur, but he's an awesome dude that is going to be the face of the NBA, and the NBA in the future needs that. I knew they were going to say, I'll take Alpie over Wemby any day.
No one's saying that.
All over. Yeah, people in the media.
They don't mean that.
People in the media are saying that.
They don't mean that.
Well, keep telling yourself
they
that.
don't mean that. Coming up, Dalton Schultz. We know what he does on the field, but you might not remember the time that we spent with him. We literally spent 12 minutes with Dalton Schultz talking about nothing to do with football. We eventually got to the football, but that's kind of dated. But let's have some bro time with Dalton Schultz. With your boys in the loop coming up next.
That's Mo Karam Law.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Dalton Schultz. A little bro time with Dalton Schultz. This was the first time we got to visit with Dalton Schultz right here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It was straight off of the practice field. We BS'd with him because these guys get off the podium and they come and speak to us.
So what else? I mean,
if
we
we're
were
asking
the
them
other
podium
stuff.
questions, then what are we doing?
Yeah, that we're getting that.
Yeah, we're going to get that anyways. So just to get to know Dalton Schultz a little bit, let's go back in time to when we first heard Dalton Schultz on this radio station. We started out the conversation. Obviously, he came from the Dallas Cowboys, so he's familiar with the trip down 45 in his case.
There you go.
Down
You got
45
it.
in his case. And we started just talking about Buc-ee's. Dalton, it's an easy question to ask. Your two future best friends, John Lopez and Landry Locker. How do you feel about Buc-ee's?
My kids like it. They like the beaver.
Okay. How old are your kids?
My boy turns 5 tomorrow.
Oh my! Is he in kindergarten or is he going to be in kindergarten?
He's going to be in kindergarten.
Oh gosh,
which is crazy.
You worried about him? Like, what's his personality like?
Oh, he's going to make so many friends.
Okay.
He's so outgoing.
Perfect.
Does he play video games like you? I talked to some people in Dallas, and they said just talk to him about video games the whole time.
We play Minecraft together.
Man, some of the games.
I got him a Switch for this birthday because I was like, you're going to be up in Dallas. I'm going to be down here. Like, let's. Yeah. On my off days, like at the very least, like we can play together.
Yeah.
So. Some of the games that y'all play are like way too smart for me. Like I was trying to research. No, Tetris. I get down. You don't even know about Snake on the old.
Dude.
You know about Snake?
Yeah, I grew up with Snake on the phone.
Okay, so you did. Okay, so I
wasn't too late. We had a Nokia brick phone with the Snake on.
I'm just making sure that you had that.
I'm on the cusp.
Okay, so you had Snake, you had Tetris. There was like a game I was looking at, and you're like drafting gods or something like that. Smite.
Oh.
I heard you were a little rusty in that. So
no.
You're good.
No,
you're okay.
I can run a lot of people.
Do you ever play any other athletes?
That's funny.
Because we have one for you.
Like I really don't.
Sports games and
stuff? A lot of them play Madden. Like I'll dabble in FIFA every now and then, but dude, I haven't played FIFA in
Let me
years.
ask you this though. So it's kind of a running thing with my wife and I. No one moves my fishing gear except me. No one touches it.
Man.
Rods. You can move anything you want.
Yeah.
Are you that way with your gaming equipment?
I'm like that with my fishing gear.
Oh,
so there you go.
Come on, man.
One of the top podcasts, fishing podcasts in the country.
Dude, 2020 rolled around, and I was like, dude, I got to get out of the house.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's when I picked up fishing.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Texas is no shortage of, like, good fishing ponds.
Yeah.
So, like, I kind of got into it. I got into it pretty hard.
Freshwater.
But
freshwater fishing.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm more of a saltwater, but I can dabble.
Saltwater guy.
Yeah, but
he's a fishing.
So you're on the
snob,
boats
man.
out in the deep water.
Oh yeah. Well,
See, I haven't
bay
done that.
fishing and all that stuff.
I haven't done all that.
But you
go to the Gulf?
Yeah, I got a little trailer down there.
A little trailer. That's it. Let's be serious. It ain't no little trailer. It's a little more than that.
I'm all ears. We got some off days.
Aransas Pass, Rockport.
Okay.
That whole area. Yeah, it's a blast. I might even go Saturday. We'll see. But your gaming equipment?
Yeah.
That's all you?
Yeah, for sure.
Nobody.
So it's funny. I built my wife a PC as well, and like I had to like help her, teach her like how to.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't want to touch the cords. Like I don't want to take anything out. I'm like, literally, you just pull them out. There you go. We're gonna just. It's a square. The square peg goes in the square peg hole. The round peg goes in the round peg hole.
Yeah.
Like, pull them out. Put them in. Easy.
Yeah. There you go.
So I heard it's really. It sounds freaky, but like it's not. It's really not that hard.
Madden, which is a little bit surprising.
They asked the same question over there.
I stopped playing Madden because I think it's just too unrealistic at this point. It's gotten ridiculous. Like they're putting running backs at quarterback and they're throwing like it's too much for me. It's too hard for me. I can't do it.
I'm a rager a little bit.
Okay.
So like, I don't think I could play Madden for a long time.
Yeah. Okay. And it's interesting you say that because we were talking about. Do you know who Blake Snell is?
Blake Snell, no.
So Blake Snell is a pitcher for the he's with the Padres now.
I don't follow baseball like
that. No. But he's got a gaming community.
He's a freak.
Like he has he's called Snellzilla in the gaming community, and he has like a huge following.
That's sick.
And we've had fun just like playing like audio of him during when he plays video games. Do you act like this? I think Figgy might have it. This is Blake Snell and just how angry he gets. Do you rage this hard?
Josh, other side. Go other side, Josh. Can you do something, bro? Did you kill a guy, Josh? Good God. Golly, bro, you don't kill people. That's the difference. I kill people. Stop following me. Push, Josh. Push. Josh! Bro, 3,000 damage. Lay on me, revive me. Lay, revive. Josh, something. Oh, my God. You're so terrible. I'm dead.
That's you.
Good job,
I might
Josh.
be worse.
Really? So do you lose friendships like with guys?
Because it's free game. Like if I have a bad game, they're noising my ass.
Yeah.
Too, you know what I mean? Like,
Who's your Josh? That's awful. This ruins it for you every time.
I mean, I don't want to put anybody on blast.
Just put his first
No, I mean we have a friend group that like I grew up with, which like that's how we stay close. Is like ever since I left for college, like Friday nights are game nights, and so like that's our day to kind of we set aside our Friday night hours and we just get on and we all hop in Discord and play whatever, and you know there's always that one friend.
What about kids? Once you had kids, Friday.
That's why the kids playing games with me too.
Yeah, so you just kind of bring them in.
Come on.
Do you miss the days of having to go to GameStop at midnight?
Dude, I do. You know, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, I went to a few midnight releases. And
it's the best. It's the best.
Yeah. Like standing in those lines, like the meeting all the characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you're talking, you're like excited, and you actually have to you're staying.
Well, dude, I had to come with like a parent.
Oh yeah,
to pre-order and like buy the thing, and so it was like they had to sign off on it. When I'm waiting for an M-rated COD game, so I was 15, 16, just happy as hell trying to get my hands on a new COD game.
And now you just download it.
What's the geekiest?
Now
What's
it's
the
just
geekiest game you have right now?
That God's Draft. You can't. Don't tell me there's something worse than the God's Draft.
Dude, that's probably. That's one of them. Just because like MOBAs are geeky, man. Like they're just so deep. There's so much meta that goes into the game. Like, and they change like on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably that. TFT. Like I've been trying to get into TFT a little bit.
I don't even know what that is.
Exactly. That one's pretty geeky too.
Yeah, I don't even know what TFT is.
Don't tell that to TFT players.
Okay,
I get down with that.
Geeky's not bad.
It's like an auto.
Everything I said.
Geeky and nerdy is a good thing now. 100%. So
it's buzzwords. It's buzzwords.
Yeah. I guess we'll have to talk some football. We always get y'all from the podium, and we're like, man,
they already talked about.
Yeah, they asked him about. What do you think of CJ?
Tell me about your leadership.
Tell me about CJ.
So Dalton. Every time I've watched you play, I think of Roadhouse.
It's funny. I watched that movie for the first time like 3-4 weeks ago. I was named for that movie, and I'd never seen it.
That was one day.
You really were?
Yeah.
I'd never seen it until about a month ago.
What'd you think? Yeah.
Stealing throats, dude.
Stealing throats.
Did you see Barbie or Oppenheimer at the movies?
We tried, and we just never got
Barbie's hard. Barbie's hard to get into.
We were going to do the double feature.
Oh, you were?
Because my wife looked me dead in my eyes and was like,
"You better see
we
Barbie."
are seeing Barbie before we see Oppenheimer."
I saw it.
And I'm okay because Dua Lipa's in Barbie.
It's good.
I'm down.
Dalton, by the way, Patrick Swayze from Houston.
Good man.
Yeah.
Good man.
He's from Houston.
There you go.
All right, there you go. Dalton Schultz.
We got to get back. We got to get back with him. Yeah.
You know, I forgot about. He's worth $20 million a year. Yeah, that's a steal.
Oh, now you want to? They got a bargain.
So he done went from trying to get rid of him.
Steal, man.
I'm out on Dalton. Oh, wait a minute.
Hey, but that shows I can be objective.
Well, you're not being objective.
But I was before.
Yeah.
Despite that moment, but no, I like getting to know those guys off the field. He's going to get to his family's probably going to move here now, so good for him. When you're on the 1-year deal, you're kind of like, I wouldn't. I move them? No, they're up 45.
Yeah, wouldn't do it.
They're right there.
Well, maybe Dallas though. Maybe.
I don't know, man. The kids probably already got friends. The wife's got a routine.
Yeah.
You don't know if you're going to up and move right after. So that is kind of like of all the stress that goes in with being an athlete. That's got to be crazy, the 1-year deal where you don't know what's going to happen. So I would imagine that he probably was just like, whew, thank you.
Oh, for sure. But 3 years, he's in Houston now. Think about Houston. Everybody who gets here is kind of like, what is Houston? Then you can't leave. Like it sucks you in and you can't leave. I mean, you and Figgy are great examples. I'm an example, although I've been here for 34 years. So I'm kind of a Houston native, even though I wasn't born and raised here. But like anybody who moves to Houston, like I'm sure athletes, us,
it's a lot of former athletes that came here and stayed here.
It just gets under your skin, man. It's awesome. So yeah, he's moving here.
By the way, shout out to all the law enforcement officers out there. We appreciate your service very much. We appreciate y'all for listening to us while you're patrolling the streets and keeping us safe.
Where is this going?
Just a warning.
Where is this going?
John Lopez in 3 weeks will be riding dirty, so be on the lookout for the big truck around here because John Lopez has an expired license. So
not anymore, I don't.
I need you guys to keep an eye out, keep the streets
Go
safe.
Ahead. Pull me
over. Don't let these lawbreakers like John Lopez ride dirty.
Dude, this is amazing.
What happened?
I changed your life, man.
It's a life-changing experience.
What happened?
Like, I complained when we went to that.
You have to go to DMV.
Expire in a couple of weeks. And then Figgy goes, do it online. I didn't think you could do that. I know you can do almost anything online, but I didn't think you could get your driver's license online.
Oh, so I can? I need to get mine, too.
Yeah.
It's not expired. It's just freaking...
you never got it fixed?
Nah, I've been rolling with the freaking airport.
Speaking of riding dirty,
they poked holes in it. No, it still works. They poked holes in it.
I got
slime balls.
The only problem is I got a temporary license now, even though I got this one because I just ordered it.
Yeah,
and the printer doesn't work from this computer.
Okay, so riding dirty. Catch him on the way out. Catch him on the way out. John Lopez.
Yeah.
Coming up next, it was originally an X Factor. See what I did there?
Mm-hmm.
Free agent position. But is it now no longer an X Factor? Or is it? I'll make it make sense next.
In the loop.
I don't want to bury the lead. I'm just going to.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Xavier McKinney, safety for the Giants. Lay out the case for the Texans. Xavier McKinney, not going to be cheap, but safety's really not one of those expensive positions. It's a position that can hurt you, though. Like when you have problems at safety, you know it. We saw it last year with Jalen Petrie. 24-year-old safety, going to be 25 when the season starts. He went to Alabama. They seem to like that with the Texans. Xavier McKinney, yay or nay?
Yeah, I'll put it this way, not to cop out. He's starting to intrigue me more. And I'm just being honest, largely because, the players like Antoine Winfield, who I mentioned, have been tagged. But he's been out there a little bit, and frankly, he was mentioned as a possible tag with the Giants. He and Saquon, and then they said, no, we're not going to do either. Let's start with the price. 24-year-old safety that has played pretty dang well for what was a good defense in New York. $10.4 million market value. That doesn't strike me as too much.
No, I mean, it's a position where I don't think the consequence is high. I could see them liking this.
Yes.
I could see them liking this.
Let me lay out a couple of other things here. Pretty close with Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, so are we Giant South now?
No. God, I hope not. But remember, it was Xavier McKinney who was very outspoken about paying instead of Daniel Jones, or after Daniel Jones' contract, I should say, like Saquon needs to get his and all that stuff, and they've been pretty tight. So for whatever that's worth, Saquon has been mentioned. He's the odds-on favorite. The Texans are the odds-on favorite to sign him. But here's the other part. I just feel like he's got Texan written all over him. Like, we know the type of guys that the Texans have brought in and bring in and like. The swarm mentality. He is a really big-time hitter. Like, he is one of the hardest hitting safeties in the NFL. The other thing I watched like 3 or 4 videos of him, either interviews or highlights or whatever. Remember, he's the one that got into it big time with George Kittle on the Mic'd Up episodes.
Little nasty?
Yeah, he's nasty. But all that said, like a really, really high character person. Like, everybody says nothing but good things about him. Hard hitting, swarms, friends with Saquon, character guy that's been, even though it was just his 3rd and 4th year in the league, was a captain the last 2 years for the Giants. Just sounds like a DeMeco guy, man. Just sounds like, and 10.4 does not scare me.
How much do they value it? Are they going to go with? There's been talk about Patrick Queen. I know that DJ Bieniemy put that out there. Mutual interest. I don't know what that means. And then the Christian Wilkins thing. That seems to be something where there's a lot of attention there as well. Could they be looking at a safety? Definitely not going to be looking at a tight end. This was Dalton Schultz with us at the start of camp. This was him talking about Bobby Slowick before they had even worked together in an actual game.
We talk about Slowick and the Pro Football Focus background. He worked there for 4 years, and then he went and coached and stuff like that. What's he like as a teacher?
Dude, he's great.
Is he a boring teacher? Is he like a Stanford honors class teacher?
He's actually funny as hell. I
don't know what Stanford honors classes are like, so I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, come sit in one. They're free. You can odd them.
My head would explode. Were you in honors classes there?
Honors? No.
Okay, I was just checking.
I wasn't
much honors classes.
Listen, I'm geeky, but I'm not that.
Okay.
Geeky.
There's
a
difference. Yeah. But Slowick.
No, he's a great teacher. I think he's kind of, when we first got here, it was okay. These are the routes. Mm-hmm. These are the routes that you have on these concepts. This is what you got. And now it's kind of like peeling it back and saying, okay, this is the whole concept.
This is what you can do.
This is the route. This is why we run it like this. This is why your split is what it is. This is why I'm calling this. Mm-hmm. It's because I want this coverage. Because against this coverage, this guy is stuck between three guys, So he's kind of diving into the
weeds.
bits, the bits and bobs of the installs. And I think for me, being somewhere and like having a kind of mastery of an offense, like on my 5th year, like I wish I would have learned it this way year 1.
Wow.
Okay? Because like I feel like I would have gotten to where I was year 5 in that offense much quicker. You know what I mean?
Well, that answers a lot of our speculation. I mean, because I've far.
No, he's great.
But you're thinking, this guy's got it. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like Bobby a lot.
How about the little drive-by with the Cowboys, man?
Yeah, what was he saying there?
I wish I'd have had this.
And that was before he ended up having the season he had and getting locked up. So who knows what he says about Bobby. Now, he was one of the first people to congratulate Fairbairn. Dalton Schultz kind of seems like one of those locker room guys that his teammates seem to feel real good about. I didn't even know CJ was on Instagram. I saw one of the aggregators on Twitter, mentioned that CJ had shouted out Dalton Schultz when he got the deal.
Titus Howard did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have seen that. That is a mute for me. I let him stay in his lane, man.
Yeah.
I try not to follow the athletes as much. Like if something relevant happens and it's talkable, yes, but I kind of let them have their own range.
Mine's hit and miss. Some I do because I think they're interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some, mostly no. Yeah.
I don't like athletes living on Insta, man. I've been scarred.
We've lived that life.
I've been scarred.
Yeah.
I do want to see what Titus looks like next year, though, man. Keep a close eye on him.
Oh, it's going to be one of the big stories of camp of the year, much less camp.
Only at right tackle.
Yeah. Right tackle only. What did he put on his?
Yeah, right tackle only. I'm here, man. Todd Howard in the building. Names that are not going to be franchise tagged. They could agree to deals with their teams. Chris Jones of the Chiefs. Christian Wilkins of the Dolphins. Saquon with the Giants. Xavier McKinney with the Giants. Josh Jacobs with the Raiders. And then Calvin Ridley with the Jags. So some interesting names out there. I do wonder what is Jacksonville going to do with Calvin Ridley? Are they going to move on from that? Are we back to Christian Kirk being the number 1 guy?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Ridley, he was kind of up and down, but his ups were pretty impressive. Like when he had a good game, it was a really good game. So I don't. On the other hand, you're signing your quarterback, and they said they've had discussions, and they're going to keep ongoing, as they like to say. And what is he going to be? What's Trevor Lawrence's contract going to look like? And that's going to affect Calvin Ridley.
Adam Schefter reports that the Broncos have given Russell Wilson permission to immediately begin speaking and meeting with other teams in their home cities. What if they didn't? I mean, would that be the most jerk thing ever? Like, we're getting rid of you, but no, you can't speak to anyone before free agency.
It would be a sign, that's for sure, that they're a little bitter, but this is a little more classy.
Louis Riddick says that he would take Jaden Daniels with the first pick in the draft.
Saw that. Yeah, I like kids' game a lot, an awful lot. I don't know about. I think there's more questions about these quarterbacks than last year, across the board. The top quarterback.
Really?
Yeah.
Then Bryce Young's height?
No.
That was like a
no. Bryce Young's size was definitely one, but like CJ Stroud, people liked him. The only thing with Anthony Richardson was, everybody knew how athletic and explosive he would be at the next level, but how many injuries and such like that. But like people are questioning these quarterbacks a lot.
Chris Sims put Drake May sixth on his list.
Well, there
called
you
him
go.
a project.
There you go. That's kind of what I'm talking about here.
Louis Riddick gets so smug on Twitter sometimes. He's got a little like insecurity in him. Yeah, he's got like some insecurity in him. Like for someone who's so good at breaking it down. This is a tweet from Louis Riddick on JJ McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
If the first thing out of your mouth when offering an quote opinion on J.J. McCarthy is about him not being the focal point of their offensive approach at Michigan, you are telling on yourself in your inability or unwillingness to project future performance. If you actually studied him, you would see why many in the NFL are very optimistic about his potential. Why would that not be a mention? Who is he? Like, what's the order of that?
No, I think that is the.
I mean, that's an assessment.
I think that is
he wasn't asked to do much in college.
Yeah.
And then you can get into it. What is his problem?
No. He can have that opinion.
No, any opinion.
But if I had to question about McCarthy, it would be that.
Louis Riddick just like sits
around.
around.
Have you seen the draft boards? How many Michigan players are going to be drafted in the first 2 rounds?
Louis Riddick is like arguing with like a few mentions. Like he's one of those guys who just tweets out calling out like random folks. It's like, dude, you're the man. Like you're one of the best analysts there are. You're awesome at draft coverage. You're great to watch on TV. You're awesome.
Yeah.
What is your problem, sir? What are you mad at?
Like, that's the only question.
If your opinion is this, you're telling on yourself. No, you're just assessing what he did in college. He wasn't asked to do as much. That doesn't mean that your inability to project.
No.
Now, if you just dismiss him because of that, then yes. But what is the problem with some of these guys?
I don't know. But McCarthy, me personally, and I've heard others, including on this station on our Sports Minutes, questioning McCarthy as that guy. I could be dead wrong. He could be Tom Brady. Next Tom Brady out of Michigan. I question him though.
As an NFL, I think if you just said every quarterback sucks, more times than not, you'd probably be right when it comes to being a franchise quarterback because it's that hard of a position to project, that hard of a position to.
No question.
Assess. Mm-hmm. So more times than not, you would be there.
Yeah.
I don't know when he's going. So that I think that matters. When is he going? When is he going in the draft?
He's been everywhere. First round, man. And I don't see that. Again,
this really gets so mad.
He does get mad.
Maybe it's because he has enough people that like him to where he like gets some like satisfaction in getting back.
Say he'll have people that have his back.
I'm trying to look for like some other smug Louis Riddick thing and just go on and just start like sounding off on. Here we go. The best football combos are those that go way beyond the X's and O's and are more about the actual people, the players, the coaches, what makes them great, what makes them fail. You like that kind of draft talk, then this is for you. Listen and see for yourself. Talking about one of his like specials. There was another time where he's like praising someone. He's like, not everyone cut from that cloth can relate.
In other words, I am.
February 25th. Gotta know who you are dealing with. Seems to be the appropriate tip of the day. Here we go. Here's another one. I'll move on. It's hilarious, though. He's like so good. Like he's the man, dude. I don't know why he's like so upset.
He wants a general manager's job.
Yeah, he doesn't need it.
He wants it.
Yeah, but
and I think that's a factor in there somewhere. Look what I can do. I can create. I know everything about what really is going to be successful in the NFL.
He's good at the draft, though, for sure.
Yeah.
So tell me if this is cool or if you think this is kind of bitty. To the Jason Kelce retirement press conference. 40 minutes of just awesomeness.
Yeah.
This is what Jason Kelce did before that. So he had the Eagles athletic trainer who's been there for 13 years, so the majority of his career, who's going through chemo. He had the Eagles athletic trainer tape him before his retirement announcement because he couldn't be there for Kelce's last game due to undergoing chemotherapy. So he had him tape him up before the retirement press conference.
Yeah, I saw.
Legit or bit?
If you don't think this is cool, I can't help you. That's really cool.
So he just had his ankles taped?
Sure. I want you to tape my ankles for the press conference.
One more time.
Yeah, one more time.
So touch my feet.
Yeah. But that's his job.
It's not, well, it's his job on game days.
Well, he was having a press conference. He felt like having his ankles taped. No, that's way cool. Dude's got cancer. He's undergoing, and he didn't get.
Okay, he has cancer, but
he wanted
does
to
he
give
need to? So he's got to tape his ankles for a press conference.
It's called a gesture.
For the last time.
Yeah, it's a gesture.
He ain't gonna do it again.
You've been so important to my career.
But what if he didn't like it? What if it's just part of his job?
Well, ask him.
You think he likes grabbing smelly feet? And
It's
stuff
his
like
job.
That?
He's
But
used
not,
to it.
But it's not a game day.
It's the retirement day, and Landry, it's called,
so legit.
It's called a gesture.
So you're going legit.
I respect you. I love you for my career.
Tape my feet.
Tape my ankles. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You think it's a bit?
I don't know. I mean, tape my ankles so I can go up to the.
So you do think it's a bit?
I don't know. I mean, whatever the guy wanted to do, he's going through chemo. Shout out to him. Shout out to all the cancer survivors out there. I just think we got to look past the actual situation and what he was asked to do.
Yeah.
It's not a game day. Hey, do you mind taping my feet?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I can see it in your face.
Couldn't have given him a hug? Couldn't have given him a hug? Or
I can see it in your face. You think it's a bit, like it's a bit too much.
Maybe he likes to tape ankles. I don't know. It doesn't seem like something that I would love to do.
Well, you don't do it.
I mean, some people like their job, man.
Okay. So legit. You're saying legit?
I think so. I think so, yeah.
Okay. I'm just asking. Trying to look into it a little bit.
He missed the last game, so they wanted to do it like old times.
You've taken out my garbage right before every game. Can you take it out one more time?
It's cool. I mean, it's getting a lot of love, and I like Jason Kelce, so
yeah,
good for him. I'm there. So did he have him take it off after, or did he just keep the ankle tape on?
No, a lot of times the players take it off themselves. They have the little cutters.
So did he?
I don't know.
Did he just tape it for the event, or did he afterwards
for the press conference? Just did it, cut it off himself.
At home or right after?
That's the weird part.
Yeah.
So after the presser, did he just go in the locker room and all right, let's take this off?
Let's take this off.
Or did he drive home with it on?
Okay. Like, what about if it was like the team doctor? Hey, I want you to test me for a concussion before this.
Sure. Why not? One more time. You think he's ever had fun with his wife with his ankles taped?
I don't know. Jason Kelce's an interesting cat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I'll say this, like, in all seriousness, I think it's a legit bit. So I would say both legit bit. But I will say that Jason Kelce has proven himself as someone who cares about every single person in the building.
Now
so
that's unquestioned.
Yeah, so it's not. He's kind of proven himself. I'm kind of having some fun with it, but
yeah,
I thought that was an interesting story.
Mm-hmm.
Free agent tight end. We know the Texans have signed Dalton Schultz. Jonnu Smith visited the Miami Dolphins yesterday.
Did he just sign?
The two sides were in a contract negotiation. I don't know whether he has signed or
signed
not.
With the let's see. I thought
Zach Ertz signed with the Commanders.
Oh,
Jonnu Smith is working with the Dolphins.
Okay.
Yeah, so Zach Ertz, congratulations, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Must want to play really bad.
Yeah. Well, he got paid.
$5 million, right?
I
Zach
didn't
Ertz?
see.
Yeah, $5 million.
Yeah.
Junior.
Mm-hmm.
Franchise tagged by the Colts. First guy they franchise tagged since Pat McAfee.
Oh, wow.
How about that? 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Been over 10 years. This was Ryan Clark talking about Kenny Pickett. The former Steeler had this to say about the Steelers starting quarterback last season.
And the reason that the terrible towel means something, the reason that the 6 Lombardis mean something is because that organization was built on excellence. Kenny Pickett is not going to be your leader to the promised land of excellence. Mm-hmm. And if he's not, I do believe it's time to go do something to make it different at that position.
Okay.
He's right.
About excellence.
I can't figure out how the Steelers are just like, we're out on everybody.
I don't know if it's true or not.
We're out.
It can't be true. It's got to be lying season, right?
Yeah, it is lying season.
Got to be. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. 2 local legends get some love and what it sounded like when Dalton Schultz signed on the dotted line. Speaking of signing on the dotted line, nothing.
Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts. Stories that broke the internet. We do it every day right here at 120 on Sports Radio 610. So, Pro Football Focus, always a polarizing mention when you mention Pro Football Focus. They've put out their top 100 players. And they put out the first half today. CJ Stroud has made the list, and just to explain what went in on this, here's the basic criteria. Let me lay this out for you, and I'll tell you where CJ landed on this list. This list is based solely on play in 2023. Past or future play is not accounted for. This isn't about class or talent. It's about performance throughout the 2023 season. List is created with an all positions are equal mindset, so you won't see 32 quarterbacks heading the list, even though that is the game's most valuable position. Awards, the 101, top 101 players, factors in the postseason. So some players who won PFF awards may find themselves jumped in the 101. Here's the list and where CJ Stroud falls on it. He falls right at 100. CJ Stroud, based on, what, as you just heard, performance, 100th on the list. 56 spots ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
Sits at number 44. Tua. Look.
Are you making this up?
Look. He's 44. I'm just going to say this. I think PFF is excellent. I think you take it with a grain of salt. I think they put in a lot of work. I think there's certain positions where they struggle. Mm-hmm. They are watching tape, though. Like, they're watching very closely. It's polarizing. Sports talk is polarizing. I don't care how you're evaluating.
No.
Tua is not 56 spots better than CJ Stroud. That's silly.
He might be 56 behind him. No, I'm being serious.
I mean, he's got the receivers that he's got. That's asinine.
I swear I still think you're making this up.
Look at it.
Come on. I mean, that's just stupid. It's not even dumb.
44 and 100?
That's stupid.
Because I don't even, like, if you told me
he was top 20, I wouldn't be surprised.
Like, if you told me that Josh Allen was ranked ahead and Patrick, I don't know about Mahomes. What was Mahomes' performance last year? They wasn't lighting the world on fire.
Well, it depends on if you're talking regular season or postseason.
I mean, I just don't. Like, if your measurement has 56 spots ahead of CJ, there's something wrong with the measurement.
There is.
But again, it's grain of salt, whatever. Yeah.
It's not the data, it's the data entry. You know, there's something wrong with the data entry because the data would tell you otherwise. I gotta believe.
I got the internet going nuts.
Did you see that Aggie manager get his face smashed last night? Did you see the video?
The nose against Texas or whatever.
A&M and Texas played in baseball last night. Watch this video. Watch this video right here, and wait until they get to the shot of his face. Coming up here in just a second.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
Why are you showing me that, man?
He got his. Did you see it, Figgy?
Nah. I don't want to see it.
Oh, my God. Just shattered. Just absolutely shattered. We have the coach, Schlossnagel, talking about it after the game.
Here's the Texas A&M baseball coach talking about the something that Lopez has like a sick pleasure in for some reason, enjoying watching.
He shattered that nose pretty good, but he's doing okay now. Standing in the back of the dugout is usually the dangerous place because you can't see. And so the ball went by me, he was standing behind me. I think he's going to be okay. He's going to have a busted up nose for a while, but he's going to ride home with us, and we'll be praying for him.
I can't imagine that he's going to be okay. Look at him now. Come on. I mean, that was like his.
Oh, he's doing the horns down.
Yeah, his face.
Did they win?
They won. The Aggies won. But I mean, he got his face shattered. I can't. If I was his dad, I'd take him to every every expert you
Well,
can.
he's never going to sit in the dugout the same.
Oh, my God.
I mean, he's definitely going to be one of those, like, behind-the-thing type
Did
of
you
dudes.
see this part, Figgy, the update?
Yeah.
Woo.
Doing his thing, man.
Oh, that poor kid.
I got the internet going nuts.
This is what it sounded like yesterday when Dalton Schultz signed with the Houston Texans. We were kind of talking ourselves, or I was talking myself out of it. And then the news broke. Dalton Schultz, I don't see how Dalton Schultz gets better at blocking, and the receiving is what it is, which is really, really good. Really good.
Yeah.
But is it great? Like, it's...
Oh, no, well, that's where I'm prioritizing everything
Like,
right
it's
now.
not there's not much explosiveness to it. It's always seems like he's just open. Maybe that's a skill. Same, I guess Travis Kelce has that same skill. I don't know. Why am I so out on Dalton Schultz? What happened?
No, that's what I've been saying.
No, I'm serious. Like, I get it. I think I'm out on Dalton Schultz because now all of a sudden he's becoming overrated.
Maybe.
$12 million? Mm-hmm. Travis Kelce makes 14.
I don't mind the $12 million.
Travis Kelce makes 14.
Okay, but that's a longer-term deal. $12 million for 1 year versus $36 or $37 million for 3 years. That's where I keep coming back to. That's what I keep coming back to.
All right, we'll see what happens. Tag deadline today. I don't anticipate Dalton Schultz being franchise tagged, but stranger things have happened. Speaking of tags, I want you and Figgy to play this game for me.
Happening
good
as
tag,
we're
bad
talking.
tag.
Okay.
I'm going to throw a list of tags, and you want me to tell. I want you to tell me if this is a good tag or a bad tag.
Okay.
Toll tag.
Oh, love it. Man, that saved me so much time over the years.
I got like an ongoing beef with the toe tag people, man.
I mean, you got to go on their website,
I think it's a scam, and that's a scam too, man.
Yeah.
Because I tried to go to pay it, and the website was down.
Okay.
Dang.
By the way, right on cue.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the damn breaking sound. This is perfect right here. There you go.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Well, I just moved on from him. Looks like Dalton Schultz is going to stay. 3 years, $36 million.
That's what I just said.
$23.5 million fully guaranteed. Dalton Schultz stays with the Houston Texans. All right.
Well, that
there
happened.
you go.
Came at you fast.
Yeah. And it's not the most risky of contracts. And they obviously didn't like anyone, but sometimes breaking news happens and you immediately react.
I was glad. It was great. It was terrific.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Bill Belichick, I'm curious how you're going to feel about this. You specifically.
What'd he do?
Bill Belichick apparently is open to the idea of teaming up with Peyton Manning for the Manning cast. You are not a Manning cast fan. I am.
I don't watch it. I don't watch the Manning cast, but if I did watch the Manning cast, I do not want to. Bill Belichick can barely get through 3 minutes of a press conference.
But that's a different Bill Belichick.
But here's the other thing. Yeah. He's still going to try to coach next year. And I think that was part of the problem with JJ his first year. I don't think you're going to bring it like you would. Like, I think JJ, now that it's becoming apparent that he's not going to come back, I think JJ is only going to get better. Mm-hmm. But a lot of these guys, hell, Sean Payton, you remember Sean Payton on the Fox set?
Oh, yeah.
He sucked.
He was awful.
He's the worst in the history of studio shows.
Because he knew he was going to get back in the game.
So Bill Belichick trying to get back in the game, I don't think he's going to give you as much. I think it's just going to be real, like, dry, press boxy, in the sticks type of stuff. So I'm not looking forward to it.
That's fair. Apparently, they're kicking around the idea of Nick Saban as well.
Well, Nick Saban's already going to be on game day, right?
Yeah, but Manning cast stuff.
Saban's going to be incredible.
He'll be good.
He's going to be amazing.
Yeah, he'll be good.
Belichick, though, is still trying to get back in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Saban not.
Nah, that's fair. That's fair.
I got the internet going nuts.
Cam Newton, he talked about 2 local legends. So ESPN put out a most impactful list or the best quarterbacks in college football since 2000. Cam Newton saw, by the way, you know who was at the top of this list?
Who?
Baker Mayfield.
What?
Baker Mayfield.
You're toying with me. You're playing around with me.
I'm not. They had Baker Mayfield at the top of the list. Most influential, impactful quarterbacks in college football. Here was Cam Newton's reaction, and He mentions 2 local legends.
Baker Mayfield never won a championship. Respectfully.
But does that make him number one?
He ain't number one, though. Number one in my list, Vince Young. Rose Bowl.
Okay.
What he was able to do, that game, no moment was ever too big for him.
Yeah.
What? I forgot about Johnny Football.
God, I was waiting on.
I apologize to all Aggies out there. Look, I put Johnny Football before Lamar. Bro, let's just put it like this. I will put Johnny Manziel at number 1 because of his impact. This dude had Drake on his favorite list. Like, your Fab Five. Like, he could call Drake like they were real friends.
Bro,
and this is when Drake was like entering that threshold of the greatest rapper of our time. Our time.
2 local legends, man. Kind of hard to argue, too, with both of those guys.
Baker Mayfield?
Not Baker Mayfield.
No, but what are we
Johnny
doing?
Football and Vince
What are
Young.
we doing?
He was good, but he was great.
Yeah, but come on. I don't even think Baker was better than Cam.
No, he wasn't. No.
Or impactful.
No.
What has Auburn done?
Yeah, no. Cam was like Johnny Football.
And he played 1 year.
And that's what I'm saying. He raised them to
1
an
year.
unbelievable
Heisman,
level.
national title, peace out, number
Baker
1 pick.
moved on, and then it was Kyler.
They look different, but Cam was a lot like...
Exactly. Kyler went in and they didn't miss a beat.
Yeah. Cam was a lot like Johnny Football in that, like they, magic. Even went in and won an unlikely game in Alabama, like Manziel did.
Yeah, the streets was talking about Cam Newton, man.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield?
Come on.
That's a little wild.
Come on.
I got the internet going nuts.
How about Alperen Sengun, man?
45 points.
Internet is going nuts with it, and well, it should. 45 and 16 against Wembanyama. So I'll ask you one more time. Would you trade Alperen Sengun
Stop it.
straight up for Victor Wembanyama?
Nope.
No way.
Nope.
No way. You know it's out there. It's been out there. People have been texting us.
Nobody thinks Sengun's better than
Everybody that's
Wemby.
texted us has been on that side.
They're joking.
It's ridiculous, but I knew it was going to be out there.
They're messing with you.
Straight up. No way.
Nope.
No. I would trade Alfie for...
I'm out.
I love Alfie. I would trade him for Holmgren.
Yeah.
Is that crazy?
Nope.
No.
Nope. He ain't put up 45.
I'm happy for him, though.
That's actually true. I would trade him for Holmgren.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also think there's kind of like an element of teaching a lesson where I think I'm not diminishing the 45, but if I'm Greg Popovich and I'm coaching Wembanyama, and let's say he's kind of getting his ass whooped by Sengun,
Give his ass out there.
hey, you're staying man to man.
Yeah.
But if it's,
and he did.
But if it's like a playoff game, we're going to change the way we do things. But this is kind of like
welcome to the NBA.
You want him to learn, you got to hit the weight room.
Yeah, get out there.
Get a little more meat on those bones.
It's got to be hard though, man.
Yeah,
that's a long trip. Like on the bench press, he's basically touching the wall, man.
God.
Yeah.
I used to hate those.
I didn't even think about that.
I used to hate those guys with the short arms.
Oh, yeah. People used to make
I
fun
could do
of KD.
325. You're moving at an inch and a half.
KD's getting made fun of. It's like, dude, his arms are so long.
They have the big, thick chest.
Yeah.
And then they have the short arms.
It's literally just that.
And they go, bench 325. No, you didn't. I mean, you did, but
you basically you burped 325.
Meanwhile, like you and I are going, trying to get it all the way up there. And you try to spread it out real far so you don't have to go quite as far.
2 off the checklist, a few more to go. Let's take a closer look at that. In the Loop continues next.
Area 45 with Bajani and
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so we've got 2 off the checklist. Kicker, you're good. Kaimi Fairbairn, they're running it back with him. They agreed on the contract with him early in the show. DJ Bieneme with that report. And then yesterday, Dalton Schultz, Ian Rappaport with that report. Texans running it back with 2 important pieces to last season, and the checklist at least shortens a little bit. Still a lot of work to do, though, for Nick Caserio as free agency begins next week here on Sports Radio 610. What's next? We're going to can you keep Blake Cashman off the market, or you think Blake Cashman wants to test it a little bit?
Yeah, you and I we got a little separate opinion, different opinion on that. I think Blake Cashman, who in a 5-year career in which he's been mostly special teams and spot duty, he's only made $4.7 million in 5 years. For a veteran linebacker that is in the league, that's nothing. So I'm wondering. In fact, I'm not even wondering. I think he is really considering, like, this is my one chance. This is my one chance. If there's 2 teams out there. If there's a team out there other than the Texans, if there's 2 teams out there other than the Texans, even better. I love the Texans. He's had his best career with the Texans under DeMeco Ryans. Yeah, but you can get some real money, if you go somewhere else. That's where I think his head is, and I wouldn't blame him one bit.
I just don't know how anyone's going to value him as much as the Texans do. Like, is Blake Cashman going to be able to go out there and get more bread? I mean, he really has 1 year, one year of a sample size of staying on the field, somewhat. I mean, he was banked. There were games where he played and he ended up leaving the game, so the games played can be a little bit misleading.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to be comfortable here. He seems to fit in with what they do. It just seems like this is going to be – maybe he goes and tests the market. It would just surprise me if Blake Cashman isn't here.
It would surprise me if there's not at least a couple of teams out there that look at those numbers, look at the kind of guy he is, how respected he is, and say, you know what? We'd like to sign that guy. And Blake Cashman, by all rights, should absolutely chase the money here. Oh, but he loves the Texans. Yeah, I don't think that's going to change. But this is a lottery ticket. This is the lottery ticket he's been waiting for. He's been averaging less than $1 million a year for 5 years, and now somebody might pay him 3 or 4 or maybe more million per season for a couple of years. Got to do it.
Then you have Jonathan Grenard.
That's an interesting one. Like, he's too expensive.
Is he someone that give Jonathan Grenard like a 4-year, $60 million deal or something like that? You think so?
I actually think that's less likely than a Cashman deal of like 2 or 3 years at 4.5 a year.
Like, we've watched Jonathan Grenard. We like Jonathan Grenard.
Mm-hmm.
If they bring back Jonathan Grenard, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but he's that good? He was at times last year.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
they're probably going to look at the 12 sacks.
12 sacks,
yeah,
man.
that's a lot.
Yeah, 12 sacks.
It was good.
Yeah.
But at what point does the whole body of work come into play?
I think it does.
Because there's been some good stuff, but there has been an inability to stay on the field.
Yeah. He's going to get paid somewhere. It's always, there's always some out there. They're always.
Not always. That's how they ended up with Schultz last year, though.
Most always. There's
man, some of these things gonna get happy and overpay, man.
Yeah.
Here's my question though. Like, if you're Nick Caserio and Nick Caserio likes to let the market play out, and then, if it doesn't make sense initially, and then they come back to you, you kind of figure it out. I think in some instances, like with Schultz, I think Nick Caserio went to Dalton Schultz and said, look, we could franchise tag you. We know we have a decent idea of what the market is. So let's just kind of meet in the middle, and we'll make a commitment to you, 3-year commitment, the franchise tag money, 2-year strong commitment, depending on what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't want you to even test the market. We want you here.
Yeah, that might be exactly how it went.
But not all situations are similar. You always hear Nick Caserio say, yeah, it's linear. It's a linear situation. It's a fluid situation. It changes. Like if you have a price for Jonathan Grenard and you know that price is probably lower than what he believes in his optimistic outlook as he approaches free agency for the first time, if you have like what you already know is going to be less than what he thinks, do you just keep it to yourself and say, hey, go test the market and then come back to us? Look, we understand completely.
No, you don't do that.
What do? Do you make a lowball offer then? Do you tell Jonathan Grenard, we think you're worth 2 years, $22 million, or do you let him go test the market? Like, what's the right approach?
I think you just make your best offer.
What if you know the offer? So is it worse to give a low offer, or is it worse to say, look, man, we don't know what the market is. Go out there and test the market.
No way.
And
no way.
Part 2 is worse
because once you tell him to test the market, the odds are exponentially higher that he ain't coming back.
But what if the market tells him that he's not worth the max value?
No, that's a possibility.
Because if you're offering, and you offer, like, isn't giving an insulting offer worse?
No, I think an insulting offer is going to send him to the market too. That's why I said give him your best offer. Say, this is what we think. Now you might find something else, but I think this is a fair, good offer for you that we think is going to give you what you deserve and then some. Because at all costs, I'm a player's market.
But do you want to? But when there's a salary cap, do you want to give your best? Don't you kind of want to?
Well, it also depends on where you are with the cap, and they're in a good spot.
By the way, this is why these guys make the big bucks.
Yeah,
because I could see, like, you or me, we would end up insulting them.
Yeah, I know I would.
In certain times.
I know I would.
What, do you think you can get what?
Get out of here. Yeah, go ahead. Try to get that.
Yeah, you go ahead, buddy.
No, you don't ever send them to the market. You don't ever send them away. It's like that old adage, once they're in the building, you got to close that deal. You got to close that deal when they're in the building.
Sometimes you don't want to, though.
No, that's true. But if you want, I'm assuming that you're saying they want Grenard.
No,
but at a good price.
I think it's just kind of fascinating, like all the elements that go into it. Because it's easy for us to just sit here and say this, but I mean, these are human beings. They're playing a very dangerous game. Mm-hmm. This is a pivotal moment for them because this is the contract that you play. Like when you get in the NFL, this is the contract you look for. Like Jonathan Grenard getting in free agency the first time. A lot of times you don't get a second crack at it. This is it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're really having to deal with these guys on like a human level, and you're having to play it the right way. And it's one thing to say, well, this is a business. Yeah, it's a business, but they're also human.
Yeah.
So like me with Jonathan Grenard. So what are you saying to Jonathan Grenard? I'm Jonathan Grenard. You're Nick Cassera. What are you saying to me?
What's his I would tell him we're not going to give you the longest term deal you want. We'll give you 4 years. That's longer than I've ever given.
That's a long deal.
That's longer than I've ever considered. I've never given anyone I've never given anyone a 4-year deal.
Yeah, you're friendly.
No, because listen, let me finish. We're going to give you most of that money in bonuses and guarantees up front. So you're going to have to keep playing. But we love you. We want you. We're going to give you X million dollars as a bonus and up front. And I think that would resonate because you get that big money up front. That's a good thing.
I don't know. Like I would just say to Jonathan Grenard, if I was Nick Cassera, I'd say, hey, go test the market, man. Like, no disrespect. You've earned this right. I would sell it as, you've earned this right. You want to see what's out there for you? I think you can do that. We like what you did for us. But I think that this is something that you don't get an opportunity to do very often. So I've seen players of your caliber and the max they can get. We're not necessarily there. So we're going to let you go out there and test that market. And if you want to come back to us with an offer or let us know, we can figure it out. Best of luck.
Yeah.
Instead of, hey, I want to give you a 2-year, $24 million deal. He might say, screw you. Even if, but if he goes out there and he doesn't get that, then he's coming back.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say. Have at it, man. Go do your thing.
Suppose you love Jonathan Grenard and Blake Cashman exactly the same. You love each of those guys identical.
This is the hard part.
All right? You love them each identically as much. No difference whatsoever.
Yeah. This is a real hypothetical.
Yeah. Who do you think would and you give them both very good offers for what they're looking for? Who do you think would be most likely to want to go elsewhere?
I would say maybe Grenard.
It's Cashman all day. Because this is, like I said, he's earned $4.7 million in 5 years. This is the lottery ticket he's been waiting for. I think he loves Houston. I think he wants to be in Houston. I think he loves DeMeco. I think he loves this system. I think there is nothing there's no reason whatsoever he would ever want to leave, except there's going to be some team out there that gives him just a little more money.
See, you think the market's going to be a little stronger for Cashman than I do. That's what I
do.
That's where I think our disconnect is. But it is crazy because the way in which you have to handle these things, if you're Nick Caserio, from initial discussions to letting someone go, figure out what they want to get, to not bruising the egos and all that. That's insane. It's next level. It's really next level. Some of the stuff that they are called to do. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley here with us. Fairbairn, man. Locked him up 3 years. How about that?
Hey, that's where the Texans are, man. You got that cap space. This is how you ought to be operating, boys.
You can spend a little more.
This is how you ought to be operating.
And you're in a different environment.
And then this isn't whether you or I or anybody likes Ka'imi Fairbairn. If the Texans like their kicker, then you got the cap space to give him a little bit of money and keep him happy and move forward and keep rocking and rolling. I think that's exactly how they should be operating.
Yeah.
As I said, there is nothing that the Texans can do that will just – nothing reasonable. They're not going to sign the top 5 free agents in the class. There is nothing that they can do that is going to absolutely cripple them this year or next year with the amount of money they have available. So when I hear people tell me,
my man,
hey, we got 30 free agents. We got 10 starters to pull.
Yeah.
So we can't go and spend $12 million on a running back, or we can't go and get before Mike Evans or spend money on such and such. They just paid their kicker $5.3 million a year. They just gave him
you know who you're talking to. I'm with you 100% on that.
So, and I'm aligned with Clint. This is when you do it. But don't come tell me we got 10 spots to fill.
Yeah.
Because the second thing in free agency you don't do is go pay your kicker more than Harrison Butker. That's not you don't make him the 4th highest paid kicker in football. If you go, we got 10 spots to fill. Get out of here.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. Do it.
I mean, is Cam next?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hell, if he wants,
but again, he's like, we shouldn't even be talking about.
I'm with you.
Yes.
Spend. They're willing to spend more. Boy, they spent more than you expected on Schultz, and more than you expected on Fairbairn.
But it's not like they're going to spend to a point where they're going to put themselves a cap hill.
No way.
I also think tight end and kicker and maybe even punter are like it's like avoiding the Ross or TJ Maxx or Dillard's clearance place where it's hard to shop there. Like it's kind of a pain. You might want to pay an extra bit to avoid that market. If you want to go on the DN market and evaluate linebacker, all that, but do I really need to waste time on the tight end market when I know what I got?
Yeah, I mean, there's no sense in even wasting any thought on it. Sign the 2 guys back. You like them. You got the money, and let's move on. It's an unnecessary risk.
Yep.
Let's get
not going to stop you from signing Blake Cashman.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are all back in full force. First time since Friday. Touch and go there, man.
For the 3 best friends that anyone could have.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Clint's in the building. You hear Tyler singing in the building. And I am back from yesterday. Appreciate everyone who reached out. As the last time I was in here, I left in a quick manner. Had to get out. Had a family emergency come about, and but everybody's good. Everybody's good. Heard some people reach out to me and tell me that Clint, I'll fix this. Here, you go ahead and put yours together.
There.
We got to get these plugs in, baby. Had some people reach
Oh,
out.
you got the plug?
We got the plug, man.
Hey.
Let me know if you need it, cuz.
All right.
Some people reached out, Clint said everybody's good. We're glad to hear that. Yesterday's show it is.
I thought of Dusty, man. I didn't want to didn't want lawsuits or anything, but I just said, hey, I just assured the people that Ron and the family was all good.
Yeah, touch and go, scary situation. Bit of a pretty bad car accident that the wife and kids were in. Monday, had to get out of here. But outside of a broken finger, some bruising on the wife, the kids were all okay. Nothing wrong physically with the kids. Everybody's good. But outside of that, as bad as it is, head-on collisions and the airbags release.
That's scary, dude.
It was a broken finger and some bruising.
Take that.
God, you take it. So it was, a scary situation.
Ron, if you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall accident, Mo Karam Law is who you need to call.
They keep it 100.
They keep it 100.
We might have to call them.
I'm telling you. Hey, Courtney.
Clint's had a beer with the Mo Karam guys,
I got you
man.
guys now.
They keep it 100.
I got you guys now.
I met her. Yeah. It's a taping, so.
Come on now. 281-222-2222.
There it is. Good moment right there. Good time. Slide that right in. I'm telling you, hey, all those times I told you I was really waffling about Trey getting these, my oldest son, getting a phone or getting these apparatuses to be able to use. He's got the little watch where he can text and talk.
Save the day.
It's huge. And the impact couldn't find the phone, but he had his watch. He's calling his grandparents, and then that's how I found out. And I'm like, oh, all right, well, good. So,
hey, the watch, because if it had been a phone, it had fell out of his hand too. Maybe he couldn't have got to it.
Yeah.
Boom, the watch.
So maybe you go ahead and look at getting one for Liv.
Yeah, watches, communication watches.
Get those communication devices. So yeah, all good. All is good. Like I said, thanks for everybody who reached out. But we're good. By the way, as I said, Clint, bit of a predicament, guys. So Courtney has to go and see a hand specialist. The type of break it's not just a straight break. It's one they may have to reset, or she has the crooked finger, and
she has the Booger McFarland. Smith.
Wade Smith's got it pretty good. Anthony Munoz is the worst. Yeah. I mean, he's all the famer, and he doesn't care. Yeah, I looked at him. There's one time I've done a show with Wade where I've just stared at his hands. He didn't know it, but
the first time I ever realized Wade's hands, I was locked on for a solid 10 minutes. It looked like he was stacking in here or something.
I mean, it was just what game?
Yeah, look, I mean, so what are you contemplating about it?
Well, because I'm
gonna be honest with you.
She has an appointment.
I mean, if Booger or Wade walks in here and a guy that's built like that and looks like that, that's got a hand like that, I think, hey, Munoz, guy played in the big leagues, probably played O-line or D-line, probably played 10, 12 years. I got paid millions. Now Courtney comes walking in with that old pinky hanging out there. It's a little different angle.
We talk to the people. Shout out to the nurse who was on the scene, stopped the bleeding, calmed her down. I also want to give a shout out to her and the Orlandos who helped us out. But we talked to the doctor, and it's like, yeah, you can just let it heal, and it may be crooked, or you can go. And I just think we should at least hear out, what that's going to cost us, that surgery.
Tyler, are you listening to this?
I
wish I wasn't, but I am.
I'm saying it's her.
Is that legal?
I'm just saying.
Did I need to dump that?
No, you're good. You're good. Show says all the time.
I'm just saying. I'm not. It's her decision, right? And I'm going to support. I just want to hear it out.
There is no price you can put
because it's what you
on your health.
No, I'm not. There's no.
Tyler, we're talking about a pinky. We're talking about fixing a pinky. He's wanting to price. He's pricing it. No, it's not.
It's cosmetic.
I guess it's right. Yeah.
Because I'm just saying,
you don't want your wife to have a jacked up pinky, man.
Listen, I love her. We're here. That's just. It's not going to change anything. I mean, if she were.
She can't go to the Beyonce concert and weddings.
Sure,
and she can't be the jet setter that she is.
I'm not saying,
with a Booger McFarland pinky.
I'm not saying we do it. I just think we should hear it out.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if you've ran this by her yet, but I'd advise that.
I said
I
not going to go well for you.
I hope she's not listening. I advise you don't do that.
You should hear it out. I just want to hear because if we were the other way, I'd just run with it. If the pricing was a little bit more than the number I have in my head.
But
what's the number in your head?
I don't want to share.
If your wife doesn't want a jacked pinky, you got to drop whatever dough it is.
I know. I said it's ultimately up to her. I just think we should hear it out.
This may take the cake. This may take the cake right here.
I just want to be honest.
Let's take it out. Let's take it off your wife's hands and put it on your pinky. Like, what would you like if they said, "All right,
pinky ring that thing."
All right, you may lose the function of your pinky. It may look deformed. It may look funky for the rest of your life.
Not if it just said if it'll look deformed. If it will look like what Wade and them are doing. Wade
that's a deformity.
No, I'd be willing to bet you that.
You don't think Wade can fully?
I mean, it's not 100% of what Wade could do before the finger was bent like that. I promise you.
Wade's got 63% usage in some of his fingers.
I mean, what is that worth for you?
If it was 50%, yes. But I'm just saying, if they told me hey man, it's really just cosmetic, you just gonna be a little crooked. And if it was over, to me, if they said out of pocket, man, you got to come out of 1,500.
Bro, the cosmetic stuff is the stuff the ladies care the most about.
I'm not impressing it. He said if
it was your pinky, what would you pay to have it normal? If the doctor said it to you.
How much did you spend on getting Harold removed?
And if they said Harold was low.
How much did you spend on getting Harold knocked out?
Out of pocket, Harold probably cost me about $300. Out of pocket.
That's not bad.
Do that, right? My number in my head.
So 1,500's a number?
Probably 1,000. To be honest with you.
1,000. I mean,
maybe 11.
Well,
I'm not going over 12.
Okay, there's gonna be just so you know, there's gonna be some discomfort there. There's gonna be some pain. There's gonna be some range of motion. There's gonna be a deformity. There's gonna be. I mean, it's not just
I would roll with it. I would roll with the Wade Smith. If Wade, I know
like
Wade
I said,
Rod's gonna be in there.
Wade won't get it fixed.
Rod's gonna be in there haggling like people that are buying a new car.
There's so much we could do with that $1,200.
Yeah, fix your pinky.
Good, or
save it for the next time you need a different pinky.
Maybe the kid gets a new bed.
I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, I'm going to assume you're going to live a few more years. We're talking about $5 a month.
We just had to drop $700 on them damn tires.
Courtney years and me ain't going to live another couple years.
Listen, I'm saying it's her call. I just think we should hear it out.
That's gentlemanly.
We should hear it out. And I mean,
we're all having a good time here with it, but he's dead serious.
Chivalry isn't dead. Ron's giving her the option.
I'm just saying, hey man, $2,000. If that's $2,000 out of pocket or something they can't pick it up. You want to talk about it.
I'm just going to be honest, and I may put you in a bad spot
let's
here.
Let's put the pros and cons up. I
would never, my response would not be, let's see how much it's going to cost.
Let's hear it out.
I mean, I'd say now if I got a bill afterwards and it was $10,000 or something, I'd be like, damn, now that pinky would be the prize.
I was about to say, that'd be the prize possession. You got a number?
No, I don't. I wouldn't even. I wouldn't even. Yeah, no, I mean, if it were my pinky. I mean, I wouldn't quabble over $1,000 here, $1,000 there. I mean, I'd be good with it. Now, I wouldn't want to see that bill when it came in. But the thing here with you is that's the first. You're talking about your wife's. I mean, we're talking about a digit here, man.
Listen,
we're talking about. I mean,
we should hear it out. Hear them out,
babe. All joking aside, babe. Let's see what this is going to cost.
She set the appointment today, and I was just like, all right.
I'm going to guess Courtney didn't go, well, hey, can you give me a price on this thing?
You're going to check a couple different spots, really price it out?
Can I get a price on a new pinky?
That's not a bad idea.
It really isn't, actually.
Really not. I mean.
Yeah, make a few different doctor's appointments. Checks. Hey, they said I get a new pinky for this. What are you going to do?
I mean, listen. I'm sure she'll probably get it reset. I'm just saying, if it's no pain and it's cosmetic, and
maybe 20% or less loss of usage.
Let's talk about it. Let's do it.
God, I'm gonna pray for you.
What? Nothing wrong. I mean, I just think you should just leave all the options open. I mean, for you and Tyler, it seems like there's only one option here. I just want to hear out the options.
What if it were a body part that what you enjoy, Pinky.
Listen, the options are different, all right?
The price goes up.
the options are different. You know, the finger is, people are calling me a slime ball for this.
You are. No, you definitely are.
I will say it's not a thumb.
Tyler,
like, that'd be different.
Tyler,
a thumb is different, right?
Tyler, you got to cut this and send it to Landry. This is definitely.
It is a slime ball nominee.
It is. I just wanted to hear it out. I just want to hear
the fact that you even. I mean, you should. The first response should have been, "It don't matter what it costs, baby. Whatever you want. If you want to get that pinky fix, it's yours."
I mean, let's just hear it out. That's all I've done.
Well, I tell you what. This may be the cheapest moment of our relationship.
There's been a lot of it.
I didn't even say I'm going through
one
with
Mad
it.
Dog bottles in
I
there.
just didn't even say I'm going through with it. I just want to hear it out, like behind a Christmas tree. All right. I don't want to go any further. Can we give a little shout out to Mr. Sengun last night?
Hey, Houston fans.
Come on,
so happy.
man. Hell, I'm telling you. I didn't know he had that in him. I mean, you talk about punking old Wemby last night.
Over and over again. Both ends of the floor.
I'm not kidding. I watch a lot of basketball. All right, and like I'll find myself watching a quarter of bullets of Wizards Hornets. I mean, I watch a lot of NBA. That's one of the best performances, not just by a Rocket, by anybody all season. 45 big ones, especially going up against who he was going up against. Like, Wemby is going to be, I think, in contention for Defensive Player of the Year, right? He's so long. And he had no answer for Alfie. No answer. 45 points, 16 rebounds, 3 assists, and 5 steals. And one of those assists, that assist he had where he dropped the bounce pass to
Cam.
Cam, I mean, that was beautiful. I mean, he had a hell of a night. Clint, that's the first time. That's not the first time, but that was one of the times where you looked at it, you were like, yo, that's Joker-like.
Yeah.
What we're watching. We're using the physicality where people just can't. Like, he's skilled like him. That was not just baby Joker, which you can see some.
Yeah.
That was a Joker-like performance.
Yeah, he's got a Joker-like play style, right? And last night seeing him just consistently abuse Wemby with it was absolutely beautiful. Look, the other guys, Whitmore and Thompson, obviously just both of those guys, the energy they play with, the fire that they play with on both ends of the floor is absolutely tremendous to watch. I've watched the Rockets more in the last week and a half than I have all year long, to be completely honest with you. It seems like every time I look up, they're getting in a fight. It seems like every time I look up, they're pushing. They're not backing down. I love what Ime Udoka's doing there. But Ron, to this particular game, guys, this is precisely why when the Houston Rockets lost the opportunity to get Wembanyama, I said, yeah, I want to go to one of the Texas teams. Why? Because I'll be honest with you, that game last night, I watched for one reason. That matchup, I watched it, and then as I'm watching
and I'm sure Alfie got himself up.
Absolutely. Yeah. As I'm watching it, I see myself, I feel myself being more and more proud of being, and these are few and far between recently now, more and more proud of being a Rockets fan. And it's only because, and I don't care, I'm not comparing Sengun to Wembanyama. I'm not coming on here trying to say that he's better than him or going to be better. That's not it. My point is that if the minute we lost the opportunity to get Wembanyama here and for him to be a Rocket, I want him to go somewhere in the state so that when the Rockets play the Spurs or the Rockets play the Mavs, those games absolutely mean more. It's more than just an in-state rivalry. It's now, like last night, you can't tell me that Sengun wasn't amped as he's been all year long to prove something.
Yeah, Wemby, that matchup definitely got him add a little juice into it.
Yeah, and as a fan, it added juice to my watching the game.
But see, now this is what and we'll talk to Brandon Scott coming up.
Yep.
Coming up at 4:40 in the Rockets Report. But I'll say this. Sengun has been the most, especially offensively, but the most consistent player they've had. And he has really taken a step, and his defense has improved overall, where he's just not a flat-out liability the entire time he's out there like before. This was another level. I want to see him play with this level of physicality with everybody. Because, Wemby was the guy last night, guys in the league that want to play to the level of physicality that he was playing with last night. Not a lot. Now, there's some Draymond would invite it.
Yep.
There's a few guys out there who would Jokic would invite it. There's a few guys out there, but like, listen, I rock with LeBron and the Lakers. Like, AD doesn't want to see that for 4 quarters, that level of physicality, because that's what Jokic does to him. Like, I want to see him continue to play. So they play the Clippers tonight, and I don't know if Zubac is playing. I know he's been injured a little bit, but the Clippers, especially if he's not playing, they don't have any bigs that can really hold him. I want to see him be that physical night in and night out, because if you get that level with his skill, his ability to pass, his ability to shoot as a big man, now we're talking Jokic. Now we're talking that territory. That was a special performance.
Can I also say, and I know Jalen Green has been better of late. I know last couple of, I know, what was it, a couple nights ago he damn near had 40.
So I'm telling you, that's what he does to you.
But Ron, there's no excuse. I sat there and watched him take 3 3-pointers in a row.
He took six. He settled for 6 jump shots at one point.
Well, but Ron, I'm talking about they were their low percentage anyway because of all the struggling shooting that he's had. But he's ISO balling it. Like it's off the dribble. It's off the. It's not a spot up. It's not a. It's not comfortable.
Well, so we know one person should touch it every time down, regardless if he ends up he's got to touch it every time down.
Yes.
But it felt like a couple of times Jalen was like, you know what, I ain't shot it in a while.
He's thinking one thing.
It's my turn.
And it's just out of control, and it's in the lack of awareness of what's going on with Sengun. And look, there was Whitmore knocked one down, and it was a spot up. Yeah. It was comfortable. It was under control. Yak knocked it down. And then 3 different times in a matter of about 5 or 6 minutes. It's just, I don't know how Udoka doesn't just come unglued. That can't be the plan, right? At this point in time in the season, it can't be the plan for him to bring the ball up the court and just try his damnedest to shake somebody staggering backwards and shoot a 3. Like that can't be the plan.
No.
And he just goes down and, that's tough for you boy to watch. ISO ball is tough for me to watch if you ain't Kobe or
well, especially if you got somebody on the floor who's in the midst of a career evening. That's it going. Yeah. That's it going. All right, coming up as we continue to roll through here, one of the questions that many Astros fans don't really want to talk about, but it's a question. It's a viable question. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Check one name off the list. The Texans re-signed tight end Dalton Schultz to a 3-year, $36 million deal to keep one of CJ Stroud's favorite targets in the building going forward. With free agency starting, and how options will Nick Caserio re-up before hitting the open market.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Bell Furniture with Unbeatable Prices. I-10 the Katy Freeway eastbound after Derry Ashford. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. Bell Furniture's half-price mattress sale is going on now. Save big on these special offers. Choose any size mattress, twin, full, queen, or king, and pay one low price of just $488. Hurry, this sale ends Monday. Bell Furniture, Unbeatable. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-335-1274 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-335-1274. That's 800-335-1274. What do you have to lose? Call 800. and 800-335-1274.
Here's another remarkable success story from QC Kinetics. This one from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, and it just kept on hurting for months.
From my high school football and wrestling days, I already had a little bit of damage in there, but this just sent it over the edge.
Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement when he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics.
It was really fascinating how they did their work, and the science behind it was very intriguing, and it works. Extracting the cure out of my own body blew my mind. It's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic.
That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatments use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief.
Now I'm back at the gym. I'm 100%, feeling great.
If you're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Country girl, shake it for me, girl. Shake it for me, girl.
Houston, let's rodeo with Luke Bryan. Thursday, March 7th. Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
At Air Specialist, we believe a good name is earned, not given. With every AC repair, we dedicate ourselves to the craftsmanship and precision that you would expect from a specialist. And now we're proud to offer the same attention to detail on plumbing, repipes, water heaters, drains, and more. Not just our name, it's our brand. Air Specialist Plumbing and AC. Excellent quality at a fair price.
Astros fans, are you ready for opening day? So are we. The best Stros reactions, opinions, and baseball conversations live on Sports Radio 610. Streaming live on the free Odyssey app.
Jose Altuve was the humble superstar. He's never about max money. He's never about max glory.
Houston's sports leader has your Astros talk. Sports Radio 610. Always live on the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Old Man Winter here. One more snowstorm.
Not a chance, Mr. Winter. It's spring.
It's also time for the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, where you can get great deals on all our award-winning Hyundai models, all backed by America's best warranty. Hurry in. These deals won't last at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR or up to $1,500 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end soon. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
And you want for your dog's monthly protection. NexGuard Plus, a Foxalon or Moxidectin and Pyrantel chewable tablets. Protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. All in one delicious, beef-flavored soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventive. Ask your vet about NexGuard Plus chews.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Stay active this year with the Odyssey app. Whether you're at the gym, on the field, fave workout mix on the free Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. There's plenty of options to help you find your groove. Check them all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We will get into this a little bit more deeper a little bit later on. But if you are just joining us here, Ka'imi Fairbairn, the Texans take care of their kicker. 3 years. Now, many of you are waiting on this one. 3 years, $16 million, 15.9. $16 million, averaging 5.3. He is only behind Justin Tucker, Matt Gay, and Graham Gano when it comes to kickers in the National Football League. But they go ahead and lock him up. Clint, Tyler, got the kicker. There it is.
And it's exactly what they should be doing, and it's how they should be operating. The Houston Texans right now, with the cap space they have, Ron, one, you can go big game hunting, which we've talked a lot about on this station. Number two, you can avoid taking risk in areas where you shouldn't take risk, right? You like your kicker. You feel like he's a top kicker in the league. Pay him like a top kicker in the league. Let's move forward. You like your punter. Pay him whatever that negotiation. Pay the guy. Get him back. If Houston Texans get this organization moving in the right direction, which it appears they have, they've got the luxury of CJ Stroud on a rookie contract. They've got the luxury of having a corner, their number one corner, on a rookie contract. They've got the luxury of having their best edge rusher, their best box player on a rookie contract. They've got money to spend. It would be a crying-ass shame to all of a sudden start taking unnecessary risk, which when I say that is create a kicker competition and bring 3 or 4 guys in, draft a guy late, bring free agents in, end up going back and forth like we see teams do every year. Sometimes injury makes you do that. Hell, it happened here last year. Injuries had forced the Texans into bringing another guy in, but that's out of your control. There's no reason at this point in time to have question marks going into a season at positions like kicker, punter, specialist, deep snapper. There's no reason. Pay the guys, get them in here. It shouldn't even be on the radar.
If you really like them.
Moving forward. Yeah. That's the luxury that you have. This is exactly how the Texans should be operating. You like what Dalton Schultz brings to the table, and you really don't want to pay him $12 million a year. Maybe you only want to give him $20 million guaranteed, not $23.5 million guaranteed. Come on, man. You've got the luxury. Bring the guy in here. Let's look at it through a positive light. He's got great chemistry with your quarterback. He knows the system. He's going to allow you to start off in offense, Bobby Slowick offense 501 instead of 101, start all over the tight end position. Bring him in here. Let's rock and roll. That's the luxury that a team has, quarterback playing at an elite level on a rookie contract for the next 4 years. That's the luxury. That's how they should be operating. So before we ever get into is Ka'imi worth it, do you like him, is he injury prone, forget all that. They like him. They believe he's one of the top kickers in the league. They believe he's a guy that they want to have here the next handful of years at the kicking position. Let's ride.
Yeah. So they do it. Yep. They got him. They go ahead and take care of him as a Fairbairn 3-year deal. So he is here for the next few years. They got their kicker signed with the Texans. All right. This is something, Clint. I feel like I know you feel strongly about this, and I think it should be a real conversation or at least something that we really look at. But I get the feeling from many Astros fans that I don't think they look at this as a big potential issue or a big thing that they should be paying a lot of attention to. And it is this. I simply asked this question to you and the people. We hit a little bit on it Friday. But how big a deal is it to you? And when I say you, anybody listening, how big a deal is it to you, the transition from Maldonado to Diaz as this team's primary catcher? In particular, dealing with the staff, dealing with the starters, dealing with the bullpen, dealing with these guys. How big a deal is this transition? And how big Because I think a lot of people are looking at the starters or looking at Framber and looking at Javier and Hunter Brown, which is very fair, or looking at Montero or the guys that got to lead into the big three in the back end of the bullpen. A lot of people are looking at Jake. A lot of people are. How big a deal is this transition?
For me, it's number one.
So it's the number one thing. See, I don't think, and Tyler, I may be wrong. I do not think that Astros fans view that as that important. That is.
I think that's fair. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't say the majority.
Jake is number one for me, but I hear you.
Jake's one dude. I mean, this has Jake is one guy, and you can say, and you know what you can do? If Jake don't perform, you can pull the plug and put Dubon out there. We know that going into spring training. So. We can do that. That's easy. That's an easy fix.
Dana looks like he puts his foot down here.
He's legit. Dana's going to make that one happen. Now, look, I think when you look at, I think it's a real problem. There's no way of avoiding. Now, to what degree, I have no idea. I don't know what Diaz brings to the table in that off the field, study the game, manage the game department. I have no idea. I would imagine that he and Bill Murphy and Josh Miller, the pitching coaches with the Astros, will figure it out. But the fact that they've got to figure something out that has been an afterthought with Maldonado in the game for a handful of years now, that process being different, I think is a concern in itself. Now, all of a sudden, the Astros rotation right now, with the exception of Verlander, I don't want a pitcher that we have in the starting rotation calling pitches, calling games, managing games. I don't want that happening. I don't want Framber doing it. I don't want Christian Javier doing it. I don't want Hunter Brown doing it. I don't want JP France doing it. These are all guys that are going to have to, at the very least, chew the hell out of some innings throughout the regular season and get you into the playoffs. And then whatever cream rises to the top, whether it's Hunter Brown and Lance McCullers gets healthy and Verlander stays healthy and Framber comes around. I mean, what's that process going to look like? I think the fact, Ron, that it has the potential to impact so many different young, inexperienced, sometimes fragile players on this team that are all such important pieces in terms of being in the starting rotation, that to me there's not a bigger singular concern or priority for me with the Houston Astros this year. There's a lot of deals now, like you said, center field. That we're one. I mean, I'm joking. We can fix that with a decision.
I'm about joking. I'm mostly joking with Jay.
With Jay, okay, just making
mostly.
Sure.
But yeah, I just think we got to a point, right, where we minimize the reason why Maldonado was out there. That was the prime reason, right? His leadership, like he was the one who talked in these meetings, and then his ability to handle the staff. And then we would hear the Verlanders, the Frambers, the Javiers. We'd hear all of them talk about how important he is something. And I know it is really, because I've seen this on the text line, I know it's real easy to just say, hey, man, these dudes are getting paid all this money. They should be able to throw to whoever. I hear you on that, but the reality is for some of them, Maldonado was a really big safety blanket for him. And I think that is going to be an issue. Now, if these guys start struggling, I'm not going to sit here and blame it all on Diaz. It's going to be something, but it is something to watch, especially when you heard how serious these guys were and how often over the years they talked about his importance. And now they're trying stuff out like calling their own pitches.
Yeah, Ron, it's just, again, I mean, the fans are going to fan however they want to, and obviously an opinion's an opinion. But the one thing, like it's just impossible to look at it as like, oh, they'll get it figured out. No, it's going to be, they're going to get it figured out. I don't think this is going to cost the Astros a chance to make a run here. I just at the very least, I know it is a change in the process. A big time, like even if it's Josh Miller, like he hadn't had to do that in the past. Yeah. Like he hasn't had to manage a young catcher.
He's had another coach basically with it.
Right. Yeah, it's just like it's all going to be completely different, and that different process it is going to like immediately touch so many different players on the team that I don't know how it's not priority number one.
Yep. All right. Like I said, I didn't see your thoughts on it. How big a deal is it? Transition. Stop being babies. We got on the text line. All right.
Why don't you shut up, idiot?
That wasn't stop being a baby. That was like a baby response. Well, why don't you shut up?
That was doubling down on
ugly
being a baby.
Is that your face or did your neck throw up?
When Ace Ventura said that there. Oh yeah, well, you're ugly.
All righty then.
All right. I didn't get your thoughts on the big story from yesterday because I got some thoughts here. I want to. Now you got a little time to think about how y'all feel about that Dalton Schultz move. How you feel about that Dalton Schultz move? Because I was thinking about it, and late last night I did a segment by myself about Dalton Schultz. I want to get your thoughts on that big move from yesterday. We'll discuss that next.
Kid is a freaking baller.
Sean's got a defensive lineman at the top of his Texans free agency wish list.
My wish is that their splurge be on the defensive side of the ball, and Christian Wilkins is my first choice. I think he'd be an amazing fit. I think he's going to be a little pricey, but I think the Texans have the financial wherewithal to get a little pricey on at least one free agent out there.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Airport Boulevard. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. Kirk Holmes was just awarded Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year Award. Building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country, discover why they're superior building and tonight. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Ready for some big news, Texas? Drum roll, please. Teladoc Health is now covered by major insurers in Texas. Why is that a big deal? Because Teladoc Health brings together all of your healthcare needs into one place. Primary care, mental health counseling, and 24/7 care with same-day appointments at a low cost. Teladoc Health is accessible via phone, online, or app. It's healthcare on your terms. Get started at teladochealth.com. That's TELADOC Health.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are in your $768.98. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-768-98. 800-768-98 or biglou.com.
Hey, John Lopez here. Join me this Sunday from noon to 2 p.m. at La Michoacana Meat Market, 4711 West 34th, right here in Houston. Enjoy some of the best cuts of meat in town and all the other great stuff at La Michoacana. And I'll see you Sunday, noon to 2 at 4711 West 34th.
Some people just know bundling with Allstate means big savings. Just like they know the right ingredient means big flavor. They know honey on pizza is where it's at. And olive oil on ice cream is the cherry on top. And they know when you bundle home and auto with Allstate, you can save up to 25%.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
Brain fart. Damn it. I'm still chasing the first ever perfect show, man.
This food said to me.
40 minutes in.
I mean,
son of a...
He said to me, like, we're going to pull the curtain back.
And
or
the carpet.
as I like to say, pull the carpet back. This man said in my ear 37 seconds ago, hey, I think I'm gonna bump in with a Dalton Schultz highlight.
Completely left me. It left my lips and it left my mind.
Oh, I thought it was a good joke.
I said,
no, I just completely had a brain fart there.
I said you. That's what I said. I said you playing the highlight. Oh, no, you're right.
That was the highlight, bro.
Didn't even get through the first damn hour today. Damn it.
I feel like that's the first time I've paid you back on that, or you've paid me back on that, wherever that goes.
Well, I apologize.
There are many times when we're out.
Well, you're not very good at paying back, so I'd imagine you meant him.
Hey, man, what are you doing, man?
What happened?
His wife needs a new pinky,
I mean, I had to go to Vegas with you, man.
I had to go
to Vegas to get 10%.
And I did it before we left. So it's not like I won something.
I got damn near that low, but had I got down to my last 100, I would have had to thank you.
100. That was 110. You didn't even know you was going.
That's right, and I used it. Lost it early.
Look at God right there. But no, Tyler. Many times we've been on the road. Tyler's like, all right, I'm gonna lead in with the Will Anderson. I like that. Hey,
step in that.
All right, here we go.
Rock and roll. Yeah, we're back.
Here we go, and at the same time, boy, that gets good, man. All right, I wasn't here yesterday. It was a big day yesterday, and really at the top of that was the news that the Texans were bringing back Dalton Schultz, making him the 11th highest paid tight end in football. $36 million, 20-something of that guaranteed, around 12 a year. So that is a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal for him. Pretty good deal for the Texans. I think both parties win here. I didn't get to hear how y'all felt about this. I didn't get to really hear how the people was and people's thoughts were on this. So I don't really get. I haven't really been on social a lot, so I don't really have the feel of how people were with the Dalton Schultz move. What was your thoughts? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I still haven't completely warmed up to it.
Yeah.
Hold on, so
I think there's some pros and some cons, but I said it before, I would hope they would go in a different direction, and they've decided to go here. So I don't think it's a crazy one. Yeah. This isn't like, hey, man, we're going to bring in Rex Burkhead, man. He's going to be our primary back type of decision. But I still haven't completely warmed up. Where were you on this?
I think there's two things. We talked about it 6 ways to Sunday yesterday, but I think there's two things that really stick out. Number one, with Dalton Schultz, they needed a top tight end. I mean, they needed a tight end. There was a serious void there. They went and got the best one available. Timing is everything. There's no doubt. There's no refusing. There's no doubting that the chemistry that he had with CJ Stroud is special. There's no doubt that the building on the foundation they built last year is going to be an advantage, and so I'm okay with the Dalton Schultz sign. I like bringing him back and continuing with CJ Stroud and this offense and Bobby Slowick. The second thing, Ron, for me is they can't be done. Like the Houston Texans.
Yeah, they
can't be done, or they've completely changed course of what they want to do offensively. If offensively what DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick wanted to do to start last year was, we are going to be physical and dominant up front. We're going to create creases. We're going to get pushed. We're going to dominate the lines of scrimmage on both sides of the football. We're talking offense right now. If that is your goal and you're going to run the ball in that fashion, you can't go pay Dalton Schultz 3 years, $36 million, and then be done at the tight end position. Like you've either got to continue shopping and find a guy that is a true hand-in-the-dirt, physical, run-blocking tight end that can help you create some run lanes and get some push, or they've shifted gears and they are going to be more of what we saw last year by design. I think last year becoming so CJ was not by design, it was by default. Right? You realize that you weren't going to be able to run the football. You realize your receivers and CJ were better than you thought. And so why beat your head against the wall? Let's go out and spin it around the park and let's win with our best weapon, which is CJ Stroud. Is this a sign of this offense is going to look a lot more
pass happy,
a lot more 2023 than maybe we expect? I was still under the same mindset and mind frame of, hey, they're going to do everything they can to get more physical up front to try to run the football.
But even if it is, we're going to be more pass happy. That's fine. You got C.J. Stroud. You want to do that.
Yeah.
But hell, man, even the Packers ran the ball somewhat with Aaron Jones and whoever was there during
Dylan.
But even before Jones, during the years like with that Aaron was there and Favre was there, all the way back to guys like Dorsey Levens. Like they ran it there. Like I would think that they want to run the football, and I think they're going to bring in a running back here soon that shows that they want to be more improved in their run game. Like for me, listen, clearly CJ is a fan. CJ really, really likes him, and if it's all right, CJ's really comfortable with this guy, and we're looking at the market, and we're going to give Dalton the edge because of the relationship that he's built with CJ. I'm cool with that. Yeah, CJ. Hey, some people would text this in on me. Happy wife, happy life, happy quarterback, happy life.
We're going to give you your flowers.
But to me, just run it back with the group. Like, and to me, the health, we're going to get Tegan Cotoriano back is not like the answer of it. All right, they're getting Dalton. They have got to find somebody that is a clear player. And when I say player, not just player, but that's going to be a player on the field, somebody's going to be involved that does the things that he doesn't do well. Like they got to have somebody to offset that.
You can't go pay Dalton Schultz 3 years, $36 million, and Brevin Jordan's your number 2, and not upgrade over Beck. And those are your 3 fullback, H-back, tight end. That's your package. And like you said, Tegan Cotoriano, who we know nothing about. We know his tangibles. Hey, he's a big, tall drink of water that can run a little bit, and he don't mind attempting to get physical.
He's had a couple moments.
Right. But like at the end of the day, you can't – this is like DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick throughout the year telling everybody how close they are in the run game, knowing damn good and well they ain't. If you're not going to go out there with the cap space you have and the number of free agents that you have and your situation on the offensive line right now where there's only so many places that you can upgrade as it pertains to running the football, there's only so many things that you can do. There's only so many things that you can address. And one of those is to pay a tight end that your head coach just went on the air at the combine and said, oh, yeah, he did some really good things for us in the pass game. Right? Now, I'm okay with it, but my point is you can't tell me that you want to be a more physical. Now, they're going to say that because that's foot-minded coach. Hell yeah, that's what you want to do. Yeah, I don't care if you live in 10 personnel and you don't even have a tight end on the roster. They're still going to talk about them front five and that running back they want to be physical. At the end of the day, though, you cannot tell me that you are doing your damnedest with all the cap space you have and all the voids you have across the board on this team. You're trying to get more physical, and you're going to go into a season with Tegan Quatoriano as your most physical tight end, as your best option to put his hand in the dirt and get movement in the run game. A guy that we know nothing about. You just can't convince me of that. That's why, to me, I don't blame him for going and getting him. The timing is everything. He was the best available. Like I said, he knew your system. Keep him here. But one of two things is happening. Either you're not done, and you're going to go get the guy that you just mentioned that better be a compliment to Dalton Schultz, or they're going to spread this thing out.
Yeah, they just can't. They just can't run it back. In a lot of places, they definitely can't just run it back in the tight end room.
Well, I agree. I agree. But if you are going to run it back, I'm sorry, if you're not going to run it back, then you got to add personnel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they can't just – it can't be, all right,
yeah,
we got that. Or maybe we'll see somebody late in the draft or something. But
we'll see. Look, I'll be honest with you. I know that you got – look, like I said, I don't care if you're in 10 personnel, there's not even a tight end or a fullback on the field. Like, 10 personnel is one running back and 4 wide. I don't care what personnel you're in. Like, you can still – I'm not saying you don't strive to be physical and get push in front. But damn it, at the end of the day, the reality is the knowns on this offense, right? You got 2 tackles that can pass block their ass off. You got a quarterback that is absolutely deadly from the pocket. Processes as good as anybody out there, right? If these receivers stay healthy, including Dalton Schultz, you can produce through the air.
Yep.
And there's going to be some decisions that are made, I think, in the next month and a half that are going to give us a little more of a direction. What do they do at the wide receiver position in free agency and in the draft? Do they bring anybody not named Noah Brown and Robert Woods? Are you going to upgrade over those guys? We know Nico and Tank are the dudes. Are you going to upgrade over those other guys? What do they do, Ron? We'll see.
Yeah. Like someone texted, I think we overpaid for him. Could have got him 3 for $27. I don't. Him being the 11th highest paid tight end, I don't think that's overpaid. Right? For me, like Dalton, that's one thing for me where, like I said, I think there's some pros. I think that's a pro. I don't think they went crazy to overspend for him, especially what they have. I think it's a fair contract, so that's cool. It's not like if they would have said something in here of like he's a top 5 paid tight end. Well, now different expectations run with that. And damn it, you got to be able to do everything in the offense for them to do that. I don't think they did that. And so I think that's one of the pros, along with CJ having a great connection with him. The cons are, what
there's a low ceiling. I just think there's a low ceiling in the run game. I don't know that in the pass game, I'm talking about just sheer athletic ability, that there's not there's
his ability in the pass game isn't strong enough to outweigh how difficult he has in the run game.
Agreed. No, here's the thing about Dalton Schultz is the advantage is more about experience, feel, processing, and chemistry, which is hard to identify, right? But very rarely is Dalton Schultz going to miss a hot route. That's valuable. Yep. A lot of times we don't even see it, but that's extremely, extremely valuable. The ability to just sense pressure on the other side of the field and know, hey, my quarterback may be getting heated up. Let me give him my eyes early in the route just in case he's in trouble, right? Dalton Schultz he is tremendous under those circumstances. Feel for coverage, sitting down in the void and zone coverages, the little head nods and sticks in a route to create just a little bit of separation when it's man-to-man. I mean, he is really, really good, of all the things that lead you to say this guy's really quarterback-friendly, which is unbelievably valuable, right? He's not explosive. He's not going to be a big play guy. He's not going to go catch balls that he shouldn't catch. He's not going to have a real solid highlight reel, if you will, but he's extremely dependable. And that's why they paid this guy $12 million a year, not because of this unbelievably high ceiling where he can go up in pitches or can run away from coverage like we saw Brevin Jordan do last year. That's not who he is. And
except for that one time he saved Case Keenum's ass against Tennessee Titans.
Oh yeah,
that throw in the middle of the
no, that was a good one. That was a good one.
All right, coming up, let's get our thoughts behind how people are feeling about the big news today. They took care of one of their free agents, and they gave him a deal to make him top five highest paid at his position. We'll discuss that. And what a night for the best player right now for the Houston Rockets. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
In the loop.
I don't want to bury the lead. I'm just going to say right now, I am very, 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 very open to drafting a wide receiver in the first round at this point. I want to get as many weapons as possible. The wide receivers stole the show. We already knew they were good. My biggest takeaway from this weekend, this could be an overreaction. Wide receiver, if the opportunity is there, jump on it.
Your lunch break is better with Landry and John. 10 to 2 every day on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by thelocongroup.com. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at North Post Oak. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. If you're looking to buy a home and sell your current one, go to thelocongroup.com. The Locan Group can guarantee to sell your home at price and by a deadline you both agree to, or they will buy it. Buy or sell your home with thelocongroup.com. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Zaddy Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by LL Flooring. LL Flooring, every step covered. Let's play a game. Where in the world is Josh Allen? He posted this on the X yesterday, seemingly out of nowhere. Quote, "My pants ripped at dinner. Didn't want cheeks out. I love Paris." Sounds like my dude's having a good time. Until his celebrity girlfriend, Haley Steinfeld's fans got all over him. I'm Jim Rome.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger. And now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds, and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400, and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Andro 400, the natural way to increase testosterone, lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel great. Try Andro 400, the safe, effective, affordable way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
When you're rolling Charmin Ultra Soft on the party, this is more, so roll it back, everybody. It's a bit soft and hella nice. The cream is always soft. It's our party vibe. So our cheeks feel flat. So worthy. Everybody wanna touch the sky.
Charmin Ultra Soft is irresistibly soft and more absorbent, so you can use less. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
To thank you for 40 unforgettable years, Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs, like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Jeff, I'm standing courtside where this team is about to celebrate a staggering win here in the fourth quarter. I just spoke with the team captain, who told me they owe it all to Kohl's, where fans found the license gear, game day hosting fines, and other essentials they needed to rally this team to victory. He said, quote, "Great brands, great prices. Discover it all at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Back to you."
Something bad has happened to Mom.
Streaming March 14th on Peacock.
Joy Delaney, mother of 4, has gone missing.
From the author of Big Little Lies and 9 Perfect Strangers.
She will come back.
You think we're this, big, happy family?
I have a confession.
Starring Oscar nominee Annette Bening, Sam Neill, Jake Lacey, and Allison Brie.
Secrets, family, and what you don't know can hurt you.
Apples never fall. Streaming March 14th, only on Peacock.
You're invited to the Boots for Troops Softball Challenge at Premier Baseball of Texas in Tomball. Friday, March 8th at 7 p.m. Sports Radio's own Sean Pendergast and Landry Locker will be part of the fun. Get your tickets at boots4troops.org. That's boots, the number 4troops.org.
The reality in today's market is that our goods and services are more expensive. That's just how it is. Well, they can't help with subscriptions or coffee, but D&M Auto Leasing has been the industry leader in low-cost leasing and world-class service for more than 47 years. I'm a client myself. Trust your gut. Call D&M Auto Leasing for the smartest way to save money at 713-290-1000. That is 713-290-1000. Or go online at dmautoleasing.com. Make no down payment and no payments for 60 days.
Make leasing easy at B&M.
Build your custom home on your land with Our Vision Homes. Our Vision Homes is a family-owned and operated custom home builder in Greater Houston for 17 years. Learn how to get started building your custom home by attending one of our Build on Your Land seminars. Visit ourvisionhomes.com to register for this free seminar. Our Vision Homes guides you each step of the way, providing a turnkey process. Visit ourvisionhomes.com today. That's ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Adios and vaya con Dios. Yeah, I'm leaving GA.
Houston, let's rodeo with the Zach Brown Band. Thursday, March 14th. Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
I'd have no reason to stay.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles, delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not one based on Carol. She's more focused on hitting a high note than the car in front of her. Why pay a rate based on anyone else? Get one based on you with DriveWise from Allstate.
Not available in Alaska or California, subject to terms and conditions. Rates are determined by several factors, which vary by state. In some states, participation in DriveWise allows Allstate to use your driving data for purposes of rating. While in some states, your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Generally, safer drivers will save with DriveWise. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, the number one story right now in the big, beautiful city of Houston is they've locked up their kicker. And I know many of y'all were concerned about kickers. That guy. He is Texan, damn it. It's good. Gami Fairbairn, another 3 years, $15.9 million, an average of 5.3, makes him the 4th highest paid kicker in the National Football League. I remember we took some calls. People were saying we got to pay our kicker, we got to pay our punter. Well, you don't have to pay your kicker anymore because he is locked up there. And this is just my thought off of it. I got no problem with it. If you love your kicker, and I think he's a good kicker. If you love your kicker and you feel good about your kicker and it's up and you're in the spot with $67.5 million without even restructuring anybody to start the offseason, go ahead and take care of your kicker. If you like him, if you love him, go ahead and take care of your kicker. But what I don't want to hear is, we got 10 starters. We got all these voids to fill, and we can't go out and get these players that you guys are talking about because we got 10 spots to fill. No, Jack, you can pay your kicker almost $5.5 million a year, which lets me, as Steve Harvey said, further know that you're good, that you can go out and go after the Saquons. You can go out and go after the Christian Wilkins. You can go out and could have gone after the Mike Evans if you wanted to. You're good. Because the second thing you do in free agency is to go give $5 million plus to a kicker. Yeah. If you're so charged up on decent spots. So I'm fine with the move. And I hope we get off the table of, hey, they can't go after such and such guys, or you're trying to spend the money recklessly, Clinton Ron, if they can go and spend
Now's the time.
$16 million on a kicker.
Now's the time. I tell you, for me, Ron, this is very simple. To your point, your initial point, I agree with. If you like your kicker, if you believe your kicker is a top 5 kicker in the game, then pay him the money. He'll be worth every penny, right, of that money. Secondly, you avoid the risk and the headache of trying to find the next guy. It'd be a crying-ass shame, given the circumstances and the cap situation right now with the Texans. It'd be a crying-ass shame for you to let Kaimi Fairbairn move on, and then you either go get an old journeyman that's been suspect, or you have this kicker competition and you come up with a young guy that can kick, and then you lose a couple of games during the season with missed field goals and or extra points. We saw that be a problem in the playoffs. Or you miss a field goal or two in the playoffs, and you get bounced out of the playoffs in 2024. Given the cap space, it'd be a crying shame to take that risk. If you like your guy, you believe in your guy, pay him and avoid the risk and the headache and the not knowing what your kicker situation is going to look like the minute training camp starts. Put that on the shelf. Put it to bed. You've got the money to do it. Create the security. Give yourself the best possible chance that you can to one possession. You're down 3 points. The game's tied. You like Kaimi Fairbairn on your side. Pay the guy and let's move on. I don't in any way want to minimize because it's tough to find. We see teams every year that go through this kicker carousel where they get 2 or 3 guys brought through there. We always make a big deal and a big hoopla about when, like, the Cowboys found this guy. I can't think of the kid's name, but boy, he's a monster, right? Yeah. Well, that's cool. They went through about 42 of them, over the last handful of years.
That fella 2 years ago.
Who? I mean, I don't have a problem with it at all. They've got the luxury right now to minimize risk and ultimately put certain issues that may arise, put them to bed by paying guys.
Now, fellas, I will say this, though. With Dalton Schultz, they made Dalton the 11th highest paid tight end in the game, which I think is fair for him. And I think, all right, he can perform like the 11th highest paid player in the game at tight end. I do think more expectations come for Fairbairn with this deal. Like, if you're a top 5 kicker, we can't be in the biggest game of the year with a chance to take the lead going into halftime and you miss a 47-yard field goal.
Fair.
At this point, like, they're paying you more than some guys that I think people would list ahead of you in terms of kickers. You got a 47-yard field goal in the playoffs in Baltimore with a chance to go up 13-10. The momentum on your side going into it, and maybe put some real pressure on the Ravens. You got to make a 47-yard field goal, man. So there is expectation of, like, inside of 50 yards that you're damn near automatic, and that you can go out and make some big kicks, which I think he has shown that he can be. But the consistency needs to be something, right? Like, because the last time we saw you missed a 47-yard field goal in the playoffs of a tie game. So that though does carry, I think, some expectations that when you run out there and it's inside of 50 yards, it's inside of 40 yards, it ought to be automatic. It's inside of 50 yards, it should damn near be that close.
Fair, 100% fair.
So that is the latest there. $16 million to Fairbairn. They keep their kicker almost $5.5 million there for him. We'll see what other moves they make, but that is the latest.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night the Rockets got a much-needed victory over the San Antonio Spurs, and old Wemby came to town, and Wemby got his ass punked. Let's just be honest. One of the best games by an individual player all season. Alperen Sengun, 45 points, 16 rebounds, 5 steals, 3 assists, and a block.
Hey, Houston fans.
I mean,
I'm so happy.
He got 45 points and made 2 threes and went to the line like 5 or 6 times.
Seems efficient.
And still got 45 and to where he showed a level of physicality in the chest of Victor. It was he couldn't do anything about it. And then after the game, I don't think Alfie was meaning to be this hard on it. I love it. I just think this is just the honest words he put together. This is him last night talking about his matchup against the number one pick.
He's so tall, really. He's really tall, but he's not that strong yet, So I was going his chest and put him under the rim. So, like I said, they didn't double me tonight that much, so I work and under the rim.
Put that boy on his ass.
Going at his chest and putting him under the rim. Yeah, I don't think he was meaning to talk trash, but it came across beautiful.
I love it.
I love it.
I honest to God, I don't think he meant to do that.
That dude's weak.
I don't think he could. I mean, I've heard our guy Bomani says this all the time. There are tall men, and then there are big men. We don't just say big man. We used to just say, oh, he's a 4 or 5, he's a big man. No, Victor's a tall man, and we saw a big man run into a tall man, and he ran him, and he said it. He's tall, but not very strong. But man, that was magnificent last night, and that looked like a lot of times you look at his skill set, you think he could be a poor man's Joker.
Yeah,
he could be a poor man's Jokic.
It's definitely going to be his play style if he's going to continue to play with. Yeah, that was impressive, Ron. One thing that I like about the whole team, man. I've watched the Rockets more in the past 4 or 5 days than I have all year long, and there is one thing that is very clear, and I'm going to assume it's Ime Udoka saying, hey, if anything, we're not going to be soft, right? I think this is a response from the team on Ime Udoka saying, win or lose, we ain't going to be soft. I've watched, I'd say, 4 games over the last handful of days, and I've seen more fights, more physical play. I say fights, basketball fights. You get my point. Where it appears that the Rockets are going to play unbelievably hard, and they ain't going to take no bull jive from nobody. And that in itself, to me, is – and it's not – and by the way, it's not just Dylan Brooks, right? I mean, Dylan does that, and that's part of his shtick, if you will. It's Cam Whitmore. It's Thompson. It's Sengun last night having the ability, obviously, and the awareness that if they're not going to double you, just keep bullying Wemby.
That seemed to piss him off, didn't he?
Yes. I love that mentality, man. And again, I didn't watch him as much early on. Maybe this is something everybody's seen all year long. But for me, watching these last 3 or 4 games, win or lose, I like the toughness. I really like the energy and effort when Thompson and Whitmore are on the floor. And then last night, obviously, with what Sengun was doing. Last night was a fun watch, man. And by the way, this is exactly, Ron, why I was excited about Wemby ending up in San Antonio. Now, obviously, would have preferred him to end up here in Houston. We don't. And I would rather him be in San Antonio or Dallas, somewhere in the state, so that the Rockets, Spurs, Rockets, Mavericks games are that much bigger. And I mean, I watched every bit of that game last night and was glued to the TV for one reason. I wanted to see how the Rockets stacked up against Wemby. And then as I'm watching the game, I'm more and more proud as a Rockets fan because of what Sengun is doing and how these guys are playing. And they end up getting a dub. Was it a monster win? No, but it was a monster performance for damn sure.
Yeah. Hell, they can get them. They need to get them as much as they can.
Any way they can get them.
Right. And they were able to survive it last night with Dylan Brooks not scoring a point in 36 minutes.
Hey, look, when Sengun's doing what he's doing, Dylan don't need to be shooting that damn thing.
Let's go, Rocket.
36 minutes, 0 for 3. It scored, Dylan. Stared their asses down, didn't you? Stared us down. No, man, an amazing performance, one of the best of the season. Someone said, take him to the woodshed. No, he did. 45 points on his ass.
And it was a woodshed. There ain't no doubt about it.
He seemed to be pissed. He seemed to be offended that they would double him. I was a little curious myself. How come somebody's going to start running?
Well, look. Let's not. I know he scored 45. Let's not let me. There was a stretch there where he was dominating Wemby on the defensive end of the floor too.
Yeah, 16 rebounds. But that's the thing with him. When we say the Joker thing is, it's a deal because he's a great passer. I mean, he may be the second best passer from the center position behind Jokic. And you start with people involved, but I'm going to take my chances with Dylan and Jalen shooting threes. What I'm about to do.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
I wanted to run your thoughts about this. The Athletic talked about certain MLB pitchers and their potential projected extensions if they get them. Framber Valdez was on that list. Framber's 30 years old, who that surprised Tyler the other day. As I said,
wouldn't have guessed it.
I said, Framber, he don't have a 2 in the front of it, the first digit of his age anymore. I said, I think it's a 3.
I thought he was still in his late 20s.
No, he's got a 2. No, he's 30. Yeah, 30 years old. They said an extension tacked on because there is control for him in 2025. A total 5 years adding with addition to 2025, 5 years, $105 million. $105 million for Framber Valdez. Man, to me, I don't know how you don't jump all over that.
I'd sign it tomorrow.
Right? I thought he was going to be a $200 million pitcher. I thought he was going to be, but apparently, like last year's struggles, I guess has really knocked it down. I mean, I guess maybe you want to see how it starts a little bit this year because that is an investment, but that does feel like a almost in some form like a Jordan type of a steal for a player that is.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but that, I mean, at 21 a year for the next 5 years, as long as he stays in the top 3, I mean, you'd obviously like for him to outplay the 21 a year.
But he's going to push 200 innings, if not throw over 200 innings every year.
Yeah, I mean, that's I don't know. To me, I mean, as long as the guy, that money-wise, as long as that guy stays in the top 2 or 3 in your rotation, that's good money.
Yeah, to me, that feels really low of a projection. 5 years, 105. Really, 5 years, 80 tacked on to 2025. That feels a bit low to me, especially what we were talking. Because if you remember how the season ended,
it's not even that because you're void because you had to pay him over the next 2 arbitration years.
Yeah. But we're coming out of last year when they won the World Series and he was clearly the ace in the playoffs.
Right.
Well, no damn 105.
It costs to be
falling
good.
all over yourself to do that. All right. We see the free agency period has really started. We're starting to see some teams and players sign, and I still stand by it. If the Texans make these 2 moves, in my opinion, fellas, it will change, I think, how the top of the AFC has to view the Texans. There are 2 moves they can make. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Advanced Hair, y'all. Look, if you look in the mirror before you go to work, before you go out on the weekends, before you go catch a happy hour, go on a date, take your lady out for dinner or something, and you look in the mirror and that receding hairline's bothering you, that thinning up top. Maybe it's just all out bald at this point in time. I got good news for you, man. Advanced Hair Restoration can reverse years and sometimes even. And they do the simple one-day treatment. I'm talking your own natural hair beginning to regrow the very next day. And Advanced Hair, they believe in their product so much that it's backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. The treatments, they work for bald spots, receding hairlines, thinning. They work for men, women, younger, and older, so there's no excuse, right? These are top-rated physicians that have changed thousands of lives, and now it's your turn because Advanced Hair is here as we speak in our beautiful city of Houston. Schedule a free consultation today by calling 832-688-HAIR. That's 832-688-HAIR. Heck, if you don't want to call them, you want to pick up the phone, you want to do a little research online, guess what? AdvancedHair.com is where it's at. You can always check out all the before and afters, read up, do all the research you need to. Advanced Hair Restoration is where it's at. Again, that's AdvancedHair.com.
Payne and Pendergast.
There's just something with Framber. I understand the theory about him using the pitch-com to call his own pitches. I just worry about too many moving parts. It would be like if you told me all of a sudden that from now on, Seth, you're going to be responsible for organizing the show. It would be a disaster. I'm like Framber. I'm erratic emotionally. My mind is a frazzled mess. You can't be up there thinking about 1,900 different things and then add another thing to it.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Blue, 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Ready for some big news, Texas? Drum roll, please. Teladoc Health is now covered by major insurers in Texas. Why is that a big deal? Because Teladoc Health brings together all of your healthcare needs into one place. Primary care, mental health counseling, and 24/7 care with same-day appointments at a low cost. Teladoc Health is accessible via phone, online, or app. It's healthcare on your terms. Get started at teladochealth.com. That's TELADOC Health.
Like a soundtrack to a July Saturday night.
Houston, let's rodeo with Eric Church. Sunday, March 17th. Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, uniquely different. Like our effortless buying process, you'll never feel uncomfortable during the purchase experience. We'll do everything in our power to get you rolling in and out. Available. The selection has never been better. Choose the vehicle you want, and we'll even deliver it to your home. If it's a certified pre-owned Lincoln you're looking for, you're sure to find a clean, ready-to-deliver model at West Point to fit your budget. Effortless buying and exceptional service from a local dealer you can trust. That's West Point Lincoln on the Katy Freeway and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway.
Hey, John Lopez here. Join me this Sunday from noon to 2 p.m. at La Michoacana Meat Market, 4711 West 34th, right here in Houston. Enjoy some of the best cuts of meat in town and all the other great stuff at La Michoacana. And I'll see you Sunday, noon to 2 at 4711 West 34th.
Astros fans, are you ready for opening day? So are we. The best Stros reactions, opinions, and baseball conversations live on Sports Radio 610. Streaming live on the free Odyssey app.
Jose Altuve was the humble superstar. He's never about max money. He's never about max glory.
Houston's sports leader has your Astros talk. Sports Radio 610. Always live on the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data, $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan, at an amazing price, with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely.
Totalmente.
Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Wendy's new Breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Yeah, whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is great because you're rarely rewarded for just being you. Ever get rewarded for being left-handed? No. You get to use weird scissors. Your reward for being a Capricorn? Cold birthdays that conflict with the holidays. And your reward for quickly responding to every work email? More emails. But with Snapshot, even left-handed Capricorns with proper email etiquette could get rewarded for good driving. So download the Progressive app today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in all states or from all agents.
The offseason is here, and Texans All Access is back. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered as we head towards the 2024 draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
That's exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Y'all hooked some people up with Nickelback tickets yesterday?
Yeah, we
sure
did.
as heck did.
There you go.
Come on, man.
Zach Brown tomorrow.
Giving it back to the people of Zach Brown Band tomorrow. That's going to be big. That's a big day right
Zach
there.
Zach Brown. There you go.
Big day right there, man.
Yeah, those Nickelback tickets were very
popular at Twin Peaks. I told the people, man.
They were. That's exactly what I was about to say.
2 fellas won. You remember who were they, Tyler? You remember? Somebody up in Cypress? Somebody in Riverwood or something?
Joseph up in Richwood.
Look at this. Come on.
And
Leo McDowell.
Damn, I might not have the second one.
Cypress. It was Cypress.
Yeah, something Cypress. Damn it. Can't remember the second guy. No, I do. Kevin
in Cypress.
Kevin in Cypress. Damn. How about that? Congratulations, Kevin. Enjoy yourself. Nickelback. So Zach Brown Band tomorrow, huh?
Yes,
3 o'clock hour. 3 and 5 o'clock hours. Zach Brown Band. You got a chance to get a W. Get you a win. Go ahead and do that thing, man. Go ahead and do that thing. All right, free agency. I can't wait till this starts to get going and we start seeing names come off the board. And now we see the franchise tag day has passed, and we know all the teams and players that are free agents. And we're starting to hear rumblings already. And I'm going to tell you right now, and I stand by this. 1 and 2, this was my thinking once kind of the season ended and it cleared up and we started to see who could potentially be available. Clint, I feel very strongly. 2 guys. 2 guys that I think they can most definitely go and get. And I feel very big. Saquon Barkley is my number 1 for the Texans and Christian Wilkins. Clint, if they get those 2 dudes, if they get those 2 guys, and I know their schedule is tougher, and obviously they still have resources to help and fix other things with the draft and the money they'll have left over. They get those 2 dudes to go along with what they have already, and you start talking about, a defense that has Will Anderson and Christian Wilkins up front, and a defense that has Christian Harris, who was coming into his own, Jimmy Ward, and I have not given up on Jalen Petrie. I really believe in. We talked to Sendeo, the safety for the Vikings for years in the NFL, talking about, it takes a little time, a year to kind of get used to defense. I think Jalen Petrie, who has been an instinctual playmaker his whole life, I don't think he just is going to suck now. So I feel good about him year 2 in this system and DeMeco's system. That system in San Francisco has always had pretty good safety, so I like that with Stingley. You start to talk about that on the defensive side of the ball. Malik Collins up there as well. And then offensively, now Now that Barkley, who is a flat-out difference maker that defense really have fear on, to go along with Nico and Tank, which him being there heightens the fear of them, to go along with what feels like could be a top 5 quarterback next year who played in that way last year. You add those two dudes, and I'll say it right now, some of y'all, I don't care. Yes, you all know that I'm a Chiefs fan. Clint, if they got them two dudes, as a Chiefs fan, they would go from being on the radar, the Texans, to being a serious concern. That is a serious issue that the Texans would be, because they got a good coach, a good staff, what looks like to be a great quarterback, and now they got difference makers
putting it together
around it. And that's not the only place they could go. They, I think, not just to the Chiefs or to the Ravens, to other teams, they become a serious concern and not just a on-the-radar team. And those two guys, I'm not saying that there are not other combinations that couldn't work, but for me, they get those two guys, I look at the Houston Texans completely differently if they're able to find their way to those two dudes in free agency.
Absolutely, I agree wholeheartedly, man. I think you add Saquon. We've talked multiple times, regardless of what this offense is going to look like or what they're going to strive to look like. Saquon Barkley simply a game. I said it before. Defensively, now look, a corner changes a game in a way that I don't know that I'll ever change that stance. At a good lockdown corner, I'm talking about a legit top 3 corner in this league that is a man corner, changes the game in a way that I don't think any other position on the defensive side of the football can. But when it comes to anything beyond a corner, an interior defensive tackle that can penetrate, collapse the pocket, disrupt run schemes, that is a guy that can absolutely change the game in a way that nobody other than a corner on the field can. And so Christian Wilkins would be that guy. And look, we talked about the schedule getting more difficult for the Texans this year. Yes, it's going to get more difficult. How do you counter that? Your youngsters play better, no doubt about it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not out on Jalen Petrie. I think when you talk about the Houston Texans on the defensive side of the football, I think there's 4 names that you got to talk about. I think it's Will Anderson. I think it's Christian Harris. I think it's Derek Stingley. And I think it's Jalen Petrie. He's still in that group for me. Was it rough last year? Yes. But I don't in any way, shape, or form believe that Jalen Petrie's not going to be a hell of a football player in this league and for the Houston Texans. And in most part, I believe that because of what you said. He is one of the more instinctual players that's playing on this defense, and that's the number one thing DeMeco Ryans looks for. DeMeco will find a way to make Jalen Petrie work in this defense, and Jalen Petrie will find a way to make himself a key cog in this defense, whether that's middle safety, some in and around the box hybrid type player. He will be a playmaker for the Houston Texans. So you've got those 4 guys. Now those guys getting better, and the core group around those guys, the supporting group around those guys getting better is big. But in order to keep up with this schedule, and in order to keep up with the Chiefs, the Ravens, I think the Bills, some of these upper end Bengals, absolutely. In order to do that, the biggest change is going to come with the 2 or 3 game changers that you add to this team. And I think obviously Saquon Barkley and Christian Wilkins would be huge gifts.
Those would be the 2, right? Yep. Like someone texted in Josh Jacobs, sure. Josh Jacobs and
Derrick Henry or any of them.
That would work. But these 2 in particular, like it is a whoa. Okay. You're going to give CJ this, and you're going to give DeMeco this, right? You're going to give them the ability to do these different things with these pieces. And then, of course, they could still go out. Like this person who just texted in who said, if you think that the Texans can get – if you don't understand the salary cap, if you think the Texans have enough space to sign all their free agents and get Barkley and Wilkins. As I said to you, respectfully, I don't think that you get it or understand it. The Texans have 3 guys on their team that make between $13 and $25 million. 13, 18, and 25 to be exact. those three. And that's for restructuring anybody. These aren't one-year deals, so you can kind of mess with the money the way you want to make it fit if you want to. You damn sure can. And you can fit that. And I hope you know that.
Also, Ron, let's be clear. Like the re-signing all the free agents is very not. It's
that's getting to you, isn't it?
Yeah, because you don't. If you sign Christian Wilkins, you don't need Sheldon Rankins. If you sign Saquon Barkley, you don't need Devin Singletary. Right? I mean, it's like there's yes, it is obviously more expensive, but you're also eliminating the need for that next guy up, and you're also not taking into consideration that they're going to draft a bunch of guys that didn't play last year, weren't good enough to crack the starting lineup or the second string. They're going to be available. There's going to be more draft picks thrown into the mix, a couple of premium draft picks thrown into the mix, and so yeah, I mean I get it. It's every team that has multiple players that are making big contracts that are competing right now, they also have to go bring their free agents back. They also have to fill a roster. They also have to have a 2 deep on the depth chart that can play. Yes, that's part of the business.
And most of them don't have $67.5 million to work with.
Yeah, I mean, what are they paying Sheldon Rankins?
I don't know.
13 per?
I don't think he made that much.
What was he making?
Look it up.
Was it Malik? Maybe Malik was making that.
Malik's making 13.
Sheldon's up there though. Sheldon was the one just under 10. He was up there.
He might have been.
But point is subtract Sheldon Rankins from Wilkins and tell me what you get.
Yeah. I don't know. All right, coming up, we'll finish that because I see some people have some thoughts on that. And does Russell Wilson now become attractive? Is he attractive? Should he be the number one veteran quarterback teams are looking for? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I don't know about Russell Wilson, but I know the most attractive spot to pick up a new rig, Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown. Right now, they got huge savings on select Chevy Silverado 1500s. You can save up to $12,000. You heard me, $12,000 off of Chevy Silverado 1500s, and you can get 1.9% financing for 72 months. You can drive off in a 2024 Chevy Equinox right now. If the Silverado ain't your jam, you can drive off in a Chevy Equinox for as low as $347 a month. That's $347 a month for a 2024 Equinox. Regardless of what you want, Ron Kraft is the spot to shop. You can shop the lot or you can shop online at RonCraftChevrolet.com. If you want to shop the lot, Ron Kraft ain't hard to find, y'all. They're in Baytown on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's. Find new roads at Ron Kraft Chevrolet. It's Chevrolet the Baytown way.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
One reason that I believe Hunter Brown is absolutely going to take the next step. He's the mini-me version of JV. He's going to have that dude around him all season long. You talk about mechanics. You talk about the ability to play the game within the game, having to make constant hunting.
Radio hits different at night on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Bell Furniture with Unbeatable Prices. I-10 Acadia Freeway eastbound after Derry Ashford. It's an accident that has a left lane blocked. Bell Furniture's half-price mattress sale is going on now. Save big on these special offers. Choose any size mattress, twin, full, queen, or king, and pay one low price of just $488. Hurry, this sale ends Monday. Bell Furniture, Unbeatable. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Where you go first for breast cancer treatment matters. At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our subspecialists offer personalized, safe, compassionate care. With innovative therapies, shorter radiation protocols, groundbreaking clinical trials, and one of the nation's largest reconstructive breast surgery programs, our team wraps around each patient through every step of their treatment. More at mdandersonbreastcare.com.
Hello, Houston! Get ready for a one-of-a-kind experience in the one city that does it bigger than anywhere else.
Wendy's official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner.
Yeah, man. As I see it, I've kind of going at it with people here. Like, it's guys, man. It's just it's just crazy. You can shift things. All the NFL teams do it. All the NFL teams do it, and the Texans are in a position where they don't even have to do a whole lot of that yet. Like, and I would just urge you to start thinking about signing all these starters. Well, yes, those two guys, as you so eloquently stated, they would be two of the starters. And then you look at guys like, all right, inside linebacker. You could spend $18 million a year on a guy like Patrick Queen, or you don't have to. Yeah. You could spend $5 on a Blake Cashman. Could you spend $18 million and trade for L'Jarius Sneed? You could as a corner, or you could draft one, or you could pay a veteran corner that doesn't cost as much. Like, if you sign those guys and those are your big money, then you do what everybody else does. You fit what you need to fit.
Sure. Or you draft and play guys earlier than maybe you want to, and you see how it works. Like Rashee Rice with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's not great early on, but he keeps coming. Tank Dell here, right? I mean, it's like your
first-round pick you expect for most likely to be a starter.
Well, here's the other thing with this too, Ron. It's like when you is the ability or inability of the Texans to go out and spend big on two players and how that impacts the rest of the roster. There's a belief out there that if Saquon Barkley gets paid $10 to $12 million and Christian Wilkins comes in and gets a big-time interior defensive tackle contract, that they wouldn't be able to pay the other positions. And it's obvious math you wouldn't be able to pay the other positions as handsomely as you paid those two guys. But you got a lot working for you. One, all of a sudden you've got multiple impact players that are game changers. So that changes the dynamic of your team. Number two, you've got a coaching staff that proved last year that they can get more out of rookies than damn sure anybody that Bill O'Brien ever got out of, or at least acknowledged getting out of, or attempted to get out of when he was here. And so you got a lot of things working in your favor. Sure, you got to go find some linebackers. But to your point, you can pay 18 plus for a top guy, or you can pay Blake Cashman, who does plenty well. You got to go find another corner. You can draft one. You can Steven Nelson. I don't know what he's going to end up costing, but I don't think it's going to be what he thinks he's worth, obviously. But there's ways to make it happen, and it's not just, well, you're not going to be able to sign all your free agents.
So don't go after big fishes.
They're going to fill. I like fishes. They're going to fill out a roster.
It's fun to say.
They're going to fill out a roster. There's going to be weak spots. There's going to be guys that don't perform up to snuff, whether they're draft picks or they're free agents. There's going to be guys. Hopefully, there's more more of these former. There's going to be guys that because of this coaching staff and DeMeco's ability to coach guys up, they're going to make strides like Tank Dell, Nico Collins, like Christian Harris. They're going to make strides like those guys did, play early. Maybe a Jalen Petrie in year 3 all of a sudden comes back and has a Nico-type year in this particular system. Those are things that are like it's a luxury. It's an advantage. It's true in Houston right now. You've got a coaching staff that is going to get more out of rookies, that's going to consistently find diamonds in the rough because they're coaching the hell out of them. Guys that haven't performed up to snuff, and we don't know who the hell they are, Nico Collins, are going to come out of nowhere and you're going to be like, damn. Whether it's the system, the coaches developing him just maturing to a point in year 3 or 4 or whatever year it may be in his career, that is a real advantage in Houston, along with the cap space that they have. We've talked a lot about Kenyon Green, and I'm not banking on Kenyon Green. I'm not going to bet a dollar of my hard-earned money on Kenyon Green. But with what we've seen on this football team, it shouldn't shock the hell out of anybody if Kenyon Green doesn't become a steady left guard for this football team. Right? It shouldn't. And those kind of things.
Well, I don't know.
What's that? If Kenyon Green emerged as the starting left guard, I'm not saying he goes in there and he's all pro or he's a pro as the best option at left guard. Sure, we'd be surprised, but based on what this coaching staff has done,
more, not to the coaching staff, but from him more.
Look, I personally think it's more about him. I mean, I don't go into a rabbit hole about Kenyon Green. I personally think it's more about him and him being a professional and him growing the hell up and maturing and working his way into what an offensive lineman in the NFL does on a day-to-day basis. I think it's more about those things personally, but who the hell am I? But that's just an example. A guy like that's underperformed for a year or two, and there's several of them. That's underperformed's not fair. It's fair with Kenyon, but maybe it's some of the other guys that just haven't been able to crack the next stage of their career or the next level on the depth chart. Like this coaching staff will push guys to do that. They've done it. We've seen it, right? And so I'm not concerned. The one thing I'm not concerned about
is them filling the roster.
Is them building a roster, a 2-deep roster, because of the number of free agents. In fact, I heard Johnny Harris and the boys on Texans All Access talking about this the other day, and it's obvious. I mean, Nick has been a believer in it. I thought it was more because of the situation the Texans were in, to be completely honest with you. But to hear Johnny Harris talk about it, he was just talking about Nick Caserio really leans into the 1-year prove-it deals because you ultimately get a more focused veteran, a more determined veteran, a more coachable veteran, and a guy that's got to go out and prove his worth in this league, and it's worked out well for Nick to date. I firmly believe Nick will do that again this year. He can say Saquon Barkley being a part of this thing. He can do that with Christian Wilkins being a part of this thing. Another advantage that you have and another reason why you should feel comfortable in going out there and signing and spending money on top-tier players. There's so many positives going on in Houston right now that, boy, if I were the one writing the checks, I'd have a hard time not overspending, if I'm being honest. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, you're going
but Ron, you just look at it like there's no reason for them to be conservative. There is absolutely no reason for the Houston Texans to be conservative this year.
I would agree with you. If you see a player that is a great player that you think can really fit your system, this is the time to go for it.
Absolutely no reason to be conservative.
That's the point I was making. And your punter, your kicker, your inside linebacker shouldn't stop you because you'll be able to figure that out. I'm with you. By the way, I know Russell Wilson, this became official. The Broncos officially have okayed Russell to talk to teams before they actually release him.
That's right.
Russ, who is going to get his money from the Broncos. He's going to get his 39 whatever million from the Broncos. So he could, and there's been talk that he would do it, he could go and sign for a vet minimum like contract. With that, does that make him the most attractive free agent veteran quarterback, maybe not just free agent, but like guys like Kirk Cousins and Fields and Baker and Tannehill, and because you don't got to pay him, does that make him the most attractive? Because I think that is what really drives him as a bargain up. That makes you think, wow, man, that's an option. I can pay this dude $2 million, $1 million. You know, and
you paying vet minimum. You literally can pay vet minimum, and Denver's going to pay for your quarterback. I mean, Ron, absolutely. I mean, you want to talk about like an option in Vegas all of a sudden where you get the cheapest quarterback in the league that's a future Hall of Famer. Yeah, I mean, you got to, and now you can build a roster around Russell Wilson the way that other teams build around rookie contracts. Hell yeah. I mean, I think it's big.
More than Kirk Cousins, like more because Kirk you're going to have to pay. Justin Fields, you're going to have to pay. Because the thought is are they that much better than Russ to offset?
Well, Justin's a different deal because if you believe in Justin Fields, it's got to be a belief like Baltimore believed in Lamar Jackson. Like it's got to be a belief of you're going to go in there and for at least a year or two, you're going to really build this offense around his skill set, and then you're going to develop him into a better decision maker. It's not about the ability to pass the football. It's a processing and a decision maker for Justin Fields. That's a little different because you're betting on the long game there. I think when we're talking about Russ or Kirk, we're talking about the now, here and now. Like if I'm going with one of those guys, I expect to contend and make a run in the playoffs this year. If I go with Justin Fields, I'm banking on the come. I need 4 or 5 years out of you. It's a different animal. But, yes, because, you look at Russell Wilson. Because it's Russell Wilson plus
everything you can get because you're not paying him.
When you're comparing Russ and Kirk, what's Kirk going to make? Kirk's going to ask for got to be $40+ million a year.
At least 30.
At least 30, right? Okay, let's go with 30. So I get Russ for a fraction of that, and whatever the rest of the roster I can build with that extra $20-25 million, that's a big fish. It's a big fish.
And are they that different? Like like I'm talking production wise, is Kurt that much better? Is he that much?
Well, look, I think Kurt is probably a more impressive passer from the pocket, but Russ brings some things to the table, and you can't neglect or minimize the fact that Russ Wilson has made some runs and won a Super Bowl. Kirk ain't never done that.
Yeah.
And so whether you love or hate either one of those guys, there is a comparison there to be made for in one way or another. Different guys, obviously, different play styles, but boy, if you could get a Super Bowl winning quarterback that can still move, that can still spin it, that Father Time hadn't jumped on his back yet for cheap, and not have to pay 30+, 40+ million for him, hell yeah, that's got to be a huge advantage for some of these teams now.
What you got coming up?
Well, look, I tell you what, I don't typically like to give away my 4 o'clock, my Clint Stoerner football at 4. But something happened last night over at Toyota Center, Ron, that it's I ain't got a term for it yet, but baseball boner, football horny. Sengun did it for me last night, y'all.
What I had was
Houston, you gonna love this, y'all. I don't know how many games they're gonna win, but damn it, that's what I watched on that floor last night. I sure enough can watch some more of. We'll talk about that next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, man. We got.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, it's football, damn it, but it's basketball season, and I never thought I'd do this. Damn sure didn't think I'd be doing it this year, but I am, y'all. What I watched last night was awfully impressive. The Rockets, people come on here and run all the time. How come y'all don't talk about the Rockets more? How come y'all don't this? Well, the Rockets ain't giving nobody anything to talk about.
Let's go, Rockets.
I mean, look, I'm a Rockets fan, born and raised here. And I'm gonna be honest, it's a hard talk. It's a hard follow.
Which is not good enough.
Look, they got to give us a little something. Well, last night, Ron, they gave us a little something, right?
That's the first thing you said when you walked in.
I'm telling you, man, I loved it. This kind of stuff turns me on, man. In fact, I got a baseball boner. I got football horny. I need something for basketball. Text line, work your magic.
I don't think mine's appropriate.
713-572-4610. 713-572-4610.
You think it'd be too much?
I know it doesn't happen very often, so maybe it needs to be a little risque, Ron. It's not going to happen very often.
You can't find out unless you put it out
when
there,
these
Ron.
Rockets really turned me on, which Sengun turned me on last night. I need a term. I need a term. So what was yours?
Ron has a really good one.
I don't like being real raunchy on here, Ron. Raunchy Ron may not have.
Because you said football horny, baseball boner, basketball busted.
Boner alert.
That's it.
No,
that's the one.
I think that we'll work on that. Text line.
All busted.
Look at Tyler, can't wait. Look at him. Tyler's really, really excited here. We'll get it figured out. Keep an eye on that text line over there, Ron, and I'm sure some of them don't like it. But 713-572-4610. Let's get this thing rolling. The Rockets win last night at home versus the Spurs, 114-101. And if you've got any love in your heart for the Rockets, I know it's been hard lately, and you laid your eyes on that ball game, I'll be honest. B. Scott, when we got done doing the show yesterday, B. Scott sat in for you. B. Scott said, I got to find out if Wemby's playing tonight. I got to find a night for the Spurs before I sit in this traffic getting over here to the Toyota Center.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
I'm with you, B. Scott, because I got home. I sat down. I picked up my remote. I said, Rockets in that remote. Boop. Rockets hit that button. Wembanyama was coming back on the floor. Right, so I lied earlier. I didn't watch the whole game. By the time I got home and got settled in, I think it was the second quarter. I watched the second quarter, put the baby to bed at halftime, watched the third and fourth quarter, and I was glued to the TV. I got two things for you, Ron. This is exactly why when the Rockets didn't get a chance at Victor Wembanyama, I wanted him to go to San Antonio. I wanted him to go to Dallas. I wanted him to be in the state of Texas. Obviously, this was a year where San Antonio was going to be the option, right? I wanted him to be in Texas. I think a lot of listeners thought I was crazy. I think Tyler turned his nose up at me.
I did. I'll do it again.
Last night is.
I would still.
No, you wouldn't. Last night was precisely. I got home. I wanted to watch that game to see how the Houston Rockets fared against Victor Wembanyama, and then what I watched turned me on 10 times more because Sengun was putting that thing on Wemby. He was putting it on him now. And I'm talking about, Ron, would you call it a monster game from Alperen Sengun? 45 points, 16 rebounds, 5 steals, 3 assists, and a block. And if you watch the game down the stretch, he absolutely dominated Victor Wembanyama. Yeah, there you go. He busted.
Someone. Sean Pajani said basketball bangers. And someone has texted that in. Hardwood for the hardwood. Someone else texted in. Not only was it
hardwoody. We may be on to something here.
Hey, we're all around.
We're working.
We're all around.
I'm gonna play this audio that's really gonna turn you on. I'm gonna get you a good semi.
But it was, as a professional athlete, as a high school athlete, and as a little league athlete in Tyler, I'm sorry.
Hey, man.
You played high school golf. You're high school.
I sure as hell did.
So high school golf.
Lettered sophomore year, bitches.
As a pair of high school athletes and professional athlete yourself, like the worst is like the worst kind of domination is the physical domination.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You want to just run past me? Hell, man, he's faster than me. That's cool. But when you physically move me and physically
agreed,
and just repeatedly over and over and over, you just Debo me. Like that one's even tougher to take home with you.
Absolutely.
And that's what this domination was.
If that Wemby last night, which I saw Sean Pendergast retweet something where a report where Wemby went he took this loss hard. He went straight to the locker room. He didn't even shake hands. And while it's admirable and respectful, I believe that. I mean, I like to see a player in today's game get pissed off to the point where he don't want to kiki and ha with everybody.
I think he went to the gym.
He should, right? He got bullied last night, and he should, because Alperen Sengun absolutely dominated this dude down the stretch, and it's why the Rockets ended up winning this ball game.
Well, he got so pissed he went in that weight room and put those tins on that bar.
He can lift all he wants.
He better 3 sets of 5.
He better get him a good steady diet of creatine and a personal weightlifting coach or something. Hell,
I think he may just go Sammy Sosa.
Yeah, well, he might want to just go Kevin Durant and start playing a little different game. But we'll see how that goes. And look, in no way, shape, or form. By the way, I had people on me last night. I'm not saying that I wouldn't rather Victor Wembanyama be a Rocket and we'd be building around that. If he wasn't going to be. You think a lot of what Sengun's performance is because he got to strap it up against Victor. Yes, I mean that game being an in-state rival, and more importantly to Sengun, he don't care if it's an in-state rival, but for me, I do. But for him and going against the guy that's been talked about at nauseum of late.
This is the second time he's played really well against him.
Yeah, man. I mean that was
he's circling these games.
Look, that was I was locked. I mean, it's the first time I've been locked into a Rockets game down the stretch in a long time, and really liked what I saw, because it wasn't just Alpy. It was the crew now. But this is the part that really turns you on is after you go out there and done. Well, first of all, Sengun to have the awareness to just keep pounding this guy, pushing him under the bucket, and getting points, and awareness how to execute the plan was absolutely beautiful. But then to say this afterwards. I love what I'm hearing. I love what I saw last night. It was a fun watch for me. Here's Sengun on the way in which, or the game plan, I guess, of how they beat Wemby.
He's so tall, really. He's really tall, but he's not that strong yet, So I was going his chest and put him under the rim. So, like I said, they didn't double me tonight that much, so I work and under the rim.
Going at his chest, I put him under the rim. They wouldn't double me, so I just kept doing it. Like that to me.
You think he was on purpose trying to take shots?
No, I don't.
No, I really don't think it was purposeful. But that makes it better.
I think it was just matter of fact.
Just calling this grown man small.
It was like, you know how what it reminded me of, and you'll start to get this coming quickly, is like kids who just say things matter of fact to you. Like kids who just, like Lauren the other day, my daughter. By the way, happy birthday to Lauren. It's her birthday today, 7 years
happy
old.
Birthday, Lo.
Happy birthday, Lauren.
Is it 7, the big 7?
Big 7. She said to me the other day, that's not on Red's meal plan.
So like Landry.
But I don't think she was serious. I don't think she was trying to be a jackass. She may have been. The part made me. That's not on Red. That part made me wonder. But she was just matter of factly what he did. Yeah, he's just really tall in my chest.
With the innocence of a 7-year-old, just explain what the hell he just did. Yeah, look, I mean, I can get the wins and losses. Look, I don't at this point in time with the Rockets, man. I've said this before. I want to see progress. There's no way in hell with this roster when you started the season that you thought that they were going to make a ton of noise. Anyway, I just want to be able to turn the TV on when I get off this radio station and watch a team that's representing the city of Houston, and there's something on that screen that I'm proud of. And last night, I can tell you, the way that Cam Whitmore, Thompson, Sengun, the way them guys were playing last night, it was fun to watch. It was fun to watch. It was fun to root for. It was fun to get on Twitter afterwards and banter with folks in Dallas and folks in San Antonio about it. And that's all I guess.
We'll talk to Brandon coming up at 4:40. I wonder from him, when's the last time? And maybe people on the text line, you can jump in on YouTube and Twitch. The last time a Rockets player had that he can remember, or people can remember, a performance as good as this. That'd be what, Harden?
Harden's the only one. Harden's the only one of late
where it's just like, damn.
You know what's coming?
It's 45, 16, 5 steals.
It's got to be.
And 3 assists from your center.
The question, right, is can you name one?
I'm just trying to remember that was the last time you saw a performance this impressive.
The most beautiful thing to me, Ron, and I've said it a couple years now, other than when Jalen Green had the ball and for some reason just felt like he was going to jack up several threes in about a 5-minute window. I don't know what the hell that's enough to piss me off. I don't like ISO ball I didn't like ISO ball when James Harden was doing it and he was the best scorer in the damn game at that point in time. I damn sure don't like it when Jalen Green's doing it. But with the exception of that right there, man, it was a fun watch. Yesterday, Ryan, you missed this. You missed this yesterday, man. But you brought up your 7-year-old little girl, man.
Happy birthday, Lo.
I told the boys yesterday, man. I cried. I cried night before last watching Bachelor. Oh, have you went back and tried it again or no?
Jesus,
you're lying, Clint.
I swear.
No, he was dead ass serious. Yeah, I know. You're as disappointed as I felt.
I'm not disappointed. You didn't cry over Bachelor. What the hell did Joey do?
It wasn't Joey, man. It was the girls. It was hometowns. And so it was their dads. And I
is the girl's dad just passed her?
No, it didn't pass. One of them did. One of them's dad was. Yeah. But no, it was they're just. There was 4 girls left, and 3 of them. One of them, I think, the Canadian gal, Maria. She's a cute little, sexy little thing. But I think, and Daddy's a little bit of a showman kind of deal, and they even got choked up a little. I didn't expect it coming from them. But them, I don't know how much of what they do is TV. It seemed like a lot of what they do is built up for TV and for attention.
It ain't serious.
The other 3
acted.
The other 3, Ron, are about as down home, genuine, sincere, and them daddies talking.
Got you.
Them daddies trying to tell them little girls like, hey.
For a moment where it just was something that was said that got.
Well, 2 of the 3, it may have been all 3.
I got so many questions.
2 of the 3, Ron, where the dad had to look at the daughter and say, hey, you're in this position now. You got to let your guard down and give it a chance. But the whole thing, man, just I just can't. I'm sitting there watching. And my wife wants to talk in the middle of it.
Was she emotional?
She gets emotional in all of it, but she wasn't in this point. But I got it. When I get emotional, I still can't talk about my brother very much. Because my brother passed away. I can't talk about him in front of people because I get 3 words into it, and I can hear it in my voice, and I got to stop. Lo wants to have a conversation. I get 3 or 4 words into it. I can't help but think about my little girl being in that position, and it just.
Was this a hard cry?
Oh, no. Hell, I don't know that I've ever hard cried.
Your shoulders weren't going. They're just.
It's one of those where I try to have a conversation about 3 words in. I'm like, oh, check that out.
That win.
I ain't hard cried.
I envy you. I only get it one way. I don't have the ability to just. I'm an ugly crier.
I'm a hard crier.
Well, let me be clear. I didn't have tears streaming down my face.
No, I can't do the I don't just do the tears. Mine comes with the face.
What does that? Hey, him being a real animated crier, would that surprise you? Does that surprise you?
And it is what I laugh at so many people about when they cry. But I am bad. Shoulders going. I can't just sit here and let tears come down.
I'm a stone face. Let a tear.
And I do it. And I fight it. I'm an ugly crier. I mean, shoulders start to go and.
When was the last time you shoulder cried?
Oh, God. It ain't been that long.
A few days ago.
I almost did the other day. But I remember at my wedding when, I don't know what got a hold of me, Courtney came down the aisle.
Well, that happens.
It got me. And Ian said, damn, man, what the hell happened?
You got to have a picture of this, right?
Oh, no, I don't.
Somebody got a picture of that, right?
But I came in, and I did. I started trying to think about baseball. I started thinking about
I bet Ron was up there trying to look all clean and sharp and stay cool as hell.
I was trying to, and that thing just just got over me, and I'm shoulders going. Steve's next to me, just trying to
make sure you don't pass out.
Pass out.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So, yeah, I'm an ugly ass crier. All right, coming up. How big of a deal is this? Because I think it's really interesting how big of a deal a lot of Astros fans think this is than I think the baseball team, the Astros in general, think it is. How big a deal do you think the transition from behind the plate from Maldonado to Diaz is in terms of the pitchers? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. Look, it is an absolutely beautiful day outside. It has been for a few days now. It's been so beautiful. I got outside and I worked and tore a barn down, got poison ivy all over me. But if the point is the weather's nice, you can get outside. You can do things like tear a barn down. You can do
Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, so many different ways people listen and take in this show, and we appreciate you. And one way that people take it in is Tyler, who posts so many of teases for the conversations we're going to have on social media. Our guy, Texans, or guy or lady, Texans theme fan, says, I hope I'm wrong, and I think there is going to be a bigger impact, in parentheses, not good, without Maldonado on the Astros. And that's a conversation that I don't think most Astros fans are really looking at least the most Astros fans that we run into via social media, here on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Like, I don't think, if I said to you, all right, what are your top concerns? I'm not saying Diaz behind the plate and replacing Maldonado would not be on anybody's list, but I don't think it's high, and I think it would miss. And I think if we did it top 5, if we put up the phone lines, your top 5 issues, I don't know that would be in it. But I think it's something that the Astros view as a bigger issue. I think hardcore people who cover the team and know how the Astros think, like I bet Adam Spolane thinks it's a bigger issue. I think more people do, but I think a lot of Astros fans have thought of, hey, get Diaz in there, it'll be fine. It's not that pressing of an issue like maybe Hunter Brown and Christian Javier and Framber and center field and how you get to the big three in the bullpen. I think it is something that should be looked at, Clint, because I can't come away from veteran guys who have had major success, Hall of Fame level success when you talk about Justin Verlander, and great success in the postseason in Christian Javier and Framber at times in their career. And all they talk about is how important let's go Rockets Maldonado is. I said that all day yesterday for some reason. I don't know why. But, it is hard to get away from how they looked at him to think it's not going to be one of the top things that they're looking at as, let's make sure this is something that goes over smooth. But I don't think a lot of Astros fans are looking at it like that.
It's the number one concern for me.
It's that big of a deal.
It's not as sexy. I get health is, and Framber and Lance McCullers' health and Christian Javier and Hunter Brown's youth.
Because see, someone just texted in. I think it's being overstated.
Well, it's not being overstated in my opinion because hell, I don't hear anybody hardly talking about it. That's my whole point of bringing it up, Ron. It's I think it's being understated. I think it is for multiple reasons, right? There's no denying that it is managing a game and calling pitches is going to be a different process this year for the Astros with no Maldonado in the mix. To your point, Maldonado was obviously in their bubble, in their world, Maldonado was elite in that world, in that category as a catcher, right? If you don't believe us, Verlander, Javier, Framber, you just mentioned it. Every pitcher that's gone through here and pitched to Maldonado has spoke of the importance or significance of him behind the plate from a game management game calling perspective, right? And when you subtract that from the equation, the change itself is going to be different and something that's going to have to be worked through. Whether that's one of the two pitching coaches that are involved, which I'm sure they are heavily, whether that's Diaz, who is more mature than maybe we thought, I don't know. But when you look, it's going to be significantly different. You're trying to fill a void of not a good but a great catcher from that perspective. You've got everybody not named Verlander has no business calling their own. Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, J.P. France. None of these guys have any business solely running the show and not having a significant amount of help. And then you add on top of that, there's a pitch count. I mean, a pitch clock where things are sped up. So this, like, I think minimizing – I think there was a time where it was probably like the Maldonado impact was probably over-discussed and maybe over-glorified maybe. It was kind of what you expect from a veteran catcher maybe. I don't know. But to look at this change as anything other than right now a big change and a big concern and a big hurdle that this team's got to get over, I think is crazy.
Yeah, as our guy who is inspired by my name on YouTube and Twitch says, think about it this way. They felt comfortable to let Maldi walk and give Diaz the reins. It's not like Maldi retired. They could have kept him. No, listen, I don't – even I'm not disputing that it wasn't time for Diaz to take over.
Agreed.
Right? And I don't think that's what they would say. I don't think Tyler would say that. I think we were all in the space of saying it is Diaz's time. I think I was saying that last year. It's Diaz's time. But still within that, it is clear that they view it that way. Like I just saw someone else just text in on the text line saying, I don't know why we're acting like Maldonado was the catching version of Justin Verlander. No slight to the man. He's a great guy, but he could be he's a great guy. Oh, hell, this is coming. But he's not even a top 5 catcher in the league last year. No,
I disagree with that from a game management from a certain, like, obviously he's not a top 5 catcher, but I would argue that he's one of the better catchers in the game in terms of studying the game, knowing hitters, calling pitches, managing a game defensively.
But my thing is, and listen, I'm going to tell you right now, it should not derail the staff or the season.
Agreed.
But to think as we sit here going into it, they believed that Maldonado was this important. Not me. The organization, the pitchers. They did it. As I said, I don't think it should derail Verlander when he gets back, or Fromber, or Christian Javier. I'm not giving that excuse or whoever. But they have repeatedly, said how important he is. And now
they did it to the tune last year of keeping a significantly better hitter on the bench.
It's the reason why he played.
Yeah.
And nobody on the team at least even gave you a notion that they checked up and had an issue with it. And as you said, they left a dude hit 23 homers on the bench that hit 280.
Yep. Yeah.
So I'm with you. I'm not saying it is Diaz's turn. It's his time. But also it's a thought of, like last year, you can understand why they moved on from Verlander. You could say it's Framber's time to be the ace. Now, before it is, we had the conversations going into last year. Hey, Clint, it is a difference when you are the man. You are the top of the rotation. Yep. There's a difference. He's got all the ability to do it. We've seen him do it. But there's a difference when Verlander's there or Greinke was there. You got to slide, and then we saw him slide over. It wasn't completely smooth. Not saying this would be the thing, but when I hear those guys talk about the importance of it, it's
Look,
Ron, it's not anything. It's not nothing.
It is a significant change, and it's going to require several pitchers, more coaches, and a different catcher all getting on one train of thought and all getting together. And it's the potential fallout, if it is a struggle at all, I think is going to be a difficult pill to swallow. But I think they'll be fine. I think the offset at the plate, I think that Diaz at the plate, being significantly better than Maldonado, is going to be worth the risk of the roll of the dice. I think they're going to figure it out. I don't think it derails another run by any means, but it's a change. Just like, guess what? They're going to figure center field out, right? They're going to figure out 5, 6, 7 hitters. That's all going to come out in the wash.
Yeah,
I think they figure all this stuff out.
Got to figure out Jake.
Poor Dick. Drive by on Jake.
Coming up, you brought up center field.
I'm sorry.
Brandon Scott, Rockets report. Last night was a big night for Sengun. He's all over TV. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw last night.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It is a very, very
only. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, so happy.
There it is, Tyler. It's not just the most, the richest producer in all of Afternoon Drive.
Ain't nobody got nobody like Texas A&M.
He also does a little work. There you go, a little intro for Brandon Scott, the little Rockets report. Can't wait to hear the Texans report once for you. That'll be good. You got a little time to work on that one. Brandon Scott's in the building, and we were just talking about it during the break. That performance last night, you were in the building to see it. You've watched probably every game that Alperen Sengun has played, and you've watched this Rockets team all year, almost every game. Describe what you saw last night live in the Toyota Center.
Yeah, I have not experienced a moment, and we've had, as bad as it's been for the Rockets over the last 3 years, we have had some moments like an in-game moment or two where it's like, oh, this feels special. Nothing has come close to that. Nothing. Obviously, they haven't been in the playoffs, so you wouldn't. And the last time they were, it was in the bubble. So it was in the COVID season. So you haven't had anything like that in years in terms of like the weight of it. And even this was two teams that are not going to factor into the larger picture of the NBA when it gets down to it. So you got this sense of not wanting to make too much of a Rockets-Spurs game in March in a season where neither team is headed anywhere. But that was a moment at Toyota Center last night. Like all of the anticipation of whether Wembanyama is going to play with the shoulder issue. He does play. Watching him play after really a time they've seen him. They've played Wemby a time or two already this year. But
he played well against him earlier this year.
But it had been 3 months. And Wemby had turned into a different player since then, a defensive player of the year candidate, all of those things. And then Wemby goes out there and just gets his lunch took. Like, it was I was talking to some of the other media folks. I said, man, this was a chain-snatching performance. Whatever kind of hyperbole you want to use. Took his lunch, snatched his chain. Alperen Sengun went in there and just completely undressed this guy. And to me, the big takeaway from watching Alpy was, he's starting to become more and more convincing as a potential franchise centerpiece, franchise cornerstone, not just cornerstone, but centerpiece guy you build around. This season for both him and Jalen Green was about, hey, in year 3, can you prove yourself to be a guy that they want to extend when you become extension eligible, which is this year. So Alperen Sengun more and more, and no more like he did last night against Victor Wembanyama, is starting to look like that guy.
B. Scott, you've covered this team closer than anybody. I mean, what is the likelihood of – because I think the big part of it, you may have said it there, is like we got to do it more consistently.
Yeah.
Right? To make it a more – I mean, last night was fun. Last night was jaw-dropping. Last night was must-see TV for me. I got a video of my little girl saying, "Go Rockets." I mean, I've watched the Rockets more in the last 4 or 5 days, 6 days than I have all year long. I mean, it's – how convinced are you that this is something that was more than just a flash in the pan, and he actually has the ability out?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the big challenge, and I think that he's been as consistent as he's ever been this season. Like, he was their best player last year, which wasn't saying much because it wasn't a very good team, but he's turned around and been their best player again this year. And I think that there has been some concern as of late, like prior to last night. There was some concern about him slowing down a little bit. Okay, is the effort there the same way that it had been earlier in the year? Like, you notice just a slight dip in the performance from Alperen Sengun over the last handful of games or so. And like, I don't think it's a coincidence that they had been struggling for a while. You know, they've had some health issues as well. But he hadn't quite been the same player as he had been earlier in the year. And then, bam, there it is. So that's the issue with the Rockets, though, right? Clint, like, you keep getting these glimpses of flashes of greatness. Jalen Green did it in a couple of games prior, specifically in the game prior against the Phoenix Suns. This game was Alperen Sengun doing it against a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. So it's like, okay, Can they string it all together? Can they be a little bit more consistent? I'm leaving the building last night after the press conferences. I'm leaving Toyota Center, and I hear somebody, look, if you're wearing a Rockets T-shirt and you're in the tunnel, you work for the team in some capacity at that hour in the game. The game been over at this point. I don't know exactly who this person was, but they say, man, why couldn't he have done that against Chet Holmgren? Just a couple of weeks ago, about a week or so ago, when they played the Oklahoma City Thunder. And it's like, okay, yeah, that's the feeling. It's like, yeah, we know that the flashes are there. It's the repeatability factor.
But he's more consistent than I would say any of these other young guys, especially this year.
That's not saying nothing, Ron. That's not saying anything.
I'm not comparing it to Jalen Green.
He's been the most consistent of a bunch of inconsistent dudes.
But you watch, when you've watched him this year, you would agree you've seen a step taken, right? And this is somebody you look and you're like, all right, of all the guys that I look at here, his consistency this year, now he's got his flaws, but his consistency this year is like, hey, he's a player or somebody you're like, I like what I'm seeing. I can see something there. I can see him potentially reaching whatever his ceiling is. Right? Like that's what I see from him compared to.
There's not even a question about it. Like a couple of things I'll mention about
I don't think it's just good for the Rockets. Like he's been just consistently good. Compared to the Rockets.
But now, so make that point. But then the next thing is now we're talking about, is he a max player? You know what I mean? Like that's you're having the next conversation. That's what I'm saying. I didn't until last night. I didn't really feel like he was until then. Last night I'm like, you know what? That feels like something that you might want to build around. Like if he's got the potential to be that, you just need to see that more consistently. But I'll say this about Alpy, man. And look, he's going to have year 4 to take an even bigger leap. But he comes into this season in way better shape. Like he almost lost his job at the start of last. He did lose his job to start the beginning of last season, year 2, because he didn't come in the best of shape, and it took him a while to play into shape. He comes in shape immediately. And then also, I think the Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, Ime Udoka trio addition has helped him a lot because it's held him accountable. He's a guy, and I don't know if all of the guys on the team are like this, but he's a guy who likes to be coached hard, can take it. Like you can dog cuss Alperen Sengun, and he'll take it, and he'll take it to heart. And so I think that's helped him a lot. The guidance, both, from a basketball standpoint and an accountability standpoint, I think has helped him a lot.
What is, like, of late, and I didn't see this early on, but again, to be fair and transparent, I haven't watched them as closely all year long, but recently watching the Rockets, man, it seems like, I'll tell you this, early in the year, we all know who Dylan Brooks was when he came in. It seemed like Dylan Brooks was going to be the instigator. Dylan Brooks was going to be the physical, I guess the physical statement with the Rockets.
Yeah, kind of an enforcer.
There you go, enforcer.
Yeah, he's going to set the tone for him.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm going to tell you, I watched that game last night, and whether it's Sengun, whether it's Whitmore, or it's Thompson, or it wasn't. My point is it wasn't Dylan Brooks. This is a good thing. It wasn't Dylan Brooks anymore. All of a sudden, them youngsters, the last handful of games, win, lose, or draw, play well or not, it seems like those youngsters have adopted that not enforcer, but that, hey, we're not going to be pushed around. Coach ain't going to call us soft anymore.
Well,
another thing I greatly appreciated last night.
This is the biggest difference in the Rockets from what we had been seeing for a good part of the season and the ones that you've been watching over the last 4 or 5 games. A flip that it seems like they have switched. Like the last 3 games, you've seen scuffles, whether it be Jalen Green and Bradley Beal, if it's Whitmore and Devin Booker.
Yep.
It was Amen Thompson and Rohan, I think, I'm sorry, I'm getting them mixed up. Sohan last night. Like I think it was. There has been a point for them to be a nasty. Like they got a little bit of an attitude now, Clint. I'm sensing a little bit of an attitude, even from the dudes that's struggling. Like they looking like, man, the hell with this. We just gonna go out there and play basketball. I think that is a huge part. To the Dylan Brooks point, though, I will say, like Dylan Brooks on Victor Wembanyama, like that was the other side of the total domination of Wemby last night. It was the second half of Alperen Sengun putting them in a blender on the defensive end, Wemby being on the defensive end, And then on the offensive side, when Wemby was trying to establish himself in the first half, the first half, it was Dillon Brooks. It was a little bit of Alpe, but a lot of Dillon Brooks. Like there was a clear intention to be physical with this tall kid that's out, tall, talented kid that's out there.
But to the point you're making, Brandon, tonight, back to back, they play the Clippers, and as I said, I don't know if Zubac is playing. He's been injured, been in and out.
They've also been going small sometimes,
and they've been doing that anyway
without him out there. Yeah,
and so that could obviously cause some problems for Sengun to run to somebody like Russ or something,
and therefore the Rockets too.
But I want to, like, to the point you're making, I want to see that level of physicality, because there aren't a lot of players that he's going to run into that wants to battle physically like he did last night with Wemby. So I want to see that more. To that point, I want to see that.
I agree, Ron. Like I think another thing about last night watching that you want to see more of is like sitting there watching that game. I felt like all five guys on the court at one time with the Rockets knew exactly what they were going to do. Right, everybody. It wasn't just about Sengun being like, "Hey, yeah, I'm going to take it to this guy," but everybody knew what the plan was and was committed to it. And it was so beautiful to watch. Can you put it back to back? And whether he scores 45 again or not is irrelevant. But it was just the togetherness, the it seems like the plan and then the willingness to execute that plan on all ends was beautiful.
I would like for him to get pissed again of like, y'all not going to double me? Y'all not going to double me?
Well,
I'm going to punish you.
To the point of that Rocket staffer that I saw. Hey, why did he do this against Chet? Why? Hey, do this against Valanciunas when y'all play the Pelicans. When he's doing to you what you were doing to Wemby. Yeah. I just saw a texter make the point of, hey, man, if you just now thinking he's a max player after watching him, I don't know what you've been watching. Man, I've watched him get punked by Valanciunas. I've watched him get outplayed by Chet Holmgren just a week ago. Yeah. So, man, it does not happen every night. He is the best player that they have easily and by far, but he's got to keep putting these together.
Valanciunas got that Kelsey blood in him.
Yeah.
Dead looking.
He could be
the third bro.
He could sit at the Thanksgiving table.
He looks more like Travis than Jason does. All right, that's Brandon Scott every single Wednesday, 4:40. Appreciate you. Hell, he's been on the drive the last 2 days, so there's B. Scott holding it down.
Built at home, baby.
All right, the new open. We'll see what we have in store next week. That's Brandon Scott. You can catch him tomorrow as well, 11 o'clock on In the Loop. The Texans, they go ahead and they make one of their players the top 3 guys at his position, top 4 guys at his position. We'll discuss that. How you feel about them locking down Fairbairn for $16 million? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, that weather out there is beautiful. You know what a beautiful day is good for? A little car shopping. If you've been looking to get a new rig, Ron Craft Chevrolet, they have huge savings on select Chevy Silverado 1500s. You can save up to $12,000 on those 1500s. You can also get 1.9% financing for 72 months. If a Chevy Silverado isn't what you're looking for, guess what? They got other options. Right now, you can drive off in a 2024 Chevy Equinox for as low as $347 a month. Only $347 a month for a 2024 Equinox. You can shop the lot or you can shop online at roncraftchevrolet.com. If you want to shop the lot, they ain't hard to find, y'all. Ron Craft Chevrolet's in Baytown on I-10 East next to Buc-ee's. Find new roads to Ron Craft Chevrolet. It's Chevrolet the Baytown way.
Payne and Pendergast.
There's just something with Framber. I understand the theory about him using the pitch com to call his own pitches. I just worry about too many moving parts. It would be like if you told me all of a sudden that from now on, Seth, you're going to be responsible for organizing the show. It would be erratic emotionally. My mind is a frazzled mess. You can't be up there thinking about 1,900 different things and then add another thing to it.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. I-10 the Katy Freeway westbound at North Post Oak. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Be ready for another hot Texas scorcher. Invest in the most dependable home comfort system on the market. American Standard Air. Clean, cool, reliable. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A new era is underway in Tuscaloosa as Kalen DeBoer takes over for Nick Saban, and the Crimson Tide spring practices are already underway. expectations for the last decade for Alabama were championship or bust. Eventually that will be the case for Kalen DeBoer, who I think is a home run hire and will win a national championship at Alabama one day. But for year one expectations for me, it's just making the college football playoff, and that should definitely happen. I'm Zach Gill.
This is NASCAR driver Tony Breidinger, inviting you to make a pit stop at Raising Cane's for my favorite craveable chicken fingers. Turbocharge your order and get it even faster when you order online or with the Raising Cane's app. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, one love. Raising Cane's is not affiliated with NASCAR.
Adios and vaya con Dios. Yeah, I'm leaving
Houston, let's rodeo with the Zach Day 14th. Tickets at rodeohouston.com.
I'd have no reason to stay.
Power outages can happen anytime, folks. Extreme heat, extreme cold, hurricanes. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you don't end up in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer today. Reality is, the power grid, it was built in the 40s and 50s. It's old and it'll never be able to handle the growing population and power consumption. Grid failures and outages, they're going to happen, folks. Take control of your power today with Generator Supercenter of Houston. 281-251-6100. That's 281-251-6100, or check them out online at generatorsupercenter.com.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff. In my job, keeping me in shape is important. I've tried other products to get my weight down, but nothing has worked like Android 400. In just 3 months, I've dropped 51 pounds, down from 230 to 179. Plus, the weight's come off in the stomach area. I've gone from a snug
They took care of their kicker.
I think it makes perfect sense. I mean, look, the Texans are in a place where, one, they can afford to do it. Two, that there's no reason. If you like your kicker, if you think your kicker's a top 5 guy in the league, and you want to move forward with him, you have the money to do it. Let's go and get this thing tightened up, and let's get him locked down, and let's not have the distraction of some kicker competition and hoping you find a right guy or hoping a veteran journeyman works down the road. Let's just sew up Ka'imi Fairbairn and let's move forward. You're in a position where there's no reason for you to have that distraction or that hurdle in training camp. I think it's the same thing with the punter. I think it's the same thing with your deep snapper. I think it's the same thing with your kick returner. Whoever those guys are going to be, all the specialists on the team, right? You've got guys that want to be here. You got guys that are established here. You got guys that you clearly believe in and that have been weapons. There's no reason at this point in time with the cap space you have to take the unnecessary risk of trying to replace these guys with lesser thans. This is exactly what the Texans should be doing given the situation they're in. Moving forward, it would be a crying ass shame if they decided they didn't want to pay Ka'imi Fairbairn, and then you get into a kicker rotation, you lose a couple of games because you don't have a kicker. You get into the playoffs and you don't have the weapon that you need. You don't have the guy that some of these other teams have, and it becomes a problem. Lock them up. Let's move on. I love it. Avoid the distraction. Avoid that box.
Yeah, 2 things here, and I see the text line. That's actually funny because that's not what you were saying last week. No, again, you weren't listening.
What I was saying or you were saying?
Either one of us. Talking about the kicker. I said you all were talking about punters and kickers as if that would stop you from doing things that you want to do to get big fish out there. Who cares about the damn punter and kicker? One, you can take care of them. And this, to me, goes to my first point, that it clearly shows that the Texans are fine. Because the Texans were struggling with trying to fill their roster. They're not paying $5.3 million and making their kicker the 4th highest paid kicker in the game. All right? Now, listen, I never said they shouldn't sign their kicker or their punter. I'm telling you, if we're talking about getting big-time players and big-time free agents, and you're going to step in and tell me we got to pay our kicker and punter, that should stop you. And it won't. Just like they signed this kicker, their kicker doesn't mean it should stop them from being able to go after big moves. Yeah. It doesn't. It just clearly shows that they have the ability to do that.
Yeah, no, Ron, I agree. I think the bigger storyline here is about the position that the Texans are in. And precisely to your point, if you're going to pony up to a damn kicker, the 4th highest paid contract in the game right now, then clearly you're not fretting about whether you can or can't fill out a 2 deep on a roster.
Yes.
I mean, including about a couple of $1 million here or there, because you could have simply saved it. You could have saved it right there with your kicker and gone a different route. Now, I'm not saying they should have gone a different route, but I'm saying if that's the conversation here, you could have started saving right here. I'm glad the Texans did this. I like Ka'imi Fairbairn. I like having that weapon in your back pocket if I'm DeMeco Ryans. And right now you got the damn money to do it. So let's go get it. And again, you're just in a position, Ron, where there's no reason to take the risk of hoping you find the next guy.
Yep. I just say it. Your starting linebacker and Blake Cashman and your starting running back didn't combine to make what he's making right now. Yeah. That's just to give you a little glimpse of how the kicker cannot stop you from filling these voids right here at this point. And the second part is, for me, is I do think there is a bit of expectation with him that you get a big game like the playoffs against the Ravens. You got a chance to take the lead. Yeah. You got a 47-yard field goal. Those got to be made at this point now. The investment, I got no problem with them investing in him because, yes, this is the time that they can do it. but you got to go ahead and knock these down. You got to perform like a top 5 kicker. To me,
yep,
and I can get it. You believe in it, bang it. You got to do it. I don't think this is bad money spent. Jay Enemy covers the Texans for ESPN. Clint saying there is some mutual interest between Texans, the Houston Texans, and Pro Bowl linebacker Patrick Queen. And we've seen high numbers anywhere from around the 18 per a year mark with Patrick Queen. Your thoughts about the Texans bringing in a player like that? He fits the mold of bringing in somebody that's a proven Pro Bowl level player right now. Your thoughts about that?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'll be honest with you. That to me, that's now we're getting into spending recklessly and
you think
carelessly.
That's reckless?
Yeah. Look, you've got to get better. You got to get better up front, man. You've got to, especially, you got to figure out which. Right now, you got Will Anderson and Malik Collins. You got to figure out what you're going to do in that front. Linebackers are only going to be as good as the front is. $18 million would be for an inside linebacker would be somebody. So I would have to really, boy, it would be tough for me. And I like Patrick Queen. Look, I like these dudes, man. I really do. But, man. That's the kind of move you make on the defensive side if you've got damn near your entire defensive line on a rookie contract.
Yeah. Listen, as I said, I'm not going to be mad at all if you go get a great player, and I think Patrick Queen is you could look at it as a great player, and then DeMeco loves the line. I'm going to create with Christian Harris and Patrick Queen my version of Greenlaw and
Fred Warner.
Okay, that's fine. I don't agree with it at all. I don't. I think his position doesn't affect winning as much as other positions on the field that you could probably use that big money to go to. So I would not love that. I'll be interested to see if they could do that. As you said, I'd rather them spend the money if they can up front on that defensive line and then have the guy who is kind of the linebacker whisperer in DeMeco Ryans kind of figure that out.
Yeah, look, I don't. I think Christian Harris, Blake Cashman with a major upgrade up front would be the route that I would go versus kind of tread lightly up front and spend a bunch of money at the linebacker position. I personally would do it up front and then allow my linebackers to do more. Allow them to play at or above their ceiling because they're roaming so freely and they're getting downhill quickly, and offensive line can't push my defensive line around. I don't know, man. It would be, I think, a big reason why linebackers are better than the next guys a lot of the times is because them dudes up front that are playing in front of them are a lot better than people think.
Because if you look at it, some of the spots where you have maybe a starter or something missing. Right now, since Jonathan Grenard is out, your defensive end, your other edge rusher, your now Sheldon Rankins, whatever is out, now you need a D tackle, and you got a corner that's missing and a linebacker. Like, the linebacker is, to me, the least affects winning the least out of those guys.
I agree.
Like a corner, a pass rusher, and a guy in the middle that is also a pass rusher. I would rather use those funds with one of those top three if I'm going to do that.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So that's the point with Patrick Queen. That's one to watch. A great player, but boy, I wouldn't be in love with that move.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we see a lot of conversation here in Houston about potential free agents and guys to go after. Well, Clint, Buffalo is just
giving you some options, huh?
Yeah, they're $40 million over the cap entering today, and they're gonna get the hell up under that. I'm gonna tell you that. And they want to add some different parts to their team, but they have released a ton. Center Mitch Morris, he's been a really good player for them here the last several years, but they move on from him. Safety Jordan Poyer, that's a big one. He is He is a really, really good player in the league, and I know many people have concern about safety for the Texans, so he is one that's available. You want to say something?
No.
Saran Neal, the corner, receiver, really big in the punt return game and kickoff return game, and then all-pro corner. Now, he's coming off of an Achilles, but Tre'Davious White, who's one of the best corners in the league, he's had some injuries here of late. They've also moved on from him, saving $10 million from him. So there's a lot happening in Buffalo where they're having to make moves to get under the cap to get rid of guys.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's beautiful again about where the Texans are right this second, man. I mean, you things like this happen, and I don't know if Jordan Poyer or Mitch Morse or anybody. I don't know if any of these guys even are on the radar for the Texans. But if they are, you've got the ability. You're attractive enough that they want to play here, and you got the ability to go make a run at them. So these days are good as a Houston Texans fan, that's for sure.
Yeah, Jordan Poyer, he's the one. Like, to me, Tre'Davious White, like that to me is you're running into a name.
Mm-hmm.
You run into a name and coming off of a serious injury. I don't know what he goes for, but Poyer would be the one that jumps out to say, all right, I wouldn't mind adding that to our room, especially if you have major concerns about Jalen Petrie. But I'm
going to tell you that center, I wouldn't be
opposed to Mitch Morse.
No, bro, you put Mitch Morse at center, because look, I think Juice is ultimately a center in this league, but I think he'll be fine at guard with a little work. But you let a first rounder and a second rounder and a couple of journeymen compete at that guard position. I would think you'd come out with a pretty solid group if that were the case. Look, I don't know.
You are on it. You've been looking at not just guard center. You're on.
Yeah, I'm not just guard. I just think there is a huge difference in asking a first or second year guy. Really, he's going to be a first year guy because he's only played guard. It'll be his first time playing center in the NFL. Juice Scruggs. There's a big difference between playing guard and center. What those guys are asked to do at the center position, both in how they play the game, snapping the football creates a huge difference in playing guard and just coming with your hand in the dirt, and the communication that comes along with being the center. I mean, that's a whole different animal. And again, I think Juice gets there eventually, and I think he'll be a good one this year if he plays. But I don't think that leaving Juice at guard and bringing in a center should be out of question. I think you
don't think it's just Juice is the center and that's it.
To me, you want to make the quickest improvement to this offensive line. You want to make this run game better overnight. Saquon Barkley and a center, and it's over. The center will do. The center, regardless of who's toting the rock, the center will make it significantly better. If you've got a guy up there that's a great communicator, a physical presence, a leader, an alpha, you can make some. You can, and I'll tell you, if that guy, and I don't know this about Mitch Morse, but if that guy's particularly his skill set is built for running that outside zone, which they are obviously extremely committed to, could make a huge difference immediately in this run. It's off the table because I think Juice can play guard or center.
Okay, so that is the Buffalo Bills unloading a lot of players. We'll see what they do and what they try to add.
5 o'clock fire.
That's Josh, boy. Josh is struggling with that one. All right. How about this? Cowboys. They put that 5th-year offer on Micah Parsons. They got some stuff to do. They got some guys coming up like Micah Parsons.
Glory hole.
There it is, Jerry. Micah Parsons. You know he's going to get a big contract. CeeDee Lamb. These are two guys still on their rookie deal. They got to do something with Dak. Like this is going to be interesting to see how the Cowboys make this work. And I know for many people here that are Texans fans who think that we are just insane when we talk about this salary cap, but there is no way they're going to be able to keep all these guys. Watch them do it. Watch them put this all together. Watch them keep all these dudes they got. But hopefully, they don't piss off Micah Parsons before he gets.
It isn't on my schedule.
Having to sign that contract.
Yeah, it seems petty, but the way they end the article that I read was it's more than likely a moot point in terms of the contract will will be offered well before the 5th year. But we'll see.
Yeah.
Jerry's been known to play games with guys like this before now.
Yeah.
We had a fullback that had a big-time bonus that Jerry sat for the last game of the season because he had snap percentage.
The last time Jerry played a game like this, he got paying a whole bunch more money than I think he intended.
Didn't work out in his favor, huh?
I don't have time to
That's
going
to
be
be the move right there. They got to restructure Dak, and then that'll open up, a lot of new money that they can spend. All right, coming up, the big move of yesterday and the big move, outside of the kicker, the Texans bring in Dalton Schultz. I had some thoughts about this when I saw this. I want to see if they line up with what you were thinking. Dalton Schultz, have you warmed up to that move, him being the guy back here with the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next. But, hey, you've heard me talk about soda weight loss. You've heard me talk about the multiple people's lives it's changed. I've watched it change with my very own eyes, and Sean Pendergast, who got me started on it.
behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stroud, quick throw, right side, caught, touchdown! Dalton Schultz, the Texans are in front on 4th and goal. They convert. What a rocket from CJ Stroud to the tight end.
There it is. That is Vandy on the call. As you can hear, every Texans game right here on Sports Radio 610. Vandy on the call. Dalton Schultz. That was the big move yesterday. They go ahead and lock him up. I'm interested because I didn't really, catch the show yesterday. I'm intrigued how you all felt about that move. First off, were you all surprised? I was surprised. I was a bit surprised they went and made that move that quick. I was a little surprised that, oh, wow, there it is. They're jumping right out and doing it.
No, look, I would have liked to have seen them go a different route, but I'm not surprised that they went with Dalton, him to hit free agency.
They let it quick, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was either going to
clearly a priority.
Yeah, and the 3-year deal with $23.5 million guaranteed to allow them to, I would imagine, spread it out, be flexible with the contract. And look, they're a tight end needy team. When you look at Dalton Schultz, he was the number one tight end, and every publication that I looked at had him as the number one tight end available in free agency, and they got aggressive and they went out and got their guy. And it allows them, to retain a guy that has great chemistry with the quarterback. It allows them to retain a guy that has already built a foundation, understands the terminology, knows Bobby Slowick's offense inside and out, and is ready to take that next step. A guy that you don't have to start back over at Bobby Slowick 101. You can just take off where you left off in Bobby Slowick 501. The $12 million a year, 23.5 guaranteed. It's a little rich for me for Dalton Schultz, but when you really dig into what Dalton Schultz brings to the table for a young quarterback and a young play caller, I'm good with it, man.
Yeah, listen, I'm not in love with it. And I told you before free agency started, before this stuff and when the season ended, I felt like they could go in a different direction and upgrade overall the tight end position in terms of being able to do what they want to do in the run game and being able to be enough in the pass game. I felt that way. I don't think it's just like asinine or a crazy move.
Agreed.
It just may be a situation of I would have looked at this differently. We threw out scenarios where it was like, I would have looked at Hunter Henry, who I think many people believe will go cheaper than what just went here from Dalton Schultz, and maybe drafting another tight end, adding those kind of numbers to the tight end position. But I think there are some pros to this thing. All right, for me, I think the biggest pro is this seems to be. First off, the biggest pro is he's a good player, right? He's not a bad player. He's a good tight end, a good player that's dependable, and you can understand that. And I think the other really big pro to this is a CJ Stroud guy. CJ seems to have a really good relationship with him, and somebody's very comfortable, and they have a good connection. So, hey, you were telling me, like, hey, this is a guy that CJ really, really likes on the team, and I don't think there wasn't no, Mark Andrews or Kelsey or somebody sitting out there that you're bypassing. If it's close, if they're in the same ballpark, then, yeah, him having that relationship and connection with CJ Stroud, I can understand winning out. I may not agree with it, but those are some very understandable pros that they came to and said, yeah, we're not overpaying him. He's not a top 5 tight end. He's 11th right now. So I can understand it, even though it.
Well, look, I think there's a couple of ways to look at this. Why you don't get with Dalton Schultz, you're not going to get the physical run game presence. You're not going to get an elite separator. You're not going to get a guy that is going to make a ton of explosive plays. You're not going to have a guy that's going to be elite in the run after catch category. And that's easy. Those things are all easy for the common fan, the untrained eye to see, to appreciate, or if they're not there, to think less of that player. The truth of the matter is, what Dalton Schultz brings to the table is the great chemistry with CJ Stroud. Very rarely is he going to miss a hot read. He is more times than not going to see the blitz, see the pressure, give his eyes to the quarterback, and be the outlet for a young quarterback. Very dependable. He's very quarterback friendly. Another way in which he's quarterback friendly, if it is a zone and there is a soft spot in that zone that tight end needs to find, the quarterback needs him to get there immediately, make himself available. He is very, very good at feeling out coverages, processing coverages, the little nuances to route running in terms of his stem, his stick, his head nod. Those things are very quarterback friendly, and Dalton Schultz is well above average in all of those categories. So whether we're talking about the chemistry with the quarterback or we're talking about the ability to process defenses, the ability to pressures and make yourself available to that quarterback, those are all monster factors in them re-signing Dalton Schultz. It's hard, and look, I'm there. Like the inability to be a force in the run game, I get hung up on at the tight end position. Like the inability, really, it's not just a Dalton Schultz issue. The fact that the Texans aren't going to or don't right now have that in their tight end room, really, or their fullback room for that matter, that is a cause for concern. But if we're just talking about Dalton Schultz in a vacuum, the value's there.
Well, that's the thing is, like the one thing is, they can't just now do a run it back with the tight end room. Like because now we're in run it back mode, right? Like Brevin's still on the roster. He's now obviously going to be on this roster, and they've got Tegan Cotoriano. And like right now, Tegan Cotoriano is the only one they have really in that tight end room. Like really in that tight end room where you're like, all right, that guy brings could bring the what we need in the run game from our tight end. What we need in terms of being able to block and take on defensive ends and take on guys we need in the run game. I'm not saying they're done. I'm just saying, okay, you're bringing in Dalton Schultz. Now you have to have the ability to add somebody else that fills that void, because last year your top two tight ends got hurt, became Brevin and Dalton Schultz, and neither one of them is in the run game their strength. Well, run blocking is their strength.
Ron, it's not only their strength; they're not good at it. They're clearly not. It's a weakness, right? It's a problem.
Nicely,
right? Well, that's nice. Ron's a little nicer than Show was, but the look. When I immediately one of my first thoughts when I saw the Dalton Schultz deal was they can't be done. They either can't be done at the tight end position, or they are telling us clearly, or showing us, they're showing us clearly that they are going to be a pass first football team. They are going to be a CJ centric football team. In no way, shape, or form does that mean that the 5 offensive linemen that are always going to be in the game don't need to be more physical and have a more physical presence and be able to dominate the line of scrimmage. They're still going to strive for that. But Bobby Slowick and DeMeco Ryans aren't going to beat their head on the wall and consistently continue to try to be something that their personnel tells you they just aren't going to be, right? They're going to read the tea leaves. They're going to read what's going on. You got CJ Stroud, who is an absolute sniper in the pocket. And we're going to surround this guy with as many weapons that we can, and we're going to put the game in his hands more times than not. So either they're not through at the tight end room, and they're going to continue along the path of trying to be a more physical
or they're going to be 60-40 in the pass.
That's it. Or they're going to spread this thing out and let it rip.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest with you, I think the easier path to consistently being in the playoffs and being a threat is spinning that thing around the park. When you look at Dalton Schultz, Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, no running back, no center, no guard, you got a lot of ground to make up if you're going to be a road grading football team. If you're going to be a dominant zone concept running football, you got a lot of ground to make. Now, you tell me I got two really, really top end pass protecting tackles. I got a tight end that has all the things that I just mentioned with CJ Stroud. I've got Tank Dell, who clearly has great chemistry with CJ Stroud and a higher ceiling than anybody thought getting drafted in the third round. Nico Collins comes out of nowhere and is one of the top 10 wide receivers in football last year. You got draft capital and you've got salary cap. You got cap space to add more weapons. Which one is more likely that the Texans can accomplish it with C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger?
Yeah,
air this thing out.
I just got to keep people honest, man. You just got to have.
I agree, Ron. We talked about this yesterday, Ron. Look, I don't care if you go 10 personnel all the time and you're a one-back run team, right? You still got to be fit. Whether you got 5 down linemen or you got 12 or 13 personnel with 2 or 3 tight ends in the game, you got to be physical up front, regardless of what personnel you're in, right? You never lose that, but I just don't know that you're going to get accomplished what these guys wanted to get accomplished or thought they would want to get accomplished when they first took the gig.
Well, they brought Dalton Schultz back, and that's a move, right? Like I said, man, may not be one that me or some of you would have gone with, but you can understand the move, and it is a move that makes sense. I'm telling you, there are 2 guys that I believe in my heart of hearts. If they add these 2 guys, Clint, it will change completely not only how I view the Texans in the AFC, but I think the top teams in the AFC view the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Let's face it. They weren't a bad running team because of the tight ends. Another texter.
What was it?
They can also scheme the run, get more help out of our tight ends this year.
Dang it, Bobby.
Now, they weren't the only reason. They were sure a part of it. Them and Beck.
Yeah. Look, Ron. There's no doubt. You can get better at the running back position, and you can obviously have a better run game than what you had last year. Sure, you can scheme better. You can commit to it more. You can not vacate the run, for long stretches. You can, to your point, Ron, you've said it multiple times, you can adjust your scheme. If scheme was the problem with Dameon Pierce, who would have hit 1,000 yards if he stayed healthy the year before, adjust your scheme and let Pierce get a little bit of run. You could have done a lot of things differently to be a more productive run team last year, I think. That's all hindsight. Here's what I know in hindsight in watching. The quickest way to improve this run game is to either force the guys that you have in-house to play the game in a more physical manner on a day-to-day basis. DeMeco Ryans, Bobby Slowick, and I don't, my recall of the offensive line coach's name is off the top of my head. Clearly they're accepting some of the things and allowing and coaching some of the things that we saw last year that were struggles up front. Constantly talking about being close in the run game and being close in the run game, and all the while you're not close. The quickest way that you can get better in a run game is to the guys that you have now that are very for whatever reason their specialty seems to be pass blocking and playing a less physical brand of football than the good run teams in the NFL. Get those guys to switch their frame of mind, coach them differently on a daily basis, and then fill the voids that you have, left guard, tight end 1, tight end 2, and fullback and running back with more physical style of player. And hopefully that bleeds into your entire offensive line play. That is the quickest way that you can improve this run game. And signing Dalton Schultz and giving him a 3-year, $36 million deal and having a tight end room of Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, and Tegan Quatoriano is not the commitment to being a more physical, run-first football team. What do you do from here? Is the next move at tight end a more inline, hand-in-the-dirt type of tight end? Is the next move at guard or center a more physical, mauling type of guard or center?
Right. Yeah. To the point you're making, there were, it wasn't all just on one person or one group. The offensive line struggled mightily at times. The tight end struggled mightily in blocking. Beck struggled. There are times we watched. Well, damn, he's one-on-one with Jadeveon Clowney, and it just absolutely because he got physically dominated, and that happened multiple times. Clowney is just the last one I remember against the Ravens, but it happened multiple times where, the tight end was exactly the reason why that play didn't work.
Well, look, I want to be clear. This is not an indictment on any one player. To me, if I had to put one thought, I guess, evaluation or one response to what I watched all year, it is there appeared to be a lack of desire, demand, want to be physical. Like when you watch this team play, it looked like they were shielding guys from the hole or shielding guys instead of grabbing guys, manhandling them, trying to embarrass them, trying to take their soul and moving them out of the hole and creating a monster hole for a running back to run untouched through. It appeared that more times than not, they were just trying to get in the way. They were just trying to tiptoe through the daisies. They were or tulips, whatever the hell the flower is that you tiptoe through. At the end of the day, my biggest concern is it's not an indictment on any one player. It just seems like they're being coached to do it, and they're okay with just shielding and not actually grabbing the line of scrimmage the way in which DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick explained they wanted it. And that's all the way through. That's my big – when I kept hearing –
We don't like that.
When I kept hearing, boy, we're close. We're close. Coach, you'd be close if it were just Dalton Schultz. Like if it was just Dalton Schultz and, man, he missed his guy 2 or 3 times or he just doesn't have the ability to block this backside edge rusher that's collapsing, whatever, okay, then you're close. But when it's Dalton Schultz, Beck, Laramie Tunsil, whoever the left guard is, the center's getting his tail whooped and getting pushed back in. Like it was always somebody different. And so there's got to either be another move made at tight end, another move made at guard center, or, and I'm not opposed to this, it'd be a beautiful thing, or we're just going to accept that we're going to be a pass-first football team. We're going to be a CJ-centric football team, which I believe they're a lot closer to being a championship-caliber football team if they just lean into CJ Stroud and providing him weapons than they are if you ask Dalton Schultz, Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, Andrew Beck to be your force in the run game.
As a side note, Clint, it's tulips.
It is tulips. What'd I say, Daisy? Tiptoe through the tulips? What do you do in the daisies? You dollop a daisy?
That's a good one.
You get your dollop a daisy deal.
Did you say tulips? He said
I
two
said
flowers.
tiptoe through the daisies.
Daisies.
And then I said, or is it tulips? I corrected myself.
Yeah, it's tulips. Yeah, just
it's not roses.
I mean, I guess.
I think you can tiptoe through.
That's a great point.
Sunflowers? Those are harder to tiptoe through, probably.
Whatever flowers you want, really.
Roses? No, actually, roses would be tough.
Oh, thorns. You're right,
Tyler. Roses would be tough.
Yeah.
That's exactly how the Texans don't like. It looks like they're tiptoeing through rose bushes.
Freaking cactus field over here.
And the defense is rolling through tulips.
Yeah.
All right, coming up behind us, the fellas, Texans All Access is they're looking forward to the draft. Is John and Mark Vandermeer will have you for that. Coming up behind them, 7 to 10. Yes, sir. 7 to 10, Area 45, Sean Bajani, Patrick Creighton. They'll have you from 7 to 10. So hang on with that. By the way, remember tomorrow, 3 and 5 o'clock hours. In the 3 and 5 o'clock hours, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Zach Brown Band. That's coming up tomorrow. We'll be hooking folks up. By the way, speaking of Dalton Schultz, who we were talking about, he's on Pat McAfee today.
Yeah.
Really let Jerry Jones kind of have it.
Oh, did he?
Not have it, but he just they asked him about the environment in the locker room in Dallas.
Okay.
And I wonder if you can probably speak to this. You were in the locker room in Dallas.
Yeah, a lot of fun in that locker room.
There's people literally going on tours while we're lifting in the weight room. That's the brand they've built. That's what Jerry Jones likes.
Going on tours? What's he talking about?
Tours of
yes. It's a sideshow. It's a.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, look, he's generating revenue.
And
man.
there's Dalton Schultz over there, right there.
Yep.
Squatting.
Yep.
Dalton, say hello. Yep. Dalton, say hello.
I don't have time to have
He's over there trying to get a good upper body workout in, and absolutely.
He's got to stop and take pictures.
Absolutely, no question.
They're during tours while they're working.
Yep, absolutely.
Do y'all ever feel like people get tours up here at the station a lot, with our sales team?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like a damn zoo animal whenever they're walking around getting a tour.
And I'll be honest,
they're just looking in at me, waving.
I think these aren't even like Tyler. I think a lot of this is just like somebody that bought a ticket to tour the star down there.
Yeah, and for me, Tyler, I like to battle during adversity, and I feel like my game picks up when I see him walk past.
But sometimes
they walk past and I wave and I pick up. I'm not going to let
Ron gets a good sturdy hand wave, like a big upright.
Yeah,
and nods the head.
Hard smile.
Well, the people that do actually wave aren't as bad. But sometimes we get folks up here touring the studio and they'll start peering in through my window into this booth.
Staring down,
and they're not waving at me or interacting. They're just looking. They're just staring right at me like I'm a damn lion at the zoo.
Scare them a little. Oh, so you feel like?
Well, I mean, I think it'd be
like
more.
Marty.
They're more like in probably
Marty the Lion.
No,
I guess I'd be more of like a meerkat kind of.
I don't know. I don't know if cat's the way to go.
So you got to mess with them. Like I'd go around.
That's a good point.
Take your stuff up. Hey, what's good?
I'm a human, man.
What you doing? You want to come in here and check out this board full of drops that I got? I'm fixing to drop on these boys.
I see your little tag, Avery. See your name tag. What the hell's your problem?
Yeah,
I got a booger or something.
Tyler, stick your head out there. Hey, where's your name? Did you check in at the front desk? Where's your name tag at?
Point to him. Hey, you come here. You want to stare so much here? You got it the next 30 seconds. Don't mess up.
It's odd, man. Like I'm a piece of meat or something, just gazing at me.
See, I don't mind it. I don't mind being stared down like a piece of meat.
I'm a person, man. I got feelings and a personality.
I mean, so you really, Tyler, you feel like some kind of way about somebody staring at you. First of all, you think they're staring at the lions in the zoo, and now all of a sudden you're a piece of meat. I mean, do you really feel like that's
Madagascar here? It's what he is. Stare me down, baby.